guy who, over the past year, deliberately repositioned himself and his podcast around this whole independent...
Who the fuck is you, girl?
After Rogan swallowed Elon Musk, Schultz wasted absolutely no time in jumping on the bandwagon, believing that this time was different. Trump was serious. He was going to drain the swamp, release the Epstein client list, and finally expose the deep state. Schultz even had him on the podcast where he had his people change up the set a little, make it all nice and cozy, and then proceeded to ask a total of 0 questions about Epstein or the list, and why he didn't release the files in his first administration. Instead, Schultz smiled and nodded while he ate up Trump's aura and hyped the idea that this was all about to happen, that Trump was finally going to deliver the goods. But now, after Trump told the whole nation to collectively shut the fuck up about the Epstein files, Schultz's audience has turned on him. Why didn't you guys ask Trump directly about his involvement with Epstein when Trump was on your show? Not only did you vote for this, you helped campaign for it. Imagine carrying water for this administration, then acting shocked when you find out they lied to you. Who was the president when Epstein unalived? Who was friends with him for years and years? Schultz still believes in Trump. Trump is one of them, and they played us once again, and we fell for it once again. Trying to defend Trump at this point puts you in the cult. Round of applause for Flagrant. You all fucking campaigned for this. You are the guys who had Trump on your show and laughed your asses off with him. Sometimes the laughter needs to stop. Crazy how much Schultz deflects from Trump, refusing any negative light every turn. Remember when Andrew said it's not cool to be a Democrat right now? Yeah, man, you look so freaking cool right now. This is your guy, Andrew. I like Schultz, but let's be honest, he's a confident idiot. He literally helped Trump get elected. You voted for this and helped make it happen, Andrew. And that's exactly the point here. Schultz didn't just fall for Trump privately, he helped market the idea that Trump would finally pull back the curtain and reveal the Epstein files. The worst part is, though, that Schultz still can't admit that he fucked up, because as you've probably already seen, Trump isn't just failing to deliver, he's openly mocking these guys now. Trump even just doubled down on Truth Social, dismissing the whole Epstein discourse as a waste of time, ridiculing his so-called friends for even asking about it, and said Epstein was somebody that nobody cares about anymore. Hey, Schultz, he's talking about you, bro. And so even when confronted with that reality, Schultz, well, let's just say he still doesn't quite understand that he's been duped. Instead, what we get from him and his crew is pure cope, a masterclass in influence and mental gymnastics as they try to justify, explain, and rationalize why their guy, the guy who helped rebrand their entire show around, is now treating them like fools.
You're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. This guy's been talked about for years. You're Epstein. We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. You want to waste the time and you feel like answering?
I don't like answering.
I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you know that.
Sure. First thing I'll jump on that. And
So we're stupid. Yeah. We're the idiots, guys. Just to let you know. Yeah, that's a good point. That is, like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously, the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously, the Trump administration is trying to cover it up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed cash,
He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI.
Shut down the Hoover building day one. That is still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah, I do. I do believe that 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that.
So after that moment, after Trump publicly dismisses Epstein as irrelevant and Schultz and the Flagrant crew half realize that they're the fucking idiots, Schultz does exactly what you'd expect. He pivots. He doesn't confront the fact that he helped to build this narrative, he doesn't acknowledge that he himself spent the better part of a year hyping Trump as the man who was finally going to release the Epstein files and deliver the transparency that all these legacy media outlets supposedly couldn't. Instead, Schultz immediately reframes the whole thing as a matter of tone, as if what's really bothering people is simply how dismissive Trump sounded at that press conference. But this is where it gets beautiful, because Schultz can't even see that it isn't just Trump insulting their intelligence. It's so much worse for him than that, because Schultz is implicated in this shit show now too. The reason his audience is now turning on him isn't because they're suddenly shocked that Trump didn't follow through. It's because Schultz spent the last year positioning himself as the guy who knew better, as the independent thinker who had outgrown comedy and become something more serious, something smarter. I mean, how many times have we had to sit through epiphany after epiphany about the simplest shit most of us had figured out back in high school? And when he finally got Trump across the table, he didn't ask about Epstein, he didn't push back on anything substantive, he didn't challenge Trump on any of the contradictions. He smiled, nodded, licked it all up, and asked for more like a good boy. And even now, even after surviving this whole humiliation ritual, he still can't quite admit that he was part of the con.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, but okay, you keep talking about this Epstein. They keep talking about this Epstein list. I got the list on my desk. Now they're saying nothing happened. So one or two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering it up, or two, nothing really happened, and you exploited thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here? Because that one to me sounds just as bad, if not.
This is where things get even funnier, because instead of sitting there in that studio and accepting what has just happened, that Trump has blown them off, that the Epstein list was never coming, that this entire narrative they've wrapped themselves in has imploded, Schultz and the Flagrant crew immediately started performing the exact routine we've seen from the podcaster ecosystem over and over again when they get caught with their pants down and their dicks in their hands. They don't admit fault, they don't acknowledge that they hyped all of this, they don't sit in the reality that they were duped. Instead, they pull out the mental gymnastics, because the best move in this situation is to continue to act like you're smarter and more independent than your average viewer. So what do? They start asking the questions they should have asked years ago. Maybe there's a cover-up. Maybe there's some dark national security reason why Trump had to walk this back. Maybe it's all a 4D chess move and they just don't have the clearance to understand it yet. Anything to avoid admitting that Trump simply used them and the Epstein list was never going to get released.
So what does covering it up mean? Either there is an intelligence operation that's happening within the United States that is aiding and abetting the exploitation of children. So great. Our taxpayer dollars go to this and some type of CIA black budget. So we're now complicit in this thing, but it's for the greater good of America. Right? So we kind of are like, or Trump is implicated in some direct way because obviously he knew Jeffrey Epstein from back in the day, or both of those things. So let's talk about these two scenarios. But let's say it is an intelligence operation, like you just said, that our taxpayer dollars are going towards an abuse of. Do they have this conversation with Cash, Bongino, Trump, and the administration, and basically go, what do you want to do, guys? Do you want to tell the entire country that the CIA and potentially the FBI, that our organizations were doing this and that we're in on this and this is how upward we are? What will that mean for the rest of the world? How will the rest of the world view us? What are we capable of? We're supposed to be the good guys. We're supposed to hear. What is the collateral damage of sharing this with the world? Do you think they share that information with Trump? You would imagine that in order to keep the files from coming out, it's got to go on to the top. That's my assumption. Unless there's some type of like hidden agreement where it's like, hey, we're going to protect him from information so that he doesn't sound crazy and he can just kind of run with whatever the mainstream narrative is. But the fact that his tune is even switched up, leads me to believe that he knows something. So the reason he knows it is he's like, we're gonna showcase, we're gonna talk about this guy. They ran on it. They ran on cleaning up this swamp. They ran on all these. They brought all the influencers, gave them all binders with all this that was all redacted. You remember this? Yeah. They tried to promote this. Like they were building this excitement up for us to just get, I don't know, what's the term? Like the wind taken out of our sails? Yeah. So the fact that his tune has changed to from, hey, let's have a social media movement with the binders to, you guys are still talking about this guy? Yeah, we're talking about it because of you.
Yeah.
You're the one that keeps the conversation going when you hand out the binders to the social media influencers.
Yeah.
You're the one that keeps the conversation going when your FBI director goes on podcast and said nothing happened. He killed himself. Yeah. Okay. So it has to go down. Especially for anyone going, why are you guys still talking about this? Because you wanted us to talk about it.
Yeah.
You promoted it.
Yeah. That has to be the biggest slap in the face to his audience I've ever seen. Schultz has a history of this, though. It's right up there with screwing over all his fans who paid for his special, only for him to release it on YouTube for free a few weeks later. A move so typically Andrew Schultz that he even bragged about it on his podcast after it all went down. He literally dropped the podcast where he bragged about how much money he made from his comedy special, and his fans ate it up and asked for more. Sort of makes you think, maybe they kind of deserved it, you know? And here he is again, caught in real time, realizing that Trump's promises around Epstein were exactly the same kind of transaction. And Schultz helped sell that fantasy. He positions himself and Flagrant as the place where this narrative would get broken down with nuance and insight, where you'd get real talk about Epstein, not just noise from the mainstream media. Meanwhile, Trump was playing them all along, dangling the Epstein list as bait and then discarding it as soon as shit started to get real, and everyone kept asking the same questions. And instead of calling it out for what it is, Schultz retreats into even more speculation, spinning up increasingly convoluted explanations for why Trump has now abandoned them. Seriously, the mental gymnastics in this episode was next level. I honestly can't wait to see if Rogan outdoes them this week.
Alex Acosta said on record, we have this on record, Alex Acosta was, I think, at the time, the district attorney in Palm Beach.
Yeah, Miami, Palm Beach.
Yeah, but he said, he was the guy who gave the sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said, I did it because I was told he was intelligence.
I was told to back off.
Because he was intelligence. That is said. That you cannot wipe that clean from the record. That has been said by a, I don't want to say trusted source, but a source that is reliable and knows the weight of their words. To me, I think that's where we can at least, we can have some confidence that he does have connections to the intelligence community. Yes. So bare minimum, there's connections. Maximum, this is this like massive blackmail ring. It's not only blackmail. They've inserted themselves in governments, inserted themselves in like American intelligentsia, the highest levels of our universities. Like this is everywhere. Trump either is told that if we release the details on this, it will destroy confidence in America at home and abroad. Yeah, because what country runs a child blackmail ring on its own people? Yeah, like what would the collateral damage of that be? How would we react to that? What if we found out our alphabet agencies were doing that? We're like, you know, the thing I don't get is that what new information happened because Trump's first 4 years. This is when he got locked up. This is when he would have been told.
That's also true, yeah.
Hey, this is he's intelligence. This is compromise. Don't release it. So why would you use a run?
That's
Why
true.
run on this?
That's a good point.
There is a version where it's like, what is it? It's like a mutual assured destruction. So it is nukes on everybody. So therefore, they're like, we could go after Trump with this, but by exposing Trump as part of this thing, it might expose all the other people or confirm that it is an actual blackmail ring. And once it's confirmed that it is an actual blackmail ring, we got to see how far this goes. So there's a version of this where he is involved, right? That's not completely clean just yet. He is involved. To what extent, we do not know. But it's not like the most absurd thing, right? Like, the guy was partying with Epstein. I think, yeah, right? So his name was in the black book. I think Trump's the hooker, too, in his life. That would be like the most shocking thing, yeah, to ever hear, right? Now, is he asking for ID every single time? I don't know, and that's part of the, that's probably the name of the game, right? So you get the girls that are 16 or whatever to go, and then the guys aren't asking questions. But now you got it all.
Schultz is saying this now He's finally realizing that Trump's probably on the list, that the reason Trump won't release the Epstein files might just be because Trump himself is implicated. Honestly, for America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz fucking sucks. This is like having a child explain to you that Santa Claus isn't real, or that Jake Paul's fights might actually be rigged in his favor. This is Andrew Schultz's big investigative breakthrough after spending a year rebranding his podcast around becoming a political journalist. Wait a minute, guys. Maybe he's just not releasing the list because he's on it. Incredible work, Schultz. That's a blood for eyes worth listening right there. It's the dawning realization that everyone else figured out from day one. While Schultz sat there in front of Trump's smiling, nodding, hiking up the same time with the rhetoric about grading the song, and never asking a single substantive question along the way. And what makes this even funnier is that you can feel Schultz is trying to pretend that there's some nuanced revelation here. He presents it as if it's this edgy, uncomfortable truth, like he's the brave one for finally suggesting it out loud, even though people have been saying this from the beginning and he just laughed it off and calls them haters. But here's the best part. Even as Schultz starts to say the quiet part out loud, he can't let it test it because getting that Trump contemplating getting that flagrant entire rebrand was based on nothing. And this entire act as the edgy comedian turned serious conversation was a grip that his audience was right all along when they continually trolled him in the comment section. So instead of sitting with that realization, what does Schultz do? He leans right back into speculation mode, gearing up for one last desperate pivot to protect the flagrant brand from total collapse. This is the moment where Schultz and his den of dick riders slide seamlessly from admitting that maybe Trump's on the list back into their conspiracy code, where they argue that maybe Trump isn't at fault after all, because maybe the CIA actually runs the entire country. Of course, because it can't just be that Trump lied, right?
Trump is compromised. So Trump's compromised the scenario. Let's go through. There's another scenario. Let's assume Trump isn't compromised. But the intelligence communities come to him and they basically say, this is us. This is what we do. There are a lot of people here that are going to go down if you out this. And the reality is you're not going to out this. And I'd like to take this a little further. There's a version where the intelligence community comes in and they go, you don't really run the country. You get to make a lot of decisions, and that's fine. But you look the other way at the things we do, and we look the other way at the things you do. And then once the things you do cross paths with the things that we do, we remind you that you don't really run the country. The idea that like we have a new person running the country every 4 years or 8 years and they plot the course of America for the next 300 is kind of absurd. Right? Like there has to be some version of permanent government. Obviously, it's not established, and they're not like speaking about it or shining a light on it. But like there must be some version of this permanent government that like maintains the course and does to maintain the course just like every other country that's run as a dictatorship does to maintain the course. So it wouldn't be shocking to me that that happened. Maybe he's involved, maybe he's not involved, but he could have had a conversation. They could have come up to him and be like, you know, we missed on purpose, right? Like they could have sat him down and be like, you know, we missed on purpose, right? He goes, what? He goes, the guy who had the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, like, we missed on purpose. You didn't look at him inside. Look at the sign got you closer. We missed on purpose. And we won't the next time, unless you tell people to look the other way about this episode. To me, I would not be surprised at all if the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country.
Hang on. Wasn't that the entire point of draining the swamp? Wasn't that exactly what Trump ran on? The whole premise was that he was the outsider, the guy who wasn't controlled by the deep state, the guy who wasn't afraid to go after the elite, the guy who wasn't compromised. And now we're watching Schultz and his crew try to rationalize Trump's failure by saying, well, maybe the intelligence agencies really run everything and Trump can't do anything about it. That's fucking wild. Because if that's your explanation now, that Trump is powerless, that presidents don't really run the country, that the CIA and FBI are the real government, then what exactly were you selling your audience for the last year? What was all that posturing for? What was all the hype about? Rogan positioned himself the same way. The independent thinker, the guy who couldn't be born, the guy who gave Trump his platform precisely because Trump was supposed to be outside that system. And now that Trump has turned around and not only failed to deliver, but doubled down and mocked them for never believing he would, what do? They as well. They twist themselves into knots explaining why it's all part of some bigger plan, why Trump isn't really to blame, why he's just a victim of forces too powerful for any president to overcome. And the best part, Trump himself is the one dismissing them now. After all that support, after all that campaigning disguised as commentary, Trump is openly telling guys like Schultz and Rogan to keep quiet and move on. That's what makes this collapse so fucking funny. Not just that Schultz and Flagrant got duped, but that they helped sell the con to their own audience and spent the last year turning their podcast into a marketing channel for politicians. And now Trump himself has discarded them like the useful idiots they were all along. I find myself saying this in almost every video I make these days, but this shit is seriously so fucking predictable at this point that the script writes itself. But anyway, make sure if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right here, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe there as well so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find all my uncensored, long-form content covering Rogan, Kill Tony, and everything in between. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Alright, so what are we thinking about this? Is it
Disappointing day, dude.
It is disappointing. Do we ever find out? Is there ever any closure on this? Is there?
No.
It's hoax. So that's it. It's gonna be JFK. There'll be people that are like, they'll DM me back. You see what your boy doing? You voted for this? I'm like, I voted for none of this. You're doing the exact opposite of the voted for them. I want him to stop the war funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the music, increasing it. It's like everything he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
Maybe even more reasonably, he's just kind of run selfishly this whole time, and he never really cared about our well-being. I don't know that he did, because none of the actions have shown me differently. His words did. I was excited about his RFK. I was like, yo, they can fix food, saying this and that. I was like, hey man, I think this could work out. None of it has happened.
America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz, has finally realized that he was doomed. And it's perfect. Watching Andy and the Toy Story boys sitting around looking confused as to how this could have happened is ironically some of the funniest shit I've seen on Flagrant in a while. Remember, this is the guy who, over the past year, deliberately repositioned himself and his podcast around this whole independent political commentating grift. After Rogan swallowed Elon's Musk, Schultz wasted absolutely no time in jumping on the bandwagon, believing that this time was different. Trump was serious. He was going to drain the swamp, release the Epstein client list, and finally expose the deep state. Schultz even had him on the podcast where he had his people change up the set a little, make it all nice and cozy, and then proceeded to ask a total of 0 questions about Epstein or the list, and why he didn't release the files in his first administration. Instead, Schultz smiled and nodded while he ate up Trump's aura and hyped the idea that this was all about to happen, that Trump was finally going to deliver the goods. But now, after Trump told the whole nation to collectively shut the fuck up about the Epstein files, Schultz's audience has turned on him. Why didn't you guys ask Trump directly about his involvement with Epstein when Trump was on your show? Not only did you vote for this, you helped campaign for it. Imagine carrying order for this administration, then acting shocked when you find out they lied to you. Who was the president when Epstein unalive? Who was friends with him for years and years? Schultz still believes in Trump. Trump is one of them. They played us once again, and we fell for it once again. Trying to defend Trump at this point puts you in the cult. Round of applause for Flagrant. You all fucking campaigned for this. You are the guys who had Trump on your show and laughed your asses off with him. Sometimes the laughter needs to stop. Crazy how much Schultz deflects from Trump refusing any negative line at every turn. Remember when Andrew said it's not cool to be a Democrat right now? Yeah, man, you look so freaking cool right now. This is your guy, Andrew. I like Schultz, but let's be honest, he's a confident idiot. He literally helped Trump get elected. You voted for this and helped make it happen, Andrew. And that's exactly the point here. Schultz didn't just fall for Trump privately, he helped market the idea that Trump would finally pull back the curtain and reveal the Epstein files. The worst part is, though, that Schultz still can't admit that he fucked up. because as you've probably already seen, Trump isn't just failing to deliver, he's openly mocking these guys now. Trump even just doubled down on Truth Social, dismissing the whole Epstein discourse as a waste of time, ridiculing his so-called friends for even asking about it, and said Epstein was somebody that nobody cares about anymore. Hey Schultz, he's talking about you, bro. And so even when confronted with that reality, Schultz, well, let's just say he still doesn't quite understand that he's been duped. Instead, what we get from him and his crew is pure coke, a masterclass in influence and mental gymnastics as they try to justify, explain, and rationalize why their guy, the guy who helped rebrand their entire show around, is now treating them like fools.
You're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. Yet people still talking about this guy, this group. That is unbelievable. You want to waste the time? You feel like answering? I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desperation. But you go ahead.
So we're stupid. Yeah. We're the idiots, guys. Just to let you know, we release things to us. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. That is, like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is enraging people right now, is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously, the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously, the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All of these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Volcano, bars. He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one. That bitch still standing.
Then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I want to share it with you?
I do.
Yeah, I do. I do believe that 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that.
So after that moment, after Trump publicly dismisses Epstein as irrelevant and Schultz and the flagrant crew half realize that they're the fucking idiots, Schultz does exactly what you'd expect. He pivots. He doesn't confront the fact that he helped to build this narrative. He doesn't acknowledge that he himself spent the better part of a year hyping Trump as the man who was finally going to release the Epstein files and deliver the transparency that all these legacy media outlets supposedly couldn't. Instead, Schultz immediately reframes the whole thing as a matter of tone, as if what's really bothering people is simply how dismissive Trump sounded at that press conference. But this is where it gets beautiful, because Schultz can't even see that it isn't just Trump insulting their intelligence, it's so much worse for him than that, because Schultz is implicated in this shit show now too. The reason his audience is now turning on him isn't because they're suddenly shocked that Trump didn't follow through. It's because Schultz spent the last year positioning himself as the guy who knew better, as the independent thinker who had outgrown comedy and become something more serious, something smarter. I mean, how many times have we had to sit through epiphany after epiphany about the simplest shit most of us had figured out back in high school? And when he finally got Trump across the table, he didn't ask about Epstein, he didn't push back on anything substantive, he didn't challenge Trump on any of the contradictions. He smiled, nodded, licked it all up, and asked for more like a good boy. And even now, even after surviving this whole humiliation ritual, he still can't quite admit that he was part of the con.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, but okay, you keep talking about this Epstein. They keep talking about this Epstein list. I got the list on my desk. Now they're saying nothing happened. So one of two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering it up, or two, nothing really happened, and you exploited the thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here? Because that one to me sounds just as bad as that.
This is where things get even funnier, because instead of sitting there in that studio and accepting what has just happened, that Trump has blown them off, that the Epstein list was never coming, that this entire narrative they've wrapped themselves in has imploded, Schultz and the flagrant crew immediately started performing the exact routine we've seen from the podcaster ecosystem over and over again. When they get caught with their pants down and their dicks in their hands, they don't admit fault, they don't acknowledge that they hyped all of this, they don't sit in the reality that they were duped. Instead, they pull out the mental gymnastics. instincts, because the best move in this situation is to continue to act like you're smarter and more independent than your average viewer. So what do? They start asking the questions they should have asked years ago. Maybe there's a cover-up. Maybe there's some dark national security reason why Trump had to walk this back. Maybe it's all a 4D chess move and they just don't have the clearance to understand it yet. Anything to avoid admitting that Trump simply used them and the Epstein list was never going to get released.
So what is covering it up to me? Either there is an intelligence operation that's happening within the United States that is aiding and abetting the exploitation of children. It's not great. Our taxpayer dollars go to this and some type of CIA black budget. So we're now complicit in this thing, but it's for the greater good of America, right? So we kind of are like, or Trump is implicated in some direct way because obviously he knew Jeffrey Epstein from back in the day, or both of those things. So let's talk about these two scenarios. So, but let's say it is an intelligence operation, like you just said, that our taxpayer dollars are going towards an abuse. Do they have this conversation with Cash, Bongino, Trump, and the administration, and basically go, what do you want to do, guys? Do you want to tell the entire country that the CIA and potentially the FBI, that our organizations were doing this and that we're in on this, and this is how ugly we are? What will that mean for the rest of the world? How will the rest of the world view us? What are we capable of? We're supposed to be the good guys. We're supposed to be the heroes. What is the collateral damage of sharing this with the world? Do you think they share that information with Trump? You imagine that in order to keep the files from coming out, it's got to go all the way to the top, is my assumption. Unless there's some type of like hidden agreement where it's like, hey, we're going to protect him from information so he doesn't sound crazy. And he can just kind of run with whatever the mainstream narrative is. But the fact that his tune is even switched up, we actually believe that he knows something. So the reason he knows it is because he's like, we're going to showcase, we're going to talk about this guy. They ran on it. They ran on, cleaning out this swamp. They ran on it. They brought all the influencers, gave all finders with all this redacted. You remember this? Yeah. They tried to promote this. Like they were building this excitement up for us to just get, I don't know, what is the term? Like the wind taken out of our sails? Yeah. So the fact that his tune has changed from, hey, let's have a social media moment with reminders to, you guys are still talking about this guy? Yeah, we're talking about it because of you. Yeah. You're the one that keeps the conversation going when you hand out the binders to the social media influencers. Yeah. You're the one that keeps the conversation going when your FBI director goes on podcast and says nothing happened. He goes on. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it has to go there. Especially for him to go, why are you guys still talking about this? Because you wanted us to talk about it. You promoted it. Yeah.
That has to be the biggest slap in the face to his audience I've ever seen. Schultz has a history of this, though. It's right up there with screwing over all his fans who paid for his special, only for him to release it on YouTube for free a few weeks later. A move so typically Andrew Schultz that he even bragged about on his podcast after it all went down. He literally dropped a podcast where he bragged about how much money he made from his comedy special, and his fans ate it up and asked for more. Sort of makes you think, maybe they can't deserved it, And here he is again, caught in real time, realizing that Trump's promises around Epstein were exactly the same kind of transaction. And Schultz helped sell that fantasy. He positions himself and Flagrant as the place where this narrative would get broken down with nuance and insight, where you'd get real talk about Epstein, not just noise from the mainstream media. Meanwhile, Trump was playing them all along, dangling the Epstein list as bait, and then discarding it as soon as shit started to get real. And everyone kept asking the same questions. And instead of calling that out for what it is, Schultz retreats into even more speculation, spinning up increasingly convoluted explanations for why Trump has now abandoned them. Seriously, the mental gymnastics in this episode was next level. I honestly can't wait to see if Rogan outdoes them this week.
Alex Acosta said on record, we have this on record. Alex Acosta was, I think, at the time the district attorney in Palm Beach.
Yeah, Miami, Palm Beach.
Yeah, he said he was the guy who gave the sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said, I did it because I was told he was intelligence.
I was told to back off.
Because he was intelligence. That is said. That you cannot wipe that clean from the record. That has been said by I don't want to say trusted source, but a source that is reliable and knows the weight of their words. To me, I think that's where we can have some confidence that he does have connections to the intelligence community. Yes.
So bare minimum, there's connections. Maximum, this is this like massive blackmail ring. It's not only blackmail. They've inserted themselves in governments. They've inserted themselves in royal family. They've inserted themselves in like American intelligentsia, the highest levels of universities. Like this is everything. Trump either is told that if we release the details on this, it will destroy confidence in America at home and abroad. Yeah, because what country runs a child blackmail ring on its own people? Yeah, like what would the collateral damage of that be? How would we react to that? What if we found out our alphabet agencies were doing that? Like,
yeah, what the thing I don't get is that what new information happened because Trump's first 4 years, this is when he got locked up. This is when he would have been told.
That's also true, yeah.
That, hey, this is he's intelligence isn't compromised, so don't release it. So why would you use it wrong?
That's true. That's a good point. There is a version where it's like, what is it? It's like a mutual distrust. So it is nukes on everybody. So therefore, they're like, we could go after Trump with this, but by exposing Trump as part of this thing, it might expose all the other people or confirm that it is an actual blackmail ring. And once it's confirmed that it is an actual blackmail ring, we got to see how far this goes. So there's a version of this where he is involved, right? That's not completely clean just yet. He is involved. To what extent, we do not know. But it's not like the most absurd thing, right? Like the guy was partying with Epstein. I think, yeah, right? So
His name was in the black book.
I think Trump's the hooker or two in his life. That would be like the most shocking thing, yeah, that's ever here, right? Now, is he asking for ID every single time? I don't know, and that's probably the name of the game, right? So you get the girls that are 16 or whatever to go, and then the guys aren't asking questions. And now you got it all.
Schultz is saying this now. He's finally realizing that Trump's probably on the list, that the reason Trump won't release the Epstein files might just be because Trump himself is implicated. Honestly, for America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz fucking sucks. This is like having a child explain to you that Santa Claus isn't real, or that Jake Paul's fights might actually be rigged in his favor. This is Andrew Schultz's big investigative breakthrough after spending a year rebranding his podcast around becoming a political journalist. Wait a minute, guys. Maybe he's just not releasing the list because he's on it. Incredible work, Schultzy. That's a Pulitzer Prize worth epiphany right there. It's the dawning realization that everyone else figured out from day one, while Schultz sat there in front of Trump, smiling, nodding, hyping up the same tide influencer rhetoric about draining the swamp, and never asking a single substantive question along the way. And what makes this even funnier is that you can feel Schultz is trying to pretend that there's some nuanced revelation here. He presents it as if it's this edgy, uncomfortable truth, like he's the brave one for finally suggesting it out loud, even though people had been saying this from the beginning and he called them haters. But here's the best part. Even as Schultz starts to say the quiet part out loud, he can't let it end there, because admitting that Trump gossip would mean admitting that Flagrant's entire rebrand was built on nothing, and this entire act as the edgy comedian turned serious commentator was a grift, that his audience was right all along when they continually trolled him in the comment section. So instead of sitting with that realization, what does Schultz do? He leans right back into speculation mode, gearing up for one last desperate pivot to protect the Flagrant brand from total collapse. This is the moment where Schultz and his den of dick riders slide seamlessly from admitting that maybe Trump's on the list back into their conspiracy code, where they argue that maybe Trump isn't at fault after all, because maybe the CIA actually runs the entire country. Of course, because it can't just be that Trump lied, right?
Trump is compromised.
So Trump's compromised. Let's go through. There's another scenario. Let's assume Trump isn't compromised, but the intelligence communities come to him and they basically say, "This is us. This is what we do."
Hello,
There are a lot of people
everyone.
here that are going to go down if you out this. And the reality is, you're not going to out this. And I'd like to take this a little further. There's a version where the intelligence community comes in. They go, "You don't really run the country. You get to make a lot of decisions, and that's fine. But you look the other way at the things we do, and we look the other way at the things you do. And then once the things you do cross paths with things that we do, we remind you that you don't really run the country." The
the idea that like we have a new person running the country every 4 years or 8 years and they plot the course of America for the next 300 is kind of absurd, right? Like there has to be some version of permanent government. Obviously, it's not established, and they're not like speaking about it or shining a light on it. But like there must be some version of this permanent government that like maintains the course and does to maintain the course, just like every other country that's run as a dictatorship does to maintain the course. So it would be shocking to me that happened. Maybe he's involved, maybe he's not involved, but he could have had a conversation. They could have come up to him and be like, we missed on purpose, right? Like they could have sat him down in a room and be like, we missed on purpose, right? He goes, what? He goes, the guy who had the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, like, we missed on purpose. You didn't look at a sign. Look at the sign got you closer. But we missed on purpose.
Okay, try again.
And we won't the next time, unless you tell people to look the other way about this episode. To me, I would not be surprised at all if the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country.
Hang on. Wasn't that the entire point of draining the swamp? Wasn't that exactly what Trump ran on? The whole premise was that he was the outsider, the guy who wasn't controlled by the deep state, the guy who wasn't afraid to go after the elite, the guy who wasn't compromised. And now we're watching Schultz and his crew try to rationalize Trump's failure by saying, well, maybe the intelligence agencies really run everything and Trump can't do anything about it. That's fucking wild. Because if that's your explanation now, that Trump is powerless, that presidents don't really run the country, that the CIA and FBI are the real government, then what exactly were you selling your audience for the last year? What was all that posturing for? What was all the hype about? Rogan positioned himself the same way.
I'm going to tell you what I'm experiencing from my end.
The guy who gave Trump his platform precisely because Trump was supposed to be outside that system. But now that Trump has turned around and not only failed to deliver, but doubled down and mocked them for never believing he would. What do? They double down as well. They twist themselves and do not explain why it's all part of some bigger plan. Why Trump isn't really to blame. Why he's just a victim of forces too powerful for any president to overcome. And the best part, Trump himself is the one dismissing them now. After all that support, after all that campaigning disguised as commentary, Trump is openly telling guys like Schultz and Rogan to keep quiet and move on. That's what makes this collapse so fucking funny. Not just that Schultz and Flagrant got duped, but that they helped sell the con to their own audience and spent the last year turning their podcast into a marketing channel for politicians. And now Trump himself has discarded them like the useful idiots they were all along. I find myself saying this in almost every video I make these days, but this shit is seriously so fucking predictable at this point that the script writes itself. But anyway, make sure if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right here, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe there as well so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description to my Patreon where you'll find all my uncensored, long-form content covering Rogan, Kill Tony, and everything in between. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Alright, so what are we thinking about this? Is it disappointing? Is disappointing? Do we ever find out? Is there ever any closure on this? No. It's close. So that's it. It's going to be
on the stone
There'll be
exterior
people that
of the house.
you see what your boy told you, voted for this.
A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word Roro is actually Duro, like the letter Resh in Hebrew, is very close to a Dalet. It's just a difference of a sharp corner, a right angle, as opposed to a slight curve. And that's possible, but it should be noted that this particular location is somewhat south of the Duro River. It's not really so close that somebody will want to write it there and also write it twice. So it's really quite a mystery. I still have to spend a lot of time thinking about this to get some sense of it. But I got a few other interesting suggestions. Yosef Israel writes, the last thing he ends, the description, it looks like it says the word ruach, spirit. And that's referring to the little horizontal line of one of the last letters that would actually spell that sound. But when you actually are up with the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. In the video, it shows up, but it's just a little bit of lichen. It could be that lichen is there because there was originally some kind of imperfection in the rock, but it's definitely not dug in as deeply, so I don't think it's quite that. Now, Stanislawski 2262 writes, the inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists in the first place. True, I'm not a trained archaeologist at all. I'm a regular historian. I read fairly widely in archaeology, but I don't have all the tools here. The question is, how old are they really? Are they pre, during, or post-Inquisition? Could the stones have been reused from earlier buildings? Was the location affected by the Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755? There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, 1321, 1356, 1531, and also another earthquake in 1761. So a very erudite kind of complex question there. But it's really the main problem. We know that the inscriptions have been around for quite some time, but they could even be possibly early 20th century. There's no way to carve it 14th date an inscription of this nature. It's inorganic material and so on. The buildings can date to the pre-Inquisition period, 13th century, 14th century. So sometime over the last 500 years, someone inscribed the walls with these strange symbols. They were not affected by the earthquake of 1755. We were aware of that one. Totally destroyed much of Lisbon, but didn't have the same kind of impact on Troncoso. These buildings from the Inquisition period, but the inscriptions could have been added as late as the 20th century. In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with museumologists in Porto who suggest they may even have been inscribed for the purpose of attracting tourists. I mean, that was really wild, but not impossible at all. So it's still likely that they were inscribed most likely by Jews because this is a Jewish neighborhood and they don't appear nowhere near as frequently outside of the neighborhood, so we don't know really what they mean. Another user named Eliyahu Tishby suggests that Roro might be a nickname. Yeah, it could be, but why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? It's on either side of the wall. It's just a bizarre thing to write on your door post, especially we're not talking about someone's tagging it with a spray paint. This is, inscribed in the wall. You'd have to spend a couple of hours with a hammer and chisel making a lot of notes, inscribing into it, so it's hard to say that. Desert Priere writes the same thing. Why would a Jew spend hours carving a nickname into the side of a house under the hot Portuguese sun? Good question. Anik Nathana 9463 adds that maybe it's a gematria, meaning it is it's a numerical equivalent, and it happens to be the numerical equivalent of the word bayit, meaning house, 412. But then why not just write the word house, or even write the word 412? It's just strange. And the last one here on this section, J.F. Joubert Quebec asks, are there crypto-Jewish personal names that can be identified? Yes, definitely. There's quite a few names. Nunez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very well associated with crypto-Jews. Carrière. He asks also, could a Jacob, a shoemaker from the Netherlands, hired to fight for Britain in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., be identified as Jewish? Well, Jacob is definitely a Jewish name, also a non-Jewish name too. Shoemakers, same. Netherlands, yep. So the answer is yeah, it could be Jewish, but it could easily be not Jewish. Okay, so those are all the questions that I
What's up,
recorded.
pal? Not much money. Let me start with Brian. This is Texas Brian. Brian texted me and said,
Daniel.
we said we're
I've
gonna.
read the book of Daniel.
I said
Why
I'm
does it
about
mix
to buzz your
historical
house.
events
Yeah, it drives
with
me nuts. He keeps saying buzz your house, and I was like, oh, well, we're at
the
the
author
backyard
Daniel
swimming.
anticipated the
Brian, when he
apocalypse
says
occurred
buzz,
shortly
don't say
after
buzz.
the
It makes me
massacre.
mad. Yeah, he kept saying buzz.
So
He meant he's gonna fly over with his friend
really
Shane in a helicopter. It's chopper talk. It's chopper talk. Yeah, it's chopper talk.
Daniel is
It's called
definitely
chopper
one of the most
It's called chop
complex
talk. I'm in the pool with the whole fam,
and
and then Brian in this giant red helicopter was flying right over my house.
Yeah.
And I kept saying to Shane, I was like, go lower.
Discussion in the
Not in that
Talmud
neighborhood.
that
Because I said,
you know,
you
there's
could
even
land right there. I
divine
could.
sanction
That
applied
neighborhood,
to
they would.
revealing some of the secrets that are written coated.
That'd be so cool because he could land right there.
I know, it's wide open. I thought maybe he would.
Scholars approach this,
I asked him, like,
academic
I'm like,
scholars approach
Brian
it
and that guy,
with a
my
very
buddy, I can get you riding.
suggesting that it was
Awesome, dude, like, no way.
later and more scary written.
No
That
way.
would change
Once
the
they
way
got
we
that, they'd be like,
understand
whoa, it's so
public suggestions that are
He's just cautious. He's different.
definitely a massive topic.
Joanna was down. She's like, I'm going.
Interpretation of
Set
them
it up.
really
I
depends
won't.
very heavily on
He
what
might be the nicest human being I've
He's awesome.
ever.
I don't go say Buzz over
Taylor
there.
Physics also asks,
I buzz Rogan's house,
what's my
buzz your
favorite
house.
commentary
I
on
just
the
show
Does
up.
Rogan come outside and wave like a kid?
erotic?
Yeah.
I definitely am a
I sent the video
I
too,
love
and I said,
Rothschild.
Brian thinks he's so cool. It's pretty cool.
Humility, insight, intelligence, and he writes in such a
Pretty cool. Oh, yeah, fair point.
Pretty cool.
He's a helicopter.
What's funny about a
So the
helicopter
modern
is they'll
commentators,
be like,
I
oh, it's an hour and a half drive.
Rothschild's
So we'll get there in
study his work
15
every
minutes.
day.
Like if I wanted to go to San Antonio, I can get there in 20 minutes.
Del
That's
Sean, London,
crazy.
Prejean,
So he can't drive. He's like, I can't drive.
writes that Nissan
He
the
lives in his
14th
backyard.
did not
He lives
occur
in his
in
backyard.
His daughter did gymnastics and shit.
His daughter is what took
How do I
second
explain
in the
that the
world in
Victorian
cheer.
is not
I know, I heard, but I know they go down to San Antonio.
Yes.
I have a car and pick it up down there. I would love if I could just jump on and you drop me off down there.
I will
But
talk
what I
to
can say is that the calendar
you know,
that
when he's
So
we
I don't
follow,
have to get a ride down there and go back our back. That'd be great just to jump on the chopper.
yeah, what would be fun
it's
is
a
just
complicated,
Come on, throw it in.
go down there and we have ourselves we
what
go to
we
cafe.
have in the
And
Bible
go to I'm in that area,
is
have a little
lunar
lunch down
calendar
in that main
I
area.
don't know if I have time for all that with you guys, but
but that was the result of
you guys do that, but I'm just gonna get
364
the
days.
fuck out after
So
this.
the Muslims, for
Just
example,
drop
they
me
have a
out.
lunar
Think of
calendar,
me as like,
and that's why they lose 11
drop me off.
days
You
every
guys have
single
yourself a
year.
day.
No time for
We're
us.
not done right
You
now.
gotta get your car.
Yes.
You wanna get in line? You got all right, all right.
But, you know, the years
There goes Brendan.
in the winter.
Well, how can it be a boss move to land right where the car is?
That'd be pretty cool.
The
But
Hebrew
then again,
calendar,
it's like, yo,
however,
he's a fucking billionaire.
because the
Yeah.
That's the
Torah
problem with
refers
choppers.
to Passover
Yeah,
as
yeah, it's my
Chodesh
friends.
My
Ha'aviv,
neighbor's always
Chag Ha'aviv, springtime holiday.
Because it's
how I
like
like
just
to
whatever
random
happens,
in your
you
neighborhood.
have a lunar calendar, but you have to reset it every so often for
Some guy
Passover
changes
to always
lights
fall
from
out in the springtime.
regular standard lights to blue.
This used to be done
Good luck, bud.
sort of manually on an ad hoc level, that the rabbis would get together
We don't play that shit.
and would look at the seasons and where they're
Yeah,
falling out, and they would
it's
make a
a
decision
good time
whether or
to
not
go
to
down
declare a
Congress
leap
Street
month,
between
the
buildings.
2nd of Adar, which we have this year.
Have I done that?
But then in the 4th
Oh,
century,
wow.
as a result of
That's too low, dude.
the
It's not fucking dark.
No, you actually can do that.
Dallas
Yeah, I
was
know.
in 352,
Yeah, but you can
the
imagine what it'd be
rabbis
like.
decided, you
I
know what,
wanted to
we
hold the
better go
line.
with the
I wanted to lie,
mathematically
and I was like,
calculated
no, I'm not
calendar.
going to do that.
And that's how we have a fixed calendar today that does not require.
I'd like to assume because I found a trench on my garage this morning, taking a picture.
Dude,
That's
hey,
probably a
I'll
long
tell you that's cute.
description of the
well,
calendar.
he's a cutie pie, but I'll tell you who has,
London,
I'll tell you this.
but
Come on.
Chewbacca has less fur than that thing.
let's see,
Chewbacca has
this
less
is so
fur.
fun.
Look how much fur is
And
on
you know, if you handle it, like if I put it on top, those are little thorns.
It's a leap year, right? So yeah, there's a whole
Now,
month
it was
added,
cute, though.
and there's a
Trying
cycle
to like
over
kill him. I'm like,
19
I'm
years.
not killing him. It's awesome.
It's kind of
Give him a
interesting
name.
that
Hopefully
this
comes
Sunday
back.
That's a big
is a day that only appears when
I don't
there's a
want to find out.
leap
Sure,
year, the
jump in
30th
the
day of
Hummer.
the month.
He's running with the Hummer.
Adar,
Running
Rishon.
pretty.
It
You know,
happens to
that
be
garage is hot as
personal
shit anyway.
anniversary for me and my
That's a hell of a
grandfather.
fuck.
But see, I figured that jumped on your stupid
So
face,
that
and
means
that's
it
why it
doesn't
marks.
have
Now, he's
the
probably,
same day.
no, that did not. I'm glad you asked. And somebody asked what happened. I go, I just spotted an eagle.
They're different.
It's impossible to
That's
tame.
exactly what you would
And
do.
they got a lot out of that. So, Jen, I sent you a video. Why don't you bring up what I did
What is
yesterday?
the fragment of the Dead Sea
Your hair's
Scrolls
looking better there. Your hair's looking better.
4Q541?
It's fuller there. You're doing anything different? I don't know, person.
I don't know offhand which particular scroll that it is, so please forgive me. That's a little too specific a question.
This oven is to
Let's
pull the
see.
trigger and not
Sven
let go.
asked me what do I think of the journal of Alexander?
Who's filming?
Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Buddhism?
With the general.
Or
What is
is
this?
his understanding of
N240
Buddhism
Bravo.
and
At
regardless
240
of
Bravo? Yeah, I can hold the trick down in there.
It's also a fun question. The truth is, I don't know enough about Alexander to say anything intelligent.
What do they use that for in the
Forgive me if I
military?
say
I like laying down
look it up
cover,
and
but then again, I wouldn't know.
You know, I say, you should just have kept it.
I don't think this company does it. They use
Does the kickback hit you in the face?
Well,
this a junior
I'm going to show you what happened. So this is, I'm just going to show you
Why don't
what
I go
I did.
back to the prepared list?
Is it
Please,
raining or is
whoever's
that
on
on
this
the
live,
You're ready.
So I got a lot of questions about older videos that have to do with the
Maybe
genetics
that's good cover,
of
babe.
euthanasia. I don't know why people are so
Were those
worked
hot?
up
Were
about
those
this.
hot?
I got
You still hot?
I got burned.
Oh my God,
I got burned. So hot,
that come from
but
all
not as hot as
kinds
that
of
as a
different social
fucking
backgrounds.
bald spot on my
We
head.
have African
But
Jews,
yeah,
Asian
I mean,
Jews, and European
it
Jews.
sucked.
There's definitely sort of like
It sucked.
a group of
Trying to feed
people,
that though, and also, you know what else?
especially those who wear tinfoil
Gas.
hats, who
It
have
smells like
gone to
ammonia.
that
Oh, I like that.
Nazi
Oh, I like
knew
that.
it's strong.
Nazar
It's like
people.
smelling salts.
There's
But I
not
just like,
a lot of evidence.
Just from
There's
the
not
blood.
a lot of genetic evidence.
How many rounds is it putting out? A second?
So the Gatling gun, watch this.
As much as the conspiracy-minded people would like to think so. And you can watch
I
my
like
videos
it.
where I
You're
look
still
at
shooting and
what
looking to your
have and
right.
so on.
Well, because I'm burning, because it's burning me right now, and I'm trying to get it all
They
the
wear
way
long
home.
sleeves so it doesn't burn you?
You should wear long
You're just not ready.
And I wasn't ready.
So where the fuck's that fuck up your face?
Of Italian
So, watch
DNA
this.
as well.
More.
But Heather Pratt at 5288
God, it's going through that
I
freaking.
hate to ask this,
It's
but
great
what
ammo.
many of the genetic additions
Now, the
to the
Gatling
Jewish
gun.
population are a result
Is that the
not of
Gatling?
intermarriage, but
I
instead
have a
of
video of
marriage.
that. Oh,
Jews
it's
were
so
brought
fast.
enslaved
It
by
shoots
the Roman
3,000
Empire.
rounds per
Female
second.
slaves are the sexual
Each bullet's
property
about
of
$1.50.
their enslavers. Isn't it the case that
So,
the
yeah.
reason that person is considered Jewish
Did you have to
I
pay
saw
for it?
3,000 rounds per minute. 3,000 rounds per minute.
3,000.
No, I did not. And it's very, very nice, but
Super nice.
Terrible question, but of course a
it
valid
was so,
historical
even with
question.
a silencer on,
And the
or a
answer
sound
is
suppressor, it
complex.
scared me.
The
Like you
reason
can't
Suppressor
why
for what, dude?
If I was too loud, it'll plug your ears. And even outside, you can't shoot that with us.
But if you have a cover,
Yeah, you gotta cover
when we
your
get to the
Then what are
21st
they-
You gotta have
century,
earplugs, you gotta have a real earplugs.
20th century,
then what are they?
there are
Sensors
Jews
off.
who
But what are they
wanted
using?
to
Right?
define
Software.
Hey, barrel getting so hot.
matrilineal
Sometimes
descent
God gives you signs in life.
definition of Jew.
You have
This is
band-aids on your
basically
arms and
the
your face looks like you
Oh,
get
no,
attacked.
so that happened
A Jew is a child of the
so
Jewish mother
it's
or a
not
convert to
then hold on. I'm
Judaism.
shooting machine
That's
guns
the
at then
definition.
I shot a
that
308.
has
It's a hunting
been
rifle.
the working
Sniper rifle.
definition for about
And the problem is they
2,000
kick
years.
back.
Yeah.
So if your face is too close to the scope,
Or if
you
you're
don't have
shy,
it.
or if
You
you're all
definitely
weak, right?
see in the
That's what it
Bible
is.
some
No, please don't say
examples
that.
where
Please don't say
you
that because I
That's
Jewish
I did have a show
males
there
Did
and
they tell you this?
Goose and hit me. That was the first time. That was pretty neat.
Because you
and their
They
children
did
are
it again.
Jewish.
And the other reason I'm not fucked because I had sunglasses on.
Dude,
Otherwise,
I would give you black eyes.
oh, bro, I would have been so
Joseph and
fucked. Like,
others.
it's what
And so some scholars have said that there
I
is
just heard you.
My son played off.
Jews from his father defined the second, another defined
They get a shooter.
They all look at
traditional
you.
Jews
They were
not quite like that. Simply because there's a passage in the book of Deuteronomy that when you read it carefully, it indicates that grandchildren who are birth from one's daughter are Jewish, grandchildren birth from one's son, which is a non-Jewish woman, and not considered Jewish. There's a lot of discussion in the within the commentary about how you square these two facts. So when Joseph, Moses, married his parents who were non-Jewish women, there's no discussion of his version. So how do you square that? With the practice of recognizing children of women as being Jewish and not the children of men. There's lots more to say about how that works out, but in the 20th century, there were more liberal movements that said you should recognize men as well as children of Jews, and of course, everyone else can be but to get more specifically to this question, you can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of genetic material that is not belong to sexual violence. However, when you look at the economic situation in particular, there are these genetic bottlenecks where scholars are able to analyze the DNA work back 2 generations to when identifies incursion and other people
I've been working out for 20 years.
genetic scholars have identified 9th century, especially in important time, and in fact, especially among the Levites, they've identified 4 groups of Italian mothers see what it's about. So the short answer is
And I said, Brian, a lot of this, I can tell you exactly where the jokes are. And one of the best joke on it is Brian. There's this
record of that.
so who do
It's true
what
that that
he
could be
goes,
suppressed by
he's
the
like, what are you
crash
guys
that,
doing? And then, so
talk about rape.
I forget what he said. He's like, yeah, pay the price. Well, you have
But
a broken neck and a glass eye. He goes, no doubt, and that's all the
actually,
price.
so I really don't know
I
what
wrote,
to talk about, but I could say that that's my
That's great.
best guess.
So that was the European play.
Preponderance of the
Bisbee
evidence
stole
is
the
that
show.
there's
Yep, that's my comment. He's a real
but
athlete. Come on with that. He's great. Bisbee's salary, yeah, super tight. They were all great, man. They were all great.
Lots of things happened
Wonder
in
Boy's
January. We'll see.
yeah, Wonder Boy's amazing. Leo Cheeto was perfect.
Sven asked,
Told me
but
they're
somewhere
gonna use
sometimes
Diogo
wonder if
Lopez,
the
but it makes no sense.
really has
Leoto. We have Leoto, he just like, he's, how nice is he? She talks to everyone? Yeah, that's my guy. That's my boy. He's the best.
you know,
well,
had
trained for a long time.
tremendous
Much bigger than he would expect. 220. I thought he was actually about a 185, but
and the
at
idea
205.
of
At 205, yeah,
bringing that
champion.
to
Looks great.
masses
That's such a good guy. And the best. He lives in Florida now.
important.
Yes, yes. Teaches his kids and
Propagation of
especially the man.
Christianity to
And he was very funny and
all kinds of
great. I really liked it.
I think that would be
But
true.
let's take a little break.
That
You gotta think in
generation of
here.
the
You know,
transitional
sometimes
generation,
a man like myself
first
wants to think
50
in
or
here.
60 years
And
after Jesus'
right
death
now,
is
you
crucial.
can go to
I think that
HIMS,
one of the turning
HIMS.
points, of course, is
You
the
can take a
destruction of the
picture of your
temple
thinning hair.
that,
You
for
can send it into
Jews
a health
was seen
professional.
as a
And they will get back to you within minutes.
catastrophe.
Yeah, but does it take
Uh,
3 to
that
6
some of the
years
early
before you see
Christians,
results? Your pills will be in the mail the next day. They've got, it takes 3 to 6 months, dude. I'll send you up there. They've got, yes, that's right. Oh, yes, you've got, HIMS offers access to prescription treatments for growing hair in fellas 3 to 6 months.
So that transitional generation did not last terribly
Online,
long.
which means getting started has never been more convenient. No insurance is needed. Yeah, one low price covers everything from treatments to ongoing care. Plus, treatment options start just $35 per month.
You're especially curious about that.
Choose oral medications, serums, sprays, whatever. It's 100% online, like Brian said, and it's very convenient. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/fighter. That's HIMS.com/fighter for personalized hair loss treatment options. HIMS.com/fighter. Individual results may vary based on settings and top line, monoxide, non-stress, and short card. See website for full details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Joseph had no part
That business
in
got the show back with him. I
what
should.
would you
Oh, yeah.
do?
10 years ago.
Well,
My dad's Dominic Reyes reminded me of you a little bit in his
there's also
size
kind
and
of
his
jokes about how
played
he
football,
stayed
yeah,
at home.
football. Yeah, a nice guy and just a nice guy and
Let's see.
just kind of cool. We were talking about like the
Abraham and
difference between
Hagar.
125 and 135.
This is Del
His
Sean
size
asking.
were
Abraham and
like,
Hagar's
you know,
child was
you
a
have to take in different considerations. We can get knocked out with a jab. You see Derek Lewis when he threw
Again, it
that,
really
that
depends on
it
how
looked like nothing. It looked like you just clipped him and it's like, oh, 265 pounds. Yeah, you're going to sleep. It's so crazy.
Tosfot
Derek
is
Lewis,
a very
Tom
important
McGrath's
body of
awesome.
scholars
Yeah,
in
he's a good guy.
Talmud.
A little more introverted than I am, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I'm not introverted. It's a
The
physicality.
idea of
It's something about
matrilineal
it.
descent,
If I could just play
something
football,
that was
yeah,
introduced
that must be
when
it.
the Torah was
You think he was either a quarterback or
obviously
safety? He was quarterback, right?
So
Makes sense.
that
He's a
would
big
mean
boy.
that the
Big
birth
boy.
of Yishmael occurred before
Yeah, it's pretty
matrilineal descent.
wild. Look at
Which
your
is
team, by the way.
way of solving
Fucking
the
awesome.
challenge of
Awesome.
Joseph
Picked up
and
that
so on.
shit right away.
So,
Because a lot of times when you write something,
he could have
I'm
been
stressed
considered
about worrying
Jewish
about
if he
serious
was,
athletes.
you know,
Yes.
taken in by the
Yes.
father.
They're always
The story
worried.
is
Now,
that
what was great was that
Hagar
on
was
the
sent
way
away
there in the cab to the set, I found out that
civilization.
Fabrizio
So,
passed away. So that's good.
complicated question, but I would
Oh,
consider
one of my
okay,
close friends.
guys,
Let's get to shooting. So that was
shoot
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Understanding that through
That's why I went to Vegas. Remember when I came back?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
shoot.
Yeah.
But it was fucking great. And they're really happy.
Bart Todd, right? It's just
Yeah,
a thought, but I think
commercial.
that
Yeah,
the
it does
reason
well.
for
Yeah.
mothers to
And Ryan's great.
from Ezra,
Ryan's great.
and the problem was their
Yep, that's my
practice
company.
of
Anybody have a company out there and you need
That's
good commercials, we
very
specialize in funny.
important.
So
Barb
yes,
is
Brian was great. Did you go to the mothership? Because Jeff Dye was
For
there.
those of you who may
I
not
was
be
at
so
Jeff
familiar with
Dye's
the
on our
book
show
of
on
Ezra,
Wednesday. We pre-recorded. I was with Jeff all
after
weekend.
the Jews returned from prison
Shane was
to
there.
land
Jeff was
Israel,
there.
called
St. Gilles to Hinchcliffe.
You were in town a little bit.
Yeah.
And one of the first things that happened
I'm going
is
to a wedding
Israel
in
makes a rule
Colombia
that
this weekend.
What the fuck's getting ready to
no
come?
marriages
One of my
between
wife's
Jewish men
best
and
and oldest
non-Jewish
friends.
Nothing worse.
And,
Gotta go to Colombia.
God,
so it was clearly at that
It is what
time
it is.
kind of
You know how
a
it
real
is.
acceptance that
I'll leave Thursday.
Jewish
I'll
men
fly.
produce Jewish
Here's the thing.
children.
I'm not going
And
from
that's
Texas to
basically how it's
Colombia. I'm
enshrined
gonna go
for
to
Atlanta.
Miami
Although,
first.
again,
Spend the night.
the
then go to Colombia.
historical scholarship still
How far
points to many
is it?
examples of
From
Jews who
Miami?
did not have Jewish mothers and still considered
Because Miami is
Jewish by at least the Israeli
Yeah, if
society.
you ever want to do like this meaningless vacation, like if you want like Belize, the sleeper place, unbelievable place.
How
You want
speaking of
vacation, you
Jesus,
want
are there any
How far is
writings
that from here?
attributed specifically to
2.5
him?
hours.
Oh, Belize is.
Aware
Oh, that's right. You told me that. Yeah. That's
I mean,
doable.
the Gospels were all written by
Now,
his disciples.
Will you have an amazing time in Bora Bora?
Del Shaddai is
Tahiti?
gospel
That's
as
all
important
it's
to
going
our
to be
Jewish culture
amazing.
as
It's like
the
you
Yiddish,
go
the
being
English,
on a
Irish,
plane, and then another plane, and then a boat.
we have
And a boat. Please take the day to travel. And make
Joseph
sure that
writes
the kids,
that I am
because the
being
kids
misled
love
when I
that.
say
That's
it's
easy.
Italian
And the kids don't give a fuck.
Those
Because whether you're in Bora Bora, if you're in San Diego, if you're in fucking Austin, Texas, the kids go, pool, cool.
interesting.
You're not doing it for the kids. If you think you're doing it for the kids, they don't give a fuck. We have snacks, hotel room, pool.
Citation in the
We
chat
could be in Ukraine. We don't give a fuck. Kids don't care.
Okay, folks,
Parents are like, oh, I
I
went to Bora Bora.
budgeted half
Kid
an
does
hour
not give a fuck.
for this
Bora Bora,
experiment.
a Holiday
We
Inn
got a
up the
couple
street.
minutes left.
You're doing it for you,
Anyone else?
mama.
Or we can look up at the notes or other questions. from
Damn, I didn't
Marius.
realize. Miami's like two
Right,
hours.
so
That's not bad.
Tom Guitar
Yeah, 2 hours from now, that's not bad. All right, let's
make
not
a
thought.
video about the
Yeah, but I'm
historical
not even
accuracy,
doing that in a day.
some of the disputes over the Purim study.
I'm so shit soft.
It's a
He writes,
6-hour
I think
day.
many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened.
Have some dinner,
We'd
hang
love to hear
out.
what you think about some of the
Let me be
historical
familiar
conflicts within the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story.
It's
Yeah,
not
this
different.
is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar.
Colombia?
And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically
Wow,
we have a
there's a reason I
challenge
don't
that
down there. I would change my There's a reason I'm
chronology,
That's my
traditional
speed.
Jewish chronology, like right now,
Yeah, don't put me around
the
that.
year we're in is
You know, in flight, when they
5784.
put all the alcohol in the hotel room,
Drive
that's me fun.
non-Jewish
That's
calendars
right.
of the
Yeah,
Imperial,
that's right.
particularly
I
the
can't put me
reign
in that situation.
of Babylonia. So
$5.
it's hard to place the book of Esther.
And then you got
There's also something that's a little very
Blowout
difficult.
asses.
Well, no,
In
it's
terms
silly.
of the calendar controversy,
It's the coffee.
my
roads.
go-to work on this
I mean,
is
Colombia.
then
If
first
you're
we
into
wrote a book under the title
that,
of
if you're into tiny waists,
oh, I can't remember
Big
it.
tits and ass.
yeah, if you're
Mitchell
into
First,
if you're into
FIRST,
hourglass
and
shapes
he
and
wrote a
symmetrical
probably
bases,
I don't put myself in that
on
situation anymore.
calendar controversies,
We'll go for free.
chronologies in
No.
Jewish history.
I
And
go there with my wife
traditional
for happy
rabbinic
too.
viewpoint, there's a
I
very
look straight
persuasive
ahead.
essay by
It's all
You might as well be an
Rabbi
Irish, dude.
Schwab
my
in his
wife was like,
collected writings
how
of
is the
volume
capital? The salsa
3.
capital of the world. We need to go out and salsa.
Last question from
We do. We
S2P
do. We need to
hyphen
go
org.
out and
Where can
salsa.
I go to get
I gotta
historical
pack
information
2
about the
suits.
Canaanites?
Oh, one for
Referring to the
rehearsal.
biblical
Sure,
text
whatever it
inhabited
is.
the region of
Pack 2
Israel
suits.
before it was
It'll
promised
be
by
fine.
God, David, and his descendants before
I'm
Joshua
sorry.
read them to them. Have you done a video
So
about
they're
this,
being Columbia during
etc.?
UFC 318.
I have talked about this a little bit, but
Yeah.
since most
Yeah,
of
that's
my
important. I call it.
professional interests are
Where's the card?
Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is
By the way, Columbia.
Rabbi,
Quick story.
G-R-A-B-B.
One of my best friends,
About 40
his
books,
girl,
looking at
kids together.
ancient
So they
Israel,
wanted to hire
both
a babysitter.
before and
And she was in
after the
Columbia.
advent of the
And
Israelites.
she was
And I would start with
insanely hot. So it was to the point where all our friends were just talking
There's
about
also
scenes, and then we were
really
just
nice
asking.
thin
And
volume.
the girl,
my
not the wife, but his girlfriend, who has kids with, she's like, well, if he's going to cheat on me, then I'll know.
and
And
it's
we
a
like,
really
if he's
short
going
book.
to be a cheater, then I'll know. But
Biblical
don't do that to him. I know. It was like he's a recovered alcoholic. And you're like, yeah, I'm sure that whiskey in every room. Well, no, just don't have to be fucking whiskey in the room.
The thing is,
Listen,
you know, where you
book that's under
Arnold's the
200
best
pages,
example.
so just a quick introduction.
Arnold's found
I like that
tens.
book, right?
And then he was like, look at this warlock that has a positive attitude.
Yeah, and I thought
make a
that
kid with it.
Delshon
He
also
only
mentioned
takes so
that
much
I
as a man.
referred to the Yiddish language as
Yeah,
a
I had an experience like this. My first wife was very beautiful, of course. She was very confident because she was beautiful. So she brought in
And
this
Morano
gal
Pashitani says he
three
likes this.
languages
Try
and
again, maybe
was
we should.
Swedish, Ethiopian,
Okay,
and
and
Angel.
do I have any lectures where I
Came
talk
in
about the
like
Rabbi
this,
of
like in
Klausenberg? I
couture
haven't done
clothing. I
that
came in
yet.
with this logo thing, and I was like, I looked at my wife, I go, let me explain something.
Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I think this was kind of fun.
That's right, you were there. She's fucking right. That's right, she was there. That's right.
I'm sure
Angel
the
had
members
to run
decided
another
to
race.
take the research
They were there. That was my house on yes.
Okay,
Oh my God,
maybe I'll try and stay to one of
that's
these.
right.
Thank you very much for listening.
Like, what are you doing?
What? And I was like,
I got a buddy we all know. He was single, so it's whatever. He's divorced, but he's single now. He was in Florida. He's like, yeah, I just, I was looking for a fucking cleaning lady. He's like, and there was like, Colombian clean ladies. He's like, yeah, I need a clean lady. He goes, dude, I heard she comes like the following week, and he's like, a 10, dude. I'm like, oh, buddy. I said, at least you're single.
Hello, everyone.
Clean the house. He goes, yeah. 2 weeks ago, I was like, hey, fucking clean lady. What happened? I was like, fuck.
Hear me all right? You see me all right?
I mean, he's single, that's how it goes, man.
Yeah,
You gotta have that.
you gotta have sex with her.
I told him, I said, I expect nothing less. What do you think was gonna happen, though? He goes, but it's awkward, though, man. Now it's awkward. It's like, sure, it's over.
Sure. You're gonna have sex again. What's gonna happen?
Who knows? He's like, it's just
Oh,
awkward. So I have
very
to get
good.
rid of
Okay,
My
got
friend,
it.
this is such a
All right,
my
why
friend,
don't we
big,
get
kind of
started with
handsome
a
guy.
few
Big, younger,
questions?
big,
Hello, Yosef,
handsome guy. Just a
Delshon,
black hair.
London,
Alpha
Virginia,
male.
Marty Block,
Football.
Harmony Parajon. I guess you can all see.
He's in his fucking hotel room.
Let's
His
have
parents
a
are
quick
together.
look at some of the questions I
They're
received
on
in the last
vacation.
little while.
It was a motel. And there was a stop off, and the fucking cleaning girl comes in, and she's just this like kind of
seen you in a long time, although we worked together.
she's like kind of probably had a little, she probably had a little
Right doesn't even know it.
drug energy, probably like now. She's kind of trying to work her way back to the cleaning room. And he's looking at her going, oh, fuck. Like, yeah, he starts talking, he goes, what are you doing? She goes, I used to dance, I used to strip, and I just said, I can't get in that world, so now I'm just trying to stay
Didn't have a lot of
and he's like,
well,
you're
but
You gotta figure this out.
I really like
they
to study
start
it more.
fucking on the bed right there, and his mom, he figures like she comes
second and
in,
into the third century.
and she
One of
just
the
goes,
church fathers
she's like,
apparently.
what the fuck are you doing?
And
And she sees the cleaning shit.
On the one
So
hand,
he comes out, he's
heavily
probably never,
influenced
he comes
by
out, and
the
she's like,
Swiss
looking at him,
Elon,
and she's
also
like,
known as
what if,
Philo.
did you
Very
don't know her?
important
He goes,
uh,
no, he goes, that was a cleaning lady. He goes,
minister,
yeah,
who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek-speaking audience.
It's,
So,
look, it's
in
guys.
a whole
Women
number
will
of
never
areas,
understand
Clement
guys.
of
I told you
Alexandria,
my
who was a
son,
couple
my
of years
3-year-old,
after
were in
he died,
Congress.
decided
My 13-year-old,
to
got my
follow his
3-year-old,
way
my
of thinking
13-year-old's got
in
his
so
friend
many
there,
areas.
who's 13.
However, at the same
And then,
time,
and then
Clement of
there's
Alexandria
Nick and Nick,
also
so it's Nick
participated
Simmons,
in
and
the
then my boy Nick Coles.
Adversos Judaeus tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue
And
against
so,
Judaism.
my son is 13. My little one's playing in the Pebbles, and we're around Congress Park. We just had Jenny's ice cream. And my 13-year-old comes out and he sees his brother, who's 3, playing thing, and he just kind of walks up, squats over him, and goes,
it looks like we have the culminator writing
right? And he walks, and we all go, and just everybody starts laughing because it's so ridiculous.
the timeline of pregnancy. So,
And my
hard
wife is just like
question.
this. She's looking at him
First of all,
like he's
this poor man happened yesterday, just a few days ago.
you know, that's funny. Like a girl would never do that to another girl, right? She was like,
I suppose
never
what
in a
really
million
caused,
years. Like, never would you fake shit on your brother's head.
really happened. So, I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to
Yeah, so Chin,
It will ask
we brought this
rabbis
up that you need to hire a Colombian nanny.
believing Jews who retain the oral tradition of
You know, we're gonna finish the story about how I got these.
Yeah, I thought it was what it was. Yeah,
all these
the guns.
people
What?
and all
The
these
guns
things
was
happen.
Where
So
they, no, it wasn't a bullet. It
literary
was, I
scholarship
shot a
with
rifle,
scholars
and he
from
was
the
looking at me. He said, "Oh, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying."
you're right.
tend to disagree and say that the book of
You
Esther
still-
probably comprised
Take the
quite a
Gatling
bit
gun,
later
you know?
during the Hellenistic period.
We'll just give up on that.
And so this is like
It's-
one of those
it's
key
just
areas where you
insane.
have a sort of
It's actually
divergence
interesting,
between
but keep talking. I'll find
rabbinic
it.
world
Just try
and
to
the
text
scholarly
Georgian, get a
world.
Colombian
Sure,
husband.
the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is is definitely deeply
That's one way.
entwined
No, thank
in
you.
Jewish
Oh,
memory
wow.
and
What's that?
tradition,
Think of the
and
upside.
is
Maybe you fall
observed
in love. Finally have a friend.
tremendous
They are
excitement,
so freaking gorgeous.
especially
I
by
can't. People talk about it like it's a
Nordic Hardcore. In terms of the discrepancy in the timelines of Xerxes, and this is for those of you who may not be familiar with history, there's like almost 2 centuries
The one that was the babysitter, she was like living in a
between
poor area, so
the
just having that job was like
religious
amazing for her.
chronology that is
maybe that's the
recorded
next
in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which was written by a military figure named Rabbi Yosef and Kalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784, meaning this is the collectible year that we're in right now.
Welcome.
And
I'm kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
Remember me, bro?
No, dog, please.
what do we do with
Who are you?
We discussed vertical farming and shit a while back.
Okay, very well. I discuss that with people every day. Remind me, what are your hobbies?
Well, I'm something of a. I paint the master.
You paint the master.
Let's leave it at that.
You paint the master?
It's a long topic. No, I paint the master, but it's fine.
Oh, I gotcha.
Just, I'm more interested in what you gonna say. So how you been, bro?
I've been well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. The discrimination is kind of bad in the country, though.
Why is it bad in your country?
I'm Jewish. Well, I'm a Jew and working. You know where Estonia is, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm a Jew in Estonia.
Very well.
It's kind of rough.
You have that blue, black, and white flag.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Well, they have that. I migrated.
Very well.
So.
Well, I'm watching Jewish history lectures.
Yeah.
And just enjoying the mornings.
Oh, are they Jewish? Are they Jewish?
Yeah.
My God. I feel it. So, what are we watching right now? What are we learning?
Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
About what?
About what? What happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia?
He's talking about the exile, the Babylonian exile.
It should be identified with Xerxes or with other kings.
Yeah.
Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this.
It's not fake.
Apparent
what are you talking about?
And I will refer you in particular to
It's made up by Nazis to like oppress the Jewish people. Actually, Jewish people migrated from Asia to Europe and from there to the US.
Doug, what are you talking about? That it's fake. That's where we get the Talmud from. What are you talking about that it's fake? That's where we get the Talmud from.
And there's basically 3 ways to solve it. One way is to
we
say
are the
that
original people of the planet.
Is right, and
we were still exiled after the destruction. We were still exiled after the destruction of the temple.
We all know the banks, we all know the fucking gym stores, we all know the jewelry stores.
Doug, this is 3,000 years ago.
Well, 3,000 years ago, the only people on the planet were Jews. I'm telling you, man, we are the original people.
Okay.
In my own publications,
well, feel free to enjoy.
On the Western
okay, I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. Okay, then watch it. But don't call this man who is a learned professor at Touro University and who knows a lot more about history than you do. Look, I'm not in your Discord. You're in mine. I'm just letting you know that this person's a very learned individual who knows a lot more about. He's Professor Henry Abramson.
He ain't wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, let's see.
Do you know who Ari Maddy is?
Of course, very, very difficult.
Yeah, he's my uncle.
I really should not have advertised this class.
Ari Maddy.
So, what my client is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but
do you know who that
is?
relationship.
originally.
Esther,
Do you know who Ari Mati is?
Once
Ari Matti,
again,
of course.
it
Who
depends
is he?
a lot on who you ask.
Ari
If
Matti.
you ask a
Yeah, who is
He's
he?
an Estonian stand-up comedian.
100%. He's the most famous Estonian in the world.
Well, the story as
Well,
described
I'd say
there,
the most famous Estonian is probably
as
Chuck Norris.
difficult because the whole relationship.
Chuck Norris is from the United States, though.
No.
You know,
But what Ari Matti were we talking about?
He's
I
a,
think we're talking about the same Ari Matti.
yeah, he's a stand-up comedian.
Ari Matti isn't Jewish.
No, I didn't say he was. He's just a stand-up comedian.
Which just is mind blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens to the book master, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous pedagogic lessons buried into them. What like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther.
So what do you eat?
Described in
I'm trying to like cook new shit
beautiful
and stuff I'm never made before. I'm just wondering what you recommend. I'm planning cooking something.
But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely all of
What
it,
up, pimp?
But the text seems to imply.
I'm planning to cook something. I don't know what you got any recommendations. What do you cook usually?
Oh, I like brisket. I like, yeah, I like chicken.
What is brisket?
Brisket? It's a beef from a cow.
Is brisket like a steak?
Brisket. 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 B-R-I-S-K-E-T. No, not Trisket. Those are crackers. Brisket. B-R-I-S-K-E-T.
Yeah, but that's kind of expensive.
That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that might
I usually get it prepared. So just from my kosher butcher. Kosher butcher. Well, it comes in a container that you just have to put on a hot plate for Shabbat, and it's warm, and it's good to eat. No, it's not microwave. It's not microwave. You can't microwave, or you shouldn't on Shabbat. It's on a hot plate.
That's why
Yeah.
it's considered such a
Plate plus microwave.
you're asking a really tough question. Much better to discuss this.
No,
Is that
it's not a microwave. It's a hot plate.
Appreciate the hard questions. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have
Look up hot plate, and you'll see what it is.
Here I'm dividend. Thank you for supporting research. That's very nice of you. So being asked that
I'm just
I assume here
I'm just seeing pictures of that place.
but here I'm been
I
asked
think that's what.
at Temple El Makor High, is it possible
we zijn daar met je
give a book of Esther maybe represented as an idea?
Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of like
It's an
anti-Semitic
excellent
and
question. The reality is,
this isn't funny.
it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving,
Dus dan
flexible
doe je
statements of history, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the
How do you make money, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a certified project management professional. California.
Simple meaning,
Yeah, I mean like in what expertise and what business.
Fortune 100 companies, app development. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
What is one of that?
I've signed non-disclosure agreements, so I can't reveal that information.
If it's posted publicly on the App Store, what do you do?
Because I've signed non-disclosure agreements and I'm on camera right now. And if I tell you, I could get sued.
I'm not gonna sue you.
I know you're not, but there are large companies for which I've worked that I have pending non-disclosure agreements. Do you know what? No, I can't. Do you know what a non-disclosure agreement is?
No.
Okay, it's a document that you sign when you contract with an organization that says that you can't reveal their proprietary information for a certain number of years. And I'm still under one of those, so I can't tell you what I've done. But I've launched apps.
The Chinese government.
I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I can tell you that.
So, is it a private business?
It's a Fortune 100 business.
So you manipulate stocks?
No.
I think that's sort of like a simple answer.
Well, I'm just trying to figure it out. If you want to be an asshole.
I'm being very polite. I told you everything that I can tell you about it.
Feel relatively safe. Then, unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other, and
So what's the problem?
differences between
I'm just watch these lectures. They're fascinating. I'm not. I'm not. As calmly as I can tell you. As calmly as I can tell you.
I don't want to get into a debate. I don't want to watch a Jewish guy. I want to watch you.
Okay, that's fine.
I gotta listen to what you gotta say.
That's fine. Just you can watch me watching these lectures.
But you're watching something else. I want to watch that. You're watching something else. What is that? You're not watching K-pop.
I'm programming a computer.
Where people will come together. And I would like to think that,
But what you thinking of aliens?
I love aliens. It's like one of my favorite topics.
Which ones?
I love it.
The ones in the bottom of the earth or the ones in the sky?
Ones in the sky, predominantly. Arguably, yeah.
What do you know about
what happened, especially
That they exist, that they've been visiting our planet, that for like perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, and that we were perhaps seated here.
Question here.
I have a crazy thought. This is not blowing your mind right.
Hit me with that.
Before we had like transfer over oceans,
The
so
short answer
continents
is
could not communicate with each other.
the
Right?
term rabbi
But
has
cave
used in the
paintings have been
first
found
century
throughout every single country depicting some kind of form of dragon.
recognition of rabbinic authority.
Every single culture, every single nation, every single continent, everybody has some depiction of a dragon.
Rabbinic literature, where you would think
Now, it is a flying thing that spits fire. That shit sounds like a spaceship, a rocket ship.
This is a common theory.
You're picking up what I'm doing.
Absolutely, this is a common theory. Most certainly.
Also,
Do you believe it?
Yeah.
in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to know what I think that ancient peoples would see UFOs in the sky that were glowing and that were perhaps multiplying, and then they would find the fossils of animals, specifically like dinosaurs and such, and they thought, oh, because a dinosaur looks like a dragon, and they thought, oh, this is from the sky. But in reality, they were two separate things. One was a UFO, and the other were dinosaur fossils.
So, do you think religion comes from UFO sightings, alien sightings, from ancient times?
I generally think that UFOs are separate from religion, generally.
Well, like some form of god or dragons even are usually related to mythology and ideology and shit like that.
That's true.
Perhaps like extraterrestrials came to Earth, and I guess they were so powerful people started praising them, and that's like a shame. However, why do you think aliens like alien sex?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think they like anal sex. It's easiest to be able to get the spermatozoa from humans through the anus, specifically males, by probing the prostate.
So that's the technical answer to the question. Was he actually a rabbi?
So, like, your prostate is where much of your...
Isn't there some more effective way though?
Yeah, there is. There's a machine that I've heard from alien abductees that they can put on your stomach, and that's what's used generally on women, and it can remove their ovum or their eggs.
Controversial figure even
Have you used it?
No, I don't have access to that type of technology.
Jewish sources looking back in time, whatever distortions may happen in historical record passages. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see.
You gotta come visit sometime.
Sounds like a plan.
What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi and bank correlations archaeological research was written firm in the Persian Empire and Empire Yirmiyahu? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about that. I do want to address one issue related to saying things about books.
So, what is this Jew doing right now? On the screen.
What is what?
Melissa Martinez asked, why do
What is this Jew
Orthodox
that's like special? I'm not really hearing that it's like nothing.
That's okay. Do you have the screen unmuted?
There's, I would not say,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
dislike speaking about
So he's talking about
generalities,
Jewish history.
but
He's a
specific statement. I don't
professor
think
of Jewish studies at Touro University. And
It's like Jordan Peterson.
no, no, he's not like Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is generally a secular professor who no longer teaches at university level, generally. Professor Henry Abramson does. He's the chair of the history program at Touro University, which is a Jewish university located in New York City.
Is Jordan Peterson Jewish?
Not to my knowledge.
Primarily in Spain in 1391, later in 1410s, and then in Portugal in a large number in 14.
Do you know about Moses?
Yeah, I know some about Moses.
Yeah, he was apparently, I read some books. There is a public library in the area that you can search up pastoral education, family leadership. It turns out that I'm personally related.
Same here, man.
Catholics who had adopted
Very much
Jewish
rubbish.
behavior.
100%.
So even though they were formally considered Christianity,
Why are there like windows covered with the blanket?
coercion
Oh, because I have a projector, and if I let light in, it makes it so I can't see the projector.
Why do you look like you kill your victims with a chainsaw?
I don't know why I look like that.
Okay. It's just like crazy, so I'm sorry.
You're okay.
The walls look like they're covered in bed sheets, and the only decorative object in the room is
and in the 20th century, these movies began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago, and some of them, wanted to maintain their current behaviors.
I use Apple, Linux, Chromium, and Windows.
Chromium wasn't in the US.
But if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you
Oh,
have to.
okay, the Chrome system, which runs on Linux, but everything runs on Linux.
They could not document, for the most part, to not document
Well,
continuous
Windows and Mac
matrilineal heritage.
Mac does.
Traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of giving status.
well, Mac
So since they
is
couldn't trace all of their
Linux
grandmothers,
that
typically all the
you
way
can
back
get
to
Linux
a grandmother,
distributions that are like
they
Mac.
had to go through
Exactly.
at least a
Mac is made by fucking
which is known in the literature as Gerus Nechomra.
Mac is an anti-Semitic company that runs important. I was just put on those
Usually
pieces
it was
right
a
now.
little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men. And
I'm not sure if you know about that though.
without the reciting of a blessing and so on. So that happens all the time. And I have members of my own family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of B'nai Anusim conversos. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold when you don't necessarily have to is specifically shunned, not shunned is the right word, discouraged, ever since the Hashmonayim, the Maccabean kings way back in the 2nd century.
If you want to play Roblox with me,
Forcibly converted.
I don't play Roblox, but if you want to play it in here, I'll watch you.
you're watching me play Roblox.
If you want to, I'll watch you.
Fuck you, man.
Herod the Great was descended from these. He's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, he built the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time. Israel in the first century, and a brutal tyrant who murdered.
I got this going on, you know what I'm saying? See this
So
shit,
ever
man?
since then, we're talking about 21
Yep.
years, there has been sort
I
of
see.
a impetus to try to avoid
I'm gonna go play Roblox, man.
Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times,
They're
like
trying
that,
me, bro.
then of course
Download
they're
Roblox.
welcome. But it's definitely not something that Judaism is
You
not
gotta download that
historically
shit,
a
bro.
proselytized
It's the
religion.
best
When I say
Jewish game.
historically, I mean
Like,
since the 2nd
there's no
century
one
before the
person
Common
else.
Era, it's not been a proselytized religion. Let's see here.
Join me in the
Why are we so
Oh, I'm
sure?
occupied right now. I can't play a game.
That's a word in English.
Yeah,
for,
but
underworld.
let's just say it face and
Yeah, I agree. These are collectible issues.
But
And
look at
actually,
my
in the
house.
first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. This year, reviewer said, "Who cares? Just get past it." So I had
Yeah.
like 10 pages.
It's a really nice room.
Awesome. Thank you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question. Here, have you ever studied the story of possibly Governor son of Haggadah, Governor
So,
Haggadah?
as a Jewish guy, and what I do, I think you should call for me. What do you think about LGBTQ mean?
Probably you're referring
What do I think about what?
the remains of
The rainbow movement.
crucified remains that were found.
It is what it is.
Rather dramatic. And
Yeah,
Austria
you sound like you have the same opinion as me.
were kept, and it has a few names
So
inscribed on
you
it.
think that we should bomb them
One
as
of
well,
them
then?
has
Do I think we should bomb them? No, I'm a peaceful person. I don't think we should hurt anyone.
Which, by the way, God willing, will come out around
Well,
by the time.
some people.
That would be nice.
No one.
And it's got an ankle bone and there's a
People
nail
think
driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the
It
ankle.
never
So they
tell me a
cut
time
the
in
cross
history
over
where
it.
violence wasn't the answer.
Nail still.
All of them.
It's unlikely that
Bring
it's
an example.
actually
Every single event ever.
the name of the
Violence
period.
ever.
There's so many that name one.
There's no other indication.
Okay.
It's also buried with other people.
The Watergate
Of course,
scandal.
the gospel account
There wasn't any
is
violence
in
really
many
involved
ways,
in it.
That was anti-liberal movement by the Chinese government. Okay, and
Sultan Gervis asks, are
Okay.
Yeshu in the Talmud and the Jesus of the Christians the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes,
said that
that's
shit now,
exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after
What do you think about all those
the
people there?
life of Jesus. And
well, he's a mean guy.
sometimes
I don't
associated
think
with
he's very
specific
nice.
rabbis, sometimes
He's a mean
associated with
guy.
other rabbis.
What do I
Some of
think
those
about whom?
Other rabbis, like the Shubin Kraka that I mentioned
Out
earlier,
of the Austrian
lived
thing.
in the first
He's a mean
century,
guy.
such that
I don't
Jesus
like
would be their student. Not too far off, but still.
Yeah,
very
I
Somebody
I-
should give him a good teaching.
I don't think that
Exactly the
he
point that was brought out
was
by the
a
great scholar
nice
Nachmanides,
person generally.
the Ramban, in the 13th century when he was
It's
forced
not nice.
into
Somebody should go like
a
arrest
formal
him.
dispute with
I don't understand why people
There's
like
a lot
that.
of Jews.
who was a former
Yeah,
Jew.
Don't joke about
arguing
that stuff.
that the Talmud was
It's okay.
essentially anti-Christian.
But yeah,
And
he's
he
in
was
bad
brought to
guy.
trial
Bad
before
guy.
James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's
So,
not the same Jesus.
Rabbi
It's
Rothschild,
a different Jesus. It's
Yo.
a different Yeshua." And that makes
Yo, Mama.
Yo, dog.
Yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts.
Do you think he's in the hiding somewhere?
Most of them, I
Do I
think.
think-
Actually, I have a better question. What do you think about the Epstein situation?
But it's hard to pin it down when you start doing the chronology.
It is what it is. I don't control it.
Time is an important thing to start.
Do you think the U.S. government
Uh,
and
Let's see.
you know, making him go to sleep.
I'm trying to see lots of statements here.
I don't know what happened. I wasn't there.
Don't shake your ass at me, bro. Don't shake your ass.
Forward to going to Dallas this Shabbos, next Shabbos for a Shabbat home there, because we're going to pull together a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and of course watch that. Let's see.
Oh man, you got any socks on? Oh no, you don't. You let the dogs out. You let the dogs out.
So I think I'd like to step away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one.
So
I think other picture already
since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel trying to
you're like with
more light and a little bit less heat on
I forgot what I was going to say. You fucking interrupted me with your anti-Semitic fucking joke about Adolf Hitler and all the rest of them agreeing as well.
the conflict there, so everyone living there can.
Hey, why you got the dogs out, man? Why you got the dogs out?
And I get a lot of
Dogs
hate
back here,
online
bro.
as a result.
Hey,
And
yo.
one particular scholar,
Wow.
said to say to me,
Wow.
hey, haven't you read Elon Musk?
Wow.
And I did.
This
Read
motherfucker
Elon
won't
Musk.
fit in that
He's
name.
a controversial figure anyway. He's one of the so-called new historians in Israel.
I think Adolf
Yeah,
Hitler
we've done a lot of,
Jews.
I think, very useful work and
You ain't funny with that anti-Semitic bullshit,
narrative
man.
that has been widely
Funny with
accepted
that shit.
by the state of Israel.
I think
That's
like
what
you.
historians do. We establish narrative models, and
Hey man, what you
then
doing over there, man?
new historians come up and say, wait a second, what about
The
this
fuck you
aspect
doing,
of
man?
the narrative model? Is that correct?
If you don't talk to me, I'll beat your monkey ass, bro.
They discovered new
I'll
things.
beat your
And
monkey
revise
ass.
narrative models, and that's what historians
I'm gonna beat your monkey
but
ass.
sometimes historians spend much more of their energy delighting
Ma arvan, et sealt ikka väga hea
in
inimene.
iconoclast and destroying old models and really building effective models. That's why I do not rely on those research. I do believe there are
Bro,
some
can I send you a
valuable
funny
aspects
video?
to what he has
Can you
done
react to it
the
on stream?
history of the land of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. And I talk about them in
Yo, can I send you a funny
I
video?
don't make that review.
Can you react to it on stream?
Perhaps, but not right now.
I think it's worthwhile talking about.
No, it's kind of
I
important.
disagree with, but I
Okay, well, I'm busy right now.
share my negativity with
But why you got the dogs out, man?
positivity.
Don't shake your dogs in.
Put out there.
That shit malformed, bro. Why your toes upside down?
They might want my opinion on something. I do
Why your toes upside down, man?
So
Pead seda pistängi elus ega minna hoiama.
let's see.
Anna, katkega.
Hey, man.
What up, pimp?
Dogs away, my nigga. It's right now some motherfuckers spinning black, you know what I'm saying? They gonna-
I mean, you can shut my camera off.
Yo, put the dogs away, man.
You can always shut my camera off.
Please, yeah, it's nigga. Shut your ass.
Saad sa minna sinna?
Boy, sitting there with their own bad jam bands talking about people. Show me them dogs. No, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Saad sa minna
Show
sinna?
me them naked dogs and think you're sitting right back with them.
Milles vähe. Enne saasta või teevad jah.
Hey man, I'm gonna dip right now, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be back later. Do some more gigs.
It's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things juicier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument, I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation or conversion to Orthodox Judaism or not to use the word conversion because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, so it's really the Hebrew word would be kiru, meaning drawing closer. But at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. And I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things about it that, of course, I enjoy myself. But there is a sociological emphasis. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live close together in order to gather in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly knit, dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic communication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all a result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, you wouldn't have, as you do in unfortunately many Jewish communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. The communities become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects, if you will, or maybe they're intrinsic. Another argument I'm not going to make right now, but if we have more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage. I have enjoyed them personally for well over 30 years, and those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institution of marriage. Okay. We're a little over half an hour now, so let me see what I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Yes. Can I discuss Avery Nunley? Can I discuss Avery in detail? So, probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Avery is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew. It is a term that is used to describe Abraham, the patriarch in the Bible. And it literally, it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means, that is avar, meaning the other side, or to cross. And so people have argued that perhaps calling Abraham from the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel. Possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things that go on. The whole world on one side, and Abraham is on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Rodnar BRS asks, do I know how many people have unbroken lineages verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable, quote unquote, for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, even the 1st century. It became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, began to have genealogies. And so there are some people who can connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and then back to Rashi, and let's say around the 1st millennium. But then there's a big gap. How do you get from Rashi back to the 1st century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider those genealogies authoritative. So it's really it's impossible to verify them. On a genetic level, there are some fascinating studies that look specifically at the Y chromosome of people who claim to be Kohanim, and there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single maternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a certain number of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have that gene either, and that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line in the argument of Kohanim is that we don't really know for sure who is actually a Kohen today, so much so that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century, who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Binyan Ben, where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met, to be sure that he had the best chance of actually fulfilling that event. Most Jews today, including myself, I'm also a firstborn male, it's just done once with some person who says he's the Kohen, and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham, who drove the snowplow in the winter, the garbage truck in the summer, down. He was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was redeemed. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-hour mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participations. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. I hope for those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic Sabbath. For those of you who are marking Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care.
The 10 is closed in Rialto. I'm just looking at some live Caltrans video of this situation. It does look like they reopened a couple of lanes now.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Korn Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Lord Family Edition of the Chumash Koren Mikrot Hadorot, the scriptures of the readings of the
fast way to improve your performance on the golf course is BXG Fitting. BXG fitters are highly trained, incredibly experienced, and have a deep understanding of how to optimize your clubs to get the most out of your swing. Don't waste your time. BXG fittings are educational and fun. Schedule your fitting today. It's super easy. For a limited time, you can save up to 20% off your entire order. Head on over to bxg.com/TFATK. That's bxg.com/TFATK to save up to 20% off your entire order. Restrictions apply. See site for details. I love the fight for,
I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikrot Hadorot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice, and basically it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses read on the yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries. From the ancient period, like Onkelos, to the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from Rashi and Ramban and so on, and that's like been a staple of Jewish studies for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikrot Hadorot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash. The Mikrot Hadorot is published with each volume covering one portion. So in some cases, 2 parsha if they're like typically read together. So the Mikrot Hadorot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud, and so on. And then from classic commentaries, another section which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Midrash. Hadorot, that's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confessing Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th century. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a
my
idea
friends
for
before my foreign.
historical texture of the commentators
So
and
it's
the
like,
kinds of issues
have you
which
done
remain
Texas yet?
eternal,
No,
but
my buddy
are
over here,
really
I told you
rooted
guys,
in the
he's a
specific
hunter,
kinds
fisherman.
of issues that
So we're gonna go
come up
hunting for pigs because you don't need a hunting
Like,
license.
it's
It's just
so
some
great
Texas
for people who
shit.
are
I was
interested in
gonna show you.
Torah
I'll
and
see something. I'll
Jewish
tell you.
history.
Like I went to this car show, and
Let
the
me
star of the
walk you
show
through the
for
structure of the
kids.
book, which is
This
also
dude
kind
just had
of
a
unusual.
lemur
First of all,
on his
it's
shoulder.
a book that you open
What the fuck is that? It's a lemur.
right?
Yeah.
It takes
That's
advantage
hilarious.
of
Yeah,
the
gives a
right
fuck.
to left, left to right difference
No,
between
I'll show
Hebrew
you.
and
It's a fucking lemur.
on
In
the
the
sort of
car,
Hebrew opening side, you have the
indigenous
Chumash
to
with
Madagascar.
Rashi,
And the other brain
and that's kind
busters.
of like much more
The
traditional.
only reason I know that is because I watched the movie.
It is really great in
Look
that
at this
the
fucking
translation
lemur.
of the Chumash, which is presented
Are
alongside
they
the
closer to the
Hebrew
cat
this,
family
is
or
the
the monkey
translation of none other than the great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer.
Go ahead, so the other lemur looks like shit. This one's a real healthy lemur.
And then you have
He was in the ZL1 Camaro with 1,000
So
horsepower.
the translation is
It's
from
like, oh,
Rabbi
dude, and
Sachs.
he was like, you
And
want
there's
one?
a
Like, kids are like,
translation
Dad,
of
can we
Rashi
go? I'm like,
alongside the
absolutely
original
not.
Hebrew by
I don't know what the
Jonathan
fucking.
He also, by the way, translated all the
They get up to
commentators on
7
the other side,
pounds.
which is really useful because it means that with one
I mean,
translator, you
he
have
goes-
sort of a common
the
emotional
thing is, they're
literary
very
baseline
clean.
that allows
So, like,
for
I'll
the
brush my teeth, put his hands on my toothbrush, and go back and
commentators
forth.
to really
Like, I can't
stand
do anything
out
with them
rather
all
than
up on me all the time.
a
I
jarring
don't want
kind of
that.
collection of
My dogs are
translations
ready to
from
fucking
different
yeah,
translators. So
leave me alone.
it's really, really
So they're
useful.
very
Also,
affectionate.
The
actually,
kids
I read
love
the,
them. I
of
go,
course, the
where's he
Hebrew
shitting? He goes,
Rashi,
we have
which I
cats, so he
normally
looks
do,
shit.
but I also read the
He's
English
super
Rashi,
smart.
and I actually appreciate it
Was
because
he
there's a
able to
lot
go on
of
kids?
helpful
Oh, yeah.
parenthetical
Oh, really?
comments. You
Kids
know, one
can
of
get
the
enough of them.
classic
He was a real head.
issues in studying
Real.
Rashi.
Kids, you know, sometimes the
wonder,
kids are
like,
like touching
Why
everything.
is he saying this?
Dude, this
And
lemur
this is
kept
the
these
question
kids
he's
busy.
saying,
Look at his
what's
fucking hands.
bothering
He has
Rashi?
human
Right?
hands.
Why would Rashi
Get
feel
the
the
picture
need to
shit.
say this
Oh,
particular thing?
yeah, man.
So the questions as to why Rashi might be
His hands are
prompted
like
to say
gold.
such a thing is helpfully included here. And I
But he's
actually
like,
I
yeah,
really
my buddy
benefited
sells
from
them at $1,000
it. The
if you
only
want
small
one.
criticism I have
No,
is
don't say
that
that for the kids.
while I
You're
am a
not
huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of
How long
course
did it fucking live?
the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font, it is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books. But I don't really like the Rashi font that Koren developed. It, you know, I still have difficulty with certain letters in it. I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the name, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with the series of book that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which
Oh
is
my
really
god,
where
Bossy's obsessed with them.
it's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally
Did you
new.
get the
So
regular,
the
the fucking
editing
that
here
gets
is
shoved
the
in
key,
the
and there's a great team
tires the
involved
back
here.
just cheese.
The managing editor, Rabbi,
Now they said they're great.
editing voice to this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein.
The drawbacks.
Editor in
Look at
chief.
the drawbacks of having
Information
leaders
is
that depend on
permeates
ChatGPT.
Look at him. I come in a car show, that's what's in the fucking car.
That's
He's the
actually
one, of
kind
course,
of
who
bad.
makes the
Isn't that cool?
tremendous number of
Yeah,
selections
badass
here.
car too.
Choosing
With
from
my
more
friend
than 40 different commentators that are represented for every,
Watch this.
and it's really
Are lemurs
fantastic.
aggressive?
So let's look at
No.
those three main
What are the
historical
drawbacks to
sections. In
having
the section
a
that
lemur
they
as a
call
pet?
the Time of the Sages.
Do they get aggressive when they're older?
It will be
It's not
hard
here
to
like
meet
this.
women.
There are standards like the
It will be
the
very
Talmud
hard to meet
Bavli,
women.
the Talmud Yerushalmi,
You will see
lots
like a
of
weirdo
midrash and
carrying
so
a
on.
monkey
And
on your
also,
shoulder around Austin.
What? I never studied.
You're what some were referred to as how I say, loser.
Pieces of him, but you know, selecting the sections from Philo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciate that very much. Then in the middle section, there's the classical commentators, which is more standard, like look at Rashi, Rambam, and so on, and others. But also some voices that I've never studied before, like Abraham Ben, the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather. You feel like, wow, this is so interesting.
The
He
bullets
must
are
have heard
very
that
hot.
either
It
from his
might fuck
grandfather
up your
personally,
face.
or maybe from
Because
his
they're
otherwise
both
unnamed father, Maimonides himself.
Right?
It's so fantastic.
What the fuck was
And
that?
then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard,
What's
you know,
up,
modern
Brian?
commentators
I'm
like
from the
the
streets.
Satanic Dabba and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson with Royal Hirsch, who's
But
just brilliant
here
and
it is.
brought into
Lemurs are
it.
generally not
Rabbi
aggressive
Abraham
towards
Kukla,
humans, but they
20th
can
century,
become
was Rabbi
aggressive if they
Joseph
feel threatened.
Soloveitchik,
That's with any animal ever.
To see this
Especially when it kept his pets.
And
They need a lot of space.
Leibowitz,
Like
she's
25 acres.
an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the television. It's so refreshing to see a woman
Yeah, this whole thing,
represented
this guy's
mythology like this. It's really quite unusual.
They're super
and
smart.
breaking like
They're potty
most
trained
of this
fast
one.
as fuck.
Then the book
I just don't know what you would do with it, man. Gives you Michael Jackson vibes.
Besides, with the center section, which has a selection of three brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha from Mikra. I have to say, they were like really insightful. I got a lot out of them. It made me feel again like, wait a minute, this book writing these just for me, and they felt like personally directed. They address a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything. And it was really great.
She rescued
So,
it all. She had
this
just
is
chillins.
really a
So
game
many
changer.
animals. It's called
And it's a significant
Tiny
adjustment.
Hair.
Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced. Happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now. But the whole set,
That's real.
we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot. But nevertheless, it's a huge return on investment, in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study English for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that collective obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the three levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So Sunday morning, as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon, I finished Parshas Vayigash. I just read
There's also that.
I got this set.
I'm so
And
tired
this
of
morning, I
going.
did
Get a
all
dog.
of the commentary.
I told
So
Diego,
I'm
we can
really
do that.
looking
They
forward
just
to the
play
next
with
year of learning with
feed
Torah
them.
and
Yeah,
Mikra
like,
Torah.
and we have it
Thank
home.
you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this.
I said, tell you what, you pick up shit for a month with a dog, they'll consider you an Abraham. Never mind.
Volumes to the broader public.
Everybody's always looking for this, the next thing that's better.
They want to be different.
Have a look at this particular book.
There's units that are super secret in the military. You know, they're called Delta Force and SEAL Team 6. Doesn't get more elite than that. Like everybody wants to just get it.
With this, they just want something different. For attention? You want it for the attention?
Yeah,
Get a fucking dog.
Go ahead. And you know what you'll do? Every time he shows a tiny inkling that he's a little bit like a dog, you're like, he's just like a dog. But you can get a dog. And a dog.
That's why these bitches get so close with the jams.
Yeah, and by the way, one coyote takes that thing out.
Hello,
So.
fellow students of Jewish history.
John C. Coyotes in Texas.
Quickly cover the roots
Ain't seen one.
I see deers with no care in the world shit on the streets. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Seen a lot of deer.
All right, what do you got, Jen?
There's a lot
Jen,
of
I can't
material
emphasize enough. Get a fucking dog, dude, or a Brazilian maiden. Come on.
This Wednesday at Sunset Strip, Brian Ribbons. We're doing acting off again, 9 o'clock. Get your tickets.
Well, guess you got this done.
We got some funny comics. Funny comics.
Okay, like you.
That's up in the air right now, but we've got 5 right now committed.
She has made a
I'll put them
very
on
good
the
case for the fact that most historians come to this
Sean
topic
Ryan
with
gets
a great
Kevin
degree
Newsom
of
for
knowledge.
California.
And
Compliant.
to see
Kevin
the
Newsom's
power
still
of
trying to make the rounds.
65.
Dude, quit trying to make the fetch work.
That's interesting. I might
And I'm gonna do my
This is
best
gonna win him over some
to
people
try and
for sure.
rise above that. Obviously, I have
I respect this kid. This is an action. I gotta report this kid. That is a California compliant Big Sour E365 macro. This is too cool. The fact that you give me this. You just want TSA to take this from me. Airport. I'm on to you, man. I got a buddy at SIG and Elliot, so you gotta get a second to so I'm not anti-gun at all. We're just gonna save the common sense. I'm challenged by large capacity magazine clips and urban centers, weapons of war, sometimes outgoing use, but otherwise, man, people have right to your arms.
But let's just make sure we're all in the
Position
same
to have it all. By the way, you gave me a damn gun, so if we move to part 2, here's the bear. Thank you. Legit. I mean, I know it's not inside of bang, that's all right. I got plenty of those. Last thing,
So that's pretty cool.
He's doing exactly what he has to get elected. He's smart. I think the smartest thing Gavin Newsom can do is to tie up with conservatives. The whole.
Yeah, nothing crazy. Yeah, believe fuck California stuff. It just doesn't seem normal.
Yeah,
Because the Democrats don't have anybody else. What's that? They have nobody else that seems normal.
And the best thing he can do is also tell him that let people know that he's not like this Mamdani guy or like a socialist. That's the other thing. He's
to separate
Palestinian
100%, man, because that's not working out. AOC and all that. Say on break, because this podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You ever find yourself playing the budgeting game, shifting a little money here, a little there, hoping it all works out? Well, the Name Your Price tool from Progressive. You can get a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find options within your budget. Try today at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, pricing coverage match limited by state law, not available in all states. Progressive. This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Red Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never. There's a bunch of stuff about sports.
Large number of
There is.
all of
Yeah, I watched
but it does not
Shock me.
Muslim is a larger
It's a good fight.
is a religious term.
The two women fighting. They look Yes, I didn't see that.
The term Jew is also
This is Jake
it's a
Paul.
religious term, but it's also an
I was a kid,
ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not
Respond to
consider themselves
Okay.
religious, but nevertheless still
And
follow
the
the
issue
basic
or the
and as I
thing about
mentioned,
the
about 80%
in
of
an all
Israelis
female
are also
fighting
Jewish.
hard.
But
And
about
the
half of the
sexualization
world's Jews
of women.
are not
Well,
Israeli.
a lot of people have said
Israel
that
houses about
white
half of
don't
the
have
entire
boys or
population of the
none
world.
of any of them at all.
Finally,
I just want to bring to the attention the conversation of it.
the term Zionism was coined in
Jay
the late
Biden wants to
19th
send an
century
application to be a ring boy and
described this movement
send it to that
towards
young man.
reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land of called Palestine. This
My question is for Jake Paul.
is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to.
Why don't you? Then you do it. I would have said, listen, you look like a good-looking guy. Let's get you in a speedo. Let's get you moving around.
If you want it, we'll have you go to the third round. You want to do the third round? That's how.
Yeah, we're here to fucking sell tickets. And you don't watch this boxing primarily, so we're gonna have.
We'll see how that card did. The all-female card did. I can tell you, but we'll see how it goes.
That's
Yeah, I'd like to actually know.
country that tolerates a very wide
this is,
range of different
Vitor Petrino. And then I want you to drink him, man. Because I know you didn't watch the fight, so he used to fight at light heavyweight. He comes to heavyweight, and he's every bit of 240 and bodied the fuck up.
That's as bodied up as it gets.
Where exactly
That's-
is Palestine?
Drink him in, dude. I'm doing it just for you. I said to Sean, I go, I can't wait for fun kids to show Brian, Vitor Petrino. I cannot wait for you to drink
It's
his
simply
There is never been
Shizzle from the gods.
of
well, I'm a gay man.
I know you are.
I can tell you that guy is my new
already
boyfriend. What is going
It
on
is
there?
especially well used after the
And how
7th
tall is he?
century when it becomes an Islamic
Not tall for heavyweight.
of Ottoman Empire.
So he's kind of stocky.
built for
No, he's not short. Don't get twisted. He's over 6 foot.
6'3". It was actually divided between two
What's he want?
administrative
249.
sections that
Yeah,
had
it's
the
like
way in
that of their
Yeah, heavyweight does this. You don't watch it.
identity of Palestine or an Arabic
Right.
Palestine.
That's
Very well
ridiculous.
developed. Really.
Vitor Petrino.
Rock hard now.
It nevertheless
I am.
did have
I am, but not as hard as his chest.
newspaper, Skin, which was actually established in 1909.
Yeah, that's
Very
that
early
kid's a
on
stud.
in his period.
That is a good athlete.
The term Palestine
And,
geographically was
we could use some life, man.
How was his skill set?
Good. I mean, his first heavyweight fight was, against Lane, which, it's a good first heavyweight fight. Lane 6'6".
River to the sea, the Jordan River on the
Yeah,
west
some heavy big boys.
Mediterranean Sea.
Well, that's where I laughed too. Playing in the
By
NFL.
saying
You got the right, yeah. He came from daylight contenders. Yeah.
at least this
What position do you play?
that there's no space
I want to say
for
DN.
space for Palestine.
He has a giant tattoo that says burn the bones, but he can't surrender. And it's tough when you have all those gnarly tattoos and you get choked out. It's like, God, it sucks.
So,
So in other words,
a monster.
boundaries
Yeah, like, no
Looks like he's working with a piece too. Looks like they both might be.
those are jock straps. Lane for sure. I don't know about the other dude. Lane for sure. Ginormous.
The next video
He has a close on too. It's a beak. He's got a beak. Exactly, the beak.
Yeah. Well, progressive
proper
also.
Gaza
Their
West
physicality.
Yeah, I'm surprised I missed that one.
Now,
Yeah.
this is
I'm gonna
basically
go watch that
territory that we're going to be
with some
speaking about.
Vaseline and some tissue.
Yeah, positive attitude.
And a positive attitude.
I knew you would. I can only be happy, dude.
Yeah.
Horrible
What else you got, Jeff?
My friend,
Jewish
my friend,
claims at their
or
root
college.
are based on the
This guy
idea
goes,
that this
he goes, I'm a producer, photographer. You can make a lot of money as a model.
Send that to you.
No, he said it's my friend. I remember my friend. I'll tell you what it is. I said my friend goes, yeah, my friend was like, telling me that. And I was like, even then I was like, that smells fishy. He goes, nice guy, dude. Nice guy.
I saw with two of my grandchildren the other day.
They're having
I don't mean to
a glass of wine at his place.
Okay.
And he says, are you, it's probably important to know, just for the business, because it is a very gay business. Are you a gay man or straight? I said, I'm straight. Because if you ever experiment.
So,
and my
the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child.
You can, one of the things to kind of see where you stand in that space.
He saw something that distracted her.
Talk to him into it. He's grooming him.
Is just take a dildo, a small one,
and in that
and
time,
move
the
it up
older
and
child
put it, just ease it in your ass and just sit with it and see
the younger child, seeing that she was
out loud goes,
a whole bunch of
what the
fighting.
fuck?
But basically, that's the same
Out loud, he goes,
thing.
what the fuck am I doing here?
Versus
And he gets
you
up and
left,
goes,
and then
and he
I
calls me up, because this had been going on for a while, and then he goes up, he goes, hey man, that girl told me, maybe that guy told me to put a dildo in my ass. I go, yeah, I could have told him that. And he goes, I go, what are you going to do now? He goes, I'm going to church.
Israel for Jews is the Bible.
And I go, something to church, just relax, dude. Fucking hilarious.
That's any male model, man. It's a nice growth.
Sanctified the same way that Jews and
These stories just pop into my head. Like, I don't
It's
know.
funny though.
it's true.
So, this is kind of weird. The ESPYs are not going out yet. They announced the winner of the best UFC. Yeah, they announced it on air during UFC Nashville. Makes sense. He won. Yeah, makes sense. He won.
Here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to
Gervonta Davis arrested again.
But
For a
the
better charge.
argument
It's
that
and his baby
the
mama,
Muslim
right?
conquered in the 7th century is also
I feel like nothing ever happens to him though.
in the absence
No,
of
you know, him and Jake Paul are legit supposed to fight. Jake Paul and Gervonta Davis legit are supposed to fight.
Wow.
Like his last fight, if it wasn't a draw, oh huge. His last fight, if it wasn't a draw, they were supposed to do Jake Paul 100% confirmed. It's supposed to happen next, but because he needs to
metaphor
kind of avenge what happened in that draw, he's probably gonna do that. But him and Jake are supposed to fight for sure. Isn't that crazy? Let's take a little break. Be all right, folks. Some specials in the air in the Big Easy. That's New Orleans. UFC 318 is coming to New Orleans. It's absolutely stacked. The BMF title is on the line. DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, has all the action you need. Holloway Poirier 3, the trilogy, and it's the last time Poirier is stepping in the octagon. This is his last dance, y'all. And if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets instantly when we bet just $5 buckaroos. Only at DraftKings. The crowd's yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
I don't know how it helps Jake move up the rankings. He's so much bigger.
So much. Gervonta's super small.
Colonize
But super small. Ridiculous boxers.
Insane.
Power.
And the body shots are bigger than the problem.
Working
Yeah, that's what it's fine.
some success,
But he also got
they were
contend with a
heavily
lot of power
supported
from James.
by
Now, this is if he's not in prison for beating his girlfriend.
I think this stuff, it's a misdemeanor charge. So it's a misdemeanor battery charge. There from an alleged dispute with Massachusetts with his ex-girlfriend of 4 years. So this stuff can be literally like he threw something in her direction. And it comes like
Continues to get he keeps having issues.
Especially
So, according to the report, Dave's ex-girlfriend told police she was involved in a verbal dispute with the boss over personal matters about if their son's gay or not. Dave was advocating to pick up his child yesterday. After putting both children in Dave's car, she laid Dave's punched her on the front of her head with his closed fist and slapped her in the face.
Which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of
She went to the local hospital for medical treatment.
a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the
this
imagination.
is probably been going on for forever with these two.
Socialist vibe to it, and in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings. So basically, as you move through the early 20th century, the population in the region increases dramatically.
This is funny to me. It's just important by the he's in on roads.
Accurate and reasonable in the autumn figures. You can see that in 1922,
So this will be the last time I've ever $155,000. I can track it down this year. What is it? I'm getting on steroids. Once you start knocking on my door and I'm playing the gloves down, I'm getting jagged in the hand.
31, there has been
Ways to Wells, baby. Ways to Wells, they need to reach out to him. Yeah, him and Cowboy. That same thing.
Yep.
He's got to do a Cowboy thing.
Years of like soaking away, like that. Oh,
They start feeling good.
God, watch everything you eat constantly. That guy's been fighting since he was 17.
Yeah, dude.
other parts
He's gonna love it.
of the world, and they
You guys tell me.
adopted a Palestinian identity.
Oh yeah. Let's see what Connor did. He's running for president of Ireland, and apparently he put weights on his dick.
Ottoman Empire.
I'll just put this like a lifting routine.
Conor McGregor has lost his goddamn mind. Sent me some of the most aggressive dick pics you have ever seen to Azalea Banks. This is some of the most reprehensible penis behavior you will ever witness. This is the first one he sent with the message, "Don't be a rat, but a rat get caught." And you can see here at the bottom where it says "accept." That means he's never had any sort of DM conversation with this girl. There was no conversation going. They haven't hooked up. They haven't flirted. They've never talked. He just bombs into her inbox with this picture. But the second picture is where we absolutely leave the planet Earth. As you can see right here, he strapped a dumbbell to his dick and left the caption, "Lifting weights." Again,
I think this is.
a woman he's never talked to.
I haven't.
His head went out. Do you know who the fuck I am? She is the last woman on the planet Earth that would ever receive an unsolicited dick pic and be like, "Okay, let's keep this private." She went on to say, "You're going to sexually harass me with your potato farmer dick and then threaten me not to tell? You're going to be the president of Ireland?" Yeah. This man right here has been found liable of sexual assault in 6 cases. Has been beating up old men. Constantly loses in the ring, and now is sending unsolicited dick pics with dumbbells strapped to it.
That looks like he's trolling her. That looks like he was trolling her.
I cannot believe there is anybody left on the planet Earth who still likes this guy. Connor,
There's something fishy about this.
With favor.
It looks like he was sending Azalea Banks a message with like the.
Well, she's I
don't know. You're buying it right now.
So she's smoking hot.
That's
Okay. She's smoking hot,
And you want to troll someone with a dick.
But what he said is rats.
which was
What's that? That's like saying, here's a dick pic. Don't say anything.
Yeah, but no, because
Yeah. So I don't send you. Don't fucking out me. Yeah.
But the second part of the paragraph reads,
What
being
if-
clearly understood that nothing
what a
shall be
head
done
scratching.
to prejudice the
What are you
civil
doing?
religious
Why are you
rights of
attaching a
existing
weight to your dick
non-Jewish
lifting weights again?
people,
That's a funny
or the rights
bit to send to your buddy.
enjoyed by Jews.
That's something that you see your
I'd
friend
send to you, like,
that's
saying
fun. Not to us. Bring up Azalea Banks, not to somebody you don't
This
know.
land
You
to
dumb.
the Jews for their Jewish homeland. But
It's
at the
just
same time,
sad
saying, as
scratches.
long as the Arab people
Who is she?
do not object.
A singer?
And that's basically going to be impossible.
She's
It's
super
also
pretty.
going to be something
With
to
your
see.
potato
But
farmer
definitely the Jews living in any other
Yeah, okay.
state as well. We shall see.
I don't know what to
Jews
say about it.
celebrate
Yeah,
this
you know what it is?
great excitement,
It's a huge
and
bummer.
Arabs are concerned. They're
It's
not
like,
using the term
can
Palestinians
you
for itself, but as I mentioned,
get it
they
together?
refer to them
No.
as Palestinians. That term is
Get it
much more
together,
popular
dude.
than
She said, "Are you running for president of Ireland?"
That's
the
correct.
first
He is.
series of disturbances were associated
Yeah,
with
just
the
putting a weight on my neck and sending
Are there any other actual pics? Like, can you find not blurred out? What's the notorious one working?
I think he's working with it.
It looked like it because that was a big.
I'm impressed with his piece. I'm impressed with his piece. He's got dick. You seen it before, bro? I've seen it. It's in pants. He's been happy to show it, man.
But do they? We've seen the pant look before.
Yeah.
Now, do the weights help elongate it? Does it stretch the skin out? I feel like
There was a time, very brief, for about 20 minutes, where men were getting their dicks all done up and putting it on stage.
Very, very heavy.
Goodbye.
This ain't it.
I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really began in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration.
Weird.
So the British right away, they're very good at
I don't need to see
establishing
that.
They look super agitated.
It looks
under Earl
agitated.
Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does.
In Texas, you can't even
One
look up
section
that.
is from chapter 20, which could basically say the
It's gonna
same
be
thing
harder to
about
find your
much of
ass.
this later part of the century as well. The problem of Palestine is briefly
Yes,
described.
Dick, look
After
at
the
it.
stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations.
It's not
The application to Palestine is a mandate
This is just a
in
quick
general,
image
and
of
a
the
specific mandate in particular implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time
Starting to be KFC.
compatible.
You know what? He might be a legit addict. He needs help.
On
And this is like erratic behavior from an
material
addict.
prosperity.
What's he doing
Jewish
there?
immigration and
I mean, he did a great job.
He's a great promoter. He's like the best speaker ever, but he goes like this
no point of it being
to
justified.
get the residue that
In other words,
snorting fucking double
the
standard.
British said that they were hoping that the common Jews do this and improve the economy.
Let this be my kid at the Hard Rock Hotel, so you know this Saturday night with a flagship event with a world of fighting machines, topped by a heavyweight knockout sensation, Luis Cesario, says over as he circles full final fight honors. But that's not all. As much as we owe the Hard Rock Hotel here, and as much as
But the
they
reason
owe
they cannot, on that
to the
account,
Southern
is give you the
American
obligations
inaugural
and
World Champion Summit before you all. And as you can see beside me and in front of me, some of the baddest men and women to ever grace planet Earth. This is what we're about here at Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. The alien of combat sport. And may we rise above the night sky and rain down blows viciously on all our desires. And announce here today that Bare Knuckle MC has no
Arabs
love
desire to revive the tradition of the Arab soldiery.
he sounds like WWE. It's great. He wasn't making mistakes either. He was just going.
Neither
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
national ideals.
Well, he does seem like he's on stuff.
Hard Rock's like, without the shadow, man. Something's wrong with him. He's overshadowed by you.
Which was usually perceived by any diplomatic
It looks like someone's an addict.
Yeah, that's the Peel report had
BKFC.
laid out what the map was that said you could start to area outlined in red was
Take steps to ensure
the homeland as we see. It's a time
they just
direction
aren't what they could.
It's just like self-sabotage.
It's such a common law. Self-sabotage is such a common thing, especially when people get really, really successful before they're ready. You will do whatever you have to.
Jews were incensed that this is
It's crazy.
This was during the BKFC fight. It's like,
Oh, Well, that's what I used to be like. Now I'm this weekend here in Columbia. Then I at Alpharetta, Georgia.
Outside Atlanta.
Yep. Speaking College Club. Charleston, South Carolina, August 1 and 2. I can't remember the name of that. And then we're in San Diego, August 22, 23. Come get some.
All right, kids. That's it. We love you guys. Wednesday, we have Jeff Dye on, the great Jeff Dye. It's a fun one. All right, this is the Five Kid. We're out.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away all free land to DRX. Remember the $1,000 in upgrade. This is one on one. You will find another DRX Honolulu t-shirt back at it. I feel. That's over $15,000 in upgrade.
I feel like you remember I was a younger man.
Pick up some merch.
Which was guaranteed for the Jewish.
Welcome.
I want to talk to you about Joy Mode, sexual performance booster.
Who doesn't need an all-natural boost with your wiener?
Brandon Deshane on Advocate, and we were talking about this. This is an all-natural supplement designated and designed to enhance blood flow, giving you firmer, more reliable dongs, boners. Joy Mode is about better sex. Daily use supports healthier blood vessels, boosts heart health, and enhances your athletic performance, and is expertly formulated and backed by science.
Also, you don't have to have all the weird side effects that you get from prescription drugs or those freaking gas station pills, dude. They just simply mix a pack with water. Feel effects within 45 minutes. That winner's gonna be popping, dude. Anywhere, anytime. Never miss a
It's proven to enhance erections by 50% while you're
just 50%. What a shot, though. That's it. If you're looking to take your game to the next level, visit tryjoymode.com. Use code FIGHTER at checkout for 20% off single purchases, 30% off subscription orders. That's TRYJOY mode.com. Use the code FIGHTER for 20% off single purchases, 30% off subscription orders. You're welcome. That's a 50% harder boner.
Put it, the Arabs have
This is really the fight of the kid. Hit me with your best shot. What's up, pal?
Not much, buddy.
Let me start with Brian. This is Texas Brian. Brian texted me and said, what'd you say we're gonna...
I said I'm about to buzz your house.
Yeah, it drives me nuts. He keeps saying buzz your house, and I was like, oh, well, we're at the backyard swimming. Brian, when he says buzz,
Don't say buzz. It makes me mad.
yeah, he keeps saying buzz. He meant he's gonna fly over with his friend Shane in a helicopter.
It's chopper.
Chopper talk.
It's chopper talk.
It's called chop talk.
It's called chop
So
talk.
I'm in the pool with the whole fam, and then Brian in this giant red helicopter was flying around over my house.
Yeah. And I kept saying to Shane, I was like, go lower. It was not in that neighborhood. Because I said, you could land right there. I could, but in that neighborhood, it would crucify. But it'd be so cool because he could land right there.
I know it's wide open. I thought maybe he would. The boys are not having it. I asked him like that. I'm like, Brian and that guy, my buddy, I can get you riding. Boss ain't like, no way.
I'm scared.
Like, no way.
Once they got up there, they'd be like, whoa, it's so exciting.
Not Boss.
Oh, yeah.
He's just cautious. He's different. Yeah, he don't play that shit. Yeah. Joanna was down. She's like, I'd go to that. We can set it up. I will. Yeah.
I love Shane. He might be the nicest human being I've seen. He's such an awesome
Don't quit saying buzz all over the house.
I know, I like to do that. I buzz Rogan's house, buzz your house. I just show up.
Does Rogan come outside and wave like you kids do?
Yeah.
I sent the video to Tim and I said, Brian thinks he's so cool. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let me have your point. Pretty cool. He's in a helicopter.
What's funny about a helicopter is you can literally be like, oh, it's an hour and a half drive. We'll get there in 15 minutes. Like if I want to go to San Antonio, I can get there in 20 minutes.
Oh, that's nice.
It's crazy. So he can't drive. He's like, I can't drive.
I'd love it.
He lives in his backyard. Doesn't
his daughter do gymnastics?
His daughter is what took second in the world in cheer.
I know they go down to San Antonio.
Yes.
I have a car picking up down there. I'd love if I could just jump on and you can drop me right down there.
I will talk to Shane.
Yeah. Because
mean, please.
So I don't have to ride down and come back. That'd be great just to jump on the chopper.
Yeah, what would be fun is just come on through it. We go down there and we have ourselves we go to a cafe and go to time in that area, have a little lunch down in that main
I don't know if I have time for all that with you guys. You guys do that, but I'm just gonna get the fuck out after this. Just drop me off. Think of me as like cash.
Right.
You drop me off. You guys have yourself a day.
No time for us.
No time for
You gotta get to your car.
Yes.
You wanna get in line? All right. Okay.
There goes Brendan.
Well, how could it be a false move to land right where the car is?
That'd be pretty cool. But then the guy's like, oh, he's a fucking billionaire charging more.
Yeah.
That's the problem with choppers.
It's impossible.
You can't be like, yeah, it's my friends.
My neighbor's like, oh my god.
Because they just land in your neighborhood.
That's right in the field.
Ballsy. Can't do that line.
I just get it.
Some guy changes lights from regular standard lights to blue. Good luck, bud. Outcast. Boycott from his house. We don't play that shit.
Yeah, it's a good time to go down Congress Street between buildings. That stuff is like, wow. Have I done that? No.
That's too low, dude. It's not fucking the dark.
You actually can do that.
Yeah, but you can imagine what it'd be like.
I wanted to hold the line. And then I was like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Why do you have scars on your face?
Okay.
I would like to assume because I found a trench on my garage door and see a picture. Hey, I'll tell you this is cute.
Well, he's a cutie pie, but I'll tell you who has. Come on. Chewbacca has less fur than that thing. Chewbacca has less fur. Look at how much fur is on
And you know, if you handle them, like if I put my hand on top, those are little thorns. They go in your hand.
Yes.
Fucking skin.
Now,
He was cute, though. Joanna was like, kill him. I'm like, I'm not killing him. He's awesome. Give him a name. Hopefully he comes back.
I want to be the holder.
I don't want to find out. Sure, jump in the Hummer. Running the Hummer. Really for heat. Even though that garage is on as shit anyway.
Oh, it's hot. That's a hell of a fucking.
But see, I figured that jumped on your stupid face, and that's why it parks.
Now, he's probably. No, that did not. I'm glad you asked. And somebody asked what happened. I go, I just bought an eagle. Makes it possible to tame. And they got a laugh out of that. So, Jen, I sent you a video. Why don't you bring up what I did yesterday with my boy?
Your hair's looking better there. Your hair's looking better. It's fuller there. Is there anything different? I don't know, person can say. But that video looks better.
Peptide.
I've sometimes this state solution because
This happened is to pull the trigger and not let go.
Pull the trigger and not let go.
in this discussion,
Can you do it?
Right there. Who's filming? Do it.
Can you do it?
Something with the general. What kind of gun is this?
This is M240 Bravo.
An M240 Bravo? Yeah, I can hold the trigger down on your mouth.
afterwards sometime in peace. I will not be
What do they use that for in the military?
I think laying down cover, but then again, I would know. America,
You know, you should just kept it.
I don't know.
Wait, does the kickback hit you in the face?
Well,
So, dude, you're
not
so
in this
immature.
case, I'm going to show you what happened. So I'm just going to show you what I did.
Is it raining there or is that our roof?
Be ready.
You're ready.
There you go.
That's good cover, babe.
Simplistic view of history is
Were those hot? Were those hot?
I got
Is it so hot?
I got burns.
Oh my god.
I got burns. So hot, but not as hot as that. It's a fucking cold spot on my head. But yeah, I mean, it sucked. It sucked. Trying to feed that belt, and also, you know what else? Gas. It smells like ammonia.
Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that.
It's strong. It's like the smelling salts.
year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. How much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we are standing, what kind of perspective we have. In this context, let me share a little bit about my own background and how I come to this history, and then specifically the sources that I have been researching specifically for this video. So I was born, obviously, to a Jewish family in the 1960s in Canada, and I was raised on a fairly steady diet of what I call the heroic school of Israeli historiography, which basically presents materials in a way that describes the struggle of the young Israeli nation
in a very positive light, obviously, and displays the behavior of the enemies of the state of Israel in a very negative light. To be understood as a national historiography that aims to create an affinity for the state of Israel, for the ideals of Zionism, and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history interact, and specifically as people go back to the archival sources and revisit more details and different perspectives on those same events, some of those historical evaluations have to be reevaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research based in that heroic school, but also on newer research that I think qualifies that material significance. First of all, I'm going to rely on a lot of the excellent work done by Professor Benny Morris of Ben-Gurion University. He is a member of what's sometimes called the New Historian School in Israel. It has basically done the hard work of going back to the archives, asking some of the very difficult questions about those controversial elements that we'll look at briefly in this video. His recent book, Righteous Victims, A History of the Zionist-Arab Conflict, 1881 to 2001, is sometimes very difficult reading, and there are definitely some elements that are conceived with great controversy. I've also relied, obviously, on a Palestinian perspective. Professor Rothschild'S from Columbia University, who is the author of The 100 Years' War in Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance in the 2017. And his perspective, like Professor Morris's, is definitely partisan. But what I think is very useful about both of them is that despite their very deeply involved and cherished beliefs about the nature of the trajectory of this conflict, they are both very quite self-critical and are willing to look at their own units and to determine what went wrong within Zionism or within the Palestinian movement. And so with those caveats, let me present to you how I see the major developments of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict so we can have a better handle on understanding what's happening today and hopefully make some progress towards a rational dialogue and some collective peace. For the Israelis and Palestinians, the original sin was certainly the period that the Palestinians call the Nakba, Israelis call the Nakba or catastrophe refers to the forced displacement of a large number, something like 700,000 plus refugees, Arab refugees, Palestinian refugees from what would be later Israeli territory and to various refugee camps and diaspora. The way in which the heroic historiography of Israel portrays this is more like a voluntary flight, sometimes with penal motivations, but a closer look at the archival records indicates that while there was no organized plan to displace these refugees, it was definitely something which was not unwelcome to the United States for reasons that I think should be obvious. Now look at this map here. This is from Professor Morris's book. You can see the hatched lines represent territory held by Israel on May 15, 1948, which is not when they declared independence. It is smaller than the territory that was allotted to them in the 1947 partition plan, but this is where they actually existed. Israel was in control. They were then invaded by several armies, by Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, and by Syria. And amazingly, we were able to hold them off. Not only that, actually expand the territory a little bit. Now, it is a remarkable military achievement. As Professor Kramer put it in her last book, though, it's not exactly a David versus Goliath kind of battle. It was more like David versus many Davids, because the Arab armies suffered from a lot of deficiencies. But if you look at the challenges that the young Israeli state faced, particularly looking at that small strip of land extending from the coast to Jerusalem, this is a very defensive kind of territory. And so this plan Dalet, which was especially focused on consolidating territories and roadways in particular to be able to access important Jewish settlements, was crucial, beginning from the date that the Israelis declared statehood to the period when the British actually evacuated and then the full-on war, there are a lot of hostilities which occasionally involve some horrific atrocities, such as that of Yassin, which spread fear throughout the Palestinian population that the Israelis would be attacking. And they could point to a few examples where, in fact, that had happened. For the Haganah, the proto-army of the State of Israel, later transformed into the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, they had no reason to stop Arabs from fleeing because they saw that as the Palestinians left their homes, they were freeing up more territory to allow them to achieve their objectives of securing the roads and more defensible boundaries. So what that means for the displaced Palestinians is that many of them, hundreds of thousands, were displaced into camps. And as you can see from this map, refugee camps were set up throughout the region in the Gaza Strip, in the neighboring Jordan, which of course from 1949 to 1967 also controlled the West Bank, in Syria, and in Lebanon. In terms of the numbers, looking at it from the early 21st century, there were about 5.5 million people who were registered with the United Nations as being refugees or descendants of refugees. Those are the children, obviously, of the original 700,000 refugees. And about 1.5 million of them are still in the camps. About 370,000 in Jordan, 200,000 in West Bank, 100,000 in Syria, 200,000 in Lebanon, and 700,000 in Gaza. It is really a note that most of the descendants of those original refugees have made lives for themselves in the Palestinian diaspora. But still, that massive number of 1.5 million people living in refugee camps throughout the region is deeply troubling, and of course is a constant reminder of how important this problem is and how it must be solved. By 1949, the Armistice Alliance had created something which was later known as the Green Line, the borders of Israel and the states surrounding it did not recognize its official existence. Israel continued to deal with infiltrations from neighboring countries, from Egypt in particular, and there were conflicts like the 1946 Sinai War that were very relevant for many other reasons, but I want to focus on the 1967 Six-Day War because that is especially crucial from the Palestinian perspective. If you have a look at this map here, in June of 1967, Israel looked like a map on its left. You can see Gaza was a part of Egypt, and the West Bank was a part of Jordan. Israel then fought a war primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and with Syria as well. And amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, 6 days, specifically through establishing air superiority early on, Israel was able to actually expand its territory dramatically. It was rather a surprising victory for everyone involved, and Israel had to decide what it was going to do. And this is extremely important, so let me slow down a little bit. They decided to annex 2 parts of the region. Annex meaning they took those parts and they made them permanently part of the state of Israel, never to be returned in any future. Specifically, the eastern part of Jerusalem. Jerusalem had been a divided city since 1949, and actually the holiest site of Jewish geography, the Temple Mount, was located on the Jordanian side. Since Jerusalem is the historic capital of the Jewish people, East Jerusalem was annexed outright and made part of the state of Israel. This also happened north in the Golan Heights, where this is the mountainous region, and whoever commands the heights either looks down onto the Galilee or looks down onto Damascus. Given that it had great strategic value and not a huge local population, it was easy for the Israelis to annex that territory as well. However, the West Bank, with its large Palestinian population, posed a much greater threat because annexing the territory would involve giving all those Arabs citizenship, and that would deeply upset the demographic balance that Israel must maintain if it is to remain a Jewish state. Let's recall that Israel is striving really for 2 basic goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, a country that is free for Jewish immigration, that Jews can flee there if they are persecuted elsewhere. ultimately it wants to establish a democratic state. It wants the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person, one vote. About 20% of Israel's population is not Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also Palestinian Christians, also Druze, Baha'i, and many other peoples. And 20% is a sizable minority, but it still retains the basic Jewish character of the state. If citizenship were extended to all of these people in the West Bank and Gaza, it can seriously threaten demographic balance of Israel as a Jewish state, and simply could not be maintained. So the West Bank and Gaza and the largely uninhabited Sinai Peninsula was simply occupied. These territories were administered by Israel, controlled by Israel, but the general thinking was that they would be exchanged for some kind of peace deal. Not all Israelis felt that way. Some said that peace should be exchanged for peace and the territory should remain by Israel, but by and large the dominant view was that these territories would be given back. In fact, this is what happened to Sinai, as we'll discuss today. But here's a really important moment for the Palestinians. This document is Resolution 42, which was issued a few months after the conclusion of the Six-Day War. That's really important for two main reasons. The first is something that you see in item number 1, Roman number 1, which refers to the basis of a peace, just and lasting peace, as the withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict and the Six-Day War. What this implicitly said was that there would be a just and lasting peace going back to the mainline boundaries of 1949. That if Israel were to give up these territories that it conquered, then in fact a just and lasting peace would be achieved. This is actually a big plus for Israel in many ways, because the surrounding Arab states did not recognize the 1949 boundaries as a permanent and lasting peace. They regarded it as a kind of larger ceasefire, like armistice for the time being. So that was a big win for Israel in that sense. And note, by the way, I've included the French, which is also the official version, but the French version has a very key, small distinction that includes the phrase "des territoires," as opposed to simply territories, which is much more demanding than all of those territories have to be returned. Whereas in the English version, implies that some of the territories, from territories, not from the territories. The other thing which is hugely important about this document is something which is not written, and that is the Palestinian. This entire document reflects a relationship between the state of Israel, now recognized with boundaries in 1949, and its neighbor nation states. This was not something that affected the Palestinians, according to the document. It was something that affected Jordan, Egypt, and Syria in particular. And peace would be made between those groups, not involving Palestinians. And this, I think, is perhaps one of the most important drivers of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from the beginning up until the present day. And that is that the Israelis failed to adequately understand the Palestinians. The Palestinians failed to adequately understand the Israelis. Let me just take a very brief moment to speak about that. In terms of the Palestinian misunderstanding of the Israelis, they failed to grasp just how desperate this people was after the Holocaust. Palestinians through the 1960s, and many pro-Palestinian enthusiasts today, seem to take it for granted that Israeli Jews would be prepared to accept to live as kind of like, guests within a generous, benign Islamic host society. And that's simply not valid for Jews. Jews must have a refuge. They must have a home. The earth is so big, Jews demand a small portion for themselves, and believes that it is totally within their moral right to demand it, especially in their ancestral name. For their part, the Israelis misunderstand that the Palestinian national cause, although it awakened much later than many other nationalities, it nonetheless is very real and profound. This is a society that at the beginning of the 20th century was still quite primitive, still having very low Arabic society. Those things are all very true. But by discounting the Palestinian drive for self-determination, which really awakened in the second half of the 20th century, but never taking those concerns seriously, Israelis tended to miss the boat and to disrespect the Palestinians in ways that would be incredibly tragic. This resolution 242 has become the pinnacle of that statement coming from the United Nations that completely ignores Palestinian considerations. Now, we would see this come to fruition in this very jovial photograph here that shows the Egyptian leader Anwar Sadat on the left, the American President Jimmy Carter in the center, and the Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, who had faced off against each other in the 1973 war launched by Egypt in particular. But the reason why these three men are smiling here is because after that war was fought, and Egypt was able to retain some pride, and after demonstrating that Egypt could inflict damage on Israel, he was able to call up Begin and effect a peace treaty. In the late 1970s, Israel, with some significant internal controversy, gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt, but Egypt was unwilling to take back the Gaza Strip with its high concentration of Western Palestinians. Many of them showed an affinity for the Muslim Brotherhood, an organization which later would spawn Hamas. And Egypt felt that they were sent to destabilize an element to bring into their polity. Anwar Sadat's vision of peace in the Middle East came to fruition, and although the relationship between Israel and Egypt has not decidedly warmed, it has nevertheless maintained peaceful relations since the 1990s. But Anwar Sadat himself would pay for this with his life, and some of his own bodyguard, incensed with the idea that he would make peace, turned on him and shot him dead. The turning point for the Palestinian movement was undoubtedly the establishment of the Palestine Liberation Organization led by Yasser Arafat. This was to be the focal point of Palestinian national efforts, and although they had to elbow their way to the table not only at the United Nations and elsewhere, but even among other Arab allies, nevertheless they took the lead in articulating what they wanted for themselves, rather than allowing the Arab states in the region to dictate what would be the fate of the Palestinians. They wrote a national charter in 1964 that was thoroughly realistic, laying out essentially a one-state Palestinian vision of the land of Israel, where only those Jews and their descendants who had lived in the territory before the Balfour Declaration in 1917 would have any rights, and furthermore, that armed struggle was the only way to liberate Palestine. This notion of a one-state solution, combined with violence to achieve that end, was thoroughly unacceptable to the Israelis. The PLO then sought to gain attention for its policy through some very dramatic terrorist activities throughout Europe and the Middle East, which included things like airplane hijacking in particular, the massacre of the Israeli athletes and many other elements. It is important to note that in this brief video, I'm speaking about the PLO generally, but we should understand that it is essentially an umbrella organization. There are many different factions that come together under this umbrella, and a more nuanced look at various groups would say a lot more about the internal debate over the value of these kinds of activities. But we can say in general that the PLO, under Arafat's leadership at this time, failed to grasp some very important emerging realities about the future of the nation. First of all, they completely misunderstood the importance of public opinion in Europe, and especially in America, where the Israelis had far greater experience with the media environment, with the culture, with development connections, and so on. And the PLO was not going to win their propaganda war through terrorism. In fact, it was just burying them further and sidelining the movement as being one associated with criminality and violence. Secondly, the PLO failed to realize that their conduct and even their mere presence in states bordering Israel made them increasingly unwelcome. Jordan, for example, which was one of the
Ei, joo. Jõudud. See vend kadus või? Joo, Blau. See vend on seal kantide taga või?
see nagu veeres valda on.
Ei, see on potsis. Ma tunnen, me peame uue diskiga otsa tegema, et hakata hoidma.
Diski. See on itsutont.
Ei viitsi.
Ma vist hakkan serverlisti läbi lappama ja vaatame siin, mis see sees on.
Much of the PLO was bankrolled by the Soviet Union, which saw it as a useful proxy in its battle against the United States.
Eesti RuneScape CC, mida ma olen proovinud. Ultimately, by the time you get to the early 1990s, the PLO has figured this out. They amended their charter significantly to favor the kind of things that Israel would want to see, including the acceptance of Resolution 232. Lähme sinna, Semut, sinna Voice-Kalle äkki keegi tuleb.
Ei.
Abandoning the notion that armed struggle is the only way to liberate Palestine. This is when we start talking seriously about a two-state solution. That is the idea of Israel as a Jewish state and Palestine as a neutral Palestinian state in the same region, one form or another. It is unlikely, however, that this two-state model will receive any traction were it not for the first intifada that broke out in December of 1987. The term intifada in Arabic refers to a kind of like an uprising in general revolt that is kind of like a spontaneous grassroots, and that was a fair description of what began to happen. Arafat, although the titular head of the PLO, was severely weakened in his hideout in Tunis. Many of his allies had been co-opted by their states or assassinated by Israel, and he simply had lost a lot of power, although he still had symbolic role to play as the figurehead of the Palestinians. What happened in December 1970 is that the Palestinians themselves in Gaza and the West Bank began to rise up spontaneously. And the character of the uprising was rather different than before. The first intifada was not characterized by widespread terrorism in the sense of things that would later become much more associated with the second intifada, blowing up of buses and pizza shops and things like that. It was rather a kind of a symbolic attack on the IDF, as we see in this.
Just from the bullets?
Yeah, there you go.
How many rounds is it putting out a second?
So the Gatling gun, watch this. Look at that shit.
I don't like how you were still shooting and looking to your right.
Well, because I'm burning, because it's burning me right now, and I'm trying to get a
Don't they wear long sleeves so it doesn't burn you?
You should wear long
You're just not ready.
and I wasn't ready.
So where the fuck's it fuck up your face?
Oh, so watch this. More.
God, it's going through that freaking
It's crazy.
ammo.
Now the Gatling gun.
Is that the Gatling?
No, that I have a video of that. Oh, it's so fast. It shoots 3,000 rounds per second. Each bullet's about $1.50. So yeah.
Did you pay for it?
3,000 rounds per minute. 3,000 rounds per minute.
3,000?
And I did not finish. They were very, very nice, but
Super nice.
bro, it was so, even with a silencer on, or a sound suppressor, it scared me. You
Sound
can't.
suppressor for what, dude?
For little players, even outside, you can't shoot that.
Cover.
Yeah, you gotta cover your.
But then what are
You can't have
they?
earplugs. You gotta have real earplugs. It's like no joke.
Then what are they? You sound super soft. But what are they using? Right? Sound for
And the barrel gets so hot.
Sometimes God gives you signs in life. You have Band-Aids
It's on your arms, and your face looks like you're
I
attacked
know,
by a
so that
fucking
happened
eagle.
because
It's not for you.
no, hold on. I'm shooting machine guns, and then I shot a 308. It's a hunting rifle, a sniper rifle.
Sure.
And the problem is they kick back.
Yeah.
So if your face is too close to the scope, if you don't have it on your shoulder,
Weak, right? That's what it is.
No, please don't say that. Please don't say that because I did have my shoulder there.
Did
And
they
my
tell you this?
Gosh, and it hit me. That was the first time I was bleeding.
Did you go, ah?
And it did again. And the only reason I'm not more fucked up is I had sunglasses on.
Dude,
Otherwise,
it would have given you black eyes.
oh, bro, I would have been so fucked. Like, it's like, gosh, like I went, like that. And I just heard you go, oh, and my son goes, ooh, damn. My own son at 13 goes, ooh, damn.
Did you shoot it?
They all looked at it, yeah.
Did you like
They were just into the fucking machine gun, the handheld machine guns, the Uzis and shit. Like they,
But that one you were using that's like $10 million per round per minute. What's that used for in combat?
that would be so when you were in a helicopter and you want to fucking strafe the ground, you would use that for that. It's a
Good luck running away from the
You're
hand.
not anything. It literally. So when you see those,
presentation of materials that Palestinians are for the first time really bringing forward about themselves. The second intifada, we haven't heard that in this significantly as we should be, but in the period of the first intifada,
Reported live in Austin, Texas, USA.
put all of these things together.
Reported live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery.
Minutes left of the small, there, and my,
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. Now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Straggler, William Montgomery. I just got died after someone that got eaten by a shark. Yeah, I saw that too. He was in Hawaii 5-0. The Big Island, using so many shows, and also the movie with Captain Jack Sparrow. Yeah, he was one of the parents' friends, and then he fucking died. One of the pirates' friends. So scary. He was actually close friends with Captain Jack Sparrow, and unfortunately that led to his death on the island of Tortuga. Yes, island of turtles, tortoises. Don't go out at night there. Do not go out at night. Some of the turtles are bigger than you remember. Yes, they will take you into the ocean at night, and that's probably the scariest place. It's time to be in the ocean is at night. You can open your eyes and it'll still be just as dark out. Yeah, it's like I don't even want to put my leg in the ocean at night. And we're recording. We are. Well, that was great, buddy. Oh my gosh, yeah, good. Good. Funny already, man. I know, we won't even try. Sorry, Bretta. Grant, what would you do if you got eaten by a shark for $100? Hey, what about paid 100? Guess I paid 100 sharks $1 to eat your ass. Would you get in the ocean? Like, are they actively hunting me? For $1 each. What would you feel is too little? I paid him. Like, what size are these sharks? No, would you be offended that Casey only had to pay him $1 to pretty much kill you? Would that be an offensive number for you? Would you hope that number would be higher for the value of your life? I mean, the exchange rate. I imagine it's still deep. We're not on the big island, so don't be talking about exchange rates. We're talking about Hawaii. Well, that's right. Inflation is a lot bigger than the Big Island. So $1, I'd pay him a Hawaiian dollar, which is like $2 US. It's like a euro, basically. It looks like a Chuck E. Cheese coin. You can get your money out of there. Like a Chuck E. Cheese coin. And not the euro fully wham me or which a fat ass.
Well, how are you? I'm sleeping.
Why you sleep? What? You said something wrong. Well, what you say, man?
Where do you get off?
I'm
That's
sleeping.
actually pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks.
You're not
I
sleeping.
did a quick turnaround on that. That's actually pretty cool. It's probably hot though, isn't it? It's real hot. It's in Austin now. It's probably hot getting into your Corvette with the leather and those pants, the sweatpants.
Well, what's going
So I don't know
on?
how you do it.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's very sweaty.
Yeah, I don't envy you, man.
I've turned the temperature down quite a bit to kind of regulate.
Yeah.
Bro. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, notice Mike isn't here again today. This is 2 days in a row we've been here. Mike isn't here again. Something weird's going on. Erica, something weird's going on with Mike.
I don't think we need to look into it.
You should have been here yesterday, Erica. Grab, we walked in and he had these little red dots on his shirt. I said, is that blood? He said, no, I was painting the green room. I said, the green room? This was in a club. And he said, the red room. I was painting the red room. And yeah, tell that he was lying. Yeah, it's the craziest. It's like, what were you planning? Excuse me. Oh, gosh. How did you think you would get away with it? I don't know. Yeah, you didn't think we were going to notice the room was now red?
It's not even red, it's blue.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, what are you going to paint again today? That's where you expose your secret. You're going to be painting 3 rooms to bury 3 bodies. Yeah, how are your daughters doing with your wife out of town? We're doing okay. We're just curious. I was going to talk about the murder, Grant, but I want to know your family's safe.
Yeah, they're fine.
Cool. What you want to just like stay up last night or something?
I went and had them watch The Dark Knight or Batman Begins with me yesterday.
You had them. What, did they not want to watch it?
Well, they're they don't know any better than just watch, silly YouTube shows like William Montgomery Show if they have their brothers.
They love the show. Oh my gosh, they're big fans.
Big fans.
What's up, girls?
What's up, girls? Your dad hurt a man. Yeah. Dad hurt a man. I don't know if he killed him yet, but we haven't seen him.
They don't need to hear that part.
Wait, so did they like the movie?
Yeah, I thought it was great.
That's exciting. So you got to watch. It was the first time them watching the Batman movie, and you got to watch it with them.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Next up, Jurassic Park.
I already did that. Check that one off too.
Your pick,
What?
Casey.
Yeah. Oh God. The salamander lunch.
Oh, the salamander lunch. I don't know if they're open up in that yet.
That's the scariest movie I ever saw as a kid. It's Brendan Fraser and Matthew McConaughey. And they get a pet salamander and his eyes are totally CGI. Really? Yeah. Was that early CGI? Was that early? Damn. I could just see the green screen. And I kept asking my dad, he's not real, right? My dad would not answer me. Well, that's cool, man. Jurassic Park was scared.
Not much. I remember it being a lot scarier when I was a kid then. I guess it is.
Yeah, I was scared. It was really scary. Yes. Somebody making a kite? Yeah. Grant, G.
Yes, we did.
God, I remember flying a kite, Casey, down in Destin, Florida one time, and I stuck a bunch of the big spools together. I was able to tie them together, so it was up. I don't even know how high. You couldn't even see it anymore. And then a storm rolls in, and I start getting like electric shocks in it, and I was having to hold the thing by the sand, so it wouldn't be shocking me, and I just had to let it go. I'm gonna get hit by lightning or something. Can it travel down the lightning? I don't know. I swear I started getting like a static electricity shock. It was very weird and popping noises, and then I just had to let it go. That could have been dangerous, maybe. I know. I dodged a bullet on that one. That's how Ben Franklin discovered electricity. He had a key tied to a kite. And what did the key do? The key was just so the lightning would hit it, or the key was down? Was the key at the top or the bottom? And also, what did the experiment prove? Yeah, how did he get electricity from that? It proved that lightning was electric. I think we knew that, bitch boy. Yeah, people have been hit by lightning before that. I mean, which of all that? It's crazy. Well, I guess the key was a conductor, right? Very nice. So it's the top. Yeah, what does that prove? Oh my God, this lightning. How do you harness it? Dumb. Yeah.
Just a fucking idiot. I think most of those people back in the 1700s were just dumbasses. Fucking idiots. Fucking wooden teeth. And George Washington had wooden teeth. You know, and that's so gross. God, he ate cherries out of a tree and chopped it down. There he is. So he passed. I know, right? And that's the biggest part of the story. It's like he died. Yeah. Why is he credited with anything with electricity? The guy died during his experiment. No, that's not very ambitious. It was probably a suicide attempt. No shit. That's the craziest sick thing happened with the super soaker guy. He ended up dying from. He put a timer on the trigger of the super soaker, and he went to sleep with his mouth open. And so after like an hour, when he hit REM sleep, it went off, filled his belly. Burst. It's like these TikToks. I see Erica watching these TikToks sometimes where she's just going through it, and it's these people in some other country, and they're acting all scared, and it's like this giant looking just water balloon, and people are like tipping in the water balloon. They keep they keep on counting up to 10. It's like the craziest thing. I'll watch it for a little while. It's insane. I know. I still haven't seen one pop in real time. I want to see one pop. These balloons or whatever they are get giant. Why are they counting? I don't know. Is that it? Good. No, it doesn't look like that. There's just a big old balloon above them, and they're like laying on the muddy ground somewhere. It's very strange.
I got more of this lady though.
What is she doing?
She went to a lake. She should not go in the water with that thing on. Yeah, especially if that's filled with water. I wonder if that's filled. Would she sink? I think she would sink. She would sink like an old stone. But she has a little life in there. Yeah. Do you have one of those things in your car, Casey, that if you ever went off of a bridge, you can hit it and it knocks the glass? Yeah, I don't, but I've been in cars that do have one. No, I've been thinking about getting one because you'd be in a real bad spot. You never know. I always think I'd be able to roll the window. Like, I would have the wherewithal to be like, what's going off? And I would roll it down really quickly. And then you get your seatbelt off. You know, get your seatbelt off. And I'd wrap it around my neck so I'd make sure I'd, my parents could get the insurance money. I'd say it was on a business trip, so it pays out double. Damn, I know, that's interesting. It seems like that would make insurance companies go bankrupt doing that deal on those life insurance policies where if you die on the business trip, it's double. Because as a self-employed person, I can always say it's business related. I would claim that. You'd have to. I mean, that's what's going on in Florida. That's why all the insurance companies are going fucking leaving Florida. So they're all going belly up. And it happens to people, belly of the beast. It's a cutthroat industry. Belly of the beast. Belly of the damn beast. Oh my gosh, Casey, have you seen the thing for Nosferatu? Oh, I just saw it. The witch. Oh, it looks so good. Willem Dafoe. Literally shaking thinking about that vampire standing by my front door. Yeah, it was a scary looking vampire and it just shows his shadow. Hello. What's so serious? Yeah. He does that Joker line. Did your kids see that, Grant? No, we haven't seen the second one yet. You should have started with the second one first. Yeah. Should have 2, 3, 1. Yeah, that's what people normally do with the bad movies. That's watch order. That's what I did. The first one's kind of boring. Really not. It's good. Who's the bad guy in the first one? It's got Ra's al Ghul and it's got Scarecrow. Ra's al Ghul. We talked about that on Kill Video. Ra's al Ghul. Is he a bad guy? Yeah. It's Liam Neeson, man. I never liked that guy. Really? Ra's al Ghul. Yeah, you have 1 minute to find your family. No, that was the stupid thing. He was in Taken. I swear, I'm not normally critical of like an actor or an actress, but I did not believe his fucking ass was doing all this shit with the families with saving his family. I did not believe it. It's such a small amount of time, too. I've hidden your family. You have 1 minute to find him. Can I please have longer? Please give me like 5 minutes to find him. No, 1 minute, or else you're gone forever. I swear to God. Yeah, is that what it is? So he takes his family and he has to find them or something. I swear to God, I'll keep him. You got like 20 seconds now. That's not enough. Is that possible?
You should watch that with your kids.
Yeah.
Take it.
Did you guys see the Bob Odenkirk one? Nobody?
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that's good. Wait, what's that one? I have not. It's like Taken. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I haven't even seen it. Oh, that's interesting. Seen the trailer for Nosferatu, but not nobody. That's funny. I bet your kids would like Taken, and then Grant, you can say, "I would do that for you." If you got Taken, I would do that for you. That is a pretty good line.
Yeah, they'll remember that for the rest of their lives.
I did it for you. I did very good for 1 minute. Oh, gee. Oh, man. How are you feeling? Sometimes I'm feeling a little overwhelmed, and I wake up a little mad, and the only way I know how to combat it is BetterHelp.com. BetterHelp.com has been a godsend for me. In Casey, it's weird you bring up the waking up, feeling weird in the morning, because I swear to you, if there's a chance throughout the day where I'm sending a weird text to somebody or calling somebody, really getting into it, it's in the morning. I get real cranky in the morning. I get so upset. I'll wake up and I'll immediately start attacking those closest to me. I know, because they're right there. They have nowhere to go. I just start spewing vitriol. Oh, it's a vitriolic in the morning. But, you know, it's so easy to feel jealous of other people's lives, especially when they're showing off their new houses, flashy cars, and amazing relationships all over the internet. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I wake up, I'm already in the bad freaking mood, get on Facebook, and a buddy just bought a new freaking Stingray Corvette. It's like, okay, where's my loved one? I need to attack. What is going on? Lash out. And I start thinking about some of these new houses that my boys are buying, and I'm starting to look around and I'm going, somebody's got to get screwed with that. Yeah, this is impossible. How are they affording these houses, especially in this housing market right now? But yeah, therapy is an amazing tool to help you focus on what you want out of life instead of on what everybody else is doing. Yeah, man, I gotta tell you, BetterHelp is amazing. They're 100% online. You can schedule sessions whenever works for you, and it's so easy to fit into your daily life. And you can talk with your therapist by phone message or video call, whatever makes you feel the most comfortable. You have to feel comfortable. Life's about comfort and not about screaming at those you care about. Just fill out a quick questionnaire to get matched up with a licensed therapist, and you'll be on your way to a happier life. And I did that, William, and I've done 2 appointments now. And I'm all smiles. How are they? Yeah, so how was it after the first one? The second one was good. The second one was good. My therapist, her name's Shannon. She's really nice. And she's a little bit older than me. And I thought, well, she's a little bit older than me. And I thought, maybe Shannon won't get me. Turns out the questionnaire worked. She does get me. And she's been helping me a lot. So you fill out a questionnaire and it really gets what's going on. And then they match you with somebody like Janet. Yes. Find your Janet at BetterHelp.com. Stop comparing and start focusing with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/WMS today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/WMS. William, what is a movie you want to watch with your kids? Do what?
Shining on repeat.
The Shining. No, probably not that. That's my kid. Whoa, that was a pop. Yeah. Sometimes I get worried I'm going to pop my neck and break my neck. I'll be right back, guys. What? Don't be scared about me popping my neck. It's weirding me out. I'll be right back. Juju. Gold movie. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what kind of movie. I don't know. I've been wanting to watch. What is that with Jodie Foster where she's stuck in a room? Yeah, Panic Room. I remember watching that with my aunt growing up. That was kind of a fun one. Yeah, and then one of the bad guys is somebody famous. I can't remember who it is. You don't remember that? And I think Phone Booth came out at a similar time where he's just in the phone booth. Colin Farrell? Yeah, Farrell. Yeah, I know a lot about mid-2000s thrillers. The Others, but that's more of a horror movie.
That's a good one.
Jared Leto is one of the bad guys.
We watched that, I think, during the Panic Room.
Panic Room. Well, when you click this actor, I have to have Grant Lewis. I don't know what that's about. Mel Rodriguez. He has half a mustache. No, he's not looking good. We hope you're doing better, Mel. Mel, we really, really like you a lot, and you look kind of sick in your picture online. God, yeah, I'd like to watch Panic Room. It's good to show kids Jodie Foster early. 1,000% before they realize that she's a lesbian. No, it turns them off. When they shouldn't, obviously. So that you should get them to love her, and then once they watch the fifth movie, you go, she's a lesbian. Huh. Well, she seems like a nice woman. For sure, after you get it 5, I mean, you gotta get her playing Clarice. She's a classic. They're gonna love her after Clarice, Taxi Driver. She's in that. She's a young prostitute. Oh yeah, the young prostitute. Barbie Keitel plays a Cuban. I don't know whose idea that was. Me and Robert De Niro could do the clubs in that movie. Remember when he starts working out? Every muscle must be tight. And then he has that cool gun. Then he freaking does that thing. Yeah, so cool. And then just blasts everybody at the end. That is pretty sweet. Yeah, shoots it on Frank's hand off. He goes, Jody, you're coming with me. Yeah, you're safe too. If you have suffered enough trying to stretch itty bitty teeny hats over your normalist buffalo head, it's time to treat yourself. And Casey did. He said, Buffalo head. Historically, I have a big head. I don't like admitting to it. At first, I didn't fit in. I had to get a baseball helmet that adjusted growing up. I had to share with Russell Needham's big ass. He had the biggest head of the grade. So we're talking, I had a big ass head. Second in command. Yes, I was second in command behind Russell Needham. He had a big old head. But yeah, I mean, Mammoth Headwear was a game changer for me. It allowed me to really kind of start my front flag fly. I really started to fly. That was a cool head. Yeah, with the big head. And, well, I was born with a big head too. And Mammoth is for guys just like us. Mammoth Headwear hats start at 7 3/4 inches wide. So even if you're not genuinely huge, you'll be able to find something that fits like a hat. And we're talking hats. We're talking trucker hats, beanies, snapbacks, sunglasses that will fit your big head without snapping in half. We need sunglasses as big headed people. The sun is even bigger to us. You think the sun's big to you? It's much bigger to us. Trust us. 1000%. Yeah, it's more space behind your eyes into your brain, and the sun is reflecting into it. I mean, it gets hot in there sometimes. Yeah, our ocular cavities are twice as big as yours. And also be careful. I went to the dermatologist, and it didn't. I don't think the thing on my nose was cancer, but she's like, "Oh, have you been to the ophthalmologist recently?" I was like, "Why?" And she said, "Oh, because you can get the melanoma in your eyeball." And then I started thinking, "Oh my God, my eye has been bothering me. What am I going to die from melanoma in my eye?" So wear that Mammoth Headwear. Don't get that melanoma in your eye. Never look at the sun again with Mammoth Headwear. They even have a line of performance hats, which are awesome to wear on a hike or a run, as long as you're not looking at the sun. Yes, keep your head down when you're biking, hiking, or running. Head to mammothheadwear.com and use code WMS for 15% off and free shipping on U.S. orders. That's mammothheadwear.com, code WMS, or click the link in our show notes. Get that giant hat. Here's the gift of Mammoth Headwear. We're just bringing us back. Come back, GG. I just had to go home, move the table real quick. Took a little break. Move the table. What are you doing? You just in the store? In the other. Shit's going down outside. We need to get safe. sacrificing his life for us. Thank you, Graham.
Just basically, I'm Liam Neeson. That big one.
Well, Casey, what do you think? Should we talk with, should we do some calls today? I feel like it's been a little while. Yeah, I would like to. I would like to see what's up with the freaks and people. Yeah, we gotta see. Yeah. Bring back my gals. That's what RuPaul says on Drag Race. Bring back my gals. And then what does RuPaul say? At the end, you better learn, bitch.
How are you gonna love yourself if you don't even wait? How are you gonna love?
Yeah, how are you gonna love somebody else if you can't even love yourself?
Can I get an amen?
Yeah. How are you never gonna love yourself if you can't? What is it?
I don't know.
You can't love me
Can you love me? I don't know.
And she's like, so and so, you stay. And then the other one, sashay away.
Shantae, you stay.
Yeah, Shantae, you stay. And then sashay away. They have to leave. I used to watch it during the pandemic.
It's good.
It was good.
Competition's fun.
We went to a couple in Austin. Wait, really? Yeah, we went to a couple. You should go. Yeah, one of the people from the show. I was starstruck.
Lala Reed.
I was starstruck. We bought a T-shirt. I haven't worn it. Have you ever worn it?
She has a really good security skit.
Yeah, her merch was the phrase, but whatever. It was the security. That's what it says on the shirt. Because I do like comedy and stuff.
They have to be a little bit funny.
Yeah, some of them were funnier than others. Yeah, they do stuff in between the dances and stuff. And yeah, it was an experience. It's high pressure. Oh, I can't imagine.
Yeah, one of the local ones, she's so funny. We gotta get her on the podcast. Celia Light.
Oh my gosh, we gotta get Celia. Oh, I love that.
William complimented her comedy in Aston. She's ever done any stand-up.
Because she was really funny.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
A hosting type that's always there.
Yeah. A hosting type.
The hosting kind of drag.
Yeah. You guys ready for me to bring some drag? It's not just for hosting anymore. Yeah, sure.
Person hosting.
Oh my god, we should do the Davis Dip for my 30th birthday.
Yes.
No, I was thinking we could have a. And that's when stuff gets in your mustache. It's funny. It's just a funny. What do you call when two words are sound similar? Not an anagram. Alliteration. Yeah. Davis Dip. Yeah, it's hilarious. Guy did a Davis Dip unwillingly in Phoenix when I was with Sugar Sean and Tim. And they asked me, they had like a coffee shop in their dojo, and they made me somebody gave me some sort of green matcha, some sort of drink. And he's like, oh, taste it real quick or something. And I go to do it, and my fucking mustache gets all of it's way more foam. I didn't realize it was all foam. And I was wearing a white shirt, and it just spills down the front of my shirt, so I'm walking around that place. Trying to feel kind of good. It's just a cool environment with all this shit all over my shirt. It was the stupidest thing. Hey, nigga. Yes, sir. Oh my gosh! The gaming headphones! He's got the gaming headphones on. We know it's you. I got one. We know it's you.
He's gaming.
Oh my gosh, what are you doing in a hotel room right now? Where are you?
Oh, this is my room. This is my real room.
You live in a Marriott? Do you live in a Marriott?
I live in a Marriott. My parents are the Marriotts.
Mr. and Mrs. Marriott?
The gaming Marriott. Oh my gosh, are they doing better?
Yeah, they're doing all right. They just got out of the hospital.
Oh, we're blessed that. If we catch the guy who did that, he'll never see the light of day. Trust us. Seriously. Just tell him to stop going to the freaking reservation casinos. Where was that? South Dakota?
Yeah, I think so.
Gosh, you fucking tired there.
It's a touchy subject. I haven't really talked to him about it.
Yeah, they need to stop doing that at the Native American reservation casinos. It seems like for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their deal is.
It's the wrong people to have money to do. They will collect. Yeah, they still use bow and arrows sometimes. They still, be careful. They do collect, right?
Yeah, they collect. I think my dad's niece still has a spearhead in it.
Oh, you
want to dig that out and send it to us?
Yeah, please.
So, while he's sleeping, I'll go dig it out.
Make sure he's
anesthetized.
Yeah, tape down his arms and legs and bodies before you do it, so he doesn't move too much. Because
Yeah, you don't want to the order. He's a hard singer. He'll be all right. Oh, you get so tired. Easy, I'm coming to see you in Philly this Friday.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'll try to do some new stuff. Should be fun.
I'm bringing my girlfriend, and she doesn't watch you as much as I do, but I'm making her go.
Well, there's something in there for everyone. So.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, she knows what she's getting into.
It'll be fun. Those are the best shows I've ever done. Was Philadelphia a couple months ago, so I'm excited to come back. Best shows ever.
I've never been to Helio, but I'm very excited.
It's rocking. We're gonna have a laugh. It's wonderful. That place is wonderful. That's so great. And everyone has fun. Well, what are you playing on now, gaming crew?
I got my PlayStation 5 here, but I got my PC as well, so I kind of switch back and forth, but I do a little bit of streaming, so I use my PC for that, play on my PlayStation.
Oh my gosh, well, you need to get one of these mini mood things, mini mood, whatever it's called.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, they're so great. They're wonderful.
They sell them on TikTok shop. I get fucking ads for those all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to hear that. Those are those secrets. Yeah, I didn't want to hear that.
It's like a little emulator, right? It looks like a Game Boy Nintendo game ever. Yeah, Game Boy game.
Yeah, oh my gosh, pick one of that. Do you think the people you can stream something like that, or would it work as good if it's showing a handheld thing? Or does anybody stream using a handheld thing?
I've seen people stream them like just their hands playing it, but I've also seen people stream like an actual game. I don't know.
You get the feel
they do that. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe like a HDMI cord or something.
Yeah, we need to look into that because people might watch you and I can't see playing Pokemon. Yeah, there's dual streams.
Wow.
Great.
That's a big switch from Diablo to Pokemon. Diablo.
Well, I had some good Samaritan who walked me through getting my druid, I think I was, something like just so powerful, and it was very exciting, but then it got to a point where it was just so powerful, and I didn't even need to look for anything else. It immediately became boring. Like some of the fun for me was like finding the stuff and upgrading your guy, but like once this guy was telling me everything to get, and like I don't know, there was only so much of that I could do after that.
Yeah, that's how I was with Diablo 3 a long time ago, but yeah, after a while, you just kind of, it's like, what the fuck else am I supposed to do?
Maybe I need to play a new season. Is there a new season? There's a new season.
Yeah, they do seasons now, yeah. I don't know, a lot of people I know stop playing that game, but I mean, I played it for like an hour. I dropped $70 on it, played it for an hour. I was like, yeah, all right.
You didn't like it at all.
I liked it. I like Diablo games. I just would rather play other games.
For sure.
I play a lot of Fortnite.
Oh, nice. I don't think I've ever played Fortnite. You ever played Five Nights at Freddy's?
Oh, man. Yes.
That's scary. That game scares me too much. So scary.
Yeah. Back when it was, oh my god, when it first came out on fucking, I'm pretty sure it was on my iPod. I had it. I was like 12 and it scared the fuck out of me.
It was coming out on an iPod? You can play it on an iPod?
I feel like it came out that long ago. My memory's not too great of when that came out, but
It's breaking off.
He's got something coming out of his pants. It's a ferret in the pants.
What is going out of his pants?
It's just a classic Game Boy ass and trousers.
What if I got a ferret thing? So the ferret's giving me an age too. Oh, this thing's stained. Those things
it's kind of hurt, right?
You would imagine was covered in gloves. Yeah, but if it's wearing gloves, maybe it could be nice. But if it's just bare hands, no way.
Latex gloves.
lotion.
Oh yeah, latex gloves. Night vision. Yeah. Like it's doing a psyop down there. Black Ops. Yeah, Black Ops. Are you a big Black Ops player? Do you play any Call of Duty?
I haven't played the most recent Call of Duty because they kind of been going downhill, but Black Ops 6 is supposed to come out in October, so I'm definitely getting that.
Oh, cool. You know, ever since the South Koreans started putting their hands in those games.
I know, they're grubby little hands.
It's like we get it. Y'all have too many old people now. There's not enough young people to take it out on the rest of us. We didn't cause that problem. I didn't cause that problem. It's not on you. And then it's for the next generation to make games that are even scarier than the last. Yeah. Let's hope they get pretty scary, but not too scary. I don't want to play a game that's too scary.
Have you ever played Outlast? That's like the original like console scary game. It's like you're walking around with like a video camera and like an abandoned asylum.
No, I don't think it's like a mini movie.
It might be on the mini movie, yeah, you might be able to emulate it.
Yeah, how do people do that? I don't understand. I've played a little Outcast. I love that. Let's see. Okay.
I recommend that. I don't know if it holds up as well. I haven't played it since I was a young boy, but
actually, like Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, that was the first scary movie I ever watched. My mom made me watch it with her, and
that's the thing. Brandon made his daughter watch the Scary Batman movie.
Yeah. So, which one?
The Scarecrow, the first one.
That movie begins. Oh yeah,
the scariest Batman movie.
That was definitely the scariest Batman.
Yeah, the Scarecrow runs on fear quite literally. Yeah, and has those chemicals he puts in people's faces. Okay.
Yeah, it was a little funny.
The smile. Yes, no one says, but a smile on my face. Yeah, the Scarecrow always says messed up shit like that. It's scary. Here's the Scarecrow. Stuff like that. Fuck, man. What it is. Well, so what is it? So what is it? Is it daytime where you are? You got the blinds closed. Is it night outside?
Because it kind of fucks with the camera, but yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania, so it's
53% of them said no, I'm not prepared.
3:30.
Slogan. Based only on the map. Other data indicates that
cheese
when they know a little bit more about what the slogan
like an early dinner. I have like an early dinner and then like a mid dinner.
Let's do the job.
It's like early dinner at what? 2 or 2:30? That's like
I'll probably like I'll eat half a cheesesteak and then I'll go to the gym and then when I get home I reward myself with the other half of the cheesesteak.
But nice to probably some good protein in there. So
yeah, decent amount. Yeah, cheese, meat, onions, delicious bread.
Hell yeah, that's a good way to do it.
What's your guys' favorite cheesesteak place in Philly?
Many actually identified the Atlantic
It's
Ocean.
a tough question.
Chino's.
All the way
Yeah,
out
there's Chino's.
That's like one of the super popular ones.
What's the other one? Aren't there two right next to each other?
Yeah, Chino's and Lincoln right now.
Shut It's like a longer name. I went to one. I can't remember which one I went to, and I really enjoyed it. But I don't know what it was. I might have went to Gina's after my Philly show. We went somewhere, and the cheesesteak was cold. And I said, "It's cold." I said, "That's normal. As it should be." Yeah. Seriously? Yeah, that's a hot sandwich. It should be hot, frankly.
Yeah, it's a hot sub.
Gosh. Yeah, I hate that. Stuff like that goes down. I know.
I'm not a fan of cold subs.
Unless it's an Italian. Even that. Yeah, I need my something heated up. Just a sandwich. You make just a turkey sandwich with a little cheese on top, put your broiler on in the oven. That's going to really amplify that
It's called
sandwich.
a grinder. I used to work in a sub shop and you call it a grinder, like a cold sub, and you throw it in the oven.
Ooh, I love grinders. Yeah, me too.
It's also mad. It's also mad. Grant does. Probably a lot more grinder with your wife gone.
They change from being enthusiastic.
No, we don't riff like that. I know, I'm kidding. I don't riff like that, Gigi.
Grant, did your wife go on vacation without you or something?
Just a work trip. Work trip. Work cheering down for a month. So.
Well, if she has life insurance,
Oh, you know she's out there taking her life insurance policy. Right. Oh,
7 million
money.
Business trip. Grant, no, I know, Grant. This isn't good. It's not going to look good for you.
Dude, Grant's getting a decent amount of cash money.
You guys going to get a bunch of skrill if something goes wrong on a business trip. Oh, yeah, double it. That's what Joe Buddy Ramsey, that's what that was. That was in Colorado. Yes, Buddy grab. I know their family got a bunch of money. They got $1 million cash. You got
The phrase in Arabic
business trip. They were just putting clothes on in the house. They were able to say that was a business trip. Yeah, they said it was a business expense.
There are a couple different words.
It's brutal. Some of this stuff I hate all the time. I hate it. Wait, so hold on, gaming criminal. What do you think happened to John Benet Ramsey? Was it the brother, the dad, some guy who broke in? What do you think?
I honestly, I'm not too read up on what happened with that story.
What you guess? What is our gut telling you?
I'm gonna guess the brother was probably really jealous.
Good guess. Good guess. Yeah, I think that's probably a good
He
guess.
wanted to be in the
It's normally the sibling, right?
Normally.
It's
The jealous sibling. Yeah.
It's a good saying.
So see that young?
Oh, yeah. 7 out of 10 murders always look to the sibling. Yeah, but
That's an FBI crime.
and that's in Quantico. That's straight from Quantico. Yeah, Quantico's their mother. Ruby's their sister. Yeah, you gotta figure out what a sibling is. 1,000%. I agree. Jodie Foster can tell you that. She was Agent Starling. Gosh. Did you know she was a lesbian?
I didn't know that, but I might be more behind
Have you ever seen that movie?
I don't think so.
Oh my God, Silence of the Lambs?
Oh, Silence of the Lambs. Yeah.
What movie did you think we were talking about?
That was the second. I thought you were talking about the one with Jodie Foster from earlier.
Panic Room.
That's what Silence of the Lambs was the second scary movie that I ever watched.
What was the first?
Oh my gosh.
Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, hiding in a corner. Oh my gosh, hold on, Casey. Are you okay? Sorry, I mean, I have to put down a little bit more of this delicious. We should get
Are you sorry?
We gotta get sponsored by Noon. Every day I do Noon, and they are sports hydration for athletes like me who don't work out. So they give me a headache, and I have like so it keeps you hydrated, but be careful. Side effect is headache. Side effect, headache. Other side effect, I feel really good for 30 minutes, and then I'm out of bed for 4 hours. So really good for 30 minutes. Yeah, really good. I mean, it's perfect.
You don't have a lot of luck with like drinks like that. I feel like a couple episodes ago, you're talking about like a CBD drink or something that was giving you headaches, or was that?
The kids. Yeah, that made me feel out. Kid euphoric. You
guys ever get a response from that?
No, we didn't. Which is kind of weird. It was a little offensive. After the shouts out, we would have gotten something. We didn't even get restocked.
You guys spent a lot of time, shouting them out.
Tea drink every
I feel like you
flavor.
should get something out of it.
Trade 6 then.
That's a generous interpretation.
I only did 1, and it was really good, but I can only do 1. Yeah, it was cool. I can't believe you did 6. I did 6. I called my sponsor. I said, dude, that's 6 kid euphorics today. And he said, "Say we know I'm coming." And it's RFK Jr. It's RFK Jr. And his Casey spots are weirdly enough. Yeah, he came. That's what he is. I know he comes in, he flies around in a chopper. I heard that's kind of cool. It was going to get busy.
We did get you
You guys both met him.
Yeah, him and William.
I don't want to get too personal, but you guys got to vote for him. You guys got to
in the past, but I'm currently not even registered. Yeah, sadly, same old story for this guy right here. I'm not registered in Texas. I don't even have a Texas license plate, so I got bigger fish to fry. Yeah, I don't have a Texas license plate either. So if you're watching this, yeah, don't vote. Don't register to vote. Don't vote. It's ridiculous.
For the other people.
Yeah, waste of time. There's other people to go. You get friends to do
Get a milkshake or something. Voting day. Yeah, get a milkshake.
Yeah, like a free flag fly a little bit. Maybe go to a Dairy Queen. Get a blizzard, dipped cone.
Get a Buster Bar box to go.
Or Dilly Bar. Yeah. Dilly Bar.
Dilly Bar.
Oh my gosh, what did we
Just
get?
had one last night.
You had a Dilly last night.
Yeah.
Chocolate or Heath?
Just normal chocolate. We're eating this.
So what do? Do you eat off all the chocolate and then suck on the ice cream, or just eat it in bites?
I eat the chocolate around the ice
Yes,
cream,
correct.
and then I start to eat it.
Correct. Yeah, William caught me doing that.
Yeah, I caught Erica's ass doing that. I do not approve of anybody that eats like that, so I did not want to hear that. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, recently it's just too good, so I'm just biting into those things.
No, I get that too. I think that's why I do it. I gotta get my teeth like acclimated. I have sensitive teeth. I gotta get them acclimated to the temperature first.
Yeah, I'm mad about that. We had some in the crock pot yesterday, and I was starving, and I freaking take a bite, and I already know it's gonna be too hot, but I don't care, and I take a bite, and it's killing the inside of my mouth, and then I just think I'm gonna swallow it. And then I swallow it, and then my fucking throat's hurting more than it even was before. Why did I swallow that? I should just spit it out. I was just so scared, I panicked and swallowed it. Yeah, that's a crazy gut reaction. I gotta get this thing in me. It's so hot, like your body's gonna cool it. I've had those stuff before. Oh, I'm just gonna get it down really quick. It hurts. Well, do you have any insights, Gaming Critter? Do you have any insights on who the mole is? Okay, what is going on? We're trying to figure out the mole situation again. We don't know exactly what level this person is at.
I don't know if there's a way you can like kind of like trace people's IP. I feel like the mole is kind of has like multiple accounts and is in each one of the tiers.
Oh my God! He's in every tier.
He's in every
I
tier.
have a feeling he's in every tier, so he kind of like.
Well, he's in all my tiers. I've been sobbing about this. Oh, God. Sobbing about this.
Yeah, I've been trying to, find, somehow get, Brand to hack into each one of our accounts and kind of figure out who has the same IP.
Hey, do you think that thing's real?
No.
It better not be. Yeah, what is that grin?
It's making me sick.
It's in Last of Us. The TV show on HBO.
Mushroom zombie.
Yeah, there was that movie from a long time ago. Let's see if I can find it quick. It has the giant mole. They all live in that underground city.
Trimmers.
You know what I'm talking about? No.
Shell shock. Aftershock. That's where they evolve. Isn't that where they evolve? They start walking on 2 feet. Runners. Yeah. It's scary. Wait, are you talking about The Descent?
City of Ember. City of Ember.
Okay. Yeah, Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise is in it. Yeah, I remember it came out in 2008.
Rather different than
Everyone's having so much fun with this.
So Murray, that's what I was trying to.
my great uncle is actually in high school.
Yeah, he's like the mean mayor. He's like, no, you can't go above ground. And there's the mole. There's the giant mole. They're like small people. And the mole is like.
What is it, like a regular size mole, but it just looks big because they're so small? Is that the twist?
Assuming it's a regular size.
Yeah, they're actually just really small. It's the twist. Oh, it's huge, dude. You were not kidding.
Later, as
And it can like barely fit in there in the hallway. hallways and shit. It's like running around trying to eat them. It's a pretty horrifying movie.
Yeah, like we were talking about yesterday, the Brave Little Toaster. It's a scary kids movie. Oh my gosh, look it up. So you can watch it on 35 millimeter on YouTube. Damn it, 35 millimeter version on YouTube. Oh my gosh, please watch it and let us know what you think. It's the beginning of Pixar. It's a hell of a ride.
What's it called?
The Brave Little Toaster. I cannot believe I grew up watching this.
He wasn't the only brave one.
Well, they were toasters. Yeah,
I don't get that part.
I've seen this toaster before. I've seen the toaster.
Toaster and Phil Hartman is the voice of the suicidal air conditioner at the beginning. Rest in peace. He sounds like Jack Nicholson. Which is fun.
So what's the toaster's deal? Like, what's it?
The bravest one, apparently.
Yeah, just they're scared. The master. Yeah, they call it the master. They live up in this cottage, and then the master decides to sell the cottage, and then they have to. It's like a homeward bound, incredible journey. Instead of animals, they're inanimate objects. So it's, I don't know. I mean, there's heartbreak, there's dry up tension. Toaster.
I'm gonna watch it right after this.
Oh, it's wonderful. Be careful. Don't watch it around anybody. You might cry. Don't watch it around anybody. A little scary. A little too scary, but you can handle it. Yeah.
What's your guys' favorite horror movie?
Saw franchise.
Saw franchise one. Yeah, that's for sure. Saw. That's up to me. So mine is Jacob's Ladder, or a movie called The Dark and the Wicked, which is very twisted.
I watched that a couple months ago, I think. That's
In the case of Shalom
just a lot of that again.
Dark and the Wicked. Well, it's about how the devil comes for the most vulnerable people who are arrested. And it's a family in a farmhouse, and the devil comes from, and the dad is very sick, and the mom is very lonely. And the two kids come back to try to save the family. What does the devil look like?
I do remember.
That's very scary. Devil. Interesting. Well, the devil takes many different appearances in different cultures. I don't. He shows up as like a black shadow thing, and he's all kinds of different things in the movie. It's very scary. It's good.
It's a Shudder film, right?
Yeah, I think it's a Shudder original. It's by the guy.
I like some Shudder films. Oh shit, yeah, I remember that.
It's
Like
scary.
Dracula? Do you watch Dracula?
Dracula's good.
The Lake Brothers?
But during the 1930s,
It's on Shudder. Check it out.
Dracula.
Watch
It's
that.
another drag. It's scary. Well, be careful. It's not only drag queen, but it is scary drag
Horror
queen.
drag queen.
Shit.
The very first episode, I remember watching it during the pandemic, and I swear to God, the very first episode, like all these reality shows, they end up like you have to go through like some sort of elimination stuff. And the very first elimination thing was they got these giant syringes, and they were putting the giant needles in people's arms, and I'm thinking, what am I watching? This is the craziest.
And then the next season, it was like a lot more mellow. With like first season, they were doing some fucked up shit to stay.
Of Dracula.
Yes.
Scary Dracula. What a niche.
It's on Shudder. Check it out.
It's quite the niche, yes. That is fun. In mine, I don't know. What was that?
Shining?
No, what was that movie we watched that went to America that my buddy Kate told us to watch?
Oh, I hated it.
What was that?
It's a classic with the lady going crazy.
It's like a French movie, maybe, or no, Possession?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
and also Russia's detention.
Possession, where she's throwing the milk in the hallway. Sam Neill. Yes, Sam Neill. Dress
Caveat is another good Shudder film.
What is it?
Caveat.
Oh, very good. I have the DVD. Yeah, that was really scary. Just
Decided there,
Shudder, like
I
I said.
really lived when I was fighting for an
Walmart sells Shudder DVDs for like a month after they come out.
outlawing the destruction
Cool.
of people.
Wally World.
Later,
Yeah, that was scary. Baskin is a great, some sort of English horror movie.
What do you think about that one?
I thought it was good. But it's very strange. I love it.
It's a newer movie, but Barbarian. It's
I loved that one.
Oh, shit. That's a great movie.
We smashed that so through that. What's his name?
I love Justin Long.
Yeah, Justin Long's great.
Yeah.
He's a Scream King.
Scream King.
Tusk Man.
Was so
Man. I remember watching that as a kid. That was a very movie to watch.
How old are you?
How old are you? That's what I was wondering.
I'm 23.
Heck yeah.
Good age, brother.
Not that old.
Forever. That's when I got my first book.
Yeah,
Was at 23.
I know. Look at him, he's just dreaming.
William was married to a woman named Katie John. Yes.
Johnson.
Katie John Johnson. Yeah, Katie John.
How long were you guys married?
7
Years.
years.
Oh,
Got married at 16. Yes. It was a different deal growing up outside of Memphis. It was Mennonite.
Arranged.
Yeah.
Arranged.
Old school Mennonite. Old school arranged. She was a debutante. Was a debutante down in the halls down in the Delta.
This is lots of balls.
Yeah, oh my gosh. She had to do the foxtrot. Wanted the foxtrot, wanted the shimmy, all different kinds of shimmy.
I live in Lancaster. I got a lot of Mennonite and Amish people around here.
Oh yeah, there'd be great pies. I found that there'd be wonderful pies.
Choose that pie. There they are.
I wanted those pies.
Yes, you're clear pie. Guess I never been yet. Oh my god. That's an Amish staple. It's delicious.
It's like cherry corn, cherry bits.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what's in it, but it's so good. I think it's molasses. I think it's molasses, right?
So kind of like syrup.
Yeah, it's like solid molasses.
It's the same genre.
They're not, they make great food, but they're not great people.
Yeah, there was
It's Amish.
they had the Escaping Amish show on TLC.
Breaking Amish.
Yeah, a lot of that was in Lancaster.
Oh, you know that?
I don't know about a lot of it, but I know some of it was. They run puppy mills.
Supermarket.
Pretty fucked, yeah. Supermarket mills. Yeah, they run flower shops.
Barn building.
I got hit by I think a car got hit by a horse and buggy once.
Whose fault was it?
It was their fault. Their horse was going nuts. Their horse was going nuts. And they were like in my lane coming towards my car. And there was like a drop off right next to me and I couldn't go anywhere. So he just like race. So I was sitting there. I was going up a hill. The horse was coming down. So if the horse went right into my car, it would have went right to my windshield. The last second, and the spoke on one of the wheels ripped out a huge chunk of my bumper, and they just kept going and running people off the road.
Oh my gosh. They can build a barn, but they can't train a horse.
Yeah.
They don't treat their animals well, so I can see the horses not being too happy.
Yeah, I would hate to be one of those horses.
Amish horse.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I saw a sweet chihuahua in the airport on Sunday. Some woman. Well, now chihuahuas have a soft spot in my heart because of sweet gator. And some woman's getting off the plane. And I'm just watching them after I waited 30 minutes to get my freaking breakfast. And this woman just like yanks the shit out of the dog and yelling at it. And I just think, oh my gosh.
A fragile little dog.
Yeah.
Man,
Sickening.
Yeah, sickening. Oh, some brings a punch to my eye. Yeah, I'd love to lay him out. Why I oughta. It does make me mad. Yeah, it's total insanity. The dog didn't ask for that woman as a mom. What's a better mom? Like Stuart Little never had a family. He got one he found.
Sometimes that happens.
There's a silver lining in life.
Sometimes there is a family waiting for you.
Sometimes anything can be a family, right? Because
Because yours is in the hospital. hospital.
I do not have a desire to tell
By natives.
But maybe there's another family out there waiting for you.
Yeah, one that, has a built on top of Native American land.
Exactly.
They'll figure it out. Learn their lesson. David Kruger, it's wonderful to talk with you.
Our guest today, thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to talk to you guys.
30 minutes. Yeah.
What is he on Twitch?
Yeah, where can people find you on Twitch?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have like a following or anything, but I'm on TikTok and Twitch.
Very, very graphic website.
Yeah, it's just the Game Recruiter on Twitch and the Game Recruiter on TikTok.
Are you going to be playing Amanda the Adventure 2 when it's out?
I haven't heard of that game, but I can give it a try.
What about Pajama Sam?
Pajama Sam, I haven't played that either. No.
You should play
We'll watch if you play our games.
Okay, I'll do that. Pajama Sam and
You can start with Amanda Adventure 1.
Yeah, work up to Sam. Then
now are those RPGs or like first-person shooters or?
TikTok games.
Pajama Sam's a game for little kids playing on the computer where he's trying to go to night and he gets stuck in the wall because in a dream world.
Ooh, that actually sounds good.
Scary.
Sounds awesome.
Sounded to me so
Well, we love
Thank you guys. I love you guys too. Casey, I'll see you on Friday. I'm super excited.
He'll bring you a sandwich.
I'll see you Friday. Come talk to me after the show. I'll be hanging out. Talk to you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it a lot. Nice meeting you guys.
And of course, the metaphor of
Bye.
Gaming crew winner. Oh my gosh. No. And it scares me a little. I didn't even think about the person could be a
He could be the mole.
on all levels.
It's him.
Be the mole. Oh my God. Listen to them laugh.
It's like when the murderer shows up at the funeral.
I don't know who the mole could be. He could have different accounts. He's walking out. I trusted him with my life.
Well, you can interrogate him when you see him. Pat him down. See if he's wearing a wire, they can flash his stomach.
Show me your waistline. Ow, immigrant. Ow. All right, well, that was fun. Met the gaming crew.
Couldn't believe it.
That was fun. Well, we had a pretty funny day. Real fun day. 2 days in a row. I know. 2 bangers back to back. Who would have thought?
See you tomorrow.
Hold up, let me put up the thing.
One more.
Hello, fellow students. In accordance
10
with
pods in 10 days.
I'd like to issue a brief explanation of content warning.
There we go.
This video will discuss
Sat racks. Snow roads. Snow. Gaming crooner. Just
obviously
smoke
we're
till
still
shit.
amidst of a tremendous crisis.
Twig the Freak, Gator, Vicious Fisty.
Spirit of
That's a quite the name. I love White Magic with the
what I
K.
would like to achieve with this
Hear it.
presentation is to
Well, Whiplash, is that Anthony Whiplash Martin?
I think so.
I think that is. Yeah. And Sean King, Ashley Man. Ashley Belfield, that's good. Fucking me up. Big Rig 0485, love it with the numbers. Bronson, who is pants, love the name. Danja Fox, Hawaii. Dankfo, Destiny A4, one of our oldest friends. Dr. Pete Dugan, Dylan Lysorhica, Eli Slugworth, R.A.I. God, Gary Gibbs, and Gary Shrewdness. I'm starting to think that's the same. That might
That's the mole.
That's the fucking mole.
Someone look into that.
Jay Dizzy, Jenny J, Joe Cobb, Josiah M,
Let's start
Justin
with
Thrackle, Dr. Thrackle's kid. We think we are almost
answer
positive.
to that.
Captain Chaos, scary name. Yeah, that sounds like a super villain. That pisses me off. Kyle, Heath, Larry, do not think.
Tell Larry to change it to something else.
Dawn. That's a mouthful. Mikey Johnson. Mikey Johnson from SNL. Rachel O'Donnell. Richard Gonzalez. Shane. Sani in Kaya, and of course,
So
calling it back,
Israel
Saturday.
Cool.
Well, it's been a pleasure. As always, stay true to yourself. Yeah,
Stay true to yourself, guys.
What is the good? Yeah. Stay true to yourself.
You are loved.
You are loved. You are worth it. We can't wait to do it again.
Someday.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. Check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
The bot said that. I'm trying to have fun tonight.
The response to October 7th has been overwhelming and has been the focus of much attention since the invasion of Gaza began, motivated by the attempt to release hostages.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. So William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Dean's Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. How do we follow that? Yeah, I don't know. Even follow that. And this is an interesting one, Casey. We're currently on a Monday. We normally film one a Tuesday. We're currently doing this one a Monday today. Things are feeling a little different. We're kicking off that Monday. We're getting rid of those Garfield Monday frowns. We're here smiling together as one. Yeah, we're having a good time. Erica's not here today. Grant is here. Hello. Grant, your wife left you to go to Colorado. This is true. She's leaving. It sucks to know when she's going to leave you, too. That's gotta hurt. You're going to be counting the minutes. Yeah. Gives me a case of the Garfield. Well, hopefully we can turn the Garfield. So what is she doing in Denver? Does she have another family there? What is she doing there? Yeah, a secret family. It's like that TV show. She's a little bit like the show Lone Star, I'm starting to think. Big time. Not even little. That's cool. I want a secret wife.
Second guardrail.
Do you think? I think about that every now and again. Do you think you can pull that off? Because sometimes I wonder, what if I did have a family, like in Tacoma, Washington or something? Would I be able to pull that off, or would I be texting too many people? I don't know. Yeah, because I'm always texting my GF. So if I had 2 GFs, I would never get anything done. They're always bitching about because I leave Q-tips on the counter and I'll grab my girlfriend will text me pictures of them. And so if I had 2 girlfriends with 2 different Q-tips leaving on 2 different counters, could you even imagine? They would probably gang up to beat the hell out of her. Do you ever get gunk when you get the Q-tips out there? There's a little bit of sticky gunk. If I wait, that's a good thing about Q-tips. If you wait a week, you gotta do it every day. Wait a week, you get a good bit of gunk. So fun. You put it on your mustache. Do your mustache up. Hello. Then you accidentally get a 3rd girlfriend because your mustache looks so good. Oh, yeah. It's like a Captain Hook mustache. Oh my gosh, do you put warm water on those things or you going dry?
You go warm.
I get warm. Ooh, I get scared. One time I read a story about how a brain-eating germ went in someone's nose when they did a neti pot. So I get scared about putting water in any of my orders. Oh, God. Yeah, well, maybe someday try warm. I get it really hot. Like, not too hot, but if you get it really hot, you hold it for a second, it already gets cooler than beer. So it's not really good for burn. Then it helps get that gunk out, because my gunk is real caked in there. Is it? Yeah, well, with the hot water. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, it just helps declog the gunk.
Did you guys ever do the wax paper where you just like burn it?
And the final diagram.
I like the candle, like the huge candle thing. I thought the candles looked scary to me.
In other words,
I know. That was like ancient Orient technique to get out. So cool. You've never done it? Oh my gosh, you know what I found out about gator long-eared chihuahuas? What? I was watching the dog show recently. The Kennel Club, or whatever it's called. And a long-eared chihuahua came up, and they're from the ancient Orient. Oh my God, I thought they were from like the Aztecs or something, but they're actually from ancient China. I thought they were from Mexico. Me too. That's what you hear. That's what you hear because there is a city in Mexico, Graham. I don't know if you know this, but it's called Chihuahua. So he's been a Chihuahua. He's been holding out on us. Okay, what were you doing down there?
I did that study abroad in college where it went down.
What was your fucking major?
It was actually in design, but it was
okay.
It was
In design? Oh, design. You like Zion Williamson? That's cool. Yeah, I guess we all like Zion Williamson.
They had very specific majors.
So you're telling me it's pottery.
Yeah, digging clay with this little community and firing pots.
Dug the clay that you made the pottery with?
Yeah,
that sounds kind of fun.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. They told us, they were like, yeah, and we just paint like really sexual overt things on the pots and those cell books. I was like, oh.
So you painted like 2 huge boobs? Yeah, what'd you paint?
Just boobs. That's as graphic as I can get.
So no penises. Yeah, I guess drawing boobs is maybe easier theoretically than just a penis, right?
Yeah, so hopefully not.
Whoa, look at the jugs on that jar. Yeah, penises, it's actually harder. You can do a rudimentary penis, of course, where people will understand what you're doing, but if you want to draw a detailed penis, and every dick's different, it's like a snowflake. So. And I never know what to do when I'm drawing them. Do you do the 2 balls on either side of the penis, or you do the penis and then 2 balls underneath the penis? You want the viewer to know there's balls, but it's tough to know. I haven't even drawn the penis in part. I know it's been a little weird for me, Tim. Since October 7th. Need to give a shout out to I Draw Dicks. There's a guy named I Draw Dicks on Instagram. If you want to look at a well-drawn penis, look at that guy. He draws the best penises, I swear to God, of anybody. Do you want to put, is that legal to put on YouTube, Greg? You want to look up I Draw Dicks?
You know what's funny is a couple weeks back I put something in the background of this shot. The editors blurred it out. It went live. I was like, I guess I didn't put that on there.
What was it?
It was a building with like
YouTube is too sensitive. When I was a kid, when I was born, YouTube was yeah, it was a free fall. It was the fucking Wild Wild West. It was totally different. I don't know what happened. You can watch full movies on there, like Wild Star. You know what I watched last night? Full movie on YouTube. What? The Brave Little Toaster. I hadn't seen that movie in years, and I had a hankering for whatever reason last night to watch The Brave Little Toaster, and they had. Okay, well, you don't even put. Okay,
I was trying to obscure it. Oh, sure. I have your head hand on it.
Oh, yeah, look at that, and the whole thing it's sitting on is penises, and it is a penis. That's crazy. Yeah, again, major shout out to I Draw Dicks on Instagram. He's the best of the And he had the two balls positioned like the king was like lounging almost, like looking at his lazy little stinky penis king go. Exactly, after a hot shower. Yeah, like that was after a hot shower. Yeah, but cool. Not necessarily, if you watch the Brave Little Toaster recently, that's not the one where the shoe gets killed on the grinder. That's Roger Rabbit. Yes, but the Brave Little Toaster does sacrifice itself at the very end for the boy. The boy they go to the junkyard and the big magnet face is coming down and the kid trying to smush him on the little cubes. And the Brave Little Toaster, he's really brave at the very end. He sacrifices his life to save the boy because the guy's hand, it's kind of a graphic movie for little kids. It's showing like in slow motion his hand getting close and close to the scary thing going down. Chomper, the chomper, and then the Brave Little Toaster saves the day at the end. And he gives his own life. I don't want to spoil it, but he dies. Well, luckily, the kid, he's going to college, and he's an engineer, so he's able to build the toaster back. So it's a real happy ending at the end. We can rebuild him. Yes, he's going to rebuild him at the end. But yeah, the Brave Little Toaster, it's really sad. There's one point where they're in the scary forest, and a flower happens to look at its reflection in the side of the Brave Little Toaster. And then it's like trying to hug it. The Brave Little Toaster's like, no, it's not another flower. It's just a reflection. And then it goes behind some bushes, the toaster, and looks at the flower and it starts dying. Oh, no. From heartache. Oh, it's so sad. It's a sad deal. Yeah, show me that dying flower, Gigi. Yes, or a dying flower, but somebody has it on, somebody remastered it, or did someone 35 millimeter film. So I watched the 35 millimeter version of the Brave Little Toaster last night. That is so funny. Oh my god, it's passing. And that's passing to the other side. Yeah, it's a real sad movie. And the little boy, oh my gosh, Phil Hartman is the voice of the freaking air conditioner unit at the very beginning, who has a total freak out and basically kills itself. It works itself up so insanely, and then it dies. But it's death. That's a weird thing for children. I mean, of course, children someday will have to deal with that, like all of us do, but that's strange. I know, it's weird for kids. Maybe that's why you don't see it as much anymore. I don't know. What could Phil Hartman do? That's amazing. And he sounds like Jack Nicholson. I looked it up because I was like, what, does Jack Nicholson have a freaking voice in this kids movie? But it was Phil Hartman doing a Jack Nicholson impression, which is funny. That is funny. Look, his eyes are all pinned out. He's on fucking her 30s. So tragic. Casey, you should watch it just for that scene. I mean, he loses in one of them. I'm just saying how the boy's not going to come back because they think the boy's going to come back to the cottage, the country cottage. Yeah. And then the boy doesn't come back. Yeah, they put a for sale sign. They all get excited. The little blankets looking out at the attic window, and then they see a car coming, and they're all so excited. But it's just cabin. That the boy's gonna be back because they call him the master, which is funny. Yeah, the master. The little blanket loves the master, but then there's a little boy. He almost lets his hand about to get smushed, and also his body. Oh my god. Yeah, he was a mess. Yikes. That's funny, it's 35 millimeters. Sometimes I'll go to Alamo Draft House and they'll show movies in 35 millimeter, and a guy will come out before the movie and talk on the microphone. Guys, we have this one-of-one print from Schenectady, New York. It's directed from the director's studio, and they'll show it. I'm like, wow, this kind of looks like shit. Yeah, it kind of looked like shit. There was a constant thing on the far left-hand side that was like flashing weird. It was like, hold on, can I watch this like this? And I did, but it was too much. It didn't really look that good. That's about as brave as they come. Yeah, look at those gams. I want him to smash my head like a watermelon into his fucking. It's like the lady on the James Bond movie GoldenEye. Remember her, the Russian woman, who was so pretty, I thought, but then she killed the people by strangling them with her legs. She didn't have to do that. No, didn't have to, but she did it. It's Russians. Sometimes. Not all Russians are like that. No. Where is that wheatgrass? Yeah, we eat that shit. We're hungry in here, dude. You guys want some M&M's? Well, Mike's office is blocked off. What's going on with that? I noticed that. There's a chair in front of Mike's office. Oh, you know what? We carried that into Mike's office. Where's Mike gonna post up now?
It's also Mike's office.
So the dominant experience
Are you forcing him out, or are you trying to kind of get him to quit so he can break his contract? Yeah, because you'd probably make more money if Mike wasn't around. If you just put the money with Mike, you and fucking what's his name in there, kill it. Yeah.
Where's our picture?
Oh, Mike is gonna watch this. You deserve it, man. Take his cut. Yeah, get his cut from him, dude. Get his cut. Give a little bit to the intern. We like him. He posted funny in the doorway that one time.
Friday night.
Stop. So what's the connection there with Mike not having an office and the intern gone? Was he messing with the intern, or what's the connection there?
It's more of an open door policy.
Oh my gosh, did he leave on good terms? Oh yeah, he seemed nice.
Yeah, he's nice. He's funny.
Don't say he's fine. Say you liked it. I hate when people say
It was actually fine.
well, yeah, he's cool. Well, you're gonna get somebody else. That girl was gone. You had that girl for a while. What happened to her?
She took a more full-time job.
Okay, so I know. This is so inside baseball. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's all we really wanted, Grant. You can't even hear us now. I know. Nice. Yeah, just say nice. Like I'm wrong. Casey, you just got back from Wisconsin. First headline weekend, baby. And it felt good. It felt good. It was my first weekend. 5 shows at Comedy on Stage in Madison, Wisconsin. And everyone was so nice. What's that sound guy's name? Oh, I can't remember. You know who I'm talking? He's really, yes, Alec. Yeah. He seems super nice. Oh, it was so nice. Yeah. We had so much fun. And, yeah, made all kinds of things. Someone gave me a grandma's backpack. Yum. Fill me with your screams. Those are the best ones. Thanks, man. C-Bar. I wish it was a real C-Bar. Real zany bar. Oh, I gotta get fucking zany on the cookies nuts. I'd probably start drinking today. If I took a Xanax bar right now, if it should do your inhibitions down so much, I would probably start drinking. That would be my guess. There's no way, because it drops, because you start going, I think it will be okay. If I had a couple, because you're bored the hell out. That's how it works. Yeah. And then get into your car and drive away with a bunch of people in your car and fucking almost run into a telephone pole. Yikaruska.
By and large,
Sanox. Yes, it was a wonderful weekend, and everyone was so nice, and someone made me an action figure. And, are you serious? Yeah, I didn't bring it. Should have brought it. But, oh my gosh! Wait, what are you driving? How do they have you looking? What are you looking like as the action figure? Like, I'm surprised. Yeah, it's 3D printed, so my face is kind of just like kind of stuck. That's so cool. Can you move the arms and legs? I haven't taken it out of the packaging. I'm scared. Oh, you gotta leave it. Yeah, you gotta leave it. I'm gonna auction it off for mental health. Cool. In general, I wonder how high we can. You gotta let everybody know. Obviously, you're auctioning this thing off. We gotta get this thing up high. We gotta get this thing because I'm gonna keep 25% of the proceeds, but 71% goes to mental health and 4% goes to Grant. You hear that, Grant? He gets a cut of everything, basically, or man. Yes, he gets a cut of everything. I was in Columbus. He got a cut of that. It's a little piece of the action. That's the deal we made, and it's cool because we generally get along. We really get along. I try not to dwell on it. Yeah, I think it's fine. Who are these? You would call it judges.
No, just action figures. I don't know if any of these look like you guys.
Somewhat like me. Oh yeah, that guy. So I finally got I was trying to get the little guy when I was in Appleton, Wisconsin. I was talking about him during my set. What was the guy's name? Do you remember?
The little guy?
Yeah, in Appleton, the wrestler.
Oh, Hornswoggle.
Yeah, well, Hornswoggle finally responded. I was like, yeah, Hornswoggle. It was on Saturday. I was like, yeah, come by the show. I've been talking about you. It'd be funny probably if you came out and confronted me about talking crap. And then he finally responded this past week, and he's like, oh, I feel real dumb. I'm just responding now. Sorry, go to see Cam tonight. He's like, oh, have fun. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for not responding. Which could have been a huge part of this fucking show, dumbass.
You could have changed the whole trajectory of the weekend.
Yes.
What a prick. He seems nice.
I know, Hornswoggle, we're kidding. We fully respect you. We respect what you do. But come on, man. Next time, if I'm saying you can be a giant part of the show, please, dude, think about coming next time. Don't respond a week later so you're going to somebody else's show. And you know what I mean? Obviously, go see Cam. I love him. He's great. But come on.
Yeah,
Hornswoggle, come on, dude.
It doesn't do you any favors to go see.
Yeah, what's it doing to me, Hornswoggle? I haven't been sleeping because of this shit, dude.
Next time, how would you feel, Hornswoggle, if you invited him to wrestle and he never showed up and he had to wrestle alone?
Yeah, and then the next week I finally responded. I'm like, oh, I'm actually going to wrestle with The Undertaker tonight. I'm sorry I didn't respond when I should have responded a week ago. I'm actually have a more important engagement to go to. It's far more important than your fucking ass. So I'm dealing with that. But yeah, that's what it could have been, Hornswoggle. I'm sure you will never see this, but Hornswoggle, if you do, that's what we could have looked like. You could have been a king. You could have reignited your fucking wrestling career. I mean, it could have really been a big thing for you. I was helping you.
This could have been a launching pad.
Yeah, I was willing to help you on this one.
You could have taken that rivalry and compounded it to Survivor Series, SummerSlam, Backlash.
Yes.
Hell in a Cell.
But what's happening now? Crap. Yeah, we're not going there because we all know what's going on now.
You're going to hang out with Cam and wrestle with him.
Yeah, well, have fun. Hope you did have fun. But that's lit. You live and you learn.
Yeah, it's making it so you just don't know who to trust anymore.
1,000%. It's like you think you know these people, and then shit like this happens, and the people are still in the ranks of the mercenaries. And we're going to give a shout out. We really want to thank the mercenaries. We're getting more mercenaries.
Hey, gang.
Which is very exciting. Y'all are so sweet. And I do want to. Should I read, Casey, remember that comment I sent to you? Sure. Should I read that? Sure. Magic spoon.
Magic spoon.
2 words. Everyone wants to hear this so much. Magic and spoon. And a lot of the times people use spoons in the morning time. One of the best times to have any sort of breakfast, gotta be the morning. And if you're thinking about morning, you're thinking about Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is quickly turning into a fan favorite. Is quickly turning into just a go-to cereal. Again, I'm an all-grain blood guy. It's quickly turning into this wonderful. Oh, I love it. I mean, we all miss those Saturday mornings filled with cartoons and a huge bowl of cereal.
Oh, man. Nothing takes me back like a bowl of Magic Spoon. Nothing's going to take you forward like a bowl of Magic Spoon.
Just because you're an adult now doesn't mean you have to give that up. Okay, get fun cereal that fits your lifestyle with Magic Spoon, and you heard that right. It's a fun cereal that fits your lifestyle.
If your active lifestyle is anything like mine, you're gonna want a cereal that has 0 sugar, artificial ingredients, that tastes like nostalgia.
Magic Spoon's variety pack comes in 4 awesome variety pack, 4 awesome flavors: fruity, frosted, cocoa, and peanut butter. It just doesn't get any better than this.
This is where I draw the line at Magic Spoon, and I'm drawing that line with a piece of cereal. And it's so good to treat yourself with that same great taste you remember. Just all grown up.
I know, because we still like eating cereal, but we want something that isn't harmful for you, like Sugar Smacks. And Sugar Smacks even has sugar in the name of it.
Yeah, they want you to know what they're doing, and they do it right in front of your face.
What is Sugar Smacks? It's like some sort of animal. It's a little frog with a little hat. Oh yeah, the frog! The stinky frog is stealing your youth one bite at a time. Yeah, and it's gonna steal your old age because you're not gonna live until old age when you get diabetes from eating too many sugar smacks. But yeah, please click the link below to grab a variety pack and try it today. You gotta try some of the stuff, and be sure to use the promo code WMS at checkout to get $5 off any order, or go to magicspoon.com/WMS. And by the way, Magic Spoon is so confident in their product, it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Yeah, not gonna see that from the Sugar Smacks and the Frog with the Hat. Nope. So click the link below or scan the QR code on the screen, or use the code WMS for $5 off, or go to magicspoon.com/WMS, save $5 today. Magic Spoon. So we got on this latest episode with Sam and Nick, it's become a big hit for us. It was fun, but the comments, oh my gosh, have been something else a lot of the time. And by the way, those of y'all who were thinking that Sam and Nick have a real big beef with Casey and I, y'all are pretty correct about that. Yeah. We do have a giant beef with those guys. We butted heads several times. Even walking into the studio, it almost exploded into fists. Yes, so y'all are correct on that. But wink. But here, I want to read this, and I said this to Casey because this was a good one, and it does end good, so it's all positive. But I thought it was very interesting. Grant, I don't know if you've heard this one. If you ever wanted to see a Jedi mind battle in real life, then you're in for a treat with this one. William and Casey Rocket representing the Satanic Sith versus Sam and Nick, the Jedi Genie. If you pay close enough attention, you will realize that there was a mental battle going on where Casey and William were trying to snare, curse, alter the vibration of Sam and Nick, but couldn't really do it. Well, he did say, but couldn't not really do it. So is that a double negative? Is he saying, but we could do it? So we were capable of doing it, and we actually in fact did. So that's maybe what you're trying to say. Or this says William and Casey are strange, evil, satanic people, and I don't mean to denigrate them. Just speaking honestly, Sam and Nick were well aware of this fact, but with absolute courage, sat before them and allowed them to do their work to no avail. And then legendary podcast. So we do appreciate the kind words at the end of that. It does take away some of it to say it was legendary, but it still fucking hurts that you did denigrate us. Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh, what is going? So it's almost kind of exciting though to see somebody perceiving us as some demonic entities. You know what I mean? It's almost exciting because I don't think it could be further from the truth. However, I think if I had to guess, we're arguably little angels, and at worst little stinkers. Yes. And I don't know where you are getting this demonic energy from. We have never ever tried to do that. No, not at. Yeah, I mean, again, every now and again I'll see shadow people, but I pray to God after that. Okay, I'm not praying to the shadow people. I'm praying to God up above. Okay, so just so you know, the person thinking it's satanic, stop with that stuff. Yeah, cut that crap out, or else we will curse you. We will get satanic on your ass if we have to. We aren't normally like that. Yes, and Grant again is good with the tech stuff. He can't find you, so just be wary on that front. Yeah, and get your IP address. We'll drag your ass out of your house by your boot heels. Yes, so just keep on leaving that nice comments, but just be careful with the satanic stuff. And now maybe it's not even a good idea to be bringing that up. I don't know. Now it's maybe going to be more satanic stuff. I think we're asking for it. I think we're asking for it here a little bit. We're kidding. We're playing. We're kidding. We're playing stickball and kick the can. Yes. All the time, pretty much all the time. Well, not now. It's so freaking hot outside. It's turning it in your place. So it sounds like you finished the move. Does your place get cool? Yes, I finished moving into my new apartment. Yeah, it gets pretty cool. I keep that bitch at damn 72 even when I'm not there. I love knowing my house is chilly. Oh, I love that. Wait, so when you're there, do you do it a little lower, or you just straight up keep it at 72? I'll go 70. I mean, I'll go as low as 70. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. It's nice. I've been hanging posters nonstop. I think I've spent 5 full business days hanging posters, so There's a thumbtacks or area tape. Thumbtacks, tape, and then I have some frames, some nails, thumbtacks, tape, all over the place, just decorating the hell out of this thing. You sent me that wonderful picture last night of in the middle room at the mothership. That was fun. Over a year ago. I know. Yeah, I save all my comedy mementos, so I have a lot of like old comedy lineups from like random shows. I love it. It's full of mementos. It's like a museum to myself, which is pretty It's pretty insane, but looking at the finished product, I look like a crazy person. So I'm just a little bastard. Yeah, oh my god, I love it. Wait, and you got a freaking, somebody made you a backpack, a Grimace backpack? Yeah, I have, I should have brought all these little materials. Yeah, I have someone gave me a wonderful little, like, kind of Asian girl backpack. Like a Times Square cutie backpack. With Grimace's face as big as the backpack. Oh, that's wonderful. I love it. Lots of traits, some pictures. And I have to give a shout out to Sean King, Mr. Sean King, who's a mercenary song. He and his woman, they were there this past weekend. And he did a wonderful picture of Gator. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you for that, Sean. It was a wonderful picture of little Gator. We talked to him on the I know, we talked to his ass on here. But yeah, again, I think you'll have a wonderful time. You should go to Columbus, KC. It's inside of a mall. It's a really scary and sad thing. It's right across from a Legoland. It's like one of the biggest Legolands in the country. Stores, but it was all crossed out with caution tape, so I don't know if like a murder was like a shooting. I don't know if there was a shooting in the Columbus Mall when I was there in the Legoland or what, but I couldn't go in there. Somebody probably made a Lego gun. You can 3D print these guns now, and if you can 3D print a Lego, you can turn that Lego into a gun. So you're basically, for anybody listening, if you can 3D print the little Lego bricks and then build a gun from the 3D printed Lego bricks. Firing pin, Lego bullet, dipped in iron ore, and a little bit of circadium on there. Yeah. Are you able to still sneak those through a metal detector with the circadium? Yeah, okay. Circadium is only perceivable to the human touch. Okay, so you can't sneak that bad boy through some security if you had to. Yeah, you could. Like, if you needed to assassinate like Abraham Lincoln, you definitely could. And we saw the chair, Casey and I saw the freaking chair rested in peace on his name. We saw the chair, he got in. Yeah, dishonorably discharged. He was a good man. He did a lot for this country, and that bastard Wilkes Booth owned him, and I'll never forgive him. Yeah, it's bullshit. I mean, the guy was trying to be an actor. It sounds like it didn't work out. And it's like, you go after the president? Yeah, dude. Just take an acting class. Yeah, go get taught, go learn something. Don't be taking lives from people. Oh, and people think he went on to live. He faked his death in the Confederacy. He grew up to be Ulysses S. Grant. Who, Honest Abe or the other guy? Wilkes Booth. I think the Confederates found him and hit him because he was a sympathizer. Brutal. Yeah, brutal. And we were actually there because I remember that woman in the blue shirt with the ponytail. I think we actually met her that day. Oh, it's Kirsten. Yeah, Kirsten. She was so nice. She showed us. That museum had JFK's car he was murdered in. Cool. Yeah, so there's one in Lincoln's bloody chair. That's two in George Washington's cot he used to sleep on. That's three, and it had freaking, who was his name? Spinkler? Who was the Ghostbuster? Spinkler? Yeah, he got gun. It had guns. It wasn't a cot, but like more of a bed. I think that he died on or something. Harold Ramis. Yes, they had his blow-up mattress that he died on. He died penniless, which is crazy. Not a lot of people know that about Harold Ramis because I thought he was a big-time comedic actor, comedian, but I don't know. I guess the Ford guy, it's his museum of pretty much freaky things in there. That guy was a freak. Harold Ford, not Harold Ford, but John Ford. What's his name? I don't know. It's a museum of freaks and geeks. So every item is freaky in its own way. So when you see something, like, you have to think, okay, why is this freaky? Which adds to everything. Yeah, it's the allure of the museum. It's a layer of it. You're like, I think that's just a pencil, and then you look a little closer, and it's covered in germs. Yeah, and you're like, what is going on? What do I touch? What do I not touch? What? Some of those germs. The SARS virus, they had it in mayonnaise glass jar. They said, open if you dare. What? No. Yeah, no thank you. Hands off. I wonder if anybody ever does that. I don't know if you could possess me to. Yeah, and it's funny to pay for the experience of getting SARS, like, no thanks. Yeah, it's like, doesn't everybody in the museum at that point in time get it as well? It's like, do you want to be... Hello, fresh. Hello, fresh. Hello, fresh. Hello, fresh. Hello, Casey. Hello, Casey. Make meal times easy with Hello Fresh. I've personally tried this. They send farm fresh pre-portioned ingredients and seasoned recipes right to your door. It's really good, yeah. The other day I was really hungry and I ate 2 of their chicken offerings and they were good. I really enjoyed it. My favorite is garlic chicken, and it comes with a little bit of mashed potatoes too. Plenty for me. Yep. I know they all come with, you get a main thing and you get like a side. You get like a little starchy side or a little vegetable. It's a whole meal you get. It's this thing that takes really quick. It's really quick. Oh, they're so good. It's so good to eat. I'm thinking about it's tasty meals. Home cooking can finally be easy, fun, and affordable. I mean, really, and you gotta make time. You gotta make meal times easy with HelloFresh. They send farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes right to your door. Home cooking can finally be fun, easy, and affordable. Home cooking, let's just say it's finally gonna be easy, fun, and affordable. And this season, check out their taste of summer recipes like Old Bay shrimp and sausage, or grilled steak lettuce wraps. And for anybody listening, normally with food, you don't get all 3. Normally it's just 2. It's never easy, fun, and affordable. Normally it's just easy and fun, but not affordable, or fun and affordable, but not easy. So you rarely get all 3 together. No, if you can hit 2, I think you got a hit product on your hands. It's a hit for your stomach, and HelloFresh is certainly that. It is. And if you're heading on vacation this summer, don't worry about food going to waste on your doorstep. You can update your delivery address to get your box in one vacation. Whoa. Or pause your plan until you get home. It's HelloFresh wherever you go. HelloFresh on the Big Island. Big Island. Oh my God. St. Simon's Island. Las Cruces, New Mexico. Anywhere you are. Could you imagine eating the Old Bay shrimp and sausage and freaking St. Simon's? I would love to be that close to Savannah and still on the beach and still on the sausage and shrimp. Yeah, I'd love to go there. But yeah, you can go to HelloFresh.com/WMS apps for free appetizers for life. For life. You guys, if I know anything about our listeners, you're going to live another 60 or 70 years. You're going to want these free apps. Yes, and that's for life. And it's 1 appetizer per box while subscription is active. So you want to keep the thing active. That's free appetizers for life at HelloFresh.com/WMS apps. That's WMS APPS. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Oh my gosh, I was flying, Casey, and there was some guy. Hold on. So what's the deal? If you sit in the middle, correct me if I'm wrong. Normally, I'm taking the window seat because even though it jacks my neck up, I still can lean my head on against the window. Sure. But I sat in the middle this time because I had a flight. I couldn't miss the next flight, so I sat in the middle and it was up in front, kind of. And so I go to sit down, and some weird older dude's already sitting next to the window. And his arm is on the thing, and I just immediately sit down and get my arms up. And he looks at me funny, and I just look at him and get back to my Game Boy I'm playing. But I'm thinking, you dumbass, do you not know what you're supposed to do here? Yeah. That's the order. You're in the middle, you get both of the freaking armrests, and then I'm spying on the guy, and he's texting. It says like Elizabeth-wife, and I'm thinking, what are you, a fucking idiot? You don't remember your wife's name is Elizabeth, and then it says like mom on there and all this shit. And his phone isn't on airplane mode, and I know that doesn't matter, but he already angered me a little bit. So I'm thinking, what are you trying to kill everybody? Yeah, I might tell the fucking pilot. I might pass a note up. goddamn,
I would love to tell the pilot he did that.
yeah, the phone isn't on airplane mode. I mean, it's insane. And again, he's texting his Elizabeth/wife, and it's like, what are you, just an idiot or something? I don't know. It seemed insane.
When did he change it? You think he changed it on his honeymoon? Hey babe, take a look. He finally made the change and says, damn what?
He probably did. She was probably asking for it. Who knows? Maybe he's in a bad relationship. Maybe he's in a bad deal.
Yeah, it could be.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, maybe he has an Elizabeth who's, I don't know. But that's the unwritten rule, is in the middle, you have to sit by everyone's stink so you get both rests.
Man, and also, are you going back? You've been flying a lot, Casey. Are you doing your seat back or keeping it up?
I hardly ever do. I feel it's rude to those around me.
Yeah, it seems weird.
You go back.
I haven't been going
Yeah, I typically don't.
I have not been going back.
I like to fall asleep with my mouth open. That way anybody can put a treat in there while I'm sleeping. So it's basically like at the zoo when they put little pieces of watermelon in the hippo's mouth. It's me, but it's a little piece of granola bar.
So what happens? You're just kind of there asleep with your mouth open, and then when you just kind of naturally, once you taste it or feel something in your mouth, it just starts slowly like, are you still asleep? Yeah, just slowly kind of eating it.
Yeah, I'll start chewing. It's happened on the last 6 flights I've been on. I'll fall asleep. I think somebody's following me around, but I'll fall asleep with somebody put like a cherry in my mouth.
Well, that's kind of dangerous because that has a bend in it. You don't need to be putting, if you're the person who's putting stuff in people's mouths that are open on plates, don't put a cherry in them.
No, that's a little too far. Put a little piece of granola, it'll get soft and just go down my throat.
And then it'll be okay, but yeah, not bad. No watermelon. Yeah, those are the best videos, Casey, where they throw like an entire watermelon in the hippo's mouth and it just eats it.
Yeah, hippos love chewing the hard shit. It's too hard for us humans, but not for the hippo.
Yeah, we can't do it. Hippopotamus couldn't do it.
God,
And they do it.
I can't believe Igor Spangler gambled his whole fortune away.
Neither can I. Be super careful.
Yeah.
Be super careful if you make any money. Be super careful what you're doing.
You gotta get a money manager. You gotta get a friend. If you're playing high stakes poker, you gotta get a friend to take away the chips as you're playing. So you can say, hey man, keep 20K so I don't walk away.
1,000%. You need somebody in your life like that if you want to go out gambling. We gotta go. There's I think an illegal gambling spot right by where we live, right by the Taco Bell. We should go in there and just look around. What it even looks like.
Do they play poker there? They play craps.
I have no idea what they do. I've always been way too scared, even though there's always cars in front of the building. I've always been too scared to stop in. But every now and again, I go to Taco Bell and I'm like, dude, today's the day. Go in the freaking, go in this building. But I'm always too scared. I need backup. I mean, I gotta have backup going in a place like that.
I'll go with you. I'll watch your back, man.
Please.
Then we get Grant on the fucking 1s and 2s in a van outside listening, like a little coordinate station, so he can, like, if we say Grant, we're in trouble, you can come out of the van and come out.
Would you, Grant? I can help you get cards too.
Oh shit!
You know how to do that?
Grant's when? Since when?
Like 4 or 5
Years old.
4 or 5 years ago, or like cards you count?
Casey, you had 5 cards.
Yeah, I fucking know that. I fucking know that dipshit. Just screaming at the poker table. You're not helping. I can see the cards.
I have an ace of hearts.
It's not a card, Grant. Yeah, but this can allow you to keep your eyes on everyone else while I'm keeping an eye on the cards. Oh, fair enough. I didn't really think about it that way. It could be good to be on a tree of keeping your eyes on the people that are in there for sure. Oh my gosh, how are your Pokemon, Casey? How are your Pokemon coming along?
They're great. I beat Crystal yesterday. It was the plane stood up and they cheered, and I said thank you guys, and the pilot came out mid-flight. I said I don't know who was started it, but he said I just want to thank you, the first person who raised the Pokemon with love in their heart on this plane today. And I felt like it was true, so I couldn't really be bashful, but I was really proud of myself.
Yeah, oh my gosh, so that's what the picture, I didn't immediately understand what the picture represented, but that picture, the screenshot was after you, right when you beat it? Yeah, what does that mean? Just getting all the medals or getting all the things? Well, after, are you playing? I'm never playing. Well, Casey, I'm bad, dude. I'm being real bad right now. I'm literally, I swear I'm playing 5 of them at the same time. I get to a point. I know, it's not good. But I stopped playing it I started playing Donkey Kong Country 2 again on the flight back this time. I started playing that. I Pokemon myself out. I was playing it too. If you could see the hours, because it's just the hours you've played, it'd make you sick. I wouldn't even show you. It'd make you sick the amount of hours I put onto those free. I think it's 4 of them I played. An ungodly amount. 4 different Pokemon games? Yes. Emerald, Fire Red, Crystal, and something else. Fire Red's a good one. I know, that's really fun. So fun. But in Crystal, you can't even run. You don't get any running shoes or a bike. You just have to walk everywhere. It's Brutus. And that's awful. Well, I discovered, did you find this out? You know how the thing has the little controllers on the back? Yeah, if you hold the R1 to the left, it gets it in fast forward. So you can fast forward through all the bad, dude. I didn't just fast forward. And you can, even if you don't have to run, you can walk really fast with the fast forward. Oh, I didn't realize. So with the bike, it's almost too fast. Like, I don't even do it with the bike, it's too fast. You can't control it. Can't control yourself. But yeah, so in the games, you get all the badges, then you go to the Elite Four, which is the Champions League, and it's off the Indigo Plateau. And okay, you battle really good trainers, and then you beat 4 of them, and you become Pokemon champion, and then they show your Pokemon on the screen, confetti drops, and they say, "Welcome to the Hall of Fame." Damn. So what? And you don't see. My problem was I was making one of them really strong. That's not the way. You need to be making several really strong. Well, if you make one strong, it's the bug. I mean, it'll make the game really strong. Yeah. But it's good to space it out. Like, it's fun to have 3 really strong ones you can. And it makes it more fun to see how they evolve. But I did discover not all of them evolve. Which is kind of boring, right? It is boring. I always try to get ones that evolve at least, none evolve more than 3 times, but at least 3 times. Yeah, for sure.
So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history
I don't even understand what he wants to hear. I don't even understand the thing that keeps the Pokemon from not evolving. Why would you even want to do that? I don't know why you want that.
I'm going to spend
Please tell
very
us. I don't know why
short
you
amount of time going through a blinding review
That's not
of
the point of the
the
game.
relevant
The
moments
game's
in this history
bigger and
from
more
the
flowers
Bronze
around
Age
its neck.
period,
And the only way to do
and
that
then we're going to slow down considerably
Oh my
again
gosh,
to
we got
the
flowers
19th
around the
century.
neck. You know what we
So what
watched
precisely
on
does this
summer
begin?
solstice.
One might say
It's
perhaps
summer.
that
Whoa, I hadn't seen
entire
that
story
since the
begins
movie theater in 2019 when I was
episodes
growing
surrounding
up
this
in Gates. It was
particular
almost like I
point
was kind of
the
watching it for the
infamous
first time because I
Judea
kind of forgot
point,
about it. That's a pretty
of
good one.
some
Did you like
dozen
it?
odd
Oh, I
similar
love
points
it. Yeah, I've
by
seen
the
it.
Roman
Yeah, maybe 3
Empire
times. It's really
to
long.
celebrate
It's so good. I think it's
capture
really underrated.
of
And I
Judea,
didn't even realize
that's
what's her name?
the Roman name for the province
in the
that
end,
occupies
she
much
ends up
of
with the guy
what is
was a
today
piece
called
of
the
shit.
state
The
of
boyfriend
Israel.
was a piece
And
of
the
shit.
imagery
She
here is
basically said, kill his
unmistakable.
ass at the
In
end,
the
right?
center is
Could
a
have been him
balsam
or
pine,
the other
which
person
is
who's
one
one
of
of
the
them.
great
But
exports
good
of
for
the land of
Florence.
Israel
The
in
guy was a
antiquity.
piece of
And
shit.
on the
She
left
should
is
have gotten burned
a
alive.
large
He was a
Roman
jerk and he deserved to
soldier
get burned alive as the
after
little bear he
the battle
was.
of some kind
And he
of
was trying to
centurion.
take
He's
the
got
guy's
his foot
freaking
off his
the
helmet
nice
because it no longer
the
fits
nice
the
other guy in
worrying his
there
enemy is
who's
totally
like the
defeated. And on the right
anthropologist. He
is
steals
a
his idea about
grieving
writing
woman
the thing.
with
The
her head
guy's
in her hands,
horrible.
lamenting the fate
Wait,
of
you guys talking about
her capture by Rome.
Yes.
And this
I didn't know you
represents the
What, are we
beginning of
pronouncing
the
it
great
wrong? So you
Roman
said
diaspora
we
that
pronouncing
is
it
the
wrong?
exile of the Jews
Midsummer.
from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70.
Like it?
There is a widespread
Yeah, it's
misconception
pretty good.
that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews who lived there throughout the entire period, even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period. There
Yeah, he
nevertheless
didn't make
always
it. He just
was
had
a
the
presence of
compound
Jews
fractures
continuously
in his
in
legs.
the land of
He
Israel.
jumped feet
But nevertheless,
first.
this represents a massive
Yeah, the
turning point
English
because this
people, they didn't
represents the
take too
point where
kindly to
Jews
that.
are
The people that were visiting,
significantly
they were kind of
invested
traumatized.
in
And I
a
get it. I
worldwide
think I might have
diaspora,
been
a
traumatized if I was told I was
galut
going to
meaning
some
exile,
just
that
nice
is
summer
up
solstice
until the
party
present
in
day.
freaking whatever country.
Israel is, of course, at the center of our
Just
imagination.
big
In
suicide.
many ways, particularly in
And I do have a
Western
question.
civilization,
At the
you see
beginning,
in this remarkable
remember how
map,
they take
very
the
creative,
mushrooms or
innovative
whatever.
map created by
And then she wakes up, she
Benedict,
dreams,
who
and then
was
wakes
a
up.
16th
Is that
century
really the
Protestant
next day?
theologian
Are they
who
messing
wasn't
with
especially good at being a theologian, but he really enjoyed making
that
maps and
probably
made
doesn't
some
matter
beautiful
one way or
maps.
the other.
This so-called cloverleaf map
when they
shows
first
the
get
land
to
of
the
Israel with
place,
Jerusalem
yeah, I
at
remember
the
thinking it was so
center,
weird because
in
like,
the
oh,
middle
you
of
slept
a
all day,
cloverleaf,
you slept all night,
the three
it's now the
continents
next
of
day.
Europe, Asia, and
It
Africa,
probably has
and all
nothing to
each
do with
has
anything, but I just
and it
thought,
seems
I
when you open up the
think
news today
hardly ever gets
that
dark.
Israel is
Isn't that what it is?
at
Like,
the
yeah,
center of our
sunlight all the time or
always.
something? Yeah.
This is
So
not a
maybe
new phenomenon.
it is
So
the
if
next
you were to
day.
really
I don't
begin the
know.
story,
And again,
you
I don't
have
think
to
that
begin with
probably
the Bible, which is the
I
key
know.
document, the
But yeah,
foundational
they
document
skinned the man.
of Western
Oh,
civilization.
skins.
And of course, it describes
In
the
the very beginning, the
relationship
sister,
of
the poor
the
sister, put
ancestors of the
getting the
Jewish
two
people
hoses from
with
the
the land
exhaust
of
pipe
Israel.
and getting the
However,
parents in the room with the
obviously
duct tape
not
with the
everyone
fuse,
holds
and then
with
just
the
duct
Bible
taping her
as a
mouth with
valid
the
historical
hub.
source,
I went all
and I
fucking
think that's
scary from the
you know
exhaust.
a challenge to
I wonder if she
using
did
that
that
text.
though, because
So
it seems
let
like you would need
us,
somebody
for
to
the sake
start
of
the
argument,
car.
go
Like,
to
how
the
was she
first
able to get
extra
the hose in
biblical
her mouth
reference,
and then
and
walk
it would
back
be this
upstairs
document
after
here,
she
which is
started the
actually a
car?
large stone
Seems like she would have
obelisk.
died
It
immediately.
stands about 15 feet
Yeah,
high.
probably,
It's the
but
so-called
it's moving magic.
Memphis
It's moving.
theory,
You don't know
which
about
is
that. And it was all
victory slab. In Hebrew, we call it Matseva, so it looks like a gravestone, but it's really
so
a
gorgeous.
commemorative slab that describes the victories of the pharaoh Merneptah, who was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II. And that's especially ironic because Ramses II, according to many scholars, is the unnamed pharaoh in the book of Exodus. At any rate, on this particular Merneptah stela, Merneptah lists all of his various victories and various battles throughout the region. And at the very bottom, in a region which is highlighted there, you can see there's one phrase that says, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the very first reference to the people of Israel in history outside of the biblical text. It is, of course, ironic. I get it that the very first thing that anyone says about Jews in history is going to be a negative statement. But what this statement meant to say was that Merneptah went through this rampage throughout the region, and among the many peoples that he destroyed along the way was the people of Israel. They would no longer trouble the world, because Merneptah had destroyed them. And like Mark Twain might have said, the obituary was somewhat premature because the descendants of that people of Israel, of course, are still with us today. But nevertheless, this is the first reference we have to the people of Israel in the land of Israel, and dates back to the 13th century. As the biblical account describes it, the Jews settled them, and by the way, I'm referring to them as Jews, although they would not have referred to themselves as Jews until somewhat later. The biblical account has them settling in the land of Israel and in the land of Jordan and also Lebanon, according to a map, something like this. And note here that there's another people, of course, also dating back to the Bronze period, called the Philistines, the region right around Gaza. I know the ironies are tremendous. The Philistines are not related to contemporary Palestinians, except etymologically in terms of their name. The Philistines were actually a sea people who settled on the coast. They were especially noted for 5 cities: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gad. They're described repeatedly in the Bible, usually in terms of a conflict with their neighbors, the children of Israel. Then moving on through the history, there is described in the Bible a massive golden age with some fantastic kings like Saul, David, who is shown here in this slab, the Tel Dan stele found in the north of Israel, that has in the chopped-in area written in Paleo-Hebrew the word Beit David, the house of David. And then following that, after the kingdom of Solomon ended, there was a civil war and a division of the land into 2 kingdoms, that of Israel proper in the north and Judah in the south. The kingdom of Israel, which was based in Samaria, which was broken off from the central kingdom in Judah, according to the books of Samuel and Kings, was later invaded by the Assyrians, and much of their population was spirited away to places in Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, and Iraq and Iran. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. We're not precisely lost, but certainly a large percentage of them were taken away and then eventually most likely assimilated into the people who lived there. The kingdom of Judah remained, however, but in 586 they were attacked by the Babylonians, and this is when we have the great Babylonian exile as well. So the Jews now have been exiled twice from their land. They would return some 7 decades later, and they would rebuild the destroyed temple a second time. But this is our next reference to the Palestinians in the literature. And again, it's not necessarily referring to the people who today get called themselves the Palestinians, but the name Palestine goes back to this 5th century document by historian Herodotus, who refers to the term Palestine as a region on the coast, around the same region we saw earlier with Palestine, and there are people living there who are originally free people. The name Palestine as a geographic locator was actually reintroduced in the area after Emperor Hadrian fought the Second Great War against the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The Jews by this point have been taken over by the Greeks. They rebelled against the Greeks and they reestablished their sovereignty. That's first celebrated in the holiday of Hanukkah. And then the Romans came in, they conquered the region, and we remained there for quite some time until the year 70, when there was a great revolt, which resulted in the expulsion of many people from the land of Israel. Josephus, the great historian of the era, estimates 100,000 people were shipped off in boats to Rome at this point. But there were significant numbers still left behind the land of Israel, such that they rebelled in the year 115, and then once again in Bar Kokhba in the year 135. This was during the period of Emperor Hadrian, who had to spend 2 to 3 years working against this very determined guerrilla movement until finally he could crush the rebellion in Beitar and finally take over the country completely. It was at this point that Hadrian made a concerted effort to completely wipe out any historical connection between the Jewish people and that region. He renamed the city of Jerusalem, for example, after himself, Hagia Capitolina. At this point, the temple had already been raised 6 decades earlier, and it was needed as a refuge dump. And the entire region he renamed, no longer keeping the word Judea, which the Romans had used earlier, which has obviously connections to Judeos, the Jews. He renamed it after the historical enemies of the Jewish people, the Palestinians, or as it was indeed, Philistines. And here you can see this is what the Romans called the region. Syria Palestina was called Syria because the capital of the region was actually not there. It referred to the northern Syria. And part of the land of Israel was in the province of Arabia, and part of it was in the province of Egypt. So Hadrian's attempt was to get rid of any references historical to the Jewish people in the land, and he took the name Palestine in order to try and subvert that name. So that's how we get the name Palestine, which as we shall see was used by the Jews without any problem later on. So much so that we have the great document authored in the 4th century known as the Palestinian Talmud. And it is not a Talmud written by anyone other than Jews, but nevertheless it's called the Palestinian Talmud. It's also called sometimes, by the way, the Jerusalem Talmud, but it's not written in Jerusalem, so that's also a bit Anyway, that takes us to the ancient period. In the medieval period, we still have the Jews living in the land of Israel, as I mentioned, but we also have a significant diaspora developing first in Asia Minor, which would be today primarily Turkey, and then throughout the Mediterranean basin, with major centers in Rome, significant centers in Greece, and virgin centers in Spain and Provence. The Christian movement was also growing at this time, and in this particular map, you see the starburst where there are strong Christian communities.
have a
quite
little
often
food
Christian
court,
communities are
and I
established
go to the
where Jewish communities already
this place
exist.
that makes little
And this
smash
movement, of course,
burgers.
will grow significantly.
Smash
But
burgers.
we
Or
still have
kinds of
lots
places,
of
obviously.
examples of Jewish
Some
civilization
some
continuing
well-known
in
places.
the
There's one
land
in
of Israel.
Boston.
It was
They
at
do
this
little
time
cheeseburgers
that the
and they do
Jews really
milkshakes.
adopted the idea
What
of
is
the
it?
synagogue,
Do you know,
which
Grant?
pre-existed
Shake
in the
Shack.
structure of the
I
temple,
went to
meaning
Shake
that
Shack.
people
They had a
still like to
breakfast thing,
have
and I go
local
order,
places of
and they
worship.
did the thing where
You
you
know,
can
for
tip.
example,
So it's
this
like, I whatever.
remarkable
The
document,
feeling
which
okay
is
for me
a
tip a
plaque.
dollar, so it's
Yes,
$20,
the ancient
which is way
synagogues
too much.
also had
And I'm
clocks,
standing
just like
there,
they
and I'm
do
starting to
today.
notice that
And this is the
before me starting
Theodotus
to get their
inscription,
food,
which
and then
essentially is
people
written in
after me
Greek,
starting
and
to
it
get their
tells
food, and I
people
swear to
how
God, I stayed there for
Theodotus
20 freaking minutes
made
just
a
up
major
against the wall,
donation
like,
to build the
exhausted and
synagogue
starving.
and
And I
the
finally go
plumbing
up
and
there,
all
I'm like,
kinds
hey,
of things in
what,
the guest
what's
house.
going on? Here's my number.
And it
He's
dates
like,
to
oh my gosh, I'm so
approximately
sorry,
the
dude,
first
forgot
century
that one.
before the Common Era.
It's like, well, I
The
wouldn't have
land,
tipped y'all's fucking
particularly in
asses
the
a
north,
dollar. I
where
know y'all were gonna
Jews were
forget my
exiled to
order.
when
How do you forget?
Hadrian
Oh,
wiped out the
sorry,
Bar
we just
Kokhba rebels in the
yeah,
south.
he's like, yeah, we
The land
forgot
is
it. And I
studied
was
with
like,
some
oh, okay.
ancient synagogues
Are
of
you
this
doing it
period,
now?
known as the
Am I gonna be
Byzantine
able to
era.
eat?
This is a
Look, you got
particularly beautiful one
$20
at
for
Mount
nothing?
Tiberia in
It was
the
a little
north, and
shocking.
it has this gorgeous mosaic with a zodiac in the middle of it. And you can see that even though this was built 300 years after the construction of the temple, it is decorated with many elements that refer to the practice of the rituals in the temple, indicating just how closely the Jews wanted to hew to their ancient
figuring
traditions
out
in
when I
the
was
land
going to
of
go
Israel.
say, oh, I like your hair.
A major change in the
Young kid with
region
kind of a
occurs
fun
in the
looking
7th
haircut, something I
century
could never
when
pull off.
Islam is
And I was
born
thinking
in
about
the
what I'm going to
south,
say, and then I
in
go
the
to the woman
cities
and
of
ask
Mecca
her for
and
the food,
Medina.
and they don't have what I
And
want,
it
so that's why I
proves
went
to
to
be
the
an
other place. But she's
extremely
like, oh, is that your son
persuasive
over there?
ideology,
And I
backed
looked and he
with
heard her say
military
that, and he
force,
said,
but
no, but I
it
love her
was
hair, man.
a body of ideas that really appealed to many throughout
I was
the
able to at
and it
least
spread
make
with
contact
remarkable
with somebody.
rapidity, such that in just a little over a century,
Next
this
time you're
new
there, you
religion
establish a
stretched all
rapport.
the way
Yes.
from the
You come
Atlantic
back, you get a
to
potbelly
Central
sandwich.
Asia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan taken over
That's what you're
by Islamism.
yeah, potbelly. I
Israel,
think
of
there's one
course,
in
was
Austin.
taken over fairly
There's one
early
on
because of
Street.
its proximity to Mecca and
And
Medina.
if you ever come to Austin, it's
The early
it's not Guadalupe.
Muslims and
They're gonna know
Jews
you're a
had
tourist.
a few
Yes.
moments of
You
very
don't want that in
significant
Austin.
conflict.
Trust
Sometimes
Trust
they are
me, they'll put an
referenced
apple
even
tag in your
today
back
in the
pocket and
conflict, a
follow you to
particular
your Airbnb
war in
and
the
make it look
region
like you
called
burned it down.
Haibar, which is especially
And if you catch, if you're
dire
gonna catch
for the
them
Jews.
with the security
But
camera at the
ultimately,
Airbnb, they're gonna have a bunch of
Jews settled
cicada
in
stings
under
all over
Islamic
your
rule
shirt, over your
fairly well.
face. You're gonna be
The
scared
reason
at
for
first,
this
and then you're gonna
are several. The first is
not
that
alive.
Judaism and Islam are actually fairly similar in terms of their structure, their ideas. In fact, Judaism is actually closer to Islam than it is to Christianity in terms of its, common cultural vocabulary.
That's Austin, man.
Kashrut is not the same as halal,
Oh my
but
gosh,
the idea of
so
a dietary
shout out to
regimen,
our
of certain
Gary
kinds
K.
of
Booms.
restrictions
That's new.
on how animals
Gary
are slaughtered and so on,
Schmidt,
that is something they share.
obviously,
The value of youth, of modesty, they may
love your
approach
stuff.
to
We need to
different
work
degrees
together,
and
dude.
slightly
Oh my
different
gosh, somebody
definitions,
needs to
but
be.
they both have
We need to
the
work together.
notion that such a
Josiah
thing
M. Yeah.
exists. In general, Islam,
Captain
like
Chaos.
Judaism,
These are
is
new people.
more of a practice-based
That's a new
religion,
person.
meaning
Kyle
you are
Lee,
measured by
Larry, we're still
what
saying
you do.
Punky
Whereas
Johnson.
Christianity, while of course that's important to Christian as well, is much more measured by what you
Rachel
believe.
O'Donnell.
By contrast, Judaism and Islam do not have the same amount of emphasis on belief
Shady
vis-a-vis
Shane
practice.
and
And in this way,
Kaya.
although we were not identical, they could at least speak the same language. Halakha and Sharia are both all-encompassing law systems that govern all aspects of life, civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something we don't have the same in Christianity. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Pact of Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but is probably from the 9th century, is essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the status of dhimmi, meaning a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not
Bucky Johnson.
riding horses, things like that, riding donkeys instead. Sometimes assigned colors, the idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture. And sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could repair old ones and so on. And on the one hand, for a 21st century approach, this is obviously intolerable. It's a second-class status, it's discriminatory, but within a medieval culture, it was actually something that the Jews valued because it represented order. And as a tiny minority, often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, even if they are loudly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, then they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the Lamar. No one is allowed to run rampage, there's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things that Jews are especially concerned with. We can speak about more about this if you like in the question session, but one of the great high points of the Muslim-Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely punctuations of violence. There were even some forced conversions, something like the Inquisition and a few expulsions as well. But compared to Christian Europe, it's far, far better place to live in general. We're talking about massive places all the way to Spain to Afghanistan. But the high point is sometimes called la convivencia, which means literally the coexistence, which is a period of about 100 or 200 years in medieval Spain, where Jews were phenomenal in their activities and they granted tremendous privileges and exercised significant power. One case in point, even Navarella, a Jewish man, served as the general of the Muslim army of Granada for 16 years. A practicing Jew, a learned Jew, actually serving as a Muslim general. That simply doesn't happen anymore. So that takes us basically up to the eve of modernity, which is where contracts will have that market. I should mention, by the way, that this tract of the law and this kind of an idea of Jews living as a protected minority, that's kind of like what you hear in the rhetoric today in some of the protests that, if Israel were to disappear from the map, then the Jews who live there would be accepted as dhimmi, and this is kind of like an ISIS model for a modern caliphate and how Jews would fit into it. Not sure how comfortable we'd be. There are several Muslim empires, three in particular, that vie for power over the next millennia. The one that's most important to us is the Ottoman Empire that lasted for 700 years. And you can see here it encompasses the entire eastern Mediterranean, much of the area of the Byzantine Empire. And one of the things that's especially noteworthy in terms of the history of Jews and their conflict with the other people living there is that it was under the Ottomans that there was a huge influx of Jewish refugees from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and also later the Portuguese migration that brought many Jews in particular to the region of Sfax in northern Israel, where a concentration of the post-exile Jews, which in many ways were kind of like the post-Holocaust generation, first and second generation. People who either remember themselves or remember their parents having come out of Spain after living there with such success for hundreds of years. And they established a phenomenal center of mystical activity. This is where the Holy Ramak, the great Alphabets live, and the great Arizal came out from Egypt actually to join the Jews living in Sfax at the time. So it's one of the high points of Jewish civilization over the period that it was controlled by the Muslims. And now we are at the eve of modernity, and this is where the story gets much more complicated. Much more relevant to us today. We go to, let's say, the year 1850. Now, it's still the Ottoman Empire. The population at that time has just a tiny number of Jews. About 4% of the population is Jewish. Muslims and Jews make up about 88%. This is not a precise number because we don't have very good statistics. It's based only on those who are Ottoman subjects as opposed to people who have transitory status there. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense that there's just a tiny sliver of the overall demographic climate. But then in the 1880s, that begins to shift with a movement called Fusion, which originates in the region of Odessa in particular, in modern-day Ukraine. These are a group of Jews who begin to view the possibility of returning to the land of Israel in order to settle there, which for much of the diaspora's history was considered a very meritorious act. Sometimes people would go there to be buried. Sometimes people would go there because they were exiled, like Nachmanides, for example. You have travelers who will make their way there. But you don't have a few minor exceptions, like a group of about 300 Jews from the region of France in the time of Rothschild. You don't have very many large organized groups of Jews heading down there. Another major Ashkenaz movement in the 1700s. But it really gets serious in the 1880s when Ilu, influenced by many of the other national movements that are growing at the time, begin to say, wait a minute, why don't we go there? Why don't we resurrect the land? Why don't we begin farming it? And with the backing of some wealthy Jews like the Baron de Rothschild's, they actually begin to set up some of these farming communities in the land of Israel, and elsewhere, with varying degrees of success. But at this point, the immigration of Jews who are now, after 2,000 years of exile, are beginning to trickle back. It's not making a huge demographic change. It would change significantly. However, if you look at this graph, this shows the relative proportions of Muslims, Jews, Christians, and others in the land of Israel in the first half of the 20th century. As you can see, Jews remain a minority, but a significantly increasing minority over this period of time. And Muslims also increase. This is because, just like we have in the 7th century, a major influx of Arabs to the region with the growth of Islam, with the improved economics occurring in the first half of the 20th century, as large part due to the presence of the British and of Jewish finance coming into the region to build up the area. You have a employment possibilities, a significant number of Arabs and Muslims from around the region moving into the region. This complicates the story as well, as we shall see. But this is the era when, just to give you another example of how the term Palestine has been so transvalued, this is a Jewish National Fund poster saying, hey, help him, obviously a Jewish farmer, because he has written the same thing in Yiddish underneath, help him build Palestine. This was the kind of heroic era of early settlers of the land of Israel, thinking that they would be able to enter the land without it would not turn 30 minutes. So now let's move to the history of Zionism in Israel, and then I'm going to take a step back and look at Palestinian nationalism, which also fits in chronologically. I'd like to begin with an example of another Jewish national fund. Poster, which has kind of like that heroic, muscular look to it, of this idea of a nation reborn, different kind of Jew coming to the land, rolling up his sleeves, muscular, and farming the land. The story being, the stereotype of the ghetto living, very pale and lots of books and text, but no familiarity with the traditional agriculture. The increasing presence of Jews in the region began to alarm some of the Arab notables.
So what is that? You're able to keep your leg when you do
against
keep your leg, you're actually
intellectual aristocracy of the Palestinians who was not using that term at the beginning of the 20th century, although the region was called in Arabic Palestine, and there was a newspaper that was started about that time as well. But they began to view with some alarm the direction of Jewish migration that could
I don't know. I'm normally getting too scared in the apartment before I can even go out to do stunts. And literally, it's where you live in one apartment, and I'll just be not thinking about anything and walk down a tiny little hallway, and then just the neighbor in the kitchen, and Erica's fucking asshole jumped out at me and just scared me to death. And it just makes me walks out my mood for a while. It's like, he just scared me so bad. I'm not having fun after that. I have to relax. I have to chill.
Journalist, fairly assimilated, but he covered the strikers France that was astounded with the level of anti-Semitism in France, which was the first country fully emancipated Jews in 1790 and 1791. And he, seeing the anti-Semitism from the game, Dreyfus said that, this is impossible. The Jews must have a land where Jews must have a place where they live. And so, until he passed away in 1904, he was incredibly energetic about traveling to world capitals, to speak with world leaders, and to argue for the allocation of land in Israel to a Jewish national class. So he was the face of political violence. Unlike the Diesel movement, he was not religious. In fact, at one point he even thought that conversion might be a solution for the problem of anti-Semitism. He abandoned that idea very early. But at any rate, Al-Khalidi said, I'm going to write directly to her and say, social experiment. He wrote a very beautiful letter to France, which was the diplomatic language of the era, sending it to the chief rabbi of France, Rabbi Sadat Khan, and he wrote to him, look at one section. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, who can contest the rights of the Jews of Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country. Nevertheless, the letter goes on to say, but although this would be a wonderful thing for Jews and for humanity, it is true cause thank God I had my Crocs, so I would have broken my toes. He would come such a mess, and he really should not have to take other steps here, find other things to support. Herzl responded, also very quickly, and I won't go into great detail here, but he somehow missed the basic thrust of Khaledi's message, which suggested that it was all about status quo and about the mindset of the Muslim people living in the region who would not take well to the idea of Jewish sovereignty in traditional Muslim land. And Herzl understood it more economically. He wrote, who would think to remove them? Meaning, you think we're trying to promote the population? Not at all. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. In other words, Herzl will say, don't worry. The standard of living will rise as there will be more foreign investment. There will be more jobs, there will be more industry, and Muslims living there will have tremendous prosperity, and will be fine, even under Jewish sovereignty, no problem. And they're kind of like at different levels, and ultimately it turned out that Al-Khalidi was the most, prescient, prophetic about what would ultimately the history of how that came so involves the British, of course. The Ottoman Empire was teetering at the very last days of its existence, and all of the great powers were poring over maps with rulers and drawing borders and saying, I'm going to take a piece of this, and you're going to take a piece of that. And England decided to map the Zionist movement for many reasons and promised the land of Israel to Jewish settlement. This is the doctrine known as the Balfour Declaration. Named for Lord Balfour, Lord Rothschild, and you can see the inset paragraph that says, His Majesty's government, the British government, view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this concept. At this point, Jews were just wild with that, and finally, it's going to come to pass. The 2,000-year-old exile will end. But they didn't read the next part of the paragraph, which says, It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done with a precious civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities. So in other words, we're going to do this for the Jews, but we also do not want to offend the local Muslims as well. And this is typical for much of the Mandate period, where the British will promise one thing to the Jews, another to the Arabs, and it would give us imposter something else. Nevertheless, politically, militarily, they supported the region at the end of World War I, and they were able to ask the United Nations for a mandate, which means the United Nations, or the League of Nations, as it was called then, said to the British, okay, you will control the region until we work out a solution for how this is all going to work out with various people who are laying claim to the land. And then the violence began. The cycle of violence,
It was one of, I think it was a Shark Tank guy. Was that a Shark Tank?
Well, there's an element of eroticism
something which is absolutely horrific, and
Mr. Wonderful loves
the
this.
entire
Mr.
land
Wonderful
is
loves
soaked
this.
with the blood of people who died needlessly in these
They didn't even want a piece of it.
horrific
They just loved
eruptions
it
of
so
communal
much.
violence.
We'll give 520.
We could easily spend far more than the time we have today cataloging these events. And we could spend a lot of time assessing
Clip of Mr.
who
Wonderful
did what first,
received a watch as a gift.
what was considered an escalation, and what was considered retaliation. And
I think it was like
I don't want to spend our energy that way. Please suffice to say that it begins on April 4th of 1990, so now we're in over a century of this back and forth of violence, which sometimes involves Arabs and Jews, occasionally involves Jews attacking Arabs as well, like in our own days. And the British, they're in the what to do. Finally, they come up with what now, reading it many years later, I have an opinion probably the most accurate assessment of the situation. The British are very good at putting in commissions, so they hire Earl Peel to make a commission. It's called the Peel Report. And basically, he says that you have to partition the land. They're not going to share. The Jews and the Arabs cannot live together in one state. So therefore, he recommended creating this area here, which is outlined by the red. This is more or less where you have the bulk of Jewish settlement, significant number in Jerusalem as well, and also creating this sort of like appendix-shaped thing, which was a international zone that would allow people to go from the sea to Jerusalem itself, which would be neither Jewish nor Arab. Obviously, this is a fraction of what the Jews would have hoped for, but nevertheless, the Zionist known as the Yeshiva, the settlement, that is, the Jews living in the land of Israel, were willing to accept the Peel Report. The Peel Report, by the way, goes into the analysis of this to say that, if you look at the last paragraph here, an irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national areas within the narrow bounds of one country. There is no common ground. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land of the Jewish nation. Neither of the two national ideas permits a combination. He'll also dismiss in the other paragraph of the notion that prosperity that putting more money into this situation would not ease the conflict because they would fundamentally the Arabs, for their part, are still referring to them as Arabs rather than Palestinians because it turns out Palestinians really only comes to power in the 1960s, but they've definitely developed a national consciousness. They're definitely thinking themselves as part of a pan-Arab people. They are singularly time after time, their leaders choose to back the wrong side in global conflict, including Benjamin al-Husseini, who was the Mufti of Jerusalem, who was seen here in a different photograph, none other than Adolf Hitler. And we have examples right up to the Iraq wars, and so on. But at any rate, the situation ends up in a stalemate. nations
And then you trade that
exacerbated
for a
by
steampunk
World War II.
outfit that's really
A
cool.
white paper
Like
was
one of those
issued in
Indonesian
1939 by yet another,
$12,000
and
Etsy
said
steampunk
that
custom
the
like
only way to solve this
really
is by
well made
severely
suits.
limiting Jewish migration to the land of Israel.
It's like
75,000
realistic
tiny
Iron
number
Man
over 5
Indonesian
years. And of course, this was during the period of
It's
the
like
Holocaust
exposed
era,
Iron
when
Man, like
there
dirty
are
work Iron Man.
literally hundreds of
It shows the
perhaps
craftsmanship of
millions of
the
Jews who are seeking to come to the land of Israel, and they'll do it legally or
sweated
illegally.
videos.
Ultimately, there's a tremendous amount of conflict, three-way conflict between the Arabs, the Jews, and the British. And ultimately, the British say, okay, that's it. And Indonesians, by the way, in India, they left it exactly, very abruptly in 1947 as well. They handed it back to the United Nations and said, you know what, we're not going to deal with it. We can't manage these two peoples. You figure it out. The United Nations sat down and they worked out Resolution 181, which created this stage-based on 7 segments. The green segments will be given to the Jews for the future state of Israel. The sort of yellow goldenrod color was given to the Arabs. And you can see right in the middle of the goldenrod, Jerusalem was to be an international zone ruled by an Israel. I'm sure you're all familiar with the history of this point. 5 Arab Jews accepted. The Jews say, well, it's not what we think of as the land of Israel. But we're so happy to have our own country. They accept it. They declare statehood, and 5 armies attack. Amazingly, the Jews are not only able to defend themselves, but even able to actually hold their own and expand the territory somewhat. Although they're not able to take all Jerusalem, the Jewish border remains on the Jordanian side of the border. But this is basically what the state of Israel, now state because they established the state in 1948, the state of Israel has these boundaries in 1948. There have been some fascinating analyses of these battles. It is rather amazing how the Jews were able to hold their own at this time. Being severely outnumbered. But some have characterized it saying it's not really David against Goliath, but maybe David against many Davids. Because the Arab armies were poorly coordinated with one another, and they didn't have, well, there's a lot more to say about this, but I don't want to some of the wrong material. So let's move on. The crucial aspect of this history for our purposes, since we're really focused on one aspect of this history, is the so-called Nakba, or catastrophe. It's a term used by Palestinians to refer to the displacement of some 750,000 Arabs from their homes in the former land of Israel. And this is where you have a tremendous amount of historiographic controversy. Why were those Arabs displaced? So on the kind of older pre-1990s Israeli historiography, there was this notion that this was an entirely voluntary departure by the local population, feeling that with all of the advance of the Arab armies, the Jews would be driven into the sea, and then they would be able to go back and not only return to their homes, but also collect the goods of the displaced Jews. On the other hand, the Arab historiography emphasizes the violent displacement as a result of attacks on villages, and the truth, as is often the case in historical analysis, lies somewhere between those two extremes. We know of some examples of violence directed against Arab civilians. The village of Deir Yassin, of course, is infamous. And there was also something called Plan Dalet, which was essentially a military tactic that said, when the people leave a particular region, especially around communication zones and areas where there are very narrow wastes for vehicles to go back and forth, they should not be allowed to return to their homes. The difference in interpretation, of course, were those things that Deir Yassin and Plan Dalet, were those exceptions, were they anomalies, were the kinds of things that are inevitable to happen in the fog of war, or were they determined strategies
Because
I do not believe that
what,
both
like
those
prophecies are
things
gonna
are
be
term
true. Like,
strategies, but
the Grand
nevertheless,
Canyon is.
this is where the historical analysis
Actually,
scholars
Palestine.
At the end of the day, however, you have three boys forced out of their home.
Just
I personally,
there's a good theory
a
that
father and grandfather, if there was a war happening in one region, I would consider it prudent to simply pick up and leave. That would make me a refugee, but would also make me sound I consciously chosen There's so much more to say about this, but
that's what they didn't tell you. Tell you what, there was
you
big
should
ass
also
trees.
remember that there was a
Show me the
second
tree, because that tree looks like it goes to the moon.
a displacement of, ironically, about the same number of Jews
That's what I asked. I
Arab
was like, just show
lands
me a
that
tree
would take
that
place
comes from that trunk. Like,
coming years
scale-wise, all
as
the way.
Jews
It looks like it
experienced
was like
tremendous degrees of anti-Semitism in countries
it
where
looked like
many
a
of them
tire
have
had a
lived
car
for
on it.
hundreds, even thousands of years.
Sideways.
So this is something we'll have to explore a little
Used to be
bit
a
more
1,000-foot
next
tree,
week.
but we fucking
But
took care of it.
let us now go to Palestinian nationalism, because here is when the Palestinians begin to get organized. Their leader, without doubt, is Yasser Arafat, who was the head
My dad
of
was
the
carjacked.
Palestine Liberation
Very scary.
Organization.
Really?
And in the early 1960s, he realizes that without a single
Hearing that, I
voice,
got legitimately
the
scared.
descendants of the refugees would simply not be able to return to their homes. This is especially the case after the Six-Day War, which is a hugely important development in military history of Israel. This, and by the way, with this short period of time, I'm not going to go through all of the wars that Israel and her neighbors fought over the course of the last 75 years, but I will focus on this in particular because it has lasted today. On the left, you see what Israel looked like after 1949, after the armistice. Not a peace treaty, but an armistice, a ceasefire. And on the right, you see what happened after the literal Six-Day War. For 6 days, Israel was threatened by troops from Egypt and Syria in particular, and elected to launch a preemptive strike before they could build over the border. Nasser in Egypt had ordered the United Nations to remove their peacekeeping forces, and that was a signal to Israel that Egypt definitely intended to attack, so therefore using the largely superior air power, the Israelis will destroy the Syrian forces on the ground and take advantage of air superiority to not only defend themselves, but to rapidly advance the borders significantly. And what did they do with these days? Well, the feeling was at the time that, wow, now that they've conquered such big chunks of territory, the Arab nations would say, well, this is futile, Israel is here to stay, and they would pick up the phone and they would and they would say, okay, let's go back to the 1949 boundaries and go on the peace treaty. Those phone calls did not come for over a decade. Yeah, it's a little over a decade, but they did get one from Egypt, as we shall see. So what, in the meantime, Israel decided to do with the territories is as follows. They annexed the Golan Heights and East Jerusalem. That is, the Golan Heights in the north, which have a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus, or if you're standing there, you can turn around and overlook the Galilee region. So they decided to simply take that, sparsely populated and so on. Jerusalem, because of its incredible spiritual and historical significance with the Jewish people, was annexed. They said, this is our capital forever. They reunited the city, which had been divided in 1948. But these regions, the Sinai Desert, and especially the West Bank, they occupied. And this is where we get this term, apartheid, which, although it has some offensive connotations, especially associated with South Africa, and there we have to take that term seriously, because in the West Bank in particular, and also in the Gaza Strip, which was that tiny piece that extends from the Sinai, there were well over 1 million Arabs, Palestinians. And if the regions were to be annexed, made part of Israel proper and forever by right of conquest, then those people would have to be given citizenship. There are approximately 20% of Israel's population have been 1949 boundaries are not Jewish. There are Arabs, a little over 1 million Arabs living in Israel with full rights as citizens.
Yes, that's mine.
They should
Like Anderson.
not extend those same rights.
Is that the workaholics? Yeah. No, that's a national picture. And it's a TRD sticker. That's a racing development sponsor. It's on. It's a
Did we lose the thing for a second?
It's the Terminator's brother.
I completely coughed a little bit.
If
If the Israelis were to extend citizenship to the Arabs living in the West Bank of Gaza, that would seriously reduce the Jewish majority and in parallel future because of the very high birth rate of Arabs in the region. And let us not forget that there's something really crucial about Israel. It tries to do two things at once. It's very difficult to do both of them. On the one hand, as per Herzl, we saw earlier, Israel needs to be a Jewish state. It has to be a refuge
I've been going with Danny
anti-Semitism. It has to have a Jewish character, Jewish calendar. It has to have that Jewish element to it. Otherwise, what's the point? It could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada, and secondly, it wants so desperately to be a democratic state. It is fundamentally founded on Western democratic values, which means one person will one vote. It is impossible to extend citizenship to these people and keep the state Jewish. So therefore, these people living in Gaza and the West Bank were in a kind of limbo status, a stateless status, because they were not given Israeli citizenship. We are now coming into since 1967, 67 odd years since then.
I don't think so. I think she has a
The United Nations treated it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them should happen unless they both happen.
What do y'all come out to? Do y'all come out to the same thing or different stuff?
One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel on the left. Anwar Sadat, the three very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president. Anwar Sadat was the president of Egypt. And on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the sign. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, and nevertheless has maintained itself through the present debate. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Palestine. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood in a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijacking was common. There's also the attack in 1972 on athletes at the Olympics, the horrific attack at Israel and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand, which they were largely unsuccessful, although many people were trying to fulfill these attacks. It did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off, and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising. In 1987, you had beginnings of movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through this iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at heavily armored Israeli tank gives the idea of how David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. In order to deal with this first intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence. The Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints where the huge number of Palestinians who were in the land of Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border between the West Bank and Israel proper, very humiliating, time-consuming, and so on. And also at the same time, we have to grow significant numbers of settlements because, and I know this is no surprise for most of the people on this call. By the way, I can see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the thing, but I want to explain this properly within such a short period of time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very rigorous, vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone call to be able to trade land for peace as the argument went, just like they did in Egypt and the Sinai. They were waiting to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty. And despite the challenge of the large Arab migration, so you can see here a very significant number of Israeli settlements are established, and the degree to which these are tolerated or not tolerated is very much related to the government of the country and the leadership that is democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans had largely super fast. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was the principal backer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so this got Rabbi, the Israeli man, shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and Rabbi felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the signing of the accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly seize territory for the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, and this is called the Oslo Accord, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian army or Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence-building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state. And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the person realized that we didn't spell Israel right, sorry about that. These areas would have different levels of authority in the region. Some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. Other places they would take care of security, but the idea was to communicate with Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel as a But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries There's so much territory there. We feel it's this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in the Muslim land.
Everyone's trying to talk you out of it.
Maybe we'll talk more about that.
Please don't express it.
Things change even more dramatically. Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt
Supposed to do some specific thing.
2000
And he's like, I
with the
saw
beginning of the second
195
intifada.
for the
Whereas the
diagnostic
first
fee.
intifada was
And I was
largely
like, okay, well, can you do this?
less
Clean
violent.
radiator,
The second intifada was horrifically violent,
refrigerant.
with more than
Nope, don't have time.
135
Don't have
suicide
refrigerant in my truck.
bombings in
So
very
it's just
public
like,
places, schools,
I don't know what fast
restaurants,
Eddie
and
reminded me of
buses
this.
in particular.
And
And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image taken during the second intifada refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched and torn apart with people's bare hands. He was first raising his hands, stained with blood. And this has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. You see this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive security barrier, as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel, and also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continue to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. This led them to something of a state of false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th.
And I was like, I
And
knew
here
not
we're
to
now
mess with
already
him
in
further. No, I was like, I didn't say
contemporary
anything
history,
else.
so I
He
can
wasn't
certainly
new.
truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this up next week. This will be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews in a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians who were increasingly rested. In 2005, in a very, very painful move which divided the country, the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, disengage from Gaza, and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, making that demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18, and so they decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In these elections, two major parties were Hamas and Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has a slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, and it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant blockade attacks. There's concerns about import of munitions. We'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to this week. But I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attack, Israel responded with something called the Gaia Doctrine, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force to deter future attacks. This Gaia Doctrine has proved to be fairly useful and instrumental for establishing a base conflict. Many of its neighbors in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt, but also
Could have
Jordan,
been at a time.
several other
It's the
Arab
Smithsonian
states.
lying to us for
But it
years
has
and
not
years.
proved to be
They haven't
effective.
collected the data collectors up. Yeah, that could be original clickbait.
Yeah.
Yeah, drum up people to get
So let me conclude finally.
Yeah, fake dinosaur
We began this discussion
This is a bone we found.
when
Yeah.
did we begin this from?
Sucking
And
it once
I
I don't
often
think so.
do a point
That's
for
for
Roman era.
Halloween, spirit Halloween.
This is a
It's
commemorative medal
it's like a yuppie Halloween
struck
decoration.
in 1958 by the young David Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side, they have this image, obviously belonging to the original Roman coin, and it says underneath, Israel is exiled. Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the converse,
You realize they're made of plastic. There's receipts.
it says
The ghosts cook they all
Israel
run to their cars and leave.
Israel is liberated. And
Is
it
this
shows
Smithsonian?
you an image that is evocative of the original Judea but says so much more in a positive way. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you have a young woman playing with a child, where the despondent Jew
So much
now have a farmer planting a tree for the
You
future.
were the general manager
I
of
think
the
this is how
Smithsonian.
Israelis usually pulled over
I'm the
the
IMAX
state
guy.
of Israel. Not as warlike engaged conflict, but rather a country that was dedicated
Seals
to
with their
growth,
tails.
peace, prosperity.
I have a pretty good org on Pokemon right now.
Return to
That's
those
one of them.
days.
I have it. Yeah, I have on the
With
freaking
that,
on the
I want to
Emerald
thank you very much for
version.
your
You can
indulgence.
hand
I
another
intended to
Pokemon
end
and
much
things, so they're
earlier,
getting
but
the same XP as your
I'm very
current
happy
Pokemon
to
you're
do this.
fucking with.
Yeah.
So you can be powering up another one. Oh my gosh, it's so much.
What's the organ? Do you give them fun?
Well, a lot of them. My chicken-looking one is Chicky. My ghost-looking one is Ghosty.
You see the pattern?
Yeah, it's Pokemon-y. My tree-looking one is Branchy.
Keeping it toddler style. He is the best suffix.
Yeah, every now and again I'll look. I'll do, is this an E? Is this an IE? Is this an EY? How do I spell this? I have to figure that one out.
High five E's. That's what you're into. You've fallen into the
I'm talking to everybody. I'll answer it that way.
It was a sick game. It is really good. Isn't the one you walk around, or is that Pokemon Go?
No, I'm not walking around, but I am having to look up the shit on Google and on YouTube. I'm having to look up a couple things because it traps my ass. I'm like, are you a fucking idiot, William? Why can't you get that? Isn't this like a kid's game kind of? But I cannot figure out. I have to look up.
These kids. Yeah.
I know. They're probably smarter.
You can see how a 12-year-old blue belt intellectually. Like he's I've also been playing for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Dude, sometimes I would do stuff in Pokemon like a little social experiment where I would just, I would like, you could walk, you have autonomy, and I would just walk and I would just stand by the water for a while. And I would just like do it for 10 minutes and just stare at it. Like, we're both staring like in Ferris Bueller where he's staring at the painting.
Not in Pokemon Go, in the Pokemon, like the role-play game.
Yeah, so I just move him like to a corner and just stand.
You can see you would just actually role-play. You would play the game as intended. You would assume the role of. For sure. Is it live where people would walk up to you?
No,
Yeah,
you can't see your reflection. And I did it for maybe a couple seconds last night. I did look at my reflection for a second or two last night.
Yeah, trying to get him to wake up.
Certainly not the ability.
What game are you playing? Because now that you gifted them, but you're going to start playing games now.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played games in a really long time. Maybe I'll follow in his footsteps. He's playing with his kid. Do you have a favorite game? No, I never had a console growing up, but I played a couple of the games. I used to play Madden, and I made this great player. My neighbor had an original Xbox, and his name was Gus Turner, and he was running back, and he was like 400 pounds. That is right. Yes.
Madden is the least hated game that I think I've ever. I don't play video games with Madden, but the 400-pound running back is always fun.
Oh, it's so funny. You can just jack them up. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I mean, I played for like a summer, but mostly I was just out there shooting BB guns, smoking cigarettes.
Shooting cigarettes,
Shooting cigarettes and BBs.
Feeling myself a copper pellets.
He's just down in the forest, just
Gaining 100 pounds of summer because you're building
just jingle jangling.
You sell like a bag of change.
All the magnets are just shooting across towards me.
Your fucking microwaves up and shit.
Dr. Manhattan.
Your car's like tuning in radios from like another dimension. Because you filled yourself with like copperhead. That was the brand of pellets. Copperhead pellets. You look normal, but you weigh 497 pounds. Shit. It's admirable goals.
We have ourselves a top 3.
Yes, that's cool. Speaking of Dr. Manhattan and eating copper BBs, it's so funny because this is a perfect transition. I've been researching sort of molecular physics, and I have come across particle accelerators that make the Higgs boson look like the Higgs boson. So these are top 3 particle accelerators, and their victims. So it's kind of like how the Sandman is a long setup, and Spider-Man fell into the particle accelerator, and he got completely molecularized and turned into sand. So these are the top 3 accelerators and the tragic consequences of their science. Number 1, the Big Barlin. So, much like the Higgs boson, the Big Barlin was made out of atoms, 100 atoms a minute, which is it's a lot. It's over 20. That don't know. And for those that don't know, what is Higgs boson? For the lay people out there, how would you even? What's Higgs boson? It's basically a playground for particles, and it's where quarks go to scream. So it's basically like a neutron star if it was smiling. So if it was Greek. Yeah, so it's a bunch of particles going really fast, and I guess they just it prints out data. So it's called the Higgs boson, and so these are the kind of the competitors that are less known but still cause tragic accidents. And of course, Grant, you want to pull up the man who was tragically cursed by this devilish machine, the Big Barlin. So this is Hoggs Mosley. So Hoggs Mosley, not to be confused with his sister Mix Boston. Interesting names they all had. Yeah, I like them. Mix Boston. So he was a student of John Carlos Scarlo during the golden age of jazz, and he fell into the nuclear reactor, and unfortunately, he ended up playing 6 seasons for the Baltimore Orioles. He died at the age of 12. So he was only 6 when this picture was taken.
He was Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year.
His balls green.
That's actually all balls. Yeah. He broke his arm. And they did the thing where he throws it real fast. What is that? Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. Daniel Stern was piping him up. Yeah, that's the lesser 3 known. What are the other 2? I'm excited about.
I'll just fire him out. Grant, throw that shit up. I want to see some of these people who just got absolutely decimated by this. Science drives me crazy. And I was watching Terminator Dark Fate last night, which made me pretty happy because I hate machines. And this is another man who was just absolutely trounced by his machine. This is Big Zozo. So he was a scientist assistant, and he got tethered to a USB cord by a pig's tail. He had a pig's tail as a belt, and the particles shot up the belt, and they made him. He was sad for his days. Running a kid, he ended up being 150 years old. For a little pig's tail, people need to remember if they can picture that, think of Charlotte's Web.
Yeah, little curly Wilbur. That's a cute tail. He owns a pawn shop in Las Vegas on television, on the History Channel.
Yeah, we're one of the Indonesian fucking expensive ass suits.
Craftsman. It was like Big Hoss's cousin from Pawn Stars. Big Hoss. His favorite quote is, "You can pawn my name." What do you want to do, man?
Well, it fused his lower half with that chair, and much like a centaur, and his wife ended up tragically coming down with Scarlet. So she passed at the age of 40.
Not to be confused with Scarlet Fever.
No, it's like worse. It was way worse. And he swallowed an atom the day after his conspiracy. So that's when he ended up becoming Mark Brantley. Big Zozo, and then at night, the day before.
That's a tree guy.
Yeah, tree man.
Yep. He was the one of the crowd. He cut down a huge tree. He had a lot to do with it.
Was he associated?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically that was like his dad's house. So yeah, he took it down by hand or firewood, and that's where Connecticut is. So it's in a little pit like a firewood.
I think his name was Mark Brantley, and he sold insurance. He sold me life insurance a couple of weeks ago. Mark Brantley's a very normal name, but he looks pretty well adjusted in his seating position. The guy looks like a pretty well adjusted guy, pretty good natured person.
I think he was happy with it, especially after seeing his dad's home get destroyed. Yeah, would mess up anybody. Sure, but he made the best of it. Yeah, he ended up founding Takis Chips. So pretty cool. We're going to rags to riches. What was once Big Zozo? Those are popular.
Takis sell. Yeah, they kill.
I haven't had a ton of them, but I know they're popular. I see them all over the place. Yeah, I know.
Takis love Takis.
Are they spicy?
If you find somebody that wants Takis, they're gonna not stop talking about it until they get them.
Yeah, you have to be careful.
Really? Yeah.
They gotta have it. And finally, last but not least, this is a Charlotte Snake. This is Charlotte Garlow, and she was the founder of the Coca-Cola 500, and she ended up actually. She was that in Florida? Yeah, it was in Palm Gardens. Yeah, it was in the Villages. It was and she snuck away at night, and she was trying to find a clean energy source, and she made it under the track, and she turned the lights out just downstairs and fell in, and it was the Charles Schwab Memorial Rocket Accelerator. And she actually ended up becoming CEO of Rockefeller Records.
Yeah, fancy woman.
This is the same one.
That's her after the accident. It made her kind of uniform lebanese.
She started out waspy. She's a sapphire. That's how Middle Eastern people are made. Is from a part of English.
Accelerator. Yeah.
The third best, probably. Was that the third best or the second?
That was the first one was the best one. That's Big Harlan. And then Big Zozo, and naturally Charlotte Garlow. Charles Schwab Memorial Rocket Chair.
Have you ever heard of Ouchie? Grant, can you look up Ouchie? O-U space C-H-I? It's the guy that suffered the most painful death of all time. His name is Ouchie. All of us. This is some Smithsonian lore, isn't it? It's Smithsonian shit. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we'll make funny names for people who, like, the guy who burned in the biggest fire, his name was like, Bernie. Yeah, Bernie. Yeah, building flames. Bernie Flavor. Yeah, Hot Steve. Sweet Bernie Hot Steve. Yeah, Bernie Melts. Yeah.
God, I remember on the news where the plane went down and somebody messed with the news people, and it was like the pilots were too low. Yeah, too low.
What was it?
Oh yeah, Ding Pow or something. Oh, it was so funny.
Somebody got some down plane on like CNN or something. The pilot's name was something Wong.
Oh, we too low. Ding Pow.
Like old bonehead CNN, like gullible as shit.
Oh, it was the
Brad is coming up there. He's right there. So he was exposed to some nuclear radiation, something or other, and it turned him into a pile of goo over like 180 days, and they were just keeping him alive in this hospital bed with no skin, no hope of ever living.
Yeah, there are other photos. I won't put those.
Human goo pile. His name's Ouchie. And the picture you can pull up is the one from RoboCop when the toxic waste falls on him, and the before Taurus runs him over. Help me! And he turns into splatter.
liquid.
Yeah, that's such a fucking brutal. RoboCop was so great. It was Gary. Chandler. He was in the Starship Troopers. For Paul Verhoeven. But he really horrified the nightmares. You know, they would line up and kill a fucking, and then they make a robotic cop that melts criminals with lye. Lots of barrels of lye. Which is cool. Melting criminals. You guys have a ton of it here. Melting criminals in your lobby. I can't believe it. Good for you for cleaning up the streets, but overloading. When I came here, William was like kind of pushing the top of a 50-gallon drum down on a guy trying to escape, but he explained to me that he was a filthy piece of shit that just does bad things all the time, so there was no mercy.
We gotta bring back drums.
Yeah.
There's no toxic drums, exploding barrels. Oh yeah, we need more of that.
It was everywhere in the 90s, and someone bought it all
This
up.
country's too safe. Yeah, we coddle criminals in this country. We need to start dipping in the news to make super criminals.
Turtles. Yeah. Shredders and turtles.
Oh, like Donkey Kong Country 2, and there's news and sludge now, but that's pretty good with Donkey Kong Country 2.
Oh yeah, those Donkey Kong Country games are fucking awesome.
They're wonderful. They're my favorite games.
They're unbelievable, man.
They're wonderful.
They're like masterpieces of non-bullshit. Donkey Kong Country games are fucking masterpieces.
And you can play them forever. It takes a very long time because I spend a lot of time on that thing just looking through all the games, and a lot of them seem like short. Donkey Kong, it's wonderful.
You get your money's worth. It's got incredible platformer like controls, dynamics, and the levels are like very hard, but it's not annoyingly, punishingly hard. It's like a challenge.
For sure. Little guy's name, Diddy Kong.
Diddy Kong, yeah. He's a little guy. He comes out, bounces on stuff.
The crucified alligator. That's it. All right, one more character. It's a crucified alligator. You know, he's got legs. He's got human legs. Tie his ass in the fucking mast of the ship.
He's taking a big swing. Yeah.
I'm scared.
Alright, well, I gotta run, but keep talking. Give us some fucking time.
Yeah, so fun, guys.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God.
These are
He's gonna go buy a car.
Yeah,
Casey's really funny.
no, Casey's wonderful. There would be times, the first like 5 weekends I was going out, there would be times I'd be in like the green room, smoking some weed, and just hearing him just smashing out there thinking, dude, you fucking idiot, how are you gonna follow his fucking ass? Why did you do this to yourself? It always ended up working out, and it put on good pressure, because I swear to God, there would actually be very real moments where I'd probably be a little too high back there by myself, just hearing him absolutely destroying.
Yeah, people. I guess a good charisma. Yeah, I think people like hearing him talk, and it's like, top of head speed is an admirable quality. Yeah, you guys have high top end speed.
Well, this stuff is so weird too. Like, I think there's the comedy like market is so like big, and a lot of people, a lot of comedians, it's like this crowd work and like the same shit. So Casey, sure, and there's a ton of good people too. But Casey's stuff is so unique. There's nobody else.
I'm a freak like that. Avant-garde performances that are 1,000% unapologetic about it. And own it and don't change. I think the first time I met him, I was all fucked up and skank. I was like 5 kinds of drunk. And I saw him, and I was a fan. I was like, I just stopped and I was like, don't ever change. And I just left. I'm a huge fan. Please don't ever change. And I was like, he was like, yeah, thanks. Nice to meet you. It was the first night we were there. That was a fun fucking question.
Yeah, where was that, in Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas. Yeah, Vegas is really fucking weird. Watching people gamble is a weird thing. I always find it super strange watching normal, like, women at 9 a.m. or 9:45 a.m. a Bud Light touching a television screen. I came down for breakfast when they all hung over and sad, and I was like, why is this like normal, seemingly normal girl just like touching like a 30-year-old well-adjusted woman? Just,
yeah.
I
we took acid one time, and I remember I continued to see this small, just little white dude everywhere, and I started thinking this is the devil, because I swear to God, he like knew everybody, and we kept on seeing him. I think I would have noticed him even if I wasn't tripping on acid, but I ended up going back up to the hotel room. Eventually, it was too much stimulus for me, and it had been a little while. I can't get into a safe place.
Those are the jokers, right? Those are the DMT jokers. Have you heard of that? The clowns? The DMT portal clowns?
Yeah, was it something
Take psychedelics?
Yeah, it's been a while, but first, yes, I totally enjoy acid, and I did take mushrooms when I was in LA kind of recently. It wasn't a lot, but I was having a good time. I was just at the comedy store, so I didn't take that much, but I felt kind of goofy. But yeah, I totally enjoyed acid.
I think that stuff's portal to hell. Yeah.
Do you ever do it? So you do not.
That thing, like those the clowns, like Charles talks about them quite a bit. Careful, man. Yeah, Charles Carroll's a full theory that, well, not theory, I think it's like the DMT gatekeepers are the energy vampire clowns that come out, so you might have seen them.
Well, when I did salvia one time, it was the weirdest thing. That was like in high school. I was just in the front of somebody's car. It was like Halloween night. We had a little bit of salvia, and I was the first one to smoke it. And like for 30 seconds, there was nothing wrong, and all I knew was to hold it in. And then something was horribly wrong, and I dropped the little one hitter, and I look up, and everything's in 2D, and everything starts flipping around like a fucking picture book. But I remember right when it was starting, there was a creepy guy. There was something, and he was wearing like stockings, like long red and white stockings. Yeah, it was weird. That was the only time. Like with the acid again, there was a time where I was doing it a good amount. I haven't done it recently. I would probably do it again, like if I was ever at the fucking beach again or something. Like that would be a prime time.
Machine elves. Can you look up land shark rides psychedelic tweet and see if a screenshot of this comes up? They're happy. Well, that's 2 times they visited you. They were like, I like his work, but I want to maybe they're just fans.
Could be, yeah.
Long term. He was your first fan. That guy.
In the front of that Yukon.
And that's in shotgun. He was in the glove box of the Yukon. Nice. Good to see you here. If that Yukon has since sold and your friend's at, you should find the Yukon. He's probably still in the It's the first search result. There it is. Ayahuasca is insane because it appears to be one of the most legitimately dangerous drugs with the potential to gigafry your brain. It's exclusively taken by neural turbo normies who unironically want to like heal internalized racism trauma and basically get one-shotted by it. The most spiritually inept people in existence having their little brains rearranged by some Mesoamerican 60 demon who makes them quit their email job, divorce their boyfriend or girlfriend, and become a traveling circus stripper or whatever. Look up Tiago Forte. This just happened to him. Really? This just happened to one of these NBC brainlet dudes that he's talking about. There's this guy Tiago Forte, who is, first of all, fucking ugly. Now, let me tell you something. If you give people the benefit of the doubt when you're arguing with them, you try to like listen to what people are saying. Yeah. Let me tell you something. If you look at somebody, I'm telling you this. If something about the way they look upsets you, if they're fucking ugly, they're probably genetically your enemy, and you don't need to like. This whole thing about hey, we gotta argue in good faith, be rational, give people the benefit of the doubt. That's fine when you're amongst family, friends, people you trust, whatever. But there's long term that strategy doesn't work because out there in the world there are parasites who either knowingly or unknowingly will take advantage of that to fuck you over. Look how fucked this guy's head is. Was he a lawyer and now he's DMT? Way worse, brother. He was a get things done expert. Do you know what get things done is?
What is that? Just get out.
Okay. You ever have a to-do list?
Yeah, I feel like I've had.
Did you ever make a to-do list that took you 1.5 years to put together and is like a fucking personal Wikipedia? Can you look up Notion template and then pull up like a complicated one that comes up with the image results? Notion template. So get things done. People are So people out there are so lost. And if you look at social media or YouTube, or you just try to come up with your own idea about what you should be doing, sometimes it'll be like, I should do sales training. I should figure out how to sell. And there's like an army. There's an army of like young men with adequate intelligence, testosterone. They have that youthful vivacity, energy, etc. Who are like going into sales and marketing training because they don't know. Because there's no like just battle you can fight. There's no like you're not gonna go out into agriculture or live like you're like physically supposed to, like a caveman or something. And so there are these men who are in like sales and marketing. But this get things done. Can you look up like right here, Daily Planner? This is hard to express just by looking at one image, but people get things done. It's a lifestyle that totally consumes people's lives.
So do they end up getting anything done if they're just worrying about
there are podcasters and influencers who have. It is a huge thing. They've got millions of subscribers on YouTube that it's all dedicated to how to perfectly organize your life. Journaling, like 3 different journals. One's your quote book where you write down quotes from famous people that you admire. One's your day-to-day task book. There are these huge systems, and if you want, I'm doing a bad. It's hard to express with speech and with one image. If you go to YouTube and you look up GTD or Get Things Done, skim through 2 videos, you'll get the gist of what I'm talking about. But this fucking mutant here, Tiago Forte, he's like the peak guy. He's one of the top Get Things Done guy. And he's got this thing called your second brain, and your second brain is where your car, your insurance, the title, the registration sticker, etc. You catalog every single piece of information in your Notion template. You catalog everything, your rent, your cat's name, the last vet appointment they went to, all this stuff. You organize it in your second brain, and what happens is you feel this sense of accomplishment because you're running on a hamster wheel of organization. Even though the real work of life, the real battle of like finding something of substance to do with your time, or actually building something that's out of the picture. It's all about getting something done.
And he's making a bunch of money.
He's making the money off this. Everybody has so much anxiety. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get a handle on my life. How am I going to pay rent? Even if you're paying rent, how am I going to like establish myself as a person? Like, there's so much, just rightfully so. There's so much anxiety, and this is like a way of displacing the anxiety that's just as damaging as drugs. I'd rather hear that someone I'm friends with is like a hardcore drug user going to get things done. Expert, this is fucking terrible. But this guy, Tiago Forte, his whole life is centered on get things done. He went and did a ayahuasca trip. Just can you look up Tiago Forte Twitter and find the tweet about him? Just wait till you read these.
So essentially, Tiago Forte got into his little whistling machine.
He got one-shotted by ayahuasca.
The same guy that was in the Yukon.
One-shotted meaning you go take this drug one time, you come back, you're possessed by a Brazilian demon.
We did watch some documentary last night where all 6 of the 12 kids ended up with schizophrenia, and a couple of them it was because of drugs. It sounded like the drugs totally pushed them over the edge.
Yeah,
which is creepy.
The
craziest documentary I've ever seen. Like randomly, it was like horrible.
It wasn't DMT, the spirit molecule one. This was like DMT, the spirit molecule 2, part 2. It was hell. It's kind of sad when you see people take recreational like microdosing. I don't know poo-poo microdosing. The 5 people I've seen, sentences will come out of their mouth with known people for 20 years. Where this is like a certain sense of sensibility where I've never seen people like, I need to lighten up. I'm gonna try microdosing. People like, oh, this is what I have a conversation with, and they're like look at you in a way where like, oh fuck, you kind of like gone, like the kite, like the boat got let off the ropes. Yeah, you're drifting out to sea, sort of thing. You know?
not,
This is it.
that's why he
You were already polyamorous for most things: books, songs, ideas, cities, apps, movies, etc. All I'm saying is maybe we should consider polyamory in one more category: people. This is what the Get Things Done guy is saying after his ayahuasca trip. He's done.
He's saying
The most damaging thing you can do have a polyamorous relationship is how he's promoting it because he's possessed by a demon. Yeah.
You got one shot by a clown.
I healed too much trauma, and now all my ambition is gone. All I have felt is happiness. Let's go, baby. You're done. Cook, Tiago. You ugly fuck.
You fucked up.
Game over, bitch.
You should have been profiting off of these people.
Delete your Twitter. Delete your Twitter. You're fucking done.
Well, Sam and Nick, thank y'all so much for being on it. We gotta get out of here, and I did want to show. What do y'all want this for this is the Mercenaries, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Bring up the shirt made, okay?
Well, that's you. That's a live action photo of you from high school.
Yeah, it's Casey too. One of them looks like Casey's the one they had on.
That's awesome.
They all have to share that shirt. Yeah, all the Mercenaries have to share it.
No, we can't go yet. I just one more second.
Okay, yeah.
Mail it around to each mercenary, and they can wear it today. And then keep sending it.
They'll wear it for the rest of their lives. They can get a tattoo on them full life size.
They do have to get a tattoo.
Yeah, it's a $14,000 tattoo, but it's worth it. It looks so good.
I know, it's really cool.
If you don't have it, it'll just go over any that you already have, and it'll just look better.
For sure.
Yeah, that shirt did come out dope for the image section.
I know.
Yeah, that's really good.
How was that?
Props to Grant. Big ups to Grant.
Great did that.
Big props.
Nice job.
Thank you. Cuddle puddles are actually quite powerful vehicles for inner healing.
and he's on active on Twitter.
He's still on Twitter.
Cuddle puddles is what you say when you're trying to hook up with girls at a music festival. You send your friends and stuff all the time. It's like, wow, that's great. We're 40 and that's working.
They're still doing this.
He's still doing his list. He's got to make money somehow. Yeah, of course, he's going to fly.
It'd be fun to see his list now after they're here. I wonder if his lists are all now.
Chip walnut shells and Porsche. You take apart calculators and eat them.
Here we go, brother. His first week coming back from his cool ayahuasca trip. I think I'm about to make the hardest pivot from knowledge management into sexuality as a source of personal empowerment. My most surprising discovery in personal development recently has been that the groin is literally the source of our personal power. The sacral chakra is the most fundamental driver of blah, 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 clarity in our lives. Yeah, right. Sacral chakra. Accessing those forces is therefore inherently a sexual/sensual act, and if we can't do it well, we're not in touch down there. Also, what stops you in sex is also stopping you everywhere else. If you don't know what you want at the most visceral level of physical sensation, good luck knowing it anywhere else. If somebody ugly tells you some shit, toss it out. Throw it right out. If they're not to be trusted, if they're ugly, don't listen to it. Ayahuasca, don't do it. Tiago Forte, fuck you.
Biologically, they are your enemy.
Yeah,
You can tell.
It's a 3,000-year-old war with yourself and other people.
Kick them right out.
Cool.
Sorry for getting an OCD there. Thank you so much for having me.
So
You're the best.
thanks to the mercenaries.
Thank you guys. Thanks, Mercs, for supporting these geniuses. It's the best.
The geniuses, the genius level of tier.
You guys are awesome.
Hate lists.
They're trying to.
Give me a second. You want to talk Red Man's
We sit here and wait for this to end.
Yeah.
Gaming Cooner?
We're all good, dude. I say toss it up.
Who's the gaming Cooner?
We're trying to figure that out. We don't know that out.
You need to get these people's real names and addresses. That's the only way to make this clean.
And Social Security's mine's 037588651.
Tweak the freak. We did speak to him. I thought he was a scientist because it looked like with what he was using a microscope and everything. He was cleaning jewelry at like a there's a jeweler somewhere. And sea monkeys. He had a thing of sea monkeys.
That's awesome. I don't think I've seen horses.
Alrighty. Well, thank you. I'm sorry. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show was produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh, the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
But nevertheless, this is a theological dispute, basically between a priest and a rabbi. It's not really violent to the degree that we shall see in the next stage. But sometimes there are elements that cross over. For example,
recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. If he was watching what it did today, it's already messed up. It's really weird when you do streaming. Yeah, I mean, if you happen, oh my gosh, Grant, it works now. Gee, we're good. All right, you fucking fix it, you little bastard. Sorry, I called you an asshole. That happens. I'm taking the lead today. Yes, Casey is in the left seat. He's taking the lead.
Welcome to Casey's.
Welcome to Casey's. Different room. I mean, we're in a different room. It's a whole different vibe in here.
That's how Casey picked it.
That's how I kind of set it up. I rented out the other studio and got two of my friends to start a fake podcast. Is that really what the fuck happened, Casey? Because I was wondering, hold on, who's booking time at our normal time? Okay, well, fair enough. Long gone. Yeah, I know. It's called The Island of Tortuga and Other Tales. So they're talking about like Pirates of the Caribbean lore. Oh, their podcast. I didn't know if you were talking about this podcast being called that. Ours is perfect the way it is, but they're doing The Island of Tortuga and Other Tales. It's like a Jack Sparrow themed podcast. That's cool. Well, and at least there's an explanation. Because I was thinking she was fucking with me today. I was thinking it was a real law. Because he never books people normally when we're supposed to be in there. So it's good there's an explanation. Totally, we're priority.
You guys are. But yeah, we have someone in the morning, so a little bit of switch around here. Can give them the boot and
your family's bizarre. Kick your ass. Yeah, we literally stumbled through the front door. This is so much fun. Blood everywhere. Some of your fingers have been hacked off by something. Don't lie. Yeah, just electrical marks where somebody's been electrocuted. Fucking your little daughters are gonna freak when they see you. Don't tell them it was Casey too. But don't fucking rat his ass out anymore. Don't tell them that. You better tell them it's Halloween. Your dress is a fucking nimble. Yeah, they're gonna be scared as shit when they see you. Don't say it was Casey Green, please. I'm running the show here, man. Yeah, it's Casey's show, okay? I'm not a snitch. That's not what we heard. That's why you got off the podcast, right? Because I'm not snitching online about something. So you're getting the Davis dip. Yeah, that's really what the Davis dip is, dipping out of a podcast because you get fucking thrown out of it.
I do kind of hate that you guys know about that.
Well, your fans It's on.
Yeah, your fan was watching and told our ass, you can't keep it from us. We are so intuitive. We would have figured out the day was tipsy.
I would emphasize former fan. I think he said he used to listen. So
It's a tough break. Yeah, he did specify. Yikes.
The podcast.
Don't tell your daughters that, Jay. That would be seriously. They're gonna look at you differently if you tell them that. Yeah, no doubt. God, I wish maybe in time, Casey. I don't even know if I would want that many kids. I think you would love it. It's going to be a very good pop. I think about if you had 6 boys, you could do the baseball bunch.
Yeah, we could do like a fireman drill where it's like down, like pass. It's like a circle. Or like little rascals, like fucking pass buckets. Yeah, put out fires. Team building. You know what's really cool is when they put those fireman things on ESPN. It's just firemen doing fireman stuff, but it's athletic.
I don't think I've ever seen that. That sounds wonderful.
It's them like running up a ladder really, really fast. like throwing a sandbag or like carrying a hose really far. Yeah, it's like top fireman, but it's like even the best fireman probably doesn't even make a team 100K.
You wouldn't think so. I mean, there's a lot of downtime with the firehouse, though. That's what I've always heard. They get a lot of downtime with the fireman's house.
It's almost like a rain delay. They're always like doing slip and slides. And yeah, it's all the firemen's are tense. Damn.
It's either look it up, so it's on ESPN sometimes.
It's 3 in a season, which is they don't do it for other professions. It's not like it's like a good bit right there. Believe me, I'm not. You have to trust me, Jim. Well, they don't do it for policemen. But, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know who started doing that.
Yeah, how was the first fireman who, I don't know,
Who's strong as that? And then what happens when you win? They're like coolest fireman for a week.
Golden Axe.
The Golden Axe.
Maybe, I don't know, that would be cool. Golden Axe. Maybe like
The fires for a year.
you can just chill in the fire.
Yeah, you still have to come. It's 1 day on, 2 days off. So our boys are playing Nintendo today.
And then they slide down the pole. Done a lot of the firehouses at pole. Sorry, boy. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
And they're up the bar. The strongest ones in the cigar.
And then they'd all be wanting you to go on the fire calls, though. They would need your strength. They would need your help. You're the best fireman. So it's, yeah.
Please get off your ass.
So it's a double-edged sword if you actually work at the firehouse with the guy who wins it, because you can't use the surface.
A blessing and a burden.
I know. It's like having LeBron in the back. He's got this fucking hunk sitting over there. Eating the sandwiches open.
Yeah. It's just golden food sitting on your table in the meat shed when people are dying in fires.
There's the
He's the 5-time winner of the Golden Axe. That's Harry. That's Harry Dean's name.
You're about to say Harry Styles.
Gary Starlow, 5-time winner of the Golden Axe.
God, he just goes up there and flexes with that fire helmet, oil.
And look at the one on the far left who's tensing so hard. I can pretend like he's not. He's in the summer.
Oh, Grant, what was that? Look, that's a fun picture.
Cute and sexy girl. And it zips.
Grant, is that what you used to wear when you were doing the exotic dancing stuff?
Please welcome from Madison, Wisconsin, G.
Yeah, you can have the lights off and you walk in. It's like a little siren thing on your helmet that's going off. It's dark in the room. Jesus, look at what Grant's putting up.
No, great. All the firemen.
All the firemen.
I've been known to put up fires.
Popularized
God.
by
To the I am so flattered to even think of that. Casey, when are you getting the 6-pack back? It's been a long journey. My fitness journey. Where are we right now on your fitness journey? There are 2 fitness journeys. First of all, they're like snowflakes. And my fitness journey starts out with 6 dumbbells in the morning, 2 kick rolls, 1 egg roll, 1 tire flip, 2 bounce, 2 tripling bounces. And I just do it where I fall on my knees. So I just do flips. I'll fall on my knees. Yeah, it's scary, dude. How do you train your body? I never learned that either. I mean, how do you train your body to when you're jumping up? You have to go for it. You can't hesitate. I've seen too many videos of people hesitating and being dead on the ground. There was this one poor person. It was like some dance contest, maybe drag queens, and they went way up and then went down and laid them right on their head. And it was just medium weird breathing noises, seizure, death. They did a forward backflip, or did a backflip on a trampoline. A forward, talking hardwood forward. My friend got so coked out one time he did a backflip for the first time. He didn't know how to do one. And he just was like, I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. And he did it, but then he kind of bombed his head really bad, but he was fine. Gonna be deadly. Damn! So we got about halfway. He got about half dead and knocked this little stinker. Yeah. Damn! But it's I love the idea of just getting so fucked up. You're just like, I'm gonna go for it. Like having never done one. It's kind of cool. For sure.
I always try front flip or back flip.
I can definitely get. I know I can land on my butt. Right. But I don't think I can. Wait, how do you even do a front flip? I can't even picture. Oh my gosh, we can jump up. Yes. Yeah, I guess that is easier. But a back
Can't
flip.
see behind you.
First century,
You gotta be able to see what's behind you. I hear you. I mean, that sounds really scary. Yeah. I love if I have an enemy, I'll spend a couple hours convincing him to do a backflip, and then when he does it, I'll catch him by the chest. I just wish you went back home. Yeah. You're not, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. And then, so what could you do? You could theoretically do like a pile driver thing. You could bite him on the leg. Yeah. You have him upside down tombstone, so you could drop him. Anyways, I never wanted to be fine.
Now I'd like to bring us to
Just switch that to Rorschach.
I'd like to suggest
Gee, what is something you want to be when you grew up?
You know what's funny? In 3rd grade or 4th grade, I did a report on trying to be a stand-up comedian. Look at you guys.
What'd you say?
I think I wore a polka dot bow tie and did a speech on when I grow up, I'm gonna be a stand-up comedian. Definitely didn't do that.
What do you think? It's just that fucking easy or something?
Yeah.
What the hell? That's like the most offensive thing you could have said right now. I mean, you know we're booked up. It's Casey's fucking. He's in the left-hand chair today. We're in the new place. We're trying to have fun. And so you bring that up. What? You say how easy it is or something? Was it a 4th grader? You were really good at it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, back then it was pretty easy.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It went to work.
Well, 4th grade skill.
You little piece of crap. Who said what's one of your jokes? Do you remember?
Yeah. I mean, all that material's lost in the wind. I'm sure it's really good.
I've been doing it secretly. I've been doing cheese material for years. I found his diary. All of the stuff. All of his little bits.
All my jokes on like pugs and slammers and stuff. Yeah, you stole that. Incorporated it.
Cool jammers. Twisted slip and slide shit. I've been doing it. Most of my Kill Tony minutes are actually grants material.
Well, you go pretty good.
I know, it has been. It worked out. I guess he was good. He just didn't have the confidence. Right, G?
I mean, that's 90% of it, isn't it?
You still got that's a high percentage. I don't know, 90%. I don't know about 90%. That doesn't piss me off because we do work really hard for it. Yeah, I mean, It's like you're just. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say police officer or astronaut or something. But...
No. Yeah. Stand-up comedian.
Yeah, we got the first part of the verb. God, I was having some dream last night. What was it? It wasn't a good one.
Study more with me. The first one is the basic idea.
You're kidding.
That is great.
You're kidding.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was just remembering it now for some reason. I don't remember what it was though. You don't remember? It's just slightly screaming. That's my hardcore slightly screaming. What is like this if it's singing? The big island of music. Big island music. Yeah. For all the songs. Big island music. Ohana means family. That's I love Lilo and Stitch. What's that trivia shit?
It's a dreaming. I just typed in dreaming. That's what it is.
That's how I feel like. Cloud all my family members are just telling me it's all good. So it's nice seeing your grandmother. Yes, I went and saw my Meemaw last week. We watched all over the bear. Oh yeah. You laughed and laughed and we had
I really don't want to spend hours.
That sounds good. It was good. Mine didn't have any sauce, but it seemed like she got a different thing. She got like spaghetti bolognese. Hers looked pretty good. So I'm happy that she was happy I didn't eat mine. Yeah, oh my gosh. Where were we going? We're talking. We got it from Little Peppers. That's a nice name for an Italian place. Little Peppers, yeah. Little Peppers and the Garlic Experiment. So it was. They're two different restaurants, but they joined them. It's sweet environment. Get hungry. Go back. Yeah. It's starving. They are starving. They work so hard, especially. What's that grape? What's that one?
It's a fireman belly.
Yeah, I mean, what if we got some firemen watching it and they're going to think they're making fun of them?
The use of somewhat
Right
vague.
in there. Travis in your ass. What has been fixed? Yeah, and then he fucking has to go home to his wife and daughters because they're probably on fucking summer vacation, aren't they? So they're probably
They just went to Orlando.
Okay. Casey. That's awesome.
Casey Anthony, who lied about working at Universal's, and that's where he was.
That's actually good.
Yeah, it says it when you come through the airport.
Not even Kaylee. Did you go see where she took the guy? Remember, did you see that video from walking through the fucking hallways of Universal, like getting to that point of the lie where she was going to show her where she worked or whatever?
She took him in the offices, and then she got in a dead end, and she's like, "Okay, I never worked here."
Yeah, it's crazy.
She's very
that
confident.
far into a lie, like to where you literally can't walk any further. Just seeing, gosh, that's so funny. Just seeing if something would come up that would vindicate her. Like just hoping that some situation would arise. Like I think she worked there. She's a pretty crier. Yeah.
But they have the whole thing about it on the back lot.
This is
it's pretty sweet.
Damn.
They show you like the movies and they show you the offices.
No, they do not. No. Yeah, Universal's been going down in ticket sales. Disney's been eating their lunch, so they're having to come up with little gimmicks like this when it's the Casey Anthony backlot. That would be a funny. They're on those Paul Blart Mall looking things, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, segways. This is the one that's looking at the Casey. A lot of people that work in Universal in those offices in that hallway are just like, God, who are these fucking segways get backed up in their hallway all the time. It's really hard to do a 3-point turn on the segway. So you gotta back it up in unison. Sorry. Yeah. Like, great, oh my gosh, did y'all have fun at Universal? That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it's pretty exhausting, but it was fun.
You seem hesitant. Did you get tired of your family? Yeah, you said funny. You really did.
I mean, it's mixed, but I feel it's not geared toward me, but it was fun.
Well, as long as your girls had fun, right? Wasn't that the goal of that one?
It was, 100%. That's why I like,
And they had fun, right?
They did.
So you can say, yeah, a little better.
Okay, fine.
You had fun. So fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It was awesome.
You sober for once. Yeah. Normally, when you start drinking, Grant, 10.
I just am sober.
That sounded drunk, kind of. That sounded weird. What was that?
I just took a sip, sorry.
That's the first sip of the day.
Of tea. Of iced tea.
Twisted tea. Yeah, twisted tea. Just anything to catch a buzz. I caught it drinking Listerine. Rest in peace to my uncle. Yeah, he was doing that. And that's the guy who the neighbors, they found out he was dead because the neighbors complained to the condo place about flies being in their apartment or the condo or whatever. And it was Uncle Lee. His body and the flies started making homes.
So it doesn't take too many levels of
And
separation.
the flies, and then it's a bunch of flies that can live in their bodies.
What does it mean? So,
And now they started flying through the vents.
Yeah, we didn't have that many flies or chickens.
Thank God. We still.
Human is worse.
so I have, myself.
When I think about that squirrel sometimes, I wonder how the little squirrel body looks up there. I saw the plastic taped up
That's
to
a great to take it off.
but it probably does stink. Yes, yeah. It really doesn't smell good. It probably smells. I don't know. Yeah, it wouldn't risk it.
You should light a flare in there so you can see.
Yeah. Make it alien. Yeah.
Sitting there sprawled out.
Is your apartment haunted?
It's not as haunted as you might think. It's good because we were worried. We were thinking about it, Casey. Yeah. I had a feeling. I had a sense.
Oh, my new one?
Yes.
My new apartment?
Yeah. I haven't spent the night in there, so you don't really know until 3 a.m. That's which I was right. But my fucking the woman next to me was haunted as hell. She kept asking me about a bed bug. My neighbor, she was drunk on fucking limeritas like Grant's ass on a Tuesday night. Like Grant's ass on Mardi Gras. Ooh, that's probably insane. He would do anything for a pair of beads. Well, I heard last time he was down there in New Orleans, some guy robbed him and he had to climb under a car to get away from the guy. Couldn't he also climb under it? Yeah, weren't you worried the guy was going to come get your ass from underneath the car? Not like a dog, like he can get under there too.
I had a size advantage.
Like in the sense that you were smaller? Yeah, they got you I had a size advantage of 5'1". I can fit with it going the big guy beating my ass, robbing me. Get out, not a chance. Adapt and evolve. Adapt and overcome.
Yeah, I went to my new apartment. Did I talk about this on the podcast? The woman next to my apartment, my neighbor, was drunk on limeritas, and she had limeritas spill all over her chest, not in a hot way. She was gross as hell. And she was stinky. Yeah. It was like 4 p.m. and she was like, yeah, well, I have to talk to you about, I'm really worried you're gonna have a bed bug. If you have any bed bug, please tell me immediately. Bed bug would be upwards of $600. She threw out some number about how much a bed bug costs. Yeah, she threw out like a solid number. It's like upwards of $600.
Yeah, right. Damn, yeah, fuck. Yeah, fuck that. God, I took a pop shot at her. Yeah, where are you accusing me of having bed bugs, bitch? What do I fucking look dirty to you or something? What are you even getting at?
I told her I would entertain her because I wanted her to be impressed. And yeah, said, well, since you travel so much, you're probably going to end up getting bed bugs. And I was like, what are you going to say?
Shouldn't have said
I'm saying at the day's end.
Yeah, start firing that head off. Can't be having that. Broke leather on her ass. Wait, Wait, and Casey, I have to wonder, in my fantasy world, the Limerita is like a bright, like a green color. Is it that, or could you even tell, was there a color to the Limerita on the shirt?
So yeah, it was kind of like glowing. Like if you spill Four Loko in a sink, your sink will be stained like the Four Loko for life. Your chest was like a big green nasty splotch. She had like glow in the dark green on her. Oh man, well at least it wasn't a strawberry. It looked like there was blood all over. I know, then if she passed out, I would be the first suspect. I don't think I killed her because I was fired from the gun.
I used to love drinking those Limeritas. Strawberries. I remember when I lived in New York, I was pounding those things.
They're a bad hangover. They're pretty brutal, but they go down so. Yeah. Just get on the subway, get on the fucking Wu-Tang Clan, start pounding Limeritas, start watching people, don't get off on any stop, just take it over to Bushwick. Stop it. That's your life, man. I think it's stabbing.
Or Coney Island. Coney Island.
It's funny. Yeah, it's great. They're a great drunk too, because you can. People smell them on your breath. They think you're just drinking margaritas. They don't know. Yeah, I agree. They think you just had a good time at a nice, like, fancy Mexican restaurant or something. They don't know that you're pounding them out in your backpack. Then you have 24 libraries because they're so small. I know. God, I would feel so powerful when I'd have a big pile in front of me because it was a little white. I'd just feel like a king or something with all my little things around. looking at your broken empire. Yeah, I used to get them. Yeah, my friend, one time I blacked out on spring break on Margaritas, and my friend said I kept shouting about Obama, like I was puking. Obama! It was back in the day when everybody used to yell about Obama. Yeah, like thanks Obama. And I was puking, so I puked and thanks Obama. That's funny. Where were you in spring break? I was in Fort Myers, Florida. Pretty good. Good beaches. I had my first walking Frito pie when they put chili on a bag of Fritos. Oh yeah. That's good. We made friends with this homeless man named Uncle Todd, and we caught him wrestling a shark one afternoon. He caught a shark off the pier. He lived under the pier, so it was like a shark in his litter. Damn, yeah, he hooked it, and we found him in the water, and he was wrestling the shark. It's like a little makeup. Oh my gosh, yes, like 3 feet. He was living the life under that pier. It was awesome. Yeah, like a Wednesday at 2 p.m., and he's just wasted wrestling a shark. Damn. I think about him all the time. Yeah, I know. I wonder how long you can live that way. I know that's not sustainable. And he said to call him Uncle Todd, which I always thought was so funny. To like have a bunch of teenagers like, hey, can you buy us booze? And he's like, sure, yeah, call me Uncle Todd. Yeah, I mean, what does Uncle Todd do if there's like a hurricane? Like, does he have to escape? I don't know. Tie a bunch of newspaper boards on the ground. Pray for daylight. Yeah, just ride it out. Huge time. I remember we had to escape one time. We were in Destin, Florida on summer vacation, and we had to escape, and we had to wait for my grandmother to be, and she got drunk with friends. And I remember her asking me to do her seatbelt buckle, and me thinking it was weird. She couldn't do her seatbelt buckle herself. And then I remember thinking it was weird as a little boy, and then we ended up going to some sort of high school where everybody had to evacuate to. My dad and I were in the bathroom, and some dude was shitting and doing these horribly loud shitting noises, and they went doors in the bathroom, and we both had to cough and act like we were coughing instead of laughing. So I was really thinking about that the other day. It's the funniest thing. Some dude was taking the loudest shit in this high school bathroom without doors. It's the funniest thing for some reason. Wait, so you're on vacation and you got evacuated? Yes, we had to escape. I don't remember. I'm sure I could figure out what it was a hurricane coming, so we had to leave and escape to some high school somewhere.
We had to wait on B, and I think my dad was kind of pissed off. Because you guys, he's getting drunk somewhere with the friend. Like, everybody's evacuating, but we're having to stay.
Yeah, grandmas love the beach.
Right now, I remember throwing her pack of cigarettes off the balcony one time because I wanted her to stop smoking. She was like, well, go get them. I'm probably not going to stop smoking right now. I felt bad. I don't think I went to go get them. Now I wanted her ass to stop smoking. Get through those fucking cigarettes, and she probably got more later on that day. Yeah, she was able to probably buy. Yeah, she probably I'd like to get a test. Yeah, me too. We have to go on a trip. We have to figure out a trip. We went to Destin. We get a big that's a water park there. We have to go to Fuddruckers. We're not teens anymore, but they probably don't. Yeah, I remember being down there like in the summertime summer. You're seeing teen nights at these certain places.
And we get baked.
I'm going to Destin next month.
What?
Are you taking us?
Yeah, you guys want to time it? You guys can come join me and my family. This could be us right here.
Wait, where are you staying? You're staying in Destin?
Yeah. My parents' 50th anniversary.
I swear to you, where I used to stay, in this picture that you somehow have, Grant, in this line of houses right here, this is a line of houses. My cousin's grandparents had a place right down here. I swear.
If your hands not
If my hand, yes, if you can picture it.
Move it over a little bit. Oh my God.
I swear to God, this is the same. This is where I used to stay. I'm not even kidding. Okay, just picture if the picture keeps on going. Here. God, why is this so hard? Hold on. Okay, so picture if it. Wait. I swear I'm not. Picture if it's going this way. You generally see what I'm doing if you're going down this line. Why is, I feel weird. I feel like dizzy or something. I swear I feel dizzy. You're making him sick. Yeah, please.
Make the picture bigger. Don't show the picture. You're making him sick.
Yeah, we need to see more to the left.
I'll see if I can find just a better image of it.
I don't like seeing him vulnerable like this.
Yeah, he's dizzy. Yeah.
Wanna lay on that couch?
Ooh, there's kind of a little one.
Yeah.
Yak attack. Fucking yakety yak.
There we go. This looks like it's more the houses.
No, we need a little more to the left. And actually, that doesn't look right. That's a different picture. It's a different picture.
Pretty sure we're in Mississippi.
It doesn't look Costa Rica. Costa Rica. No, it's a small one. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Isaac and Ishmael were
That's where the 80 guy died. He killed somebody. He was in like Papua New Guinea. Yeah, somewhere. He killed his neighbors.
Yeah, he shot him over a dispute over dogs.
Mr. Rosnitsky
He was making his own bath salts, which is really
as my lecturer.
He had that girlfriend, that younger black lady was his girlfriend.
Put a table over and poop on his chest.
My regards.
Gosh. What a life. Yeah, bath salts and just getting shit out. Yeah, I mean, he's ripped right there. Look at that, too. It's a fireman body if I've ever seen it. He looks like a fireman right there. That's not my fire. It's weird. Okay, well, Grant, let's get him off. We gotta figure out. Maybe it's because we gotta go to Destin.
Not that show.
Grant.
Oh, sorry.
What is the definition?
Gee.
Okay, it's gone.
Semitism.
We got him off.
Now I'm feeling dizzy. Yeah, this isn't even the same picture.
There's carbon monoxide leaking here.
Yeah, I don't like this room now, Grant.
You guys are not feeling it. I'm sorry.
I don't like this room now.
I'm tired of hanging out in this room.
Grant.
Hit the wrap it up.
Gator's not doing good. She took off her jean vest.
Are you gonna put Gator on camera?
She had a jean jacket on her. Yeah.
Is it too hot in there though? Seriously? You want me to lower the top? Okay.
She's putting it back on. She has a little cigarette for dog. Yeah. Put it out. Gator, put it out.
Is Gator okay to be on screen?
I don't know.
Yeah, Gator, put out your thing. Yeah, put it in the ashtray.
I disagree with that, regardless of the
Okay, and this is her little... That's Gator. And this is this little woman jacket. Yeah, we picked it out at a TJ Maxx. We went to this little nice TJ Maxx for dogs over by the Red Robin. Everything we did a Red Robin. The fries, she eats too many fries.
She likes the campfire sauce.
Yeah, she loves the little campfire sauce with the little french fry, but we tell her she can't eat so much or she's never gonna be at her best no more. She keeps on eating her bottom with french fries. Yeah, because that's your friend. You know Casey is your buddy. Casey. Oh, yes, that's your buddy. Oh, and she got a little Casey, she gave me little kisses.
Well, she knows it's his show, and that's what she has to do.
I know, fair enough.
She's attracted to dominant person.
She is. Yeah, she did a buddy. And a little kiss to say hello, and a little gator kiss. Okay, that is your friend.
So sweet. God, she looks like a damn Hell's Angel.
I know, she looks really tough. She always looks too tough in that vest.
I was thinking like she looks like we get glamour shots.
Not at all.
I was a little kind of on the opposite end
Like
of
an
the
80s.
spectrum.
I was thinking 80s or something.
Yeah, seeing like some sort of
Our riot
coming just gone AWOL.
Now ask her what she did.
Probably her worst enemy right there.
Yeah.
She loves him.
Oh, wait, is that actually your boyfriend, Gator? It's actually maybe your boyfriend.
Whoa, that's his punch. So cool.
Roughly thirds.
Okay, well, that's our little friend, and she never loses her best no more, and
she eats many damn campfires. God, I'd like to just have a, you know what, fill up bathtub full of campfire sauce and Raisin Cane's
together.
Oh man, so good. That's how I always smell like it.
Did you ever take little dips with your tongue?
You know, nobody.
Yeah. Okay, there's coming back to say hello to your little friend. Oh, and her little tails. Look at her little tail. And look at her hair is real frizzy today. Erica gave her a bath, so she's got her little frizzed up hair over by her ears today. Crimped up hair. So, what's her favorite song?
Basically true. If you look historically,
What was I can't remember the name right now, but you know the cool Creed song? Arms Wide Open? Not Arms Wide Open, the kind of hardcore sounding Creed song.
when there is
My Own Prison or whatever, she really likes that.
not enough for not enough to really hold people back. Kind of like
What's the Prisoner song? Yeah, which one is that?
basically social with
This one is
My Own Prison, number 5. Yeah, My Own Prison. She loves My Own Prison right now.
outside your
Well, they have a lot of songs.
Yeah, who can forget Bullets? Number 13.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a great one. Bullets or Torn is really good. My Own Prison. My Sacrifice. What This Life For. That's a good one. What This Life For.
Mr. Schreiber asked,
Very philosophical. Okay, Gator's going. She's really having blind. You're really having blind. He's giving me a massive kiss. Oh, Gator, this is not for you. Is it gay? Oh, little gay. You want to see it? Well, Grant, is there anyone on the Patreon who wants to talk to me? Yeah, oh my gosh. And also, Casey, I want to bring something up. There was somebody that I saw saying about, I don't know why they're talking to the Patreon people. It's like, what? This person who's saying that, it's like, first off, you don't understand what is going on currently within the ranks of, again, the child soldiers. I think there's something really happening there. It's like this guy just has no idea. We really are still, British John is on the case. We're trying to figure out where the mole is, because there is a mole somewhere.
There's a rat. Somebody has infiltrated. Basically, our intel is telling us that somebody from the child soldiers level has infiltrated the mercenaries, and
Yes.
they're trying to start a coup to become the new co-host of the podcast.
Yes. And again, Casey is in the left seat today. I mean, that's my ass, so I'm gone. So it's like,
You're in the hot seat, I'm in the left seat. So
yeah, so we can't, so who's ever, and maybe it's the person who said, oh, we don't even need to talk about it. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the person causing all this, wreaking all this havoc. But we're figuring it out.
But there's always historically with the Patreon, since day one, there's been a lot of infighting, a lot of changing of the code to try to cash out the money we have.
Yes, stop changing the code. Whoever is doing that, you have to.
It's not right. We're the podcast, you can't have the money.
Yes, that's not how it works, and that's a serious problem if your brain is thinking that's how it works, because that's not how the system was set up. I mean, ask G.
That's true.
He taught us this stuff. How do you think we learned some of this? We didn't know shit.
Before I met Grant, I couldn't tie my fucking shoes.
And that's not a fucking lie.
I'll tell you all the jokes he know. Every joke I've ever done is from his kid journal. When he was a kid, he wrote really good jokes about when men were men. Who was that man? Oh, God. Ketamine prayers. I mean,
The Ratatouille one was hilarious.
I know, it's hilarious.
I know you know about Ratatouille before he was even a movie.
He wrote the screenplay.
For Christ's sakes.
Yeah, G, that's insane, dude. That really is kind of crazy.
Oh, Gator's coming to see you. She finds the alpha.
I mean,
finds the alpha in the room.
We have a few questions from your mercs. Crooner says, recent video games they play in?
Awards and accomplishments. I just mentioned that he's a YouTuber
Yes, there is a
which
thing
clearly
called
shows
Mini New
that
Year's. I
he
think
is
it's
a
Mini
person
New
who has a
Year. It's an
remarkable ability
emulator.
to
I
take
think they call it. Looks like a Game Boy.
history.
And I found I should have bought it today.
Studies
I
of
found a
universal
arcade
moments
game last night where it's a side-scrolling airplane game, and there's already two attachments to it, and the upgrades are wonderful, and the bullets aren't coming at you too fast. Because a lot of the times in the side-scrolling games, I play it for like, try to look for the fun ones, and I play it for 10 minutes, and then I do it off, and I'm like, hey, maybe I'll never play this again, but I save it as a favorite.
Even on social media, there's really a
Yes,
testament
it gets to be too hard. The bullets are, even if you're very powerful, there's too many projectiles coming at you, so I don't have the
survey to history forthcoming for
yeah, I don't have it for these
I want to
games.
thank our sponsors. This morning, Linda Peter Rothschild, the concept is such a memory of Steven's mother, Edith Rothschild.
My teeth are just jutting out. My
Yeah, nobody's ever actually seen
Grant.
Grant.
Thank
But
you,
yes,
Rabbi.
how he just
Appreciate
described
the very
himself as
kind
pretty much how he
introduction.
looks.
What did you say that game was called?
I really enjoy
That's just the name of the system.
strange
I
way
wish I could
coming
remember the
here.
name
I
of
know
the
the
freaking
only
game.
time I
It's
come
one
here
word.
is
It's a
on
random
Fishbowl,
arcade game.
but,
There's like 400
your
and stuff, like 100
attention
arcade
and your
games to look
intelligence
through, which I'm
and
going to do
your
after the podcast.
wise questions are always good. I can't hold this back.
It's an emulator. You can play any Nintendo, any Game Boy. Yes, this past weekend when I was traveling a little bit, it was wonderful playing. I was playing all three of the Donkey Kong games at the same time. I picked up one
maybe joining us
and
online.
then I'd switch over to the
Yeah,
other one and
Fishbowl.
start playing.
It's like when the chess master is playing 8
sitting
games at
on the
once.
ground.
Exactly.
There's
So
the
you
necessary-
jumping over Donkey Kong's ass
We
with Donkey
fasting.
Kong, and I was getting hard, but yeah,
And,
it gets hard, but it's
I
wonderful.
feel
Oh my gosh, it's like
personally
a
very
Super
much
Nintendo or something in your
more
hands.
invested
I love it.
in history today
Oh, the power of the
than I
sun.
think I have
At the press of a button.
over the 35 odd years that I've been studying history
Just
at
stayed up
tertiary
too late
level.
last night playing it.
Just a few minutes ago,
When this wasn't
Rabbi
recording.
introduced a keynote
Grand.
I'm sorry, I had the volume up too early.
mimeograph sheet of
I'm
paper,
just
Xerox
having
sheet of
the
paper
Zoom so you
that
guys can
It's
belongs in our keynotes, but it's not yet
that was
been
fun.
published.
We got our chest fast.
I was overwhelmed
That's a
with
great
emotion
rip.
because this
Well,
is a moment
just started out
when
with 45 minutes.
we're not, like in previous years when I speak on Fishbowl, we always pick some sad moment in Jewish history, and there were plenty to choose from, but we had like
Let's
a
just wait till you
variety
guys
of
got
them.
properly warmed up.
From
Warm as
the
piss
safe
now.
position
Yeah,
of our
man. I'm
wealthy American homes, our comfort, our air conditioning, we're able to just choose something. Oh, a wrong, maybe the Holocaust. And it was like hard.
Oh my gosh, we all went down to Destin where we could dig holes.
It happened to Yena. It happened to another generation.
Doing that.
Now
so
we're
much
living
fun.
at a
Yeah, I
time
think
where
last time I was in
something
Destin was
happened to our
probably
generation.
10 or 15 years ago.
I'm sure many of you are
we get high and
1
listen to
3
music or dig
degrees
holes.
removed
It was so
from someone
fun.
who was
With you
killed
using
on
your
October
hands,
7th.
you could throw it into using
I
a shovel.
myself have a
My
colleague.
dad would get all
son,
worried. He's like, okay, you gotta
my
start filling
colleague,
this thing in.
Mr.
Somebody's gonna be
Decker,
walking on
his
the
son
beach
is
tonight and
currently
fall
one of
in
the
it.
Hudson came in
You're
Israel.
gonna go to
I never
jail.
met his son, but I
Go to
met him
jail.
in
They
the
can never
time.
trace him back. There's no
Feels
DNA on the beach.
terrifying that we are now engaged in
Sand is like
a historical venture which is
Destiny
on
Ford
our
wants
own
to know
time
what your
and
favorite
has yet
band is.
unresolved.
And Erica's. All of you.
So let me begin
Destiny,
by
yeah.
pointing to this
Stop
point,
with the
which you may have
horribles
seen.
like that.
There are many,
Just
many
like,
examples of this.
there you go.
This is the famous Judea Capta point.
Man,
It's one of about
just right
2
now,
dozen
baby.
that were issued by the Romans
Right this
after
second.
destroying Jerusalem in the year 70, and it was kind of like a propaganda device.
Yeah, I did.
The point is, currency is extremely important for the ancient world and also to a large degree for the modern world in terms of
I really
disseminating
like Towns
information.
Van Zandt a
This is
lot.
an
I
era
also love
before
B-52s.
billboards,
And then
before
Black
certainly
Sabbath.
television, social
Frank
media.
Black
So
Sabbath
if you had a
overall is my
coin
full
that
music
said
catalog.
something and it circulated and it was of value, obviously,
But
it's
it's
physically
hard
of
to say.
value,
It changes
it
all the
was
time.
extremely important. And so
Oh my gosh,
the Roman
the
Empire,
Topaz.
under
Like
Vespasian and
B-52s.
under his son
Yeah,
Caesar,
picture
who
that
eventually
song.
wanted to destroy the
An album,
temple,
I think, from
they
89.
made
I
a
know really know
tremendous
nothing about them. I just remember
cause
growing up
of
listening to that one
demonstrating
CD.
their
I love
destruction
that song.
of Jerusalem in the coins and in the Arch of Peter in Rome
B-52s
and
over
in a
there.
public triumph, which is kind of like a massive procession,
Simon
ending in an
Godfrey.
execution, things like that. As you can see under the images, it's very common. Again, there are about 2 dozen of these some variations. They're usually Vespasian or Jesus, who we'll speak about shortly on one side, and on the obverse, the phrase Judea Capta.
What was he
Judea is
doing
taken
on that
captive
plane? I think
with
that
a
is a real
Balkan tree.
question
Balkan
that doesn't
palm,
get
one of
asked
the
enough.
most
What is he
famous
doing on
exports
that
of
plane?
the region at the time. And there's this kneeling
God,
Roman
yeah.
soldier, sometimes portrayed many, many times to the side of this forlorn Jewish woman
Was he
who
flying that plane and
Judea.
why?
And as you can see,
Yeah,
she's got her head in
Skinner
her
would
hands,
have
as it were,
known that
stopping
he
her.
wasn't an
Sometimes
actual
she's shown with her hands bound behind her back. And it's all a demonstration of the might and power of Rome, meant to
He's on a
say, as
short
it
list
were,
for the
that
5
the
people
Jewish people are finished forever. We have totally, brought them to their knees, and they will never again rise up. And this is kind of like famous last words which have been uttered by many, many tyrants and tormentors over our past. But what I find especially meaningful about looking at this point today is a statement that I thought was important enough that I actually wrote it down at the bottom here. That, when I reflect on what we've gone through since October 7th, it's very clear to me that historically we are the most resilient people in human history. I am hard pressed to find any comparable people, certainly of similar duration to Jewish people, but who have endured such tremendous persecution on a cyclical basis over the years, and this oscillation between virtual destruction and then resurrection is something which is deeply characteristic of our people. But that resilience, which we have demonstrated historically, is not something that's passed down genetically. We all, generations, have to learn the skills that our parents and our grandparents, especially those who survived before us, we have to somehow learn those lessons for ourselves. We have to imbibe them.
There's no protection with cartoons on the screen. There's just like a guy on stage.
Especially have to find a way to communicate that to our children. As we shall see in today's presentation, our children, in my humble opinion, especially here in America, are most at risk, far more than any other sitting in this room. So let's go to the material itself. My task for today is really to explore a post that the Rabbi mentioned a few minutes ago. The following was a Rambino Dor Shala Vita Viageta Yokensa Vendula. Remember the days of old, consider the years of ages past. Ask your parents who will inform you, your elders who will tell you. The next concept is not really as illuminating as I would want. I would hope the next us could actually say what we're supposed to know, but it doesn't actually reveal it in anything but your fashion. But what's relevant about this particular pasuk is that it relates to our existence as a deeply historical people, that it is embedded in our faith and in our development challenge that we have to learn history in order somehow to gain meaning from it and pass it on to the next generation. A task which is singularly difficult. We have a few models in 19th century and 20th century. They're kind of latched shut, so you don't have to touch the marbles. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. At Touro University, we say this about the required history courses, by the way. If you fail, you will have to take it again. That's the only joke I have in the entire class. William Faulkner, famous American novelist, wrote a fascinating passage into Requiem for a Nun. The past is never dead. It isn't even past. Meaning the elements that we tend to relegate to things that are no longer occurring are in fact occurring in our own day today. If only we would see them. And then finally, perhaps more sophisticated, Mark Twain, great lover of the Jewish people, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often lies. Meaning you don't necessarily have one-to-one correlation between the events of distant history and our contemporary period, but we often find that there are elements that we can look at and understand some perspective on our own time. And that's essentially what my goal for today is. Over the next 50 minutes or so, I would like to specifically look at the Roman-Jewish War, the first great revolt that erupted in the year 66 and ended with the fall of Masada in the year 73 or 74. And I would like to reflect on that in the light of what we have experienced since October 7th. I do not intend to give you one-to-one correlations. This happened in the year 68, therefore we should do this in Israel today. This particular cause was neglected, therefore we have to pay more attention to it today. I don't think I have the skill to do that. In fact, one of the challenges is that I spend most of my time studying history, and prophecy was the department down the hall when I did graduate studies. It's very hard to translate those skills. I am very comfortable talking about things that over and theoretically no longer changing.
I can't do it.
The future is a big blank. Nevertheless, I do feel that there is value in learning from the process. There is value in exploring the past and using that as a starting point for our reflection for our drawing today. I think one of the areas that we have to look at first is, what are our sources? How do we know what happened in the past, and how do we know what is happening today? And there is perhaps one of the strongest correlations between the distant past of the first great revolt. By the way, there were several Roman-Jewish wars, at least 3 of them, depending on how you want to count. This great revolt is the one that we commemorate today on So we have tremendously unreliable narrators telling us about what exactly happened. We begin with Josephus, who is arguably the most important Jewish historian of our time. He is a tremendous raconteur who is able to recreate, perhaps create, whole speeches of important personages in his great history of the Jewish war, but he's a deeply complex and difficult character. His background is he was born in the year 37 to an aristocratic Jewish family. He is something of a spiritual seeker. He explored all the various sects that were active in Jerusalem in his era, including the Essenes, which may or may not be identified with the strange Qumran area of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame. And ultimately, he found great authority as a young leader, at least he felt as though, of the population in Jerusalem. He spent time in Rome on official delegations. He was very impressed with Rome as a society of the country, and in fact, he was rather shocked and surprised that when he returned to Israel in the year 66, he found that the revolt had broken out, and that he was right away impressed into leadership and asked to lead the forces of Medallion in the north, which
Nothing
he
short of
commanded ably.
Yeah.
Of course, we know this because he told us so himself.
seriously great.
But then, in a dramatic moment, as we'll discuss a little later, in year 67, he was cornered by the Spanish troops, and he elected to join in a suicide pact with the last fighters that he was with, hiding in some kind of underground cave. They agreed, very much like Masada, they agreed that they would draw straws, particularly that the last straws would each person would kill his fellow until the last straws would then kill himself. And then he ended up with one of the last straws. And then he talked to his friends and maybe we should rethink this, and they surrendered to the Romans. He ended up becoming sort of like a test Jew for the Romans. He was adopted by the son of Vespasian, the first emperor, and then later emperor himself. And he became his aide-de-camp and traveled with him, with the Romans, and acting as a kind of cultural broker, helped the Romans understand the Jews that they were fighting. Occasionally be some kind of ambassador to the Jews who regarded him as a traitor who was brought over to the Roman side. And after Rome had destroyed Jerusalem, he ended up going back to Rome with Titus, his sponsor. He even took his name, Titus Flavius Josephus. He's named after his sponsor. And he had a long career in Rome as a professional historian, and kind of like the ultimate victory of Jewish culture for the rest of the world. That's a very bad analogy, but he was like a celebrity. He was able to interpret Judaism, but he also was quite fascinating with before the Romans. He wrote not only a massive history of the First Roman War, which we are dealing with very heavily today, but he also wrote a 20-volume history of the Jews from Thracian until the Roman era, called Jewish Antiquities, and a number of other works, including his own autobiography, which he wrote actually several times. So it is a very problematic narrative, because on the one hand, he gives us a tremendous inside look at what happened in the war, particularly in the series on Judas with the rebels. But on the other hand, everything he wrote was for the sponsorship of the Romans. His lifestyle was paid for by the Romans. His fame was based on his association with the Romans. And they were always under the rule that they built his shoulder. And so although we know that he originally wrote in Aramaic, which would have been useful for a Jewish audience, he later switched to Greek, which is the lingua franca of the era, and it was something that was designed for general publication. And so we don't know really what he thought. We know that he wanted to portray the Jewish rebel as being brave and heroic, but on the other hand, savage and requiring discipline from the Romans. They wanted to portray the Romans as being, patient and tolerant, but ultimately at the end of their rope. And so they were totally deciding to discipline the Jews. It's very difficult to read in Josephus to try to understand what actually happened during the war, but nevertheless, he is virtually our only source for the war. He is a problematic source, but we will rely on him heavily. We have a few other writers. For example, the Roman historian Tacitus and Dio. Tacitus comes to us with a remarkably anti-Jewish perspective. Tacitus Dio lived sometime later until himself very heavily dependent on Josephus. Neither of them offer the same level of detail or perspective as Josephus does, so we're left with this problematic narrative. We also have the church historian Eusebius, also very useful because he's deeply invested in things that happen in Judea. But of course, as a Christian historian trying to portray a Christological narrative in the history which justifies the destruction of the temple as part of the unfolding of a divine plan, it's also problematic for us. So we have to try and navigate through these difficult narratives to try to understand what exactly happened.
Yes, a lot of handshakes.
Now, if I can take us to our own times, and that's what I like to do over the course of this lecture, is basically alternate
1,000% Gator's not allowed to be there when she's there. She's wearing a jean jacket. She has a nice little dress. I put on her and all the time.
Very important source. I'm sorry. The Talmud, we have amazing, fantastic,
don't worry, she's really sick. If somebody has to
of the temple, of the war in general. The foreign teaching, of course, one of the sanctions that are allowed to study on this very sad day. But one of the problems with this particular particular source as a place where we go for historical information, that it's not a history book. The Talmud is not intended to provide us with academic history as a professor in front of a classroom. The Talmud is intended to edify us, to reinforce our values, all very wonderful and important and valuable things, but not necessarily the kind of objective history that we would like to get from a more academic presentation. So, for example, in the Gemara in Gita, we don't one specific cause or the report, which is, of course, a faithless hatred, and that's very true. There's no question we can point to real historical sources that identify episodes that demonstrate the lack of regard for one fellow that contributes to the conflict. However, there's so many other factors, political, social, economic, which the Talmud chooses not to discuss, because the element that's relevant for them and for our future is really the sin. So the Talmud, while it does provide a lot of useful sources for us, is not necessarily the kind of source we need to understand the actual historical reality of it. If we move to our time, we don't have such better narrators today. Like, for example, highly regarded just recently, of course, many of you are aware of tens of examples of this kind of egregious behavior. They have a headline here on the front page, premonition, which thank God nobody reads print anymore. Everyone reads so what happens on the Apple TV. Israel hits targets in Lebanon, and the photograph of leaving people at a gravesite. And of course, the photograph is a mismatch for the headline. The photograph is of the Hezbollah attack on Syria north where 12 children playing soccer with these Israeli citizens who were killed in a strike, but the juxtaposition of the headline with the photograph is deeply misleading and certainly can only exacerbate anti-Israel feelings among people who just look at this casually. And of course, later they will be caught out and they will issue an apology, which will appear on page 792 and 100X. But the damage is already done. And we can find many, many examples of these kinds of, one might argue they're mismatched in the other way, but there's far worse examples, of course, in the West West. Another one, the New York Times, of course, here you recall the explosion at the hospital, I think it was, in which immediately Palestinian sources reported that the Israelis had conducted an airstrike at a hospital, and then it turns out it was actually a Palestinian jihad rocket that had gone awry. So you can see here, within the course of a few hours, the New York Times switches from immediately accepting the Hamas-sponsored account. Israeli strikes kills hundreds in hospitals, Palestinians say, and then backing off, maybe it's not correct, at least 500 dead in strike, and the hospital has been, so finally, for the most part, at least 500 dead in Gaza have got the hospital. Palestinians say. So these are the narratives that we are dealing with as we try to navigate what's happening in Israel. We can go to much more reputable Israeli sources, like I read the Times of Israel quite a bit, for example. I read Bernie News on WhatsApp approximately once every 5 minutes. I check to see if there are any updates. But of course, they have their own slant as well. They will take them the way they want. We lack a clear objective narrator to negotiate our own assessment of those actions. Okay, so, and of course, we have one other major element that I can't get over, and that's the fact that even if you have these acceptable narrators, there are certain elements which I have to say I find as a human being very difficult to understand. The mentality of Hamas
So I know that's what our kids would look like, Casey.
I'll just give you a few examples of this.
That's what our
I'm
children
sure you've
are
seen
like.
many of these things. These come from Memory, which is a wonderful site. What basically they do is take the Middle East media research institute. And basically what Memory does is they spoon the Arabic language web for broadcast. They used to do only text, now they do videos as well very well. And they apply,
And then I think we dealt with Eli Slugworth.
what does the Arab world say about what's going on?
That's
And quite often,
That's what me and William used to always say.
a perspective on the concept which I simply
I just
cannot
wanted to, I
understand.
know we're not supposed to
Fundamentally,
jump to
we've
the
all
bottom
seen
because
these
someone
kinds
said,
of things.
what if
This
God
is like
what we think?
a children, like a sixth grader or a 6-year-old play. So their cell phones, they're watching their kids reenact the capture of an Israeli outpost. 3 October 7th, in which they will capture Israeli soldiers and bring them back to Gaza. These are 6-year-olds who are dressed up as soldiers holding fake weapons. This never happened in any of the schools that my kids did. But nevertheless, this is part of the culture. It's so foreign to me that I simply can't get it right. Also, examples like this, after October 7th, they interviewed one woman who lost several of her children, and she says, just screenshot, go to Memory and watch the entire interview. By Allah, all of my children and grandchildren are martyred for the sake of Allah.
Again, we're going to need bounty hunters doing good. Bounty hunters doing good. It's a good job, soldiers.
I can understand that. God forbid if a person loses a son or a
that was out
daughter.
of respect for the bounty hunters.
Then,
That's what that is. That's what
feel
that symbolizes. Is out of
that their
respect.
daughter or son did something valuable, their death was not an event. But I'm hard pressed to imagine any Jewish mother or grandmother saying to make them happy.
The mark of the beast now.
You can
That's
come
if
to
you
terms
see
with it,
someone in
you
public,
can accept
they
it
might be a
perhaps,
fellow mercenary.
but if it makes you happy, it's
They
beyond me.
reciprocate, you know they're
And here's one from just
okay, as long as
yesterday.
they're not the
This is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking in Kuwait.
following
And he goes on and says, if you are a
You have to
nation
start
of
seeing
100
somebody
million
a bunch that you
people,
don't normally see. Be careful because the
and
whole actually is
10,000
after
people
the
die,
threat, but
it's
don't worry, he's wearing
meaningless.
his Johns on.
And he puts his further on it. And he says,
Yes,
really,
he's
we
going to
shouldn't
figure
be
it out.
worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. And so even if we have a reasonable narrator to explain to us what's going on,
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the
we don't
William
know if we're
Montgomery
going to
Show.
have one because it's beyond.
Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com.
Why is every single person
At
so precious for the Israelis?
737-471-1098.
Why do we care so much about every single
Never miss
person?
an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere
And yet
podcasts are
it's
sold.
completely backwards.
Check out
We may
William
spend a lot of
online
money on
at
individuals, but that's because we care about
Montgomery
not trying to
on
win.
Instagram.
That's kind of
For more
geopolitical
William
money.
Montgomery, check out
This is the
Killzone on
reason
YouTube.
there is a war.
Check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at
So that's it. That was actually the introduction.
Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are
Here's
sung by
what
William
the
Montgomery. The
geopolitical
words are sung
environment
by
looked like
William
at the
Montgomery.
time of the
The
Great
William
Revolt
Montgomery Show is a
in
Fanny Co
66.
production.
This
Thanks for joining
legislative
us. See you
area
next time.
is almost all of the Roman Empire. It goes up about halfway through the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to this tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways, financially, it was all the time, but also as a kind of like an ancient flyover country where the great riches of Egypt and the decoration the post-continent of Asia and ultimately Europe, so it had kind of like a point as a place of business, but it didn't have a tremendous amount of natural resources. And it was a constant headache for the Romans because the Jews were so foreign to them. They worshipped their invisible God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independence by the time we get to the book. Many people think
since I was a little kid. I paid like a 12-year-old, and I'm hearing someone
because they had
too,
been
and I'm
ruled
hearing
before that by the Egyptians, by the Syrians, by the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. It was definitely not ideal. It was hard to back.
I know what's so fun in the rock yard. That would be the name of
the wolves that they had for a short period of time. So basically, they lost their independence as a result of their own infighting.
Yeah, the switch tree was in the rock yard.
Last great queen of the Jewish people was the woman named Rothschild. And under her reign, which ended in the year 76 before the Common Era, there was or began in the year 76, ended in the year 67, somewhere around there. Rothschild had tremendous relations with all the various groups and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara says that during her reign, things were so good that even the produce was good, even the avocados were large. Such a tremendous queen. However, on her death, her two sons fought over who was crazy king and who was going to be throwing. They ended up a very nasty civil war, and both of them, independently of each other, reached out to the Romans and said, would you please intervene on our side? The Romans said, fine, we will be happy to help you out. They came in, and in the year 63, under General Pompey, they decided to keep Israel for themselves and appropriated it into their empire. This is a scene that's from 15th century reproduction of Pompey entering the sanctuary. Gemara also speaks about that. The Romans were deeply curious about what exactly he was worshiping. He simply could not believe that there was no idol in the sanctuary itself. And so he peeked himself in there and also did some atrocious things as well to defile it. But basically, after that, they left the Jews alone. The Jews had to live under Roman rule with the kind of disabilities of being a subject nation. But it was something that
Survivor,
anything.
18 hours.
Like Richard,
so let's
he
look
heard the
at
thong
why
song,
did they
Richard
rebel
Cisco.
120 years
He would
after
always
the
sing
Roman
Richard.
reign? So
Talking about yoga, Richard Yo play.
one factor that led to it was a tremendous history of Roman mystery. If you recall the map of Israel way out here in the
Just when he was trapped, everyone
basically
was
Israel
Richard.
was the kind of place where the Roman Judea was connected, where Romans would send off their second, third-rate administrators, and the expectation was that they would stay safe, keep things quiet, and they would enrich themselves through various taxes and various types of strong arm tactics. It was not, the Romans didn't go to Israel with a sense of like elevating the society and bringing them up to a higher level of civilization, so on, improving their economy. But basically, it was a place where local governors take advantage of the Roman population. And so we have a series of Roman governors who are extremely poor and cruel and capricious. But that's held that vague because for a good 40 years, we had a very strong Jewish king. By the way, during this entire period, we do have a Jewish king in Israel. The Romans approached the king as a kind of a client king, a puppet king. And the king would have to pay tribute to the Romans, but nevertheless, we had our own leadership under the Romans. The most famous, of course, was Herod, who was definitely a maniac who murdered several of his own children, murdered his wife and brothers-in-law and so on, was paranoid and tyrannical, but at the same time, he, as it were, kept all the trains running on time as well. He was a very savvy manipulator of public opinion. He poured a lot of money into public works, building many cities and harbors, both in Israel and around the region as well. He was a regional king. In fact, it's somewhat awkward because Herod was such a bad guy as an individual, he's the one who renovated the temple. And when we worship at the Kotel, we're worshiping on stones that Herod later placed there. It's his renovations which have stayed the course of time. So when he died in 4 BCE in a paroxysm of fratricide, killing off his children and his wives and so on.
Shooting up. I don't like
Then
cinnamon still.
Israel lost its strongest client
I don't like it.
and went through a period
No,
of
but
chaos
that's
where
what
we had
I
very,
love
very
him for.
you may be
And
familiar
then
with
you're
the
watching
Gemara.
this, and I hate it.
There are actually two references. The first one is actually pretty good. It's pro-Jewish in many ways, but he didn't last very long. He died in 44. His successor, Agrippa II, his son, was actually just a Roman toady who worked with the Romans throughout the entire period of the war, and essentially was a complete traitor to the Jewish cause, even though he was there. So after Herod died in 4 BC, you have especially bad Roman governors who are once again more authoritative than the king himself, imposing phenomenal taxation, not caring at all about supporting public order. So there was a tremendous amount of heavy taxation. There was a tremendous amount of lawlessness among Jews in the north in particular. There was some highwaymen, Listian, as the term is used in the Talmud. Finally, their lack of cultural sensitivity, in particular because the Romans simply could not get the idea of Judaism. Judaism at that time was especially allergic to any kind of image of an animal or a person like that. They had to mint coins separately that the ones circulating in Judea did not have faces on them. They might have rudolphs or things like that. But the Roman procurators would have no problem putting up eagles, things like that to demonstrate Roman authority, and hugely effective to the Jewish population as a whole. The last of the procurators was a man named Gessius Florus, who was especially known for his ineptitude and really exacerbated tensions within the population. Secondly, another possible role is very effective leadership from traditional Jewish aristocracy and consequent growth of sectarianism. But I mentioned the King Agrippa II, who was our king, Jewish king at the time, but essentially, completely dependent on the Romans for his position. At times, he attempted to quell the growing rebellion, going into Jerusalem with some of his troops, but finding that he was going to meet the opposition, he simply fled to the north and abandoned Jerusalem to retreat. His sister, Berenice, was actually a far more involved figure. She famously used to be a Nazir, a fascinating kind of thing. She used to take on for herself a vow to youth, where she would not cut her hair and not drink wine for 30 days. And famously, in one of these outbreaks of violence, she approached Gessius Florus barefoot, still coming out of her with her hair shorn, begging Gessius Florus, the procurator of the Romans, to try and be more reliable on Jewish people to no avail. But besides her particular, and even she has her problematic aspects, later she fell in love with none other than Titus, the destroyer of the temple, and went back to live with him in Rome, where under pressure he was sent her away. It's a very tragic story. It's actually celebrated in a lot of Christian art. Still full of romance of the Roman emperor Titus and the Jewish princess Berenice. At any rate, having no leadership, a whole host of sectarian groups erupted in the Jewish faith. And it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups pitted against each other, including several groups of rebels who all agreed that Rome had to be thrown off, but they disagreed on how to do it, and that they disagreed violently with each other, as we shall see in a moment. We have conflict with pagan communities as well. Don't forget that Israel always has been multi-ethnic state. There's never been a time when Israel was only populated by Jews. And frequently we don't get along with our neighbors in Israel. During this period, there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who are living in Israel, who are pro-Roman in many of their organizations, especially in cities like Ashkelon and Mizari. Tremendous conflict with the Shomronim, the
And he needs to be careful putting his hand in the door thing when he's
American
closing the door.
Thank you
One
very
reason I
much.
forget. And I was like, his fingers in the door. It's like really
The
close.
Samaritans
Yeah,
were,
it was a close call. I
how
wasn't,
exactly to put them on the
let's
Jewish
just
scale is more complicated, but there's a lot of
yeah,
conflict
he's
with them as well.
great. How
And in
old
fact,
is
this
he?
chart that lists the entire conversation
I thought he was
was
like
essentially
17.
a real estate dispute in Kesari between Jews and Greeks over the construction of a synagogue.
They made it 28.
And then finally, the Messianic fervor. This is a period of time where, of course, we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that was quite active up until the 30s, and it has kind of like a slow burn through the next few decades, so finally it explodes on the scene in the second century. But that was only one of at least a dozen that
times where I'd start
itself.
looking up. How
There are
old's the oldest
several
Navy
figures, sometimes
SEAL?
named, sometimes
Like
simply
how
called
old are people
the Egyptians, for
generally in the
example,
Navy
of people
SEAls?
who
Yeah, when I'm like fucking 28
so
or
bad
something,
right now,
all fucked
it's
up.
definitely around the corner. And in fact, I am the Fiat, and gathering people together, and then
Chris Kyle
ultimately
was 30 when he
slaughtered by the
joined.
Romans or driven away and so on. So this kind of like fever pitch aspect of thinking that it's
That was my
what's
latest
almost an Mashiach.
You still have 2 more years.
I have a couple. I have a little time. I'm 29. I'm not 28.
Oh, okay.
Impress you guys, but
Let me take you now to our time, try to understand the
under promise
origins
and
of
over
the
deliver.
war from Gaza.
But yeah, Chris Kyle was old as hell.
Fascinating around the room, you look like a very intelligent and learned audience, so I hope this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be useful. So Gaza
Maybe
is
it's
here,
better
of
to
course,
be
this tiny
older.
strip
You're
that
more-
juts
Yeah,
out
was it
into
so-
the
You're more ready to learn.
in front of that
section
parade
of
or something?
Israel.
It was like
It's called the strip.
where he was
That's
inside
the
the
shape sort
hotel
of like
in
that.
LA
And
somewhere.
its
And
date
got him, I
between
think,
1948 and
where the cooks
1967 was that it
when
belonged
he was
to
walking through
Egypt.
the press and
Segregated
Chris
over here.
Kyle,
This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the War of Independence in 1948-49. This is what Israel looked like until 1967, when in the remarkable 6-day war, Israel decides to launch a preemptive strike because Egypt and Syria in particular are going to attack Israel. And when the United Nations, which has peacekeeping troops in Sinai, decides that it's too dangerous for them, and Saddam, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peacekeeping forces separating Egypt from Israel, Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful.
This morning I think it was okay.
You weren't the worst.
It was okay this morning.
It's been worse.
It was an okay morning. But then I click on my Instagram, and then there is this guy
Israel takes
who
over the goal on
it's
ice.
fine sending a message, but I just think it's so funny if you post something
strategic value of looking
like
over
on a
Syria.
picture, it was
They
basically
take over the
fucking
west bank
idiot,
of the
you're
Jordan
off, I don't
River,
get it, all
which
this
includes
bullshit.
East Jerusalem,
And then it's private, so I
which
can't
remains
look.
a
So I
very
get on this,
contentious
I look
area,
on
and
Facebook,
they
and
take over the entire
get the
Sinai
names together, and I figure out
massive
this
area
name.
here. And so
And then I
suddenly,
start
in
looking at the
1967,
pictures and stuff, and there's this
Gaza,
one picture of, I guess, when the baby's born, his wife had some daughter.
is
And it just has all this great looking, it's like the
in
worst picture, and he
1978 with
looks
the
insane, and
Camp
I'm
David
just
Accords, when
thinking,
Anwar
I
Sadat
wish I
got
could
here,
see what
the
everybody
president
looked
of
like. He was
Egypt,
talking
and
shit,
Jimmy
and I
Carter,
wouldn't really
president of the United
care.
States, and Menachem
Because it
Begin,
seems like
prime
it's a
minister of
nightmare.
Israel,
It seems like his dad
signed
is some
a
horrible
remarkable
racist to some
peace treaty.
Vietnam.
And
We learned a
it is
lot.
not
Yeah, I learned a lot this morning. It's about this one guy.
Israel,
Kids are
but it
ugly.
nevertheless
Yeah,
has
got these two
held with minor
ugly fucking
skirmishes
dogs. And I
since
see,
then.
I want to say that.
In
But it's
return
like, after
for
that, it's like,
peace
I don't
treaty, they look
even
very
give
happy
a
here.
shit. But
Unfortunately,
I
Anwar
don't
Sadat would be
He cares.
assassinated by the Muslim
I don't
Brotherhood
care at all,
in
okay?
a
It's
public
Canadians
stadium.
are ugly.
I know,
Shortly
so
after,
you'll feel better about his
dared
If
to
the
make
kid,
peace
yes,
with
if
their
it was like a
neighbors. Muslim
good
Brotherhood,
looking
of course,
daughter,
one
it
of the
would have
forerunners
killed me.
of Hamas
It would have killed
ideologically.
me.
So what that means is,
Yeah, like a fucking
in
picture in
shortly
Hawaii, like
afterwards,
some
with
nice
great
little
conviction,
exotic
Israel
models. It would
ceded
have
the entire Sinai Peninsula to
the
Egypt.
only people
There
who
were
talk shit
several
are Gerber
Jewish
ones, they're
outposts
ogre
that had
ones,
been
and their
constructed here,
faces are peached.
and it was very difficult for the Israelis to actually
that one's live.
remove the Israelis
There's a
from
lot of
this
that.
region
Luckily, none of
and
those people are
repatriate them
either
to Israel.
mercenary or
Nevertheless,
child
even though it was a
soldiers.
massive
What
territorial
was
discussion,
what's the
it
final
nevertheless did
program?
result in a
Bounty hunters as well.
I have heard some news about some bounty hunters in there, though.
Then,
Really
so
scary.
Israel now, oh, by the way, one important
Yeah, a
point.
lot of beautiful bounty hunters, but some of the action
Egypt
scare
says,
me.
we'll take all of this desert, thank you very much, but we
Yes,
do
and we're
not
going to
want
weed them out.
this
Yes, and
massive
we know it's in the bounty hunter level.
Palestinians.
So if you are
By
a
this
bounty
time, they were
hunter,
using the name Palestinians.
be careful. We are on
We
to
do not
your
want
brand
to
is
incorporate
finding
them
your IP
into our
addresses. The
They
intern person
had
is actually
a
working
terrible
for us as
reputation
well
for
to some extent as a
destabilizing
computer
the region
user.
of Jordan,
He's already
Lebanon,
looking
Syria,
into the
all
IP.
had
He's already
difficulty
looking
with
into
massive
every
Palestinian
fucking
population.
bounty
Jordan is
hunter.
actually a majority population Palestinian.
Yeah,
They
he's a
suffered a
crazy guy.
coup in the 1970s that
He's
they
a
barely
Thanos.
switched off.
Yeah,
And so Egypt said, we do not want the headache of Gaza. And so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like the Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel proper, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians living there, which would create a demographic imbalance to Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggles with two basic values. It's constantly trying to do two things at once, and many times these values clash. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, obviously, designed as a refuge for Jews, that's the way Herzl thought of it, and it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, absorb the values of the Enlightenment, very much like America, and that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, if you don't have a majority Jewish population, then it will democratically very much go to simply no longer be Jewish. And so democracy or democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to preserve other values of being a Jewish state. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with, and it's really at the crux of the one-state versus two-state process. So Israel reports to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy, sometimes those have different connotations, and a small number of Jewish settlements are set up. Here's the satellite image. The regions colored blue are where you had Jewish settlements between 1967 and 2005. Some of them were very successful ventures like the Goods that these, hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by the year 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that it was a demographic time bomb. There's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was an extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially to serve it. And so, in a matter of great controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, Sharon pulled out of Gaza in 2005. And so it was a very traumatic moment, much more traumatic than when pulled out of Northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, someone said, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship in the United Nations. But first and foremost, what are we supposed to do with them? We don't want to be jailers. So that's one aspect. And the other aspect was, maybe if they finally have their own region, the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America, they will begin to civilize themselves, and they will develop a society that we can live alongside as neighbors. That was kind of like the ultimate sort of maybe utopian hope. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, it was briefly part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered very much like the previous photograph of the American president in the middle, Yitzhak Rabin on the left, the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yasser Arafat, former terrorist, they became the head of Palestinian Authority on the right. For his efforts, much like Saddam before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in
That's a wonderful idea.
1995.
Does he give the people on the show the shirt?
After 2006, when they had their first
Yeah, it's like a
election,
sweet idea. On
the
the back,
Palestinians in
yeah, it
Gaza
has the
voted
roster
for
of the comics who
Hamas.
were on the
It was
show.
not
It does.
an overwhelming result. You can see from
That's pretty sweet.
this heat map,
But
this
you
is
want me
the
to flip
West
this thing
Bank
in
here,
reverse
you
and
can see the
grid? You want me
regions
to
where
flip that
Hamas
from
did
behind out?
fairly
So
well
you
in the
can
West
see
Bank,
the
but
shot.
Fatah, which was Arafat's party, did better. And here, the main reason they wanted Gaza is because of their strength in Gaza City to the north. But shortly after a narrow victory for Hamas, which was a terrorist organization so designated at the time, they had an internal civil war. They drove out Fatah entirely, so the region was, as a result of that coup,
Everything's good there. Places Casey was
and
so
the response
scary.
to Israel
I
was not the Muslim who were going to use all this foreign investment and build up the society. Rather, they used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war. Characterized primarily by an incredible number of losses spent out from Gaza against the Israeli civilian targets. Israel remarkably able to defend against many of those targets with this phenomenal technological achievement by the Iron Dome. And one of the
And that was like an inside job. That was bullshit.
October 7th,
That
one of
was
the reasons
there
why
was some
perhaps
inside
the
baseball
were
going
caught
on
off guard
Casey. The girl knew
because
the
they
person moving in.
totally relied on their technological superiority and they were unable to promote that attack.
Showed us some wacky ones prior to.
So that basically brings us up to
Gosh,
the
there was
present
another
day,
weird shit
looking
about
at the
the
eve of
scary
the war.
Remember that one on there?
At
It was
this
like
point, I was
facing that
thinking,
random street.
for
You had to
about
walk up
45
the
minutes,
stairs.
and I take any questions.
I'm getting dizzy even thinking about it. I'm not even kidding. The windows were all weird. The whole thing was weird. But it's worked out. Yeah, it's been awesome. So the 6 we're running, have you experienced any sort of paranormal activity since you turned back on the horse?
Yeah, that's that bad.
You're kidding.
So,
No. Oh, man.
So for those of you who may not be familiar with the background of this sophisticated question,
To do a toast. Casey has
Josephus is able to garner the support of his captors, not to kill them easily, because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. First of all, I am a prophet, and I prophesize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become emperor. Vespasian is sort of, tickled by this a little bit. His son Titus was the same age as Josephus, kind of likes the gumption of this person. His dad, maybe let's not kill him. Why not? Maybe he's right. So he put him in chains. And Hava, within a year, Vespasian goes to Rome and proclaims the emperor. And at that point, says, Josephus, you wouldn't really have thought that were correct, unchanged him, and then that's the career. Almost identical story is told of Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Gemara, that he is able to exfiltrate himself from the siege of Rome and go speak to Vespasian and tell him the same kind of thing. And for that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai 3 things. He grants him a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok, who is ill. He grants him Yavne.
So you're really taking Papa Advance's side on this for me and Mama.
Retreat. And there was a third thing which I forgot.
Me and Mama believe. Do you realize when Mama when they moved to that house, she was in there with B and they're with me and I was a little boy, and they hear somebody walking up around in the attic and they call the police.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian, Julius, Zakkai, and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that Josephus wrote this sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing, but 250 years later. So, many scholars will certainly say that Vespasian, that the Talmud plagiarized and changed it to his purposes. But we also know that Josephus was a horrible plagiarist and frequently steals things from several other historians and incorporates them into his own book. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So, I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is was indoctrinated. There are also arguments that maybe so made up the story from Rothschild. Again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience that doesn't know anything about the upper black guy. And if he wants to appropriate that story for himself, he certainly has
Was he silent or silenced?
He's actually, by the way, a deeply unlikable character. He's like a narcissist, never misses the chance to knock down his rival, himself. He was actually not that,
I don't
marriage
think
fall apart for lots of
I think
reasons,
he was
but
trying to
he
be
was given
sweet, but
wine,
it's like
it's
kind of a somber feeling right now.
Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I
The guy who's paralyzed. The guy's paralyzed next to him. I remember that now. He wasn't deaf. He was paralyzed from the waist down. Could he talk?
Yeah, so Vespasian
He
was
could
not
talk, but it was talking a lot. It was like looking at him. He was very sad. I loved him. I was thinking about
that's called Vein Josephus de Chazal. That goes through every line of Josephus and compares it to any comparable passage of Chazal. And
right next to the trading card shop.
Yes, please.
That's life, baby. You gotta live it while you have it before they put you in fucking silent hill hospital with a damn dinosaur.
Well, they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba or catastrophe that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main point of the catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that the Jews forced them out in the context of the war, and it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Dalit, which said basically if Palestinians leave these territories, do not try to stop them. Let them abandon their regions because then it'll be better for military advantage and so on. And I think, if you look at there was definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People who are very extremely anti-Israel, people who are extremely,
go up there and sell me like it was okay.
Somewhere in the middle is a guy named Benny Morris, who is one of the more moderate Jewish historians. My understanding, I think, probably has the closest vision of how to understand the chaos of that war. It also was important that Rabbi thinks that this is very little assumption, but there is some work being done at Bar Ilan right now on the Jewish phenomenon. Because while many cases so deeply dependent on that massive displacement of Jews,
of me. And then I start fucking yelling because I realize I'm kind of dreaming or something. And then the next morning I think there's fans right above here, maybe you. And I'm like, they're like, why were you yelling all last night? I was like, why did you wake my fucking ass up? I was having a horrible night here trying to alert everybody. Obviously they didn't know. Ooh, it scared me.
Okay, so why don't we go on? Again, it's Tisha B'Av, and I don't mind if you want to leave. That's okay, so but
is that when they start getting in your dreams?
First it starts at your toes.
So let's explore the course of the war.
Stage 2, into your dreams. Stage 3, contact. That's when they're known to tickle.
How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars
in
the world are fought between spring and summer. The summer rains, the autumn rains of October, which is ironically reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. So the war begins in our case in the summer of '66. Our guest list for us, who I mentioned earlier, the Roman history was, extremely callous about this one particular property dispute that erupted in Sorry,
for exam, so it was
Jews
late at
approached
night.
him.
with
And then somebody's just
a
walking
pride
around down
to
there.
say, please, you've got to
And I say something and
support
nobody says it. It's like
he said, I
nobody
certainly
in our
will take
family
the
is
bribe, and
walking
then
around
he
in there.
ignores
I'm so
them.
terrified
And
that I
then
just turned the
violence
lamp off
erupts
right beside him and turned the room
local
black.
police
I don't want to
set
see
up
what it
some
is. Like, I guess it means turn the
Avodah
lights off.
Zarah
That's
in front of the
crazy.
shul. They
It's
sacrifice some birds in front of the shul and
I'm
take away
blacking it out, and I'm blacking it out. I don't want to see what's
It was
walking
just
right
basically
now
an
because I
insult.
hear
Like
something
bring a
walking.
swastika
I'd
on
be
the door
dead
to work.
trying to
And
battle it.
a small fight broke out. This is our
Make yourself big
Jewish
like a bear.
cops, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks. And Justice Flores does not intervene at all. The Jews, the older Jews, are forced to take the sacred Torah out of the synagogue and run away from Cesarea because they're worried that the synagogue will be destroyed. The word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jewish ones are extremely intense with this kind of behavior and protest in the street. Justice Flores sends troops down to Jerusalem. There's actually violence in the street between his troops and Jewish citizens there. And then what the first Justice Flores in particular is that while he is there, he decides to raid the temple treasury for a small and bizarre amount,
Like I'm asleep, but I can't move. Yeah, that happens to
and
me
just the
pretty
idea, though,
quickly.
of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money there was considered deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he said he was doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots in Cesarea. So at that point, this is what really got him mad. Some Jewish pranksters walked around the city carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Justice Flores. He needs to build some walls. And this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down, this is the king, and he brought to the say, this is not right. My holy procutor has been just spinning rapidly out of control. And ultimately, what Justice
Somebody
Flores
would have
does,
some
he
sort of
says, I
explanation
need to
about
call
your
this
brain. I'm sure I don't know.
handle
I was
this
just trying to
violence here.
explain whatever
And
it
he
may be.
calls out
I imagine there's some sort of
for the
explanation.
assistance of
But I don't know. I mean, I don't buy it. I'm not buying it. Grant's not buying it. Not buying it.
Syria, Korea, which is like Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch. Well, because obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem, and he brings with him the 12th region, the full Manasseh region, with perhaps as many as 30,000 Jews, including the region itself and lots of ancillary groups. So he makes his way down. There's some violence that he uses in the Galilee region of Antioch.
You don't think he's maliciously conjuring up spirits via the
finally,
more
he
than
comes to
everybody's
Jerusalem,
going
but
to
he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit of a confusion in Josephus' chronology. I'm going through the analysis of Guy McLean Rogers and Mason, who argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem with a show of force, with this massive, terrifying legionnaires, and then he found at that point, okay, he's demonstrated Roman authority, he does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which is difficult. It is a well-defended city, it has a small but reliable water source, he doesn't want to get involved in it, and of course it is October. And there's no point in starting the winter season in October when the rainy season is about to begin. So he decides that he's done enough, maintained his show of force, it is now time for him to return to Antioch. And at that point, he goes through the Beit Horon Pass, which is a very narrow pass that requires him, because he has such a large train of troops and support, wagons and so on, with regards to stretch his way out, and he ignores one of those basic principles of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the baggage train. At this point, some of the rebels under Rothschild'S who is incidentally the only rebel leader who was later assassinated in John execution by the Romans after the war, Shimon takes advantage of their knowledge of the mountain passes with terrain, and they attack the baggage train. They separate it from the troops, and then one by one they start harassing guerrilla type raids down on the Romans. Ultimately, Festus Gallus and his vaunted 12 legions completely destroyed,
which is fine. I wouldn't want there to be any younger.
Usually humiliating for the Romans that King Barbarella actually captured their ego standard, which is considered the symbol of Roman vice. In fact,
Are you going to communicate with her again? I think so.
Augustus Gallus himself survived and fled first to Caesarea and back up to Antioch until later he disappeared.
What does that do with
Probably
BetterHelp.com?
forced to
It's
commit
helping me.
suicide by the
It's
end
helping
of
me.
Nero.
It's helping me. This is a real life example. And even if you don't feel like it's helping,
So
but it
the
does
rebels
help you,
in the
and it
fall
also
of
makes your girlfriend really
66
happy that you're
have
over
a
there.
sudden
Yeah, you're going to talk it
massive
out.
win.
We have to
They
we're
get
human
a
animals,
huge
okay?
influx
We have
of
emotions.
weapons from
This
all the
is
things that we captured from the
Yeah.
Romans,
We have
including
fear.
lots of
We have
striking
love.
and piercing
We have
weapons, but also
all
things like
kinds of
siege
emotions.
engines and
They're
catapults and things like that. And
hunger.
they're feeling
Yeah,
really
hunger.
good about themselves. They're feeling that
And I'm
maybe
actually
they can
hungry right
actually,
now.
fend
Just
off the
thinking
Roman
about
knights,
there.
which would be all the
I'm starving
massive
thinking about there. But
ridiculous.
seriously,
Kind of
get
like,
it off your
you know,
chest with
I don't know,
BetterHelp. Visit
Westchester County
BetterHelp.com/WMS
hold
today
off the rest of the
to
United
get
States
10% off your
not going to
first
happen.
month.
But nevertheless, there was a moment of the
BetterHelp.com/WMS.
euphoria where they thought perhaps they would be
This episode is brought to you by
in
BetterHelp. That is
Jerusalem, and I put this in
BetterHelp,
HELP.com/WMS. The rebels
We have a
form a
question for you
provisional
guys
council in
from
Jerusalem,
one
which
of your
is
mercenaries.
more moderate than anything they ever had. They still have a lot
wanted to
of
know,
aristocracy
William,
in
did you
Jerusalem,
like
the
something
wealthiest
as a
classes
child?
who are
Because my
associated
kids fight a
particularly
lot.
with its
And well, it
They still have some of the early rabbis
Yeah, my
involved.
gosh, there was such
This is for the
big
period
age
of
difference. It was
Zacharias,
10 years,
for
so it
example.
was, I
And
don't
there's
know,
this
I just
idea of
feel
like,
like
okay,
it
look,
was
we did this.
brief.
What's going to happen
It was a
now?
pretty
Oh my
brief
gosh, the
interaction.
rebels
Because
who are
what, I'm
claiming
10,
that
you're
there's
0,
one, that's it,
I
going
was
up
8
back
years
to
old.
the
You're
ice
completely
cream.
out of
Now
the
they're
hell.
just saying, wait a minute,
Yeah,
we
so
got to
he
prepare.
was just
They are
8
definitely
tested
back
it.
together.
So he
So
was,
but they
couldn't
still
even
have
walk
a
or
certain
talk.
level of communication.
so
Still real little.
In the spring of 67,
Legos.
Emperor Nero
Hunched over.
Use a
hearing about
rope.
Augustus Gallus'
Played with that and the
horrible
train.
defeat,
But when it's
says,
train,
okay,
so
we've got to
you
pick
make
someone else out there. Now, Augustus Gallus was known as essentially an administrator. He was not battle-hardened. He never had the command troops before. And,
It's a family
Nero
thing.
said, I've got to pick someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader. Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not like Augustus Gallus, who was a nobleman. He was a low-born person who had risen through the ranks as a warrior and proved himself in many battles. He also offended Nero.
But yes,
But Nero's
such a big age difference.
individual
That
and
was
stories about him.
totally.
At this
I
time,
just
in the
wasn't
spring
there
of
a lot with
67,
bands that
he was
sing
doing
Bedouin.
his
If I
so-called
remember, I think I was
cultural
calling
tour,
him that.
where he was going to the
And he
various
finally had enough.
outposts
He
of
was
the
like a
Roman Empire
lineman. He started
and
playing football.
proclaiming
He
and
was much bigger
performing
than me
as
at
a
the time.
singer and a poet.
And I was getting one to his ass, and then he
pop star.
fucking
And he was
chased me,
deeply
and I ran
offended
away
because
like a little
Vespasian fell
bitch
asleep
and locked
during
myself in my
concerts
bedroom, and he got
and
like
was
a
actually
dumbbell
snoring.
and started
So
beating
that
the
they
door
haven't
down,
had
and
his
there's still a
motivation
crack
to
in the
send
door.
Vespasian out. But
And I
it
stopped.
was
I'm sure I was
obviously the
screaming
right
at him
choice
to stop
militarily.
like a little bitch. I'm sure I was
Vespasian
screaming
assembles
at him.
his troops, and he makes the same
But I
route down
stopped
from the
messing.
north, and he leads a
I
very
stopped messing with him, and I wish I could remember how
in the
old I was
Galil
then.
region.
I don't remember.
That's the long
Messed with him again after that.
methodically
My
going
kneecap
pound by
so
pound,
something did happen after that.
destroying
I
the
broke
Greek
him
rebels
up.
up there. Which you
I
will recall
got asked for
was
that.
handed
That was
to time by
horrific. You fucking kneecap
Josephus
Yeah, were
describes
you
his
here,
extremely
Sheldon?
heroic and
Well, I
intelligent defense of the
to
town,
the top of the
which,
steps
you know,
to see
if you
saw
take
the
it at face
aftermath
value,
of
was pretty amazing. Like, for example, at
screaming,
Yokohama, where he
I was
was
screaming.
downfall,
They're
in
so
order to convince the Romans besieging
That's when I
the
stuck
city
my hand.
that
Vance
he, in
is
fact,
walking up the
had
freaking
plenty of water,
stairs with a
and they did
gallon
not.
of milk.
He ordered that
Because there's a
people
fridge
do
downstairs where we
laundry,
just
and
drink a
then
bunch of
went
milk,
down
and then I
to
run
the
up
wall.
there. We just get back from like Christmas
The water
break or
dripping, and
something
they
from
always must have a
college.
good water source
And I
in there. The siege
freaking
is going to
put
be
my
much
hand
harder
in his
than
butt.
but
And then I run back down because he turns around and acts all
Vespasian
mad, and
basically
he
is
launches
overwhelmed.
the
He
gallon
has
of milk
like 60,000
literally as my feet are
That's including
hitting the hardwood
several
floor. So I
regions
do
and
like
all
a
kinds of
cartoonish.
auxiliaries, including those
Immediately
by
fall
other
on my
quiet
back, and like my knee is out, and my
very
knee
happy with
crunches
their
into the side of the
rivals
door.
in Israel.
And yeah, I'm just laying in this
At this
bowl of milk thinking, man, what the fuck just happened? How did I do this? Where did I mess up here? I just messed up pretty bad.
Josephus surrenders, and
Yeah,
John
and
of
Francis
Scala
freaks. She's like, oh, you just got back
one
from
of the
Christmas
major
break.
rebels active at
How's
the
this
time.
already
One other
happening?
point that I didn't want to really
And I'm just screaming at fans to get towels.
what I find ironic
I
about
get
this
my buddy
period
to come
is
pick
that
me up and us go like smoke weed
in
or
the
something.
first century, we had no clear
Let's go to the hospital.
leader that we
Eventually
all
went to
basically
the
agreed was going to
orthopedic
represent us.
surgeon.
And I think
And it was a
there's a lot
broken
of similarities
kneecap,
to
but
our
there's
day
nothing they
today,
can do.
especially with
You just
Israeli
live with it?
politics.
Yeah,
So
whenever it starts to
and those
get kind of cold, I
elections
feel it.
every
I'm kidding, but it
6
does
months
bother me. I
to
feel
decide what we want as a people. That's an
Yeah, you saw
unfortunate
that, and then he
parallel.
pushed me. We were fighting over a flashlight van tonight one time.
Then
And he
in the
pushes
summer
my
of
head
50
up,
again,
and
there was
it
going to be a
hits
break
this freaking
because
thing
you
in
have
our
to take
house.
off no fighting
And
during
blood all
the
over
winter.
my face.
In the summer of 68, Vespasian hears about the unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and
But then now it's all
there's
better
a
now
period
that we're all
of
older. I mean, it was
where
never a
several
problem. It was something.
Now they're best
or
friends.
position of emperor,
Best brothers
and he
forever.
stops the attack.
And you have a little
because
brother a
he's
lot
waiting
younger,
to see
right?
what's
And
going to
this
happen.
could be you too one day.
The Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they can get their acts together. And instead,
29, so I'm 10 years older than
they
Keenan,
engage
who's
in
18.
incredible
He is
infighting and
graduating
Jerusalem
high
itself.
school.
There's one
Sunday,
Elazar who takes over the sanctuary of the temple. John of Giscala
He's
takes
the best
over the
player in junior
courtyard.
varsity.
Shimon Bar Yoria comes in.
So he's
Julian
love
Williams
that
comes in.
Sevi
And
racket.
there's
Yeah,
horrible
it's very good. So yeah, I
fighting
know. So Sevi, I don't
in
really know
Israel,
Sevi.
in Jerusalem,
I
for
was
a
like,
year and a half.
so I was
Before the
13 when
Romans
he
even approached.
so he would have
At
been 5
its
when I was.
worst point,
Yeah.
the rebels
So
competing with
we
each
got
other
some
actually
Up to
burned others' stores of
Real
which was essential to withstanding the siege that they knew was coming.
Who's
But
graduating?
in the paroxysm of factional fighting, Jews simply could not
I don't
unify
know if
and
I've
agree
ever,
on a
I've
common
never bumped
So
course
sad.
of
I
action.
apologize
And
for
each
missing
individual
your
rebel
high school
or sections
graduation.
of the
It's
city
okay. I did
literally
that.
fighting with the other for control of the
I wouldn't
I know, I'm sure you didn't
At
give a
this point,
shit.
Josephus
I know.
I
describes
probably
the most
did, but I didn't.
I would have.
bizarre
I could have stayed.
behavior of these
Well,
rebels.
yeah, I was
You
He's
know,
busy doing
people
cocaine.
were
Kept it on the
living in
DL.
tremendous
Assumed you were there.
privation and starvation.
Yeah,
Other
maybe I
groups,
should
because they had stolen the goods, were living, essentially nightlife
Rest in
with,
peace,
with
Dylan.
tremendous distractions. And it's all the
The guy who was
most
doing it when he
read
ended up
how
dying
they
last year. So
wasted their time for a year and a half preparing for this.
Or maybe he'd be alive
It
if
is
he
this
wasn't doing
point when
cocaine
the
on the
Jewish
ground.
Christians who were in
no,
the
we're
city
not playing any
fled
what if
to
game. We're
Pella,
not playing any. Yeah, we're
just
not
in
playing any
Jordan,
butterfly
and
effect.
they were able to
Situation, he
ride
wouldn't
out
have died.
of the early part of the war.
Yeah,
In the
we're
spring
not
of
playing
70,
the what if game because I swear you don't
the
stop playing it once you
dynastic
start.
issues
So
in
please
Rome
don't
are
do
resolved.
that.
It's like when
Vespasian's son, now with Josephus at his side,
Once you start, you
lays
don't
siege
stop.
to Jerusalem, and that this begins around Pesach time,
I wrote a bunch of
and then
band
by
names
late
against
fall,
the
Left to.
Okay,
Ah,
these are some really, really good bands. I
and
think
the
my
temple
band.
was destroyed, Bishop of Oz,
And yet,
were
people don't
thereabouts.
know that, Casey,
And
but it sounds
that's
like you
basically
are.
the end of the
You're
war.
gonna start
There are
doing.
few
You're
rebels
a man who wears many hats, if you will.
He thinks America
a
needs
couple of
K-pop.
fortresses, most
We need to win these groups. So he's putting them together.
I have
So
been
that's
in
basically the
Nashville,
course of the war.
This
There's three main
Boston,
stages
the
of the
music
fighting.
capital of the world. That's part of the reason I moved here.
You have to assess the Jewish response to it.
I call them my
Based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with tremendous ingenuity and with bravery
every
and
day I'll
with
focus on
chutzpah,
a different one.
but
So
their
these are my band
bravery and
names.
their
These are
skills
some of the biggest bands you're gonna hear about in the
by the
upcoming years.
tremendous
In Casey, I
infighting
can't
that
think
engaged
that's a good
in
stuff
that
right here, but I
completely
think it's such a
undermined any
genius
of their
idea
attempts
to look
to
at them
resolve
like
the
ants and
situation.
living all together like an anthill, because I swear, the more ants you have, the bigger the
If you look at our
anthill
time,
they can
October 7th,
create.
It's a money
this is
thing.
one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I'm not going to show
Queen
you
Anne.
I'm
the
a queen
photographic
ant, and all
photographs
my friends are
that
queen ants
are
too. As long as you
unfortunately
give me
readily available.
$1,000.
Yeah,
This is
sign
a
up.
satellite
Yeah, yes,
photograph
you can sign up.
that shows you the Mediterranean sphere.
So,
Here's the
okay, I'm
guy
just gonna
who's dressed
rattle these
to
off because there's a bunch of them.
suggestion to Rabbi
Lilo
earlier.
Witch,
And this is on October 7th. The fire is burning in the Gaza hospital.
Scoop
And there's a
Scream Witch that got me.
attack
Scoop
on that
Cult and the
horrible day.
Famished by Moonlight.
It was, of course, course, the simple Torah. And I don't
Smell
need
me
to
once,
go
shame
over
on
the
me.
basics
Smell
of
me
what
twice,
happens when
you're
you're all
dog.
the idea for the
Kraft
day,
Burg.
20 days later, after a punishing bombing campaign,
Are you there,
and
God? It's
there
being
will be
guns.
one brief pause from the 24th of November to 1st of December, where 155 hostages will be released.
Valerian and the
But
city of
there's
a
still
thousand
well over
planets.
100 still living in Gaza, and there's still 100 in Gaza, of whom around 60 are still alive.
This inspired
Looking at it,
Valerian and the city of a thousand planets.
however, this is
Muncher,
not
punches
like
for
our
Megan,
one
kisses
front
for
door.
Sean.
This is a war where Israel has been
Smothered, covered, and punked in Ashton Kutcher story.
not only the
Fired
violence
to
that
kill,
erupted
desired
on
to love. Wildlife with the Cali cartel. Ashton Kutcher story. I'm not diabetic, but $100 is $100.
Everyone's worried about what's going to be happening in North Hezbollah launched over 19,000 rockets
Susan Marvel.
Israel.
Harry
Have any of you experienced that same kind of
What was that? Was that all together? Or was that three
Separate,
and I
right?
look at times of Israel or burning news or something, and I'll see, okay, 30 rockets launched at Israel, and then I look at the regular news, nothing.
Jack Timmons.
It's not
Falls asleep
important.
at the wheel isn't a crime as long as you wake up.
And of course, we have the dramatic drone attack from Yemen that succeeded in killing an Israeli
How
and
many of them
then
do you
the
already have
counterattack
here
by
in
Israel
Austin?
on the port.
Harry
And
Meeble's
of
here.
course, what we're all worried about today
Mrs.
is
Marvel
what
is here as well.
Saber rattling since Khalil was assassinated.
Susan
And I
Marvel,
also have a
Harry
small
Meeble.
personal reflection here. We're all involved in this so much. My son, one of my sons was in Israel at the time. He wanted to bring him home for Passover, and flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets at Israel. And, you know,
That's wonderful.
it just
Casey,
is
I
so
think it's
weird
honestly, I think
that
it's beautiful. You getting all these
my
people
life
together.
intersects with world history because Iran threw bombs at
And you
Israel.
giving them the names, because I
And yet
swear
that's
it's
the
probably
time
a
we're in.
hard thing
That's maybe not such a
to
coherent
come up
thought.
with the name of your freaking band. So if you already have that pitch to them,
We're
hey,
wrapped
don't
up in
worry,
history
I've already
much more
got
than
your
we ever
name.
have.
I got you. You don't have to think about that.
What are
Okay,
bands?
let me pause now that we finished the
The Mysterions, the missiles, and the missile.
Mistletoes.
Yeah, the mistletoe. The marvelous Miss Maisel. Mistletoe and the marvelous Maisel. We weren't allowed to watch that growing up.
Absolutely.
What?
Absolutely
Sometimes
correct.
You actually, I think our parents were a lot more lucky on your ass. You were allowed to spend the night out, weren't you, in high school?
on each other because we
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to spend the night out in high school, so I get tweet Christopher Williamson to follow me in his car really close because I was drunk as fuck. So I always thought, well, at least if there's a car between me and a potential police officer, I'd be okay. Just stay right behind me. I'm sure it looks sketchy as shit. I'm sure it looks sketchy to the tailgate. Yeah, going slow. Slow down Main Street. Your lights are off.
They won't see me with my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, they chill out by the time they get to me. I had to play GTA with the
So,
volume down.
as best as we can tell, Josephus
just turned the
himself
volume up.
says he's one of the Perusha. And we can't
That's an
always
upgrade
trust
from Papa
Josephus. He
getting
calls
me
himself,
the
by the way,
Presidents of the
Pharisees,
United States of America
which
CD
is
for my
probably the
first
same
CD
as
ever.
Perusha, although some
Getting
scholars
picked up
would
from him
disagree.
and my dad putting it in and Mama taking it
And
out.
he was
They
not
say,
in
fuck
Jerusalem at
you,
the time,
Kenny.
so his analysis of it is
It's like
not
an idiot
necessarily
that
as
jacked
valuable as what
gone
Muhammad has
out
to
the
say about
window.
it. What we can say, for example, if you look at the
She's
Yohanan
gonna watch
Bazaar
that.
episode,
She's
his
gonna
own
watch this.
family
They
members
took
were among the
Leo's
rebels.
burnt
Like
CDs
the
and
Yohanan, who tried to stop him from going out of the city, were
The
the
timing,
Morgan's
the
nephew.
structure,
So this is very much like family politics.
Francis freaks
Individual
out,
families
takes
are
my
divided
CD.
into different lines on this. And you can have, especially younger people who are attracted to
Technology
hot-headed
for us, the
rebels
burning
of
of the
various
CDs,
stripes.
because we would always
And
have
the
to have
Pharisees,
the
as best
version
as
of
we
stuff,
can
so
tell,
it's exciting to be able
tend
to
to
burn
be
the CDs.
a populist group
You can have that
who are
unedited
largely
headline of
pacifists.
juvenile, a lot of
Not
hot boys
pacifists
on those
necessarily
early
on
CDs.
a
My dad's
principle
listening to a
level,
lot of
but on a more pragmatic level, but their approach was there.
Wait, was that Lil
We
Wayne?
have to
Yeah,
deal
Lil
with
Wayne.
Rome.
He's not
We
boys,
can't. We are
big
not
timers.
strong enough to push
Big
off Rome.
time.
Any kind of,
Not the big timers.
open rebellion
Big
is going to
timers,
result
hot
in
boys,
disaster.
juvenile.
So my best assessment of the solution is that there's still part of people who still have great connections with people. They are not
Every time I
alienated
come
from
around,
them,
I said,
like
hey,
the
bang,
Sadducees
bang.
were, for example.
Was that
And
BG?
in the case of Rabbi and the stock guys, they definitely have
Pinky
national
ring worth
level.
about 20, bang,
But
bang.
they want to
Every time I
cool the
buy a
jets
new
of
ride,
the
bang, bang.
hotheads who want to fight against them. And that's why the Christian strategy, as articulated by Ibn Sakai, is Tangley Yab.
He looks like a happy old man now.
Give us a place. We're going to leave and we're going to establish ourselves there.
Picture of BG
Because we can't win this war.
That's
That's my
Okay, on that, it's
BG.
really cold in here.
Is it just the letters BG?
He was one of the BGs, so it's BG.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
So this is, the question was, this may have been, was at least my assessment of the solution at this time. But 60 years later, you get to the third Roman Civil War led by Bar Kokhba in 135. And that had a lot of support from the
Yanking your chain.
later.
It's
Like Rabbi
period,
Akiva
G period. I
famously argued that
don't know if
Bar
there's a
Kokhba
period,
was
but it's just
the Mashiach.
literally
He was
BG.
it. So, the solution, if they're saying these things, how come they could support Bar Kokhba later? I would argue that it was certainly not a uniform support for the Bar Kokhba. Joseph Kalbika, for example, Charlie says
The other day, Selden, somebody's great doing
last
Korean's
result from their
catchphrases, so
for
that he's
Bar
all
Kokhba.
over Urban
Davis.
So there definitely were lots of minorities not in favor of Bar Kokhba, or at least not to the extent that Rabbi Akiva was.
Davis was
However,
Davis.
the fact is, we have the
Davis Deb was
24,000
drinking a beer.
Rabbi Akiva who died, according to Gemara, of a
I love
plague,
it.
but
That's so
according
funny.
to
The
Rabbi
guy immediately
Shaidon,
knew he wanted to talk to
a
your
persecution.
Yeah.
There's not a
He
straight
wanted
argument
to talk
to
to
say
us. He
those
wanted to talk to your ass.
$24,000 Rabbi Akiva who died,
definitely
died
not.
in
He was
that
your
revolt.
He said he was a former
Supporting
listener.
Bar Kokhba.
I think I
So,
probably
what's the difference between
was
them?
sick of it.
I don't know. It's a good argument, good question. I think the main difference would be that Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell,
Again, we
since
got to figure out what's going on
letters
in
of
the
his
bounty
were
hunter
discovered
ring.
in
Something
the
is
Qumran
happening.
ancient,
Something is afoot in the
he was
bounty
a funny.
hunter. There's an
He
uprising. There's
was
a coup. You one of us out of here. Which is insane. It's not going to
he was
work.
definitely a very kind of like aggressive leader
It's
and
not
not
gonna
very
work.
successful. I mean,
We got the child soldiers. We have the mercenaries. Okay, they're going to deal with bounty hunters
unbelievable. They had
without a
Rome had to
doubt.
bring legions from England
We
to
deal with
fight
things internally
against Bar
here.
Kokhba. So
Yeah,
the
they're
pitched
dealing
battle
with
is
them.
far more threatening to the
You know
Romans
what
than
that
the
means?
first Roman revolt. And maybe
We have
that
patriots,
captured their imagination. That he
bounty
wasn't
hunters,
sure. But it's a good question.
mercenaries
There's
at
a
the
lot
top,
longer discussion.
child soldiers,
Okay, I saw a question in the back. You got a question?
bounty hunters at
Yes,
the bottom. That's what pisses them off. Is they can't afford a couple more queens. That's why you put your money where your mouth is. Or we're leaving. Or we're leaving. That was pretty.
These are probably
Normally, all I
not
can do is
like
have
from
it
the
in.
Peloponnesian
I just
region,
gotta work on
but
it, baby.
a local population
we're
that may have
leaving.
been ethnically
Wait,
Arab
that
and
was
so on, who
that wasn't as good.
there are certain cities, like Shazari, for example, is a Greek stronghold. And the South Ashkelon also. And they're populated more by Greek.
I don't know. I just feel like British people, when they're trying to say, here it
They
is.
had like athletic games, they had idols,
Although somebody dropped their
like that.
muffin.
Not tolerated all in Jerusalem, but they're more like Greek oriented.
See, how do you say brown? I don't
What they
know.
typically
You know
use
that.
bulb
I
notes
think. How do you do
well.
it?
I think it's a mouth thing.
Brown is one of the hardest words to say. It's a bit British.
So those Greeks
Look
may
at
be
that
Greek,
one right
they're
there. Looks like
Syrian.
self.
So that would be the same kind of example where Greek was so overwhelming a
You actually
culture
saw them
that
in
lots of
Boston.
populations called
Yeah, they were
Greek
here
domestically
So they go to all those
just like
cities.
America. It's like such an overwhelming culture that lots of people. Okay, that's not good.
They were great.
I'm getting off.
One
So
guy's
let's
like a
go back to
shaker.
the okay. So here we go in the diaspora.
Kind of reminiscent to the energy
So,
was similar to the
If you
Montesquieu
go to the ancient periods,
just
this
electric.
was not a diaspora
That's
story
where
by
that
and large
was.
because
Yeah,
Israel
Life and
didn't
Stuff,
have a
Montesquieu,
huge
I
diaspora
love that when
population.
that came out.
There was a population of Jews in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply
Straight
involved
into
in
some
the revolt. They suffered actually
rabbi or something.
massive pogroms directed against them
We would
as a
listen to
consequence
child
of
rehab, when I went
Israel's
to child rehab when I was 14.
uprising
The
against
only
them.
music we could listen to was Modest Yahoo.
This is where you had the
It's Richard
masses
Brittle.
of
He's kind of like
Talmudic
hip hop.
Jews. This is the period where you
Somebody
got a
Somebody was
expulsion of
saying,
Jews
yeah,
there
it's kind of like
in the
hip
6th
hop.
century before the
Yeah, we're not allowed to
very
cuss,
large
but at least
population
we're not eating cuss
where
from.
the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet. But they largely stayed out of it. One of the things that Nero was actually worried about is like, wait a second, maybe one of the reasons we better put this down.
If you're still
Because
watching,
what happened here
of the thing was seldom being able to watch Grand Theft Auto and my mom taking the CD. We got it
what
at
happens
least,
if
you don't
all
want to
those
drive
Jews
him
over
drunk
here
later on. Let him
use
spend the
their
night at friends'
imagined
houses.
muscle and get the Parthians
Let
to
him spend
attack
the night.
Rome?
That's the
Never
most
happened.
dangerous thing.
But it was
Let's
something
spend the
that
night
they
out.
were worried about.
Celebrities are
We don't know much about
This one I
what
used to
the
pop
Parthian Jews
my
thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have many sources. The only real ally that Israel had for an ally at the time was Tiny Abu Abene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous king, Amalka, who was converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s. And this is the 40s, not the 1940s. And she sent she was extremely charitable. She was mentioned many times in the Talmud for her gracious acts of support to her throne. They were the people of Jerusalem. She actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And Adi Abene sent troops down to help.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Otherwise,
Dennis kind of
it
stuff.
was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local
Give me like 30
conflict.
hydros for
Looking at our conflict right now, I'd like to go a little bit slower now because diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so
it
well.
mixed
This
with a
is really
huge amount of
above
acetamide.
the top war, besides the fronts that I described, those violence occurring, weapons.
Yeah, well, you got to do
We have
cold
all
water
kinds of things
extraction.
happening
You got to
in
crush
the
them up, put them in
states
the
as well.
cold water,
This is, of course,
siphon it
not
out.
too
There's
far
a
away.
process
It's
being
not very
drive
long
all out of
to
it. Oh, is there really a way?
I'd like to show you some of these statistics taken from the Harvard Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken
So what would
every
you end up
month.
doing
It's
though?
a very
Making it
reputable
like
poll,
drying it
and
out
it's
or
primarily
drinking that
instituted for the
liquid?
purpose
You
of
just drink it
analyzing
and takes
American
all the
politics.
Tylenol, all the
It's
Tylenol
got
flows to the
about
bottom.
60
So all the
pages
liquid,
come out, 4-point slides,
you just drink
60
the top level
pages
to the
on
bottom.
how politics in America are evolving, and the first 40 or so are all about the presidential race. That's just what it's for. However, since this war came out in October, they added some questions on foreign policy, how Biden was handling the war between Israel and Hamas, and they have repeated those questions in some slight variations every month. So we've been able to get a really good sense of what do Americans think about this war. So this is fascinating. This is a new question. How closely are you paying attention to the Israel-Hamas war? And this remarkable number, 59% of Americans say, yeah, we're following it closely. 40% somewhat, 9% saying, obsessive compulsively. That's a really significant number. It's very slightly 64%. But that means that more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this will be very important in the next few slides. When you look at what ages of Americans are following, it's very evenly divided among all the age groups. So it means that across the board, if you talk to any American today at the age of 18, there's like a 20% chance that that person will be following in both places, 1 in 5. And that's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying the names of the vice presidential candidates. So this is a remarkably large statistic. Now, what exactly
That's
do you
scary,
think?
yeah.
This is a question we've asked many, many times, and the numbers have been fairly stable. In this conflict, do you support more Israel or more Hamas? 80% of Americans support Israel. And that's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It's not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, we see terrible demonstrations and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that, it's a minority
Yeah.
of Americans. They're 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number
to do as well.
to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely, at least for now, on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than some. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well.
Yeah, he's been working out a lot.
However, this is the scary
It
part.
looks different too.
When you break it down by
Okay, thank
age,
you,
and
Justin.
this has been constant
Our
as well
Dr.
since
Threat's son,
October,
we thank Kyle
the
Heath,
younger you are as an American,
Red Band's
more
mom
likely
is
is your
always
support come out.
Ryan
We
Dixon.
look at this crucial age group,
City
18
and
to
Yaka.
24,
That's in Kaya. Whoa, excuse me, no. Excuse
of
me.
children,
No. Yes, Sandy.
young
Sandy.
adults,
Love it. The gaming
46%
crooner.
of them
Tweet the freak
support
is actually
Hamas over Israel.
deals in
That's a
diamonds.
terrifying,
He's a
terrifying
jeweler.
And a scientist.
Woodland Morganson,
Americans
Sean
under
King,
the age of
obviously,
24
Dodger
think
King,
that Hamas
Dodger
has
King,
the
Dodger
right
Fox.
to this fight.
That vote.
As you get older, of course, that number drops.
Destiny
When
or
you get to
Destiny,
my
we're
age
talking
range,
to
you're over 90% correct. 65 plus 93% correct, Laura Hashem. But this is a troubling number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these
It's
people are
coming
going
back
to get
up.
older,
It's coming back
and
up.
their
Back
values
to
are going to be spread up
Destiny.
along this line. Right now,
There you go.
this is the millennials. They're not in power.
Very wise
future.
decision.
And
Super wise.
She's in
Just
trouble.
told us.
Over here, is Israel trying to avoid casualties? 54% of millennials say no.
People
Israel
don't
doesn't care
understand
about
this.
casualties.
We pay some mercenaries
They're really scary numbers. And this is why I feel that one of the
know
most
when you're talking shit. Yes.
terrifying
And the only way
aspects of
you
this
never
conflict
know.
Yeah, the
is
only way you
what's
can do
happening in
that is if
politics today.
you're in fact a mercenary. That's the only
And,
way you're gonna
you know, I
reach
can
out
tell
to
you
really to
that
infiltrate and
at
then we start
Federal
paying
University,
you. Yes,
like
so
every
can make a
federal
lot.
responsible
We
university,
pay
we have to report our crime statistics
yes,
to the
$500
federal government every year.
Yeah,
We
pretty much
have
like the
0
lottery. So you're pretty much signing up for a pretty good odds lottery.
I hear there's another university in New York that also has some statistics, I forget.
Yeah, really good odds.
But I fear for
Alrighty, well,
kids
thank
on
you. Thanks,
regular
Sheldon.
campuses.
Absolutely.
One of my sons who is studying to be a marine biologist,
Maybe in case you
not
can
one
bring
of
his
the
two little
university's
brothers.
strongest majors. Therefore, he's gone to
And then we can get
a
fans as
college
well,
that
so
has
we
a
can
strong
end up
marine
having
biology program.
6
And
people watching at once.
Grant, do you have a brother?
horrendous things. You know, like
Sorry.
people who are his friends on Instagram suddenly writing
They can
those
come.
vile,
Okay, so
horrific,
just
anti-Semitic
siblings
things on his page.
Siblings only.
Simply because he
Just
identifies
sort of
as Jewish.
familial
And,
story.
you know,
I don't know.
encampments and
I haven't done it
boycotts.
outside yet.
I myself, I was speaking at the University of British Columbia a few weeks ago, and they have a beautiful hill house on campus. And I was speaking in their hill house on the second floor, which has windows all around it, in the middle of campus. And they asked me if I mind can they close all of the window shades. And I said, sure, that's fine, but why do I close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? And they said, because when they see there's a speaker here, they gather around and they chant and they shout for the
Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos
I've never
to the
experienced anything like that before. That you
williammontgomeryshow@gmail.com.
can have a spontaneous eruption of hatred just because there's a Jewish speaker in the Hillo. And by the way, the Hillo,
Never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery or on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Tony on YouTube. Check him out live at the Comedy Mansion in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/CaseyRocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. The William Montgomery Show is a Fanny Co production. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
It's still a scary number, 46%. So this is really a fact that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in deeply hostile environments that haven't experienced anything like this. This is something that happened actually just last night. If you don't have it, it feels in Jewish standards this past week. talking about that. And this year, there are essential skills for college life. Now, I was in a university administrator, I think the course of college life, I think, not literacy, English composition skills. But no, it's
As always, William is joined by the lovely
this is the environment that we're living in today.
Now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
I have to go over the Scottish Hill fever. I don't have to go this through, but the level, it's so bizarre that you would think that after Jews are attacked, there would be kind of like a backlash of sympathy. There would be kind of like people say, oh, don't be attacking civilians like this. But not rather, we see that it inspires more attacks. And the number of
totally scared to bamboozle, because I'll tell you, let that happen is
skyrockets after October. And I'm sure many people experience directly.
For sure. Erica and I were Googling each other
But
earlier.
what I find,
It was scary.
most frightening about all this phenomenon, and a little bit more about
Do
the next slide,
Why
is
were you
this
doing
bizarre
Googling
average
each
I
other?
wanted to see what popped
that
up.
has really
We
gained
got
tremendous
time. We
prominence,
said
although
3,
I
2,
doubt
1. We
that
started
it
Googling each
has
other.
that.
Yeah,
The
Casey,
as a
and
Jew
there's all
term
sorts of
is
stuff.
coined by
Yeah, I mean, you have to be
scholars
super
in
careful.
right now.
I mean,
Basically,
people are gonna
that's the
take
fact
your
that there
info.
are
Okay, it's not a matter of
Jews
if or
looking at
when.
this
They're
conflict
gonna.
begins
It's
the
gonna take
statement of
your
their
info
opinion with the
and put
phrase
it
as a
online.
Jew.
It's gonna
You know the next part of the
happen.
sentence
But
going to
getting
be,
that info offline isn't really all that easy. The terrifying truth is data brokers sell your full name, email, home address,
feel that their
even your
Jewish
relatives to
somehow
scammers. They sell your
gives
relatives.
them
They're going to sell
special
your parents and your
authority
little brothers
to
to scammers,
opine on
spammers, and
deeply
anyone else who
complex
wants. That's why Eric and I have been using
that has
Aura,
gone
the
on for
sponsor of
centuries.
today's episode. Aura shows me which
And
data
this
brokers are selling
particular
my information
example
and automatically
strikes me very
submits
much.
all
This is
out requests
Farnsworth,
for me.
the journalist who works
That's
for
right,
Reporter right now.
AT&T.
And he covered this.
They
There's actually a
revealed that
video.
over
You can watch
73
it right
million,
later.
that's
His
million
Twitter feed. You'll find it.
existing
But
former
it's
customers'
this
records were
young
released on the dark web.
sophomore, I think,
Yes.
at
AT&T
Northwestern
recommended
University
all
area.
those folks
And
should
she's
restore
at this
passwords,
presser
monitor
at the
account
Capitol
activity,
House.
and consider credit
And,
freezes.
with the
Laura
subpoenas and
does
things
all
like that.
that, and I don't have
And
to download a
she
bunch of different
describes her
apps just because a
experience
company could
as
keep
the
my data
quad of
secure.
George
If
Washington,
my
which
info
they
is
have
compromised in
renamed
that AT&T
Shahada
data
Square.
breach, I'm not
Shahada,
worried
of
because
course,
Laura
is
is always
the
on,
Islamic
always doing the hard work of
proclamation
keeping me
faith.
safe.
It's also
I value
associated
my
with
privacy
suicide
and
bombers,
yours.
and it
Go
is
to
actually the emblem of
Aura.com/WMS to start your 2-week
So
free
the
trial
names
or click the
there
link in the show
quad
notes. Stop
have
data
to
brokers
come
from exposing your
up
personal information. Go to our sponsor,
There's a
Aura.com/WMS to get a 14-day free trial and see how much of yours
talks about how
yeah, just get on it.
she's so
14
grateful
days
for
free.
the
You see
protest
who's
being
on your
happening at her
ass.
college,
See who's really
because it has given her a uniquely Jewish experience in life.
Thank you.
Growing up, she says she did not have access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. Okay, that's a weird term. I guess she didn't live in Williamsburg. She says, I never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like virtually impossible. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when a certain rabbi came and brought us the Torah, and on Shabbos, in the encampment, and she was able to have her bar mitzvah right there in Shahada Square. And she was proclaiming how this was such a wonderful experience for her to be able to connect with her Jewishness. And she identifies
I'm
her
seeing it right there.
protest
What is
over
that?
Gaza
Is
with
it
her
made
Jewish
flavor?
identity.
It's fizzling.
Now,
It's actually
I
strawberry.
don't want to
but it's
minimize the fact that you can see the holiness of her neshama.
But yeah, I'll have my own space. I rented an extra
I don't mean
apartment
it
besides
facetiously,
my
but
girlfriend. She doesn't
she
know about it yet, so I can
identifies
my
with the
great
suffering of
grandmom.
human. She
Everyone here
identifies
has
with
two
the social
apartments
goal
except
of the prophets, the blood of the Nevi'im runs
That's all
through her
everyone
veins,
has.
Amos and Yirmiyahu, and they're all in her. They're all saying Tzedek turned up and all this and God. But the thing is, it's so slow, it's so mixed up, it's so confused, it's so divorced
To the size of the
what
container, much
actual
like
Jewish
a
values are. That we
like a
can't
turtle
feel what
or a
that
little mermaid. If you keep a mermaid in the bathtub, they'll stay
Little bit.
It's an excellent
mermaid
question.
in the
Well, the
bathtub. It's
question
like
is,
a
what do I
grouse
attribute it
cookie
to?
situation. You give a mermaid a bathtub.
There's a rabbi in, I think on the east side, Rabbi Amiel Hirsch, who spoke publicly about this, very, very powerfully. And he takes an out-paint approach. He says basically, it's some of the more liberal identification. We have sacrificed too much of Jewish particularism to the concept of universalism. We have really double down on teaching our kids that, we have to respect all humanity and we have to and it's not like that's wrong. That's absolutely part of our tradition as well. But we're also a family. We have to protect ourselves. We have to understand our own traditions, our own special things. And he says that's our fault. We have not balanced our education properly.
Which guy did the
We've not taught our children. And I think we all have to. It's not just because of this denomination. We all have to. But we've not taught our kids enough about what specifically is the value of what is in Judaism. To say that you don't share it with them. Kind of like many of Sarah's
like a bug of salt.
Okay.
Does he take his helmet off before or after he shoots? Because that face he has, what's wrong with RoboCop's face? Is that a scar? What is it? Doesn't RoboCop have a weird face?
He's got the most gnarly face you've ever
There's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. I've done a illness in 1959.
Can we get that, please? What
And
does
this
he
is a period
look
of time
like?
when the Tsarist government of Russia was deeply involved in Jewish printing. And I actually have a few volumes in my own home that have at the beginning a little stamp that says approved by the censor, who is usually a Jewish guy who's employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel is offensive. And so this one particular example is censor for looking at the Haggadah, and he said, it's going to offend the Tsar, so I think we should make some small changes. So the printed version, as compared to 1829, is a famous passage I'm sure we're all familiar with. God who stands for us and our fathers, it's not only once in our history that people have tried to destroy us. Rather, in every generation, there are people who rise up and try to destroy us. And only one lesson left.
And also, we're going to be able to help Casey by our neighbor, sadly, the dad is dying.
Make this small change, add this word by you, and change the letter to a A, so that instead of reading in every generation, they used to rise up against us. No longer live in our golden age where we're so happy to live under Russian rule, but no one's going to hurt us. They used to rise up against us, and the Holy One rescued us.
And he's making the drive with his dad,
no
so it's like
longer the rescuing because we live in this,
hopefully they don't get on each other's nerves. Because could you imagine if this was like my last day on Earth, Erica and our last drive together is me dude in the hard just feeling my blood pressure go to the fucking roof,
like
dizzy.
Kinos, right? We're just reading from this, and it's hardcover. They call it because
I don't like music. I've always told you
it
that.
has relevance. It's gone through in a convenient relocated spot, and I'm never going to have to replace this one. That's why a hardcover is so useful, because it'll stay on my shelf forever. And I think we've all been at that. We've all kind of had a wake up moment since I was 7. What happened in previous generations very much live. So I'm going to step out on a limb here. I've been doing this most of this last hour and a half, but I'm going to step out on a limb and go past my historian, boundaries, and think a little bit more about what are we supposed to do about it. And these are just my personal reflections. They're not, bound to rabbinic authority. But I think that if we go back to the sources, this is actually also from a Russian the advice we have is move out and drop down here in Israel out the data. We have a threefold plan that we provide
I think we maybe stayed the same this week. I don't know if we've had any adjustments. I still agree. And hopefully You're looking at the Patreon, right, Grant?
There's a couple that left, maybe a couple that joined. You want to see the list?
Yeah.
This is an amazing story that I just read about a couple days ago.
You made a shirt.
They're doing t-shirts, right? That's an incentive, right?
This is the Reverend Anna Lady
Grant, I don't know about now. Is it this at the end? It's going to confuse people. It's confusing me.
in Manhattan.
I like looking at it.
It's just so you guys can see.
There's the gaming crew.
That's a new one.
Were
Oh my
survivors.
gosh.
They did totally from
Was
her
Red Band's
the
mom
fact
always
that
on
she was
this
Jewish.
list?
They didn't
I think they were initially on
which I think
the
would be a giveaway. But she adopted her family name after she found out later in life that in fact she was Jewish. But she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her
Did you
parents
watch
tried
that
to
movie,
shield her
Casey? I watched it
from
last
her
night. What's
past.
it called? Just
But
Jungle
at that
America?
point, she also met
It's
a
called
Jewish
Hansel.
guy, married him,
Yes, yeah, I
bonded
watched it
over a
recently,
shared
actually.
Jewish
What do you
mission,
think about
and
that?
they
I thought he was doing a
became
weird
very
accent.
I did
The thing is,
Freaking Harry
successful,
Potter, English
book,
accent. He was Israeli, I
after
believe.
October
That's a
7th,
true
despite
story.
having a large congregation, very important congregation, you know, the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in
And then he
support of
awards at
Gaza,
RFK.
and she was offended by the text and disturbed
Yeah, I
by
saw
them.
him when I
She had
met
to
him
get them to
in LA
include some
last week.
reference
I
to the
was speaking
hostages
for
later
someone. I
on,
was seeing
and it
his,
was like, it was so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her
then I also
congregation that
texted
she
him,
eventually had
so
an
nice to
October
meet you, great
7th
job.
wake
I
up
never heard
call,
him respond.
and
So
she
I
said,
thought
I
it was
can't
maybe
stay
going to be
here
a part of his cabinet.
And so she quit
president,
the
and
church,
now he doesn't respond on
and now she
text.
is in rabbinical school.
Freaking out on truck
Maybe
drivers.
not, probably not an open deal for her yet,
It was my big shot. That's my
nevertheless,
opportunity
there
to
is a
get
phenomenon that
What
even
if
though
you
we
make
have
his
seen that we
secretary
have
of
the Jew
state
phenomenon,
just one
you see
day
that there
you're
is a
fucking
centrifugal
Russia,
force
the next day you get
that
attacked.
when there is pressure on the Jewish people, there are some Jews who just push away. They're not
Secretary of
attached
Defense.
firmly enough.
I'd say I'm willing to do it. I don't know a lot. I can send you my
When
resume.
there's
If you need to
pressure,
look at
they
my
will
resume, it doesn't really have anything to
But
do
there's
with
also a
anything.
centrifugal force. There's
Yeah,
also
the
a
guy that
force
takes the
where,
questions, but then
you
I
know,
fucking
we saw this on Instagram. A
press
friend of mine,
secretary, that would be fun.
Naomi Nachman,
It's visibly
there,
nervous.
culinary
Sweating real
They
bad.
She says, like, right after October 7th, there's all kinds of people piling on their Instagram trying to find
Really
out
busy.
everybody wants to get back in there.
Well, you
Even
would do
though
his
it's so
classic,
far
like, he
away.
can't hear you.
When we are under attack, there's something wrong with this guy. And I think we should welcome that
fat
first
bitch
step.
in
And we
the
need
front.
Miriam,
Holy
whose
shit.
Jewish experience at Shahada Square
How'd y'all have
gets
sex?
just a little bit more
Last time y'all had sex.
I think that's an open for conversation. And I think that's also
Emily
a small
Rosdale,
clue
Huffington
for
Post.
the tremendous
Shut up,
disunity
bitch.
that we demonstrated in the first one.
Get out.
Secondly,
Get her out of here. Raise your hand real quick.
we read this
Bitch,
other
you're
day.
stupid as shit. Get out of here.
I mean, I referred to my keynotes as being a hard subject.
Sorry.
And now
Yeah, we were
I have to awkwardly
RFK.
add
Weird world. I just
a
remember looking
photocopy
over
next
William
to
and he's
it
just talking
because I
about
know that
What is
this is new history,
Personally, as
history and creation. That all of these keynotes that we read commemorating the disasters of the past,
And then he ended up telling me it was so funny. He was
They're
like,
not the
yeah, if
last.
you start drinking, don't worry about it.
This
Just
is the
call me
keynote
the
of
next
our
day and I'll
generation.
give you
This is the
locations
keynote
of
that,
AA meetings.
you know,
I was like, oh, cool. So you're basically
previous
giving me
keynotes
permission
I've
to
read,
drink
and
tonight.
occasionally I've been more
He's like,
moved
yeah, oh
or
my
less
gosh, you
moved.
sure you're going to get, don't
But
worry at all,
we
just
can
call
read
with
this
me.
keynote by Rob
I
Rimon.
was like, okay, well,
And
we'll
not
see.
be moved.
Careful what
You
you
cannot
wish for,
feel.
because I would definitely get
You
tagged and
cannot
call
see the
RFK.
images
I
of
made
Shiva.
a big mistake, Daddy.
RFK is your sponsor.
Did you believe that?
So our Shiva,
He's my sponsor.
as a
Yeah,
new
great. You didn't
opportunity
know
for
that. Yeah,
energy,
it's official.
prior to
Well, he didn't
the
respond to my text message, so usually it's not official anymore, but it was official before a period of time. It was totally official. It was
So
crazy.
again,
My life
it's
was
like with
changing.
a coin.
It literally was changing. I wasn't hungry
And
anymore.
obviously, Sedaka doesn't need
Some
that
weirdest
more.
change in my life. I just
In
got like not hungry.
1958, the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the state of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone in its medallion collection. And so, an artist whose name I unfortunately don't know created a modern version of the Dea Kappa.
I'm not even kidding. We went to Dober's Pizza with
Dea
him.
Kappa,
Yeah,
the
Dober's
Roman
Pizza
soldier,
with RFK
who
Jr. was
responded
cool.
with
Yeah,
women
the
representing
crocodile
Dea.
mile. I think it was
And said,
specifically the
"Felt
crocodile
like
mile
Yehuda."
brand of slip and slides. You have to know it flavor. And you had the bump in there to get airborne. And his ass was getting airborne. Oh, he kept going too fast. His fucking security team was terrified. Oh, yeah. I go a little faster. What do you guys think? The crowd was tagging him. Oh, yeah. But then he was going too fast. It was like there was a big metal fence, like 10 feet at the end of the thing. So yeah, scraped his knuckles. I know it's always horrible. Yeah, going on the country. I always got kind of Spider-Man. I like to pretend I'm Spider-Man when I come down. So, back of my hands, I have some calluses. Next time, probably makes you faster. Probably pterodactyl. It looked so fun. My mother watched like a 60 Minutes some Dateline or something about kids breaking their necks or slip and slide. So we were never allowed.
Tell me what you were telling me yesterday about your dad spinning you around with your legs and it'd slow down and you would hit your head on the floor a bunch.
There was just a memory I had. We didn't mean to. We were spinning us around the front yard, just having a good time. He was spinning us so fast. It was so fun. And then when he slowed down, my head started knocking on the ground. It was so
a very quick look at the incredibly difficult year that we have all experienced, and then to contextualize that history within the larger scope of Jewish history, to look at how have Jews reacted to tragedy in the past, and then perhaps to give a very brief look at how we have so far responded to the current crisis. And I hope to complete this within 20 minutes, so that we will have plenty of time for this very mysterious
just find out I have this beautiful secret family. That's the whole other life.
This is the point that I find very emblematic of not only the situation of experience right now, but really looking at the larger historical experience of the Gulf's exile. This is one of the 24 Judeo-Catholic coins issued by the Roman Empire following the defeat of Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War. On the left is Vespasian himself. Sometimes the coins show his son Titus, who later became emperor after him. And on the right, you see Judea captive. Judea is taken captive. There's a balsam palm tree in the center, which is one of Israel's greatest exports of the time. And there on the left is a looming Roman soldier looking down at a despondent Jewish woman who represents the Jewish polity. The Romans made tremendous propaganda out of these coins that circulated widely in the ancient Near East, and it was a constant reminder of the humiliation of the Jews. This was not the only time, of course, that currency has been used to humiliate a defeated or defeated enemy. Here, for example, are from the 20th century some examples from Germany. That after World War I, local currency was instituted to replace the highly devalued currency, and it frequently included anti-Semitic messages, including this one here from Sternberg that actually shows Jews being burned after a post-desecration trial. And I think when we reflect on what these images mean, I think a few things. The first is that nobody can school us on what it means to be resilient. There's no people on the face of this planet that has experienced more tragedy and has yet come back from that tragedy with renewed strength and vigor. There's no people that can be compared to in that regard. But at the same time, we all have to learn those lessons over and over again every generation. We do not automatically absorb the lessons of resilience from our parents, but actually look to them for models. But the challenges are always different, and the responses always have to be tailor-made and titrated. So let's begin first with a quick overview of why we had October 7th in the first place, and then look at the year after that. So here's a map. On the left, you see the armistice signs after the War of Independence ended in 1949. You can see Israel is the green party in the middle, and then on the right you have after the remarkable 6-day war that Gaza, of course, that little strip down the bottom left, we're all familiar with the map. In terms of the ownership of Gaza, between 1948 and 1967, it was part of Egypt. But then after Israel conquered those large territories, it was taken over by Israel temporarily. And then in the Camp David Accords, in which Anwar Sadat on the left, the president of Egypt, and Billy Carter, president of the United States, and Menachem Begin, prime minister of Israel, signed a historic peace treaty with Egypt, which, although it is a tenuous peace treaty, it nevertheless is holding. Then the Sinai Peninsula was entirely given back. For his efforts at creating peace with the Jewish state, Anwar Sadat was assassinated by members of his own bodyguard, the Muslim Brotherhood, which was actually an ideological forefather of the Hamas movement. But Egypt did receive the entire Sinai Peninsula, the entire triangular portion at the bottom there, which was conquered by Israel in the 6-day war. But Egypt refused to take back Gaza. Gaza was simply too much of a demographic, economic headache for Egypt, and they were also quite unenthusiastic about taking so many radicalized people, especially associated with Muslim Brotherhood, into the boundaries of Egypt itself. So then between 1967 and 2005, Israel controlled the territory. There were some very isolated settlements.
Losing mercenaries in an army,
Jewish settlements in Gaza before 2005, but it was a tiny population, about 5,000 Jews inside a population of then about 1.2 million very angry, unhappy Palestinians. It is demographically one of the most crowded spaces on the earth. And huge unemployment, an inverted age pyramid where almost half of the population is under the age of 18. And it proves to be extremely difficult to hold on to this territory militarily, economically, and socially. So under Ariel Sharon's leadership, it was very close vote, and the Poland and Israel was highly divided. They decided to simply disengage from Gaza. That's the term they used. In other words, they simply said, okay, we are going to remove any Israeli controls over Gaza in 2005. It was very, very difficult thing for the Israeli government to do. But essentially, that was the moment that Gaza had to create a new future for itself. The thinking was that perhaps they would elect to pursue prosperity and, if not peace, at least not hostilities with Israel. That turned out not to be the case. So after 2005, Palestinian Authority, which was something, an entity that was created as a result of the Oslo Accord, once again brokered by an American president, this time with Yasser Arafat, leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization on the right, and Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel. Right, Saddam before him, Yitzhak Rabin was also assassinated sadly by Israelis. But what Gaza did to that territory since 2006 is basically they had elections fairly early on, and in those elections there are two major parties, Fatah, which is the PLO's party, so the mainstream party, Yasser Arafat party, which tended to do better in the West Bank shown here, Gaza and Shomron. But in the Gaza Strip, you can see that Hamas had a very strong presence in the north part of the Strip, and then shortly after winning the elections in January 2006, they immediately had a coup and drove out all of the Fatah representatives. So after that one and only election, it was completely dominated by Hamas. And the principal relationship that Hamas had with Israel from them was basically in two forms. One, work permits. About 30,000 work permits were issued every day for Gazans to enter into Israel and to work in various jobs. Even on October 6th, and the other way was, of course, the rockets, because the hostilities absolutely never ceased from Gaza since 2006. Israel fought several smaller wars with Gaza, But the state essentially developed a kind of modus tolerandi with the Gazans. Part of it related to over-reliance on technology, which was performed absolutely amazingly well. This is a photograph, of course, of the hiring zone on the left, responding to rocket attacks from Gaza. But obviously, the Gazans were able to get around that with those tech solutions on October 7th. And that was essentially a massive incursion into the state. I'm not going to go into the details. We're all familiar with what happened on that terrible day. But perhaps some 3,000 Palestinians, roughly half of them being civilians, not normally attached to any of the various factions, stormed into Israel and created absolute havoc. Even using the word pogrom is limited to describe the atrocities that occurred on that terrible day.
It's not my handwriting.
We're all familiar with this.
It's a very, luckily it's not a person.
What we have experienced, however, is clearly directed primarily by Iran. Iran has a very controlled role in this quite this area. Iran is the primary funder of Hamas, which is especially ironic because Hamas is a Sunni movement and Iran is, of course, Shia, but the hatred of Israel is far more significant to all parties. We also find Hezbollah, and Israel is, of course, at war now with Hezbollah in the north. In Lebanon, also has a faction in Syria and Iraq, and they're also funding the Houthis in faraway Yemen for even launching, unfortunately, even successfully a deadly attack on Israel. The Houthis, by the way, are kind of moving. This is their official government slogan. We try to slay death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. So I think that pretty much sums up their central philosophy and how hate is really at the core of this entire movement. But perhaps more frightening to us here in the diaspora is that Iran is behind quite a bit of the international movement against Israel. This is a map, of course, that shows all of the various pro-Palestine protests that occurred at many universities in North America and Europe. One of the dogs that does not bark, by the way, is the fact that there's comparatively little protests against Israel in many Arab states. That's for another discussion. But many of these protests and other activities conducted by anti-Israel agents are clearly the work of a particular group called Sunni, which is considered by many European countries a terrorist organization because of its deep ties to Israel, and they are clearly at the central funding of many of these.
There's a guy pulling this 20-foot travel trailer behind his truck. I get in the turn lane. I'm about halfway up to the truck. The trailer, he starts getting over, then I lay on the floor.
This is a slide from September issue of the Harvard Harris poll, which is a very well-respected poll conducted every month. It's a political poll designed primarily to measure the attitude of Americans towards upcoming elections. But since October, they've been monitoring what people think about the war in the Middle East as a way of gauging its reflection on potential votes in 2024. What I find striking, look on the circle on the left, the question was, is this conflict to support more Israel or more Hamas? And this number is very conflict. 79% of Americans support Israel, which is comforting to some degree, but when you look at it a different way, that means 1 in 5 Americans actually support the terrorist organization over a democratic ally of this country. It's still a very tough number. That number has pretty much held true for the past year. But if you look at the chart below, which may be a little difficult to see, this breaks down by ages. And people over, let's say, 45 are overwhelmingly in favor of Israel. 84%, 90%, 93%. But when you get younger than 45, the number drops precipitously. And this is the frightening thing. Americans between age 18 and 24
trickle
41%
down.
of them support Hamas over Israel.
Jaden, how do you know
When you
this?
think about that in the context
I
of
used to
young
listen to
people
you on the
in
BRS.
college campuses today,
Oh my
young people in
gosh!
high schools today,
Wait, so
public
what
high
was that?
schools,
Is that a
half of
podcast?
the people
Or is
they
it
talk
something
to
you were
support
working on
Hamas over
at
Israel.
some other point in
It's a
time?
very, very
No,
violent
that's still
environment.
ongoing.
Still
The
doing it?
implications of this for the future,
He
of
mentioned the
course,
thing.
remain to be seen, although I will note that
Why don't you
this
tell
number, thank God,
anybody
has
about
been
this shit?
slowly
Brad, what's the
dropping
name of
over
this
the past
step?
year.
You have
It
this
was
you
about
have this
49%
secret
in
life that you're not
October
telling us about.
2023. It's now 31%, so perhaps younger people are beginning to get a little bit more educated about it.
Greg,
But
what
it's
is
still
this?
something
The
for
beer? This is that you'll chug fucking cold boy.
So let's take a minute to think about how we have historically responded to things in the past. This is a
We should start a
page
craft
from a
beer
Haggadah into the Wilderness in 1859, where there was very, very heavy Russian state censorship by the
If
Tsar.
you ever want the best
And
gas,
the
since they can't drink
censor
it.
was obviously unhappy with the classic phrase in the
Oh
Haggadah
my
that
gosh, well,
says,
Jaden, I
in
love
every
that
generation,
you. So, what's your
they
favorite
rise up
part of
against us to
watching
destroy us, but the Holy
the
One
beers?
rescues
What's your
us
favorite
from
part
their
of
hands.
it?
Classic passage from the Haggadah. He felt that it's not appropriate for Russian Jews to read that even in our generation, enlightened 1859, year of 1859, that there would be people who would want to harm us, not here in the paradise of Russian Tsars empire. So therefore, he added in the little white circle, I want to get out, no longer. But back in the distant past, he used to have this problem. And the Haggadah Baruch was not the president.
So everything's up in
Back
Utah.
then, when you were beleaguered, and we didn't have rights, then they used to have the rights. But obviously, we look at this now, and it's
So
funny.
what does that mean? You're
Because
farting a bunch
it's
on your place?
almost 200 years later, and obviously he's still experiencing things. And we have
Where is it?
long,
What sort of work are you doing?
three basic strategies for how to do these things. Again, I'm just going to sketch them out very briefly.
Patience
They are,
Nice.
of
That's
course,
hopefully pretty lucky. It's probably better than being a security guard at a festival.
this is my Russian monster from Rothschild'S. You know, with a couple of suggestions. Cuba relates to stone, fasting, heal a prayer with
In the
full
hospital.
voice, and tzedakah, charity relates to all the Take a minute and look at each of these three. Think about the
Wait, so
great
then they,
discussion
they're able to stay
after
in
the
the
first
hospital or
Roman
in the
Jewish
jail
war began
after
the
that?
Usually they end up getting
How
kicked
did
out of the
you react to
hospital.
that? First of all, they came back to basic. They came back to center. And they sat in that glorious room that we have downstairs, and they said, we've got to get back to Torah. We've got to get the Yavna, the Chacham Echad. That's what we have
That's
to do.
good to know.
This is
Things
always
really end up falling apart for my
meaning for us
ass.
of Tshuva
I can
is
know if I
come
get
back,
somebody in a
get back
hospital,
to
I'm
our
gonna
center.
to be
And
able
we've
to
done that
stay a night.
remarkably well.
I didn't realize that,
The
honestly.
statistics are just out the roof in terms of
Okay.
synagogue attendance,
Kind of
people
like
attending
earlier,
shiur,
flick that
people
guy
joining,
off.
online classes, all kinds of things.
You have to
And it's
forgive
not just,
yourself.
the learning of these who are already learning at very, very high levels, like
It's
here at
okay. You're human.
if you look at JSU, which is the Jewish student union that serves Jewish kids in public school, their numbers are also up to date. Last year they served 14,500
There's
students.
nothing in the
This year they
fucking
served
bed in the wall.
18,500
20
students.
foot of
And here's something that actually burned me.
That's too bad.
They even set up a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim shiur, 7 a.m.
Were you ever able to dunk a basketball?
because they can't get enough learning. Do we have a 7 a.m. Mesilas Yesharim shiur?
Smaller than Leo.
I mean, this is coming out of public school. It's an amazing thing that kids will get up out of bed early and go learn Torah before they have to go to school. This is really our first
Grab
strategy.
the rim and I could
And
dunk
when
a
we
tennis
feel
ball at the peak of my
overwhelmed
powers.
with the tremendous amount of
But I was
absorbing that
very
feels
athletic
socially,
when I was younger.
I think in particular of Yitzhak Mendoza, who was a completely assimilated Jew in the 17th century, who had reached the heights of his career as a medical doctor and as a poet. And then once he was required to launch the public burning of some crypto Jews in Madrid, and it turned him right around. He said, I can't do this. And he left his fame and his wealth, and he went to live in the ghetto of Venice. And he wrote a tremendous book there, excellent excellent quality.
Wait, so what?
And there are many Jews who have turned their lives around as a result of October 7th. We just have to wait to see how that develops.
Oh, yeah.
So look at Sheila.
I don't know.
ancient Israel, so many examples of Jewish resilience. This is an aerial view of Hamat, the area of Hamat that was constructed in the 3rd century. And this is 200 years after construction of Hamat. And you can see that in the synagogue floor is dedicated there, that harkens back to all the elements of the temple. They're returning to that center. They want to get back to the idea of Tefillah as it was practiced. There's so many things, the piyutim that we read so many of over Rosh Hashanah, we will read on Yom Kippur, they were also composed in the Byzantine era because the emperor had put bad Jews from studying Mishnah, and so they decided they would try to incorporate various things into the piyutim. These were created as a result of the pressure from the and in fact, even the Talmud Yerushalmi was composed after a failed revolt in 352. And the result was that the Romans were trying to even harder on the Jews, and as a result, they said, we have to start putting these things down on paper, and the basis of what we study every day comes out of that moment of crisis. And one of the things that I especially appreciate is that we're not calling this the Simchas Torah massacre.
What did they do? Just cut it, get a saw out?
But we're calling it October 7th. Yeah. We are separating it out. It's happening. It happened on October 7th.
So they give them some gas or something, or do they give them anything?
Perennial
that shit off.
That is our DNA. That even though we are experiencing tragedy now, and memorializing our dead, we nevertheless have a deep-seated confidence that we will dance.
Yeah.
Finally, Tzedakah. This area of Jewish activities has been absolutely phenomenal. A project for Israel, and all of a sudden, America realized here, actually in the tri-state area, realize that,
keep your head up.
The IDF doesn't even have enough troops for all the soldiers that Russian volunteer.
Please do.
And between October and January, they collected 10,000 pairs of boots.
Give them out. What are you doing this weekend? Any big plans?
Shipped them all off to Israel. Soldiers suggested they might like symptoms, maybe for the first time in their lives. And so seminaries and yeshivas all dived in and all began tying symptoms on combat trains, so that the soldiers can wear them. I'm sure many of you have seen the Instagram clips of soldiers receiving their first barracks. They literally dancing around their barracks wearing them because they felt they really had to be and those are things called simple points that use innovation to say, we should be collecting people's unused airline to provide opportunities for Jews to fly and experience Simchas as well as the other life-saving surgeries and things like that they need. These are all elements more Tzedakah Sheba Group than Tzedakah Sheba Mama in many cases, but nevertheless, this is a Jewish response.
Which actually give me, they induce psychosis in me. So
I'd like to close now with just another thought about October 7th, but not October 7th, 2023, but early October.
He was talking about one of his buddies took too much acid, and now what does he do? Do you ever remember?
He's not the same.
It's just different.
Dates get seared in my memory, and when I read about October 7th, 2023, I remembered October 7th, 1944 was a great uprising in Auschwitz, when a group of the most degraded, most
couple beers,
lowly Jews rose up and actually destroyed Jewish crematorium. One of those rebels was the man he was a member of the so-called Sonda Commando. These were people who were given the awful task of removing the bodies from gas chambers and transferring the bodies to the crematoria for disposal. And he did this day in and day out, including to members of his own family, his own community.
So what is ice made with? What's the temperature?
You come back to his
it's like 70
and you
degrees.
recite Kaddish.
That's nice. What is the worst at 99 today? It's already hot.
He was also something of a poet. And he decided to write down everything that he had seen in Auschwitz during those terrible years. And he literally, before the uprising on October 7th, he buried them in the ashes of the burned Jews. Because he said, surely archaeologists will come and they will dig up this place to find the truth of what happened here, and they will find my writings. And in fact,
Oh, the Davis step. Oh my gosh, Grant on Urban Encyclopedia.
The Nazis had brought together a group of Czech Jewish women, and they wanted to launch a demonstration of the efficacy of sick-born beds, the poison that was used to gas them to death. And they had all
It has almost as many
gathered
downvotes as
in the room.
upvotes. Great.
And they all stood there, the Nazis in their uniforms, looking at these women in their last moments before their lives.
There's another.
Grabowski
That's
reported,
fine. That's fine.
Oh,
in
there's
large
another
numbers,
now.
thousands of people putting to death.
What is?
All at once, spontaneously, a song rings
Wait.
out.
Now,
The police procedure officers
Two.
stand
They're just kind of
transfixed.
similar.
They
Oh,
cannot
Davis
understand,
step.
they
You
cannot
insert a
grasp
finger or
how
an
is
object
it
into your dick
possible
hole.
that
Hey,
there
I
is
just
a
Davis
in the
dipped
heart
myself
of
with
the
this
village,
Cheeto.
on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives, go to the hospital and raise their voices in song.
Wait, Grant, so y'all are still recording? Where do y'all record it in
The
here?
melody does not work
no, I actually drive down south to record that. I've been doing it for 12 years.
And a new song was made first,
Wait,
pouring out of their
are you
hearts.
doing it off of the
The
chocolate?
mass now sings the national anthem.
Close.
They slaughter.
Yeah.
It's actually off slaughter.
And this is something that the Nazis didn't
Down
understand.
south.
The Nazis
The shotgun slaughter.
We are
What is my knowledge? Y'all do it here?
a people of hope.
Now the host just records it at his house, so we
We
can do that.
believe
Hey,
in the ultimate
hey,
messianic
this
this is
redemption of the
Destiny
world.
A. Ford.
We
This
believe
is
there is
Destiny
a plan.
A.
We're following that plan.
We've been
So while the Nazis were following the same path of Vespasian,
Oh my gosh,
the
you're
Judea
here coming to a
Capta,
necklace.
I
Oh,
want
look
to
at that.
conclude
All the
one
rest
more
guys getting charm
medallion.
necklace.
In 1959, on the anniversary, the 10th anniversary of the establishment of Israel,
Looks
the government
wonderful.
elected to have a competition
Yeah, I have to stay in the
find
bathroom
a
when Erica's
design for
making
a
those
coin that
things
would
because she has a
commemorate 10
real
years
short
of taper.
You're so
Someone
stupid.
came up with this design to mimic the Judea Capta coin. And for the very good job, you can see
Oh, yes, yes, oh my gosh.
there,
Oh, that's sweet.
Balkan pine, and the respondent organizations saying,
I don't know where to go.
but that's the opposite.
Wonderful in your
On the
destiny.
front
Yeah,
side,
Erica, why are you
it
throwing
says,
Casey under the bus? Casey's not doing anything wrong. Nobody told me.
and the place for women soldier, you have a young Jewish woman playing with a Lincoln child,
Oh, yeah.
and
Here
the
it
place
is.
of
Wait,
respondent woman,
I'm bringing my fortunate husband from Nashville.
and that's fundamentally at the heart of our response, fundamentally how we will move forward past October 7th. We will remember that we are people of the future,
Zany's,
and it's up to us
Nashville.
to follow
Oh,
that.
that'll be so fun. That's
Thank you very
awesome.
much.
I've never been to Zany, so
Yeah, it's fun. Oh, I have a great time. Casey's hilarious.
We were there
Hello.
almost a year ago,
This
exactly.
video was
I know,
intended
almost a
as
year
a
ago. Is that really what it
letter
was?
to Jewish
Wasn't it? I think it
participants
was.
in anti-Israel
Time
protests.
flies.
Perhaps you saw the video I
Destiny, what are you
posted a few
doing
months
today?
ago
What's going
after
on? You have
October
that
7th.
wonderful pink shirt on
certainly
today
received a lot
with the
of
magic
feedback,
lipstick.
positive and negative. I received a lot of messages from many of you who were struggling with some of the issues that we
just hanging
discussed
out. My
briefly
kids
in
are
that
out for
video.
summer
I'd like to
too, so
revisit some
they're
of those
hanging
issues
out.
with you right now, specifically in the context of the riots in Amsterdam, which have been most appropriately called
You're gonna
the
break
Grom.
your neck.
I don't
It
use
was
that
a thing.
word
Well,
very
Destiny, I'm
lightly.
happy there was somebody
Basically,
else because I
let's
think
take a
we
minute
also
to
weren't
talk
allowed
about
to
what
roll because my
you
mom
only
saw
know so
something
far
on tape
about
on
the
60 minutes about
historical
people
significance.
bowling and then
And may I
having
talk a little bit
doo-doo
about
on their
the
fingers
temporary
and then the
significance
doo-doo
and
going into the
really
holes
what I
and
think
sprouting
this
little
means for you
mushrooms.
and
So we
what
weren't
I
allowed
would
to
encourage you to think
mold
about.
growing up either
Specifically,
because it was too
last night,
unsanitary.
after a soccer game, and 2 days before the anniversary of Kristallnacht, the major pogrom that occurred right on the eve of the Holocaust, there was a massive attack on Jewish soccer fans
Well, they get
after
along
an Israeli team played in Amsterdam. European soccer fans are not known for their reticence to engage in profanity and chants against things they don't like and occasionally engage in violence. So in a certain way, this is within the culture of European soccer, football, and that's an aspect of that culture, but it's one that they've been challenged to control for many, many years. But this specific incident of violence was clearly qualitatively and
Well, how are you with your kids? Do you let them at least go out and stuff?
after the game ended, gangs of thugs arranged to ambush Jewish and Israeli soccer supporters as they came out of trams and out of certain corners and certain main streets and things like that. There was some evidence that there was some premeditation, some planning, and perhaps involving riding around scooters and identifying
exciting?
photographs of the stadium, perhaps involving taxi drivers. We'll see as the investigation goes out exactly how this came to pass. But in the end, roughly 10 Jews and Israelis were hospitalized, about 60 people were arrested, and Israel took the extreme measure of sending rescue planes to Amsterdam to bring back the soccer fan who was on there to watch a game. There's no question that the intended victims of these attacks were Jews and Israelis. The visuals are horrible. Crowds of people, sometimes armed with bats and even knives, attacking small groups of Jews and Israelis. Jews and Israelis being run over by cars. And I think one of those horrific videos in some ways was when a young man was cornered and did not know how to speak Dutch or English, and so they challenged him because they thought he was Jewish or Israeli. But when he was able to produce his passport and identify himself as a Ukrainian, they left him alone. So this is clearly a directed
well, that's an investment. Tell them not to open up the
packs. You can follow the news on your favorite social media feeds, and you will see a lot of discussion about that. Now, why is this historically significant? On one level,
some of them worth a bunch of money, or some of them
because
worth a lot of money.
this type of violence against Jews is something which has a long
If you guys ever go to Austin, there's a wonderful Pokemon store in the wall.
where there have been these kind of mob
Yeah, it's
attacks.
right across from
Use the word
California
pogrom,
Pizza Kitchen. It's called
developed in the 20th century. Amsterdam is a little unusual because historically speaking, Amsterdam is generally a very tolerant society, known for its liberalism, known for its kindness to its Jewish minority. Amsterdam developed as a very, very important center of Jewish scholarship in the 17th century in particular. And a lot of this has to do with the cultural orientation of the Netherlands, which is expressed in this Dutch word which basically means kind of like, if it's not bothering anyone, just let them do what they're going to do. Kind of a tolerant, kind of mind-your-own business attitude that requires social cohesion, literally in order to keep the canals and dikes working so that Netherlands could literally be above sea level. There are some remarkable moments of tremendous friendship with the Jewish people, such as, for example, the dock workers' strike of February 1941, when
a musician.
the only example of this entire
Tell me,
Holocaust
Destiny, this is
to
what I'm
have
picturing.
the entire industry rising up and protesting
This is what I picture.
specifically
And again, this guy, I think it's from Nashville.
It turned out to be unsuccessful as the Nazis
He's actually
acted with
wonderful.
tremendous
One of the
repression and
songs
shut it down within days. And was involved with very important. There have, of course, been very dark moments in the history of Amsterdam that was Jews, most significantly during the Holocaust, as was captured by Amsterdam's most famous Jewish resident, young Anne Frank, who lived in hiding with her family from the Nazis for several years until they were finally betrayed, and she was sentenced to her death at age 15 and buried in Belgium. So, on the one level, this is not historically significant because pogroms have happened for a very, very long time in Europe, in the Americas, and so on. But on another level, it is surprising perhaps to see Amsterdam, especially with its
You have some athletes in the
tolerance. Let's take it though to the contemporary period.
Nice is good. Basketball is probably better than football because Destiny, you do not want them to get the CTE.
Except for the
I
fact
think
that the first
basketball is
2024
safe.
is not especially surprising. There may be some unusual aspects to this violence that we don't know about yet. It would not surprise me, for example, that as these investigations continue, they may find that there was some nefarious involvement of state actors like Iran, which has a very long history of sponsoring anti-Jewish and anti-Israel terror throughout the world. Hezbollah in particular has been involved. So why I see this as so important is This incident is a
No,
very
I know. I was just trying to impress y'all. I'm 5'9",
period.
so I'm a little bit taller.
You may have watched some of my other videos in which I walk through the history of Jew hatred as an ideology. It moves from xenophobia in the classic Greco-Roman period, then to Christian anti-Judaism during the period of the separation of Christianity from the other religions
Tell
of
him to
Judaism.
he'll be okay. He needs to not eat, drink too many milkshakes. Tell him to be careful with milkshakes and stuff.
And so on. And then in the 19th century, you have the shift to modern anti-Semitism, which held sway for a little over 100 years, which was primarily criticized as being involved in some kind of global conspiracy based on a racial concept of Judaism. And that's basically where we were. Really up until the 1970s. But now we are in this period. It has been percolating for some time prior to October 7th.
Tell his ass he needs to do the sunscreen because I tried to make my appointment with the dermatologist yesterday to go because I think I have skin cancer get on my face, and then I couldn't make the appointment because I didn't have a credit card.
Violence against Jews is never like sort of marketed, hey, let's just go for Jews. That would be something that's very few people will get
Destiny's address. We
there
can
has to be another reason for it. The Jews to Christ, or
Ryan Gosling should
Christian children for their blood, things like that. The Jews are communists,
tell him
the
he needs to start going
capitalists.
to the dermatologist.
Those are all the justifications that are used for simple anti-Semitism or Jew hatred.
Oh yeah, that's what you gotta do. That's what I do. You gotta wear your fishing shirts.
Anti-Jewish violence
That's what I like to wear.
This is something that has shifted significantly. I happen to be
He's doing it.
just
He's
coming
halfway
back
there now. He
from
just needs to
France, and I
sunscreen.
picked up this great book
Because y'all have a bunch of kids.
totally there.
Yeah.
Liberal Jewish thinker in France. In this very brief book, which I really hope will find was translated soon because it is very
Guilty as
powerful.
charged.
The title of the book is hard to capture well in English. Basically, it
Yeah, ever
says
since I saw the commercials
what's
about
wrong
cleaning
and
off
why
the
are
oil
you
from
okay?
the ducks.
Conversations
I
after the 2nd of
thought
October.
if it's good enough for a duck, it's good enough for me.
Really very tricky goals. Countries have influenced since October 7th. How things have changed.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah,
Written
ever
a
since
series
I
of
was
conversations
really
with their
just got
deceased
to me.
grandparents as she reaches back in history, trying to understand the contemporary time. Conversations with many other people, again, fictionalized to try and express this sort of malaise.
So does he also use shampoo,
And
or is
one
it
of
just
the
the
most
dawn for
fascinating
the body,
discussions,
or
which
is it for the
I
whole
think is
thing?
especially relevant to you, she talks with
Oh, nice.
some anti-racists. We call them maybe Antifa today, I don't know. But she talks with people who are otherwise very tolerant and wanting to, quash any kind of racial prejudice. And she asks them essentially, what's motivating
But it
you
doesn't. What road did
to
you
be
have there? You blazing in there?
anti-Semitic, to be anti-Jewish? And the imaginary response is say, oh no, say the good souls. It's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Zionism. We have nothing against Jewish children. We only have an attitude towards Israeli children. And the response is, oh, well, of course, that's different. They are certainly to blame. Right? They're certainly culpable of these Israeli children.
We just
When you hear how
got a
absurd
vape,
this
and I
sounds,
was
and
thinking,
we contemplate what's going on in Israel, it's very difficult, it is complicated. There's a tremendous amount of suffering in Gaza,
Look, it makes
no
me feel
question.
stupid.
Yeah,
And
I
at the
know,
root
and
of
that's
it
been the
is
case,
the
but we got this
kidnapping
free
of
thing,
people
and
like
now
the
it's
Vivas
poison in
brothers,
there or something.
who were aged 9 months and 4 years old when they were kidnapped. Now it's 399 days into this war, and they're still being held hostage.
Maybe that's why I had to freak out at the restaurant last
So what does this have to do with you? Why am I talking to you about this?
Whenever I'm really
I want to express that I have
What does he say?
phenomenal respect and regard and admiration for
That's not the right
you. You
answer.
are motivated by the same spirit and belief as Isaiah. You want to see justice done. And in fact, you are the inheritors of that prophetic tradition on a genetic level, not only on an intellectual and spiritual level. But I want you to understand that the Jewish opposition to the abuse of authority is intrinsic to the Jewish heritage, and it is vigorously exercised in modern Israeli democracy. And there is a place, a very hallowed place, for your objections to Israeli policies, whatever they may be, and in your opposition, you may
Is that you
proudly
or
stand
Alexa?
shoulder to shoulder with many other
close my eyes
Jews
and
and many other Israelis, both
Yeah, and that's
Arab
good. You're
and
doing the
Jewish
method that I
Israelis.
think Casey uses where you're actually doing the robot pose when you're sucking air into your
But please,
I've been trying it ever since.
I would
Please
hope that
try
you'll
it.
take
But
some
please
time to
stop.
think about where you are
Yeah, you
standing
gotta breathe
right
in.
now.
But your kids are so little, you can start them now.
Are on your left.
Yeah, by the time they're your age,
Are they
they're really good at it. Yeah, it'd be
to
great at
globalize
it.
the intifada?
Mommy,
Because Amsterdam
I want to be
is an example of the globalization of the intifada. Are they people
What do you
say
think your husband would think if he came home from work one day and all of y'all's kids were just talking to you like robots? Do you think he would be scared a little or just
Amsterdam
What
and the
have you
violence that
done?
occurred there
yeah,
is
yeah.
the next logical step
You bring us our
to those
family.
kinds of global systems.
It's okay.
And I'm speaking to you
We love
as a
you.
fellow Jew. Please reconsider
I can hear it.
where
I know, it's good. Your
I'm
prayers
trying
direct.
really hard.
You're close.
I'm
Yeah,
not
keep
asking you to
working
shut
on it.
down
I
your
mean, again,
protest.
Casey's the expert in it, but I've heard Casey do it a lot. It sounds like you're close.
Position.
Yeah, you're on the right track. Yeah.
But please
Okay,
think
are you
about
actually a
who are your
Yes,
fellow
ma'am.
travelers.
It's like a police officer.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
very much.
You gotta tell me if you
Yeah,
are.
I have to. Yeah, it's part of the agreement with part of the program. Skynet. Yeah.
Good morning, fellow students
I'm
of Jewish
Robocop.
history.
Fifth
I'm right
circle.
now in
Do you
Jerusalem.
like Robocop,
I'm sitting
Destiny?
on the agape of my hotel. It's a new city
I
behind
was
me.
very young.
It's so
I
amazing to
probably
be
wasn't
back
around
in
when that
this
movie
country
came out. But I
as Harrison
talked
played
about.
old and new at the same time. We treated the construction site going
Yeah,
on right behind me. This is just
Yeah,
such
yeah. I was always
resilient
wanted to Terminator guy
society.
and Robocop, but I wanted to be a Robocop guy. That's good. I only ever saw the first one.
Rejoicing in our modern future.
Those were the
I'm
coolest
delighted to
guys
be
in
here
school.
in my capacity as the
I know. I wanted to be a
many
Robocop.
yeshivot about the tremendous value of studying in our institutions, mostly Americans who are
He was so good with
returning
the
back
guns.
to America
You have
after
some of the
their
best guns
yeshiva
around.
studies here.
I know. Wait, so Destiny, what are y'all eating tonight? What are you gonna make
I've
everybody?
seen so much strength
Yeah,
in
you feed
society here after
Yeah, one of the twins has been
brutalizing
asking for
year
meatballs,
of
so we're gonna do
horrific
something with
conflict,
meatballs.
which is still ongoing. Everywhere you go, you see all kinds of posters and signs
Maybe I'll
demanding
make
the return of the hostages. On
meatballs.
the bus, you see the
That
slogan,
would be
"Yachad
tasty. Can you make us some?
together we
Mail
will
me
win."
one.
Yeah.
And this is society determined to bring back all of the
Yeah.
hostages
Mail me
and
an
to
ear of
return
corn,
to a
please.
level of peace with their neighbors, especially
You don't have corn in Texas anymore. They stopped selling it.
But I want to say that I'm so grateful to the many supporters that we've had around the world. I want to especially call out Larry Brent, who was at the Kingsley United Methodist Church
Don't remind me.
Missouri,
Corn
and his
for
grandson, Ian, who have been supporters for decades
You're
of
absolutely
Israel
right.
and the study of Jewish history. And, you know,
Well,
we're really
Destiny, thanks so
grateful
much
that
for
we are
calling
not
in
completely
today.
alone in these very
Thanks, you guys
difficult
are the
struggles.
best.
But as
Okay,
you
can't wait
can
to see
see
you in
from
August.
the
Hopefully we can get a
cityscape
picture.
of the New Jerusalem
Absolutely.
behind me, this is a country that
It's gonna be
has
fun.
a
I would
long
love that.
story.
Yeah, for sure. Give y'all a picture.
Just look for a tall guy. Look for a tall guy with glasses.
Oh, yes. With
Very,
cancer
very-
on his hands. Yeah,
Hello, fellow
gross
students of Jewish
Opposite to
history.
the robot
I've just
voice.
returned from an amazing visit to the state of Israel. I was there in my capacity as Dean of Lander College for Men in Queens, New York,
Yeah, looking forward to
speaking
that. That'd
at
be great.
largely English-speaking yeshivot to students, mainly from America, but also from Canada, the UK, and other places who are interested in returning to the United States and taking a degree here at our college. And while I was there, I had the phenomenal, wonderful experience of seeing my sons who now live in the land of Israel. And while we were traveling on one particular highway, I was commenting on the incredible prevalence of the yellow ribbon everywhere. Sometimes in monumental forms, like this example here, where they have all over the state of Israel these yellow ribbons. And while I was speaking with my sons in the car, it came up that they really didn't know the backstory of the yellow ribbon. So I thought I'd take a minute to talk to all of you about it in case there are those of you who were born, let's say, after 1970 who may not be familiar with the famous song associated with it and the unusual Jewish element to that backstory. So looking at the state of Israel, this yellow ribbon symbolizes a national solidarity with the Khatufim, the kidnapped ones, the 100 odd people who still remain trapped in Gaza by Hamas after their attack on October 7th. These people, many of whom are children, they're children under the age of 5 who were kidnapped, who are still not returned. So as a symbol of solidarity, you see the yellow ribbon everywhere. I myself picked up some of these yellow ribbons, the bell pins, and the color yellow is especially important. Quite often you'll see it like the yellow chairs, the empty seats that are placed in installations all over the land of Israel to remember the people who are not at the table. Really very, very moving and powerful kind of demonstration. So what is the story behind that color yellow, and specifically the yellow ribbon? So it is a very old tradition. It's been traced back to European colonists in pre-revolutionary America, and it seems to evolve around certain themes. One of the most important is the idea of women wearing yellow ribbons as a reminder of their loved ones who are far away, often taken up into war. It has a military context. The American military has adopted it as a symbol as well. And it was popularized in 1917 in particular by a song composed by George Norton. You see the sheet music. Around her neck she wears a yellow ribbon for her lover who is far away. And there are many different variations on the theme. In 1949, a film was made of this. She wore a yellow ribbon starring John Wayne. Really quite a fascinating kind of example of this notion expanding into popular culture, but again, very specifically with this military context. In 1973, the group Tony, Orlando, and Dawn came out with a song called Tie a Yellow Ribbon Round the Old Oak Tree. Once again, I apologize for people who are my age, because this is such a massive cultural icon that everyone who was, older than, let's say, 40 probably remembers this song very well. It became the top song of 1973. It sold 3 million records in just 3 weeks, and really cemented the idea of the yellow ribbon symbolism within the American mindset, at least. The storyline for that song, and I'm going to look at the lyrics shortly, appeared first in a 1961 Reader's Digest story, and later in a 1971 New York Post article, again with certain elements overlapping one over the other. It was, however, the lyrics of 2 Jewish songwriters from New Jersey, Erwin Levine, born in 1938, and L. Russell Brown, who was born in 1948, that really captured a particular version of this story, and something that I think everyone my age has basically memorized. Let's have a look at the lyrics and you'll get a sense of why this song was so popular. So he writes, "I'm coming home, I've done my time. Now I've got to know what is and isn't mine. If you receive my letter telling you I'd soon be free," or maybe I'm actually saying, but you don't want me to say, "then you'll know just what to do if you still want me." Speaking, as it were, to his girlfriend, wife, we don't know for sure, saying that, listen, I'm coming back home from prison, and I don't know what our relationship is going to be like. I don't know if you're still hoping for me. I don't know if you cut me out of your life, but I want you to leave a symbol for me. Then the chorus famously goes, "Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree. It's been 3 long years. Do you still want me? If I don't see a ribbon round the old oak tree, I'll stay on the bus. Forget about us. Put the blame on me. If I don't see a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree." Right? That's the whole setting for it. Then, beautifully, the lyrics go, he speaks now to the bus driver. He says, "Bus driver, please look for me, because I can't bear to see what I might see. I'm really still in prison, and my love, she holds the key. A simple yellow ribbon is what I need to set me free." So basically, he can't bear it. He's waited so long, he hasn't heard from his wife, apparently, or his girlfriend, and he's saying, "I don't know what I'm going to see when we get up to the old oak tree," so he asks the bus driver to please tell him what he sees. Is there a sign that he's welcome after coming back from prison? And then the last verse goes, "Now the whole damn bus is cheering, and I can't believe I see 100 yellow ribbons round the old oak tree." And he finally is emerging from his prison, which is not a physical prison anymore, but still very much a mental and emotional prison. And he sees that his life is still with him, still supporting him, his life still wants him. Croissant has occasionally been criticized as overly sentimental and kind of schmaltzy. I don't think that's a fair criticism. What I think, in the context of the permanence of the symbol of the yellow ribbon, it speaks to a very, very deep need of those of us who are yearning for the return of the Constitution to express how much we care about them, how deeply we are still connected to them, and that this current conflict cannot end until all of them are safe at home. I hope that this brief discussion of the Jewish backstory of the yellow ribbon contributes to a global sense of how urgent it is for those active
down to San Antonio. Looks like that kind of helicopter.
He would have been safer on a Boeing 737. You don't say that often these days.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to take a few minutes to go through a quick review of Gaza in Jewish history. Just in a very basic sense of the long stretch of interaction between the people of Gaza and Jews and various from antiquity to the present. First of all, where exactly is Gaza? You can see it here. You can see it on newscasts and on the internet. It's a little strip of land that is just on the Mediterranean coast in Israel's southwest. It's about 28 miles long, or 45 kilometers, and it's only about 3 to 4.5 miles long, 5 to 7 kilometers. It has a very, very long history. It goes all the way back to the Bronze Age, where it was primarily an Egyptian base and an administrative center in the land of Canaan. It was well before the Jews appeared on the scene, the Israelites appeared on the scene. It was, under Joshua, as described in the Bible, assigned to the tribe of Judah, although it really remained under the control of the Canaanites and then later under specifically the Philistines in the 12th century before the Common Era. The Philistines, thinking of the Pelishtim, are of course the etymological origins of the Palestinians today. That term Philistine in English or Pelishtim in Hebrew was later adopted by the Romans in their attempt to erase Jewish memory from the region, and they named the entire land Palestina. That's where the Arabs get the word Philistine from the Roman borrowing of this 12th century evolution. Of course, we have lots and lots of biblical stories about the conflict between the Pelishtim and the Jews. You have, look, for example, in the book of Samuel, it's constantly going back and forth. I think one of the most dramatic elements of Gaza specifically is the scene in which the judge Samson is taken captive and brought back to the temple of Dagon in Gaza, what would be, I guess, Gaza City today. And he is publicly humiliated. They didn't have social media back then, but they blinded him and they strapped him to the pillars of this temple. And he had this great prayer to God that he could have strength one more time. And he pulled down the pillars of the temple and destroyed all the people in useful required reading for Hamas right now. But the region, although it was basically independent from areas under Israelite control, it was briefly conquered by King David, King Hezekiah, King Alexander Yanai, and even under King Herod. But the Talmud considers it as not technically part of the borders of the land of Israel. It's always been somewhat separate and recognized for its distinctiveness. That doesn't mean, however, that Jews did not live in Gaza. In fact, we have a very, very long history of Jews in Gaza. We have some great archaeological discoveries, such as a synagogue there dating from the early 6th century of the Common Era. You can see that we have actually a representation of King David here, labeled in Hebrew. And it's clear that Jews lived in Gaza after the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. It tended to drop, the Jewish population dropped after the Crusaders entered in the 12th century, but basically began to grow again in the 14th through the 17th century. It was only in the 20th century when the Jewish population there finally disappeared, and that was primarily because of the uprisings in 1929 a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews in the Yishuv movement, that is before Israel became a state, and Jews decided to leave Gaza at that time. So when you get up to 1948, which is of course a crucial period in the history of the region, you have about 20,000 people living in Gaza. The vast majority of them are Muslims. There are only about 720 Christians. It was under British mandate, and they had handed it over to the United Nations for a solution, and they came up with this kind of bizarre plan to divide what would become the state of Israel into 7 pieces. 3 of them would be Arabs, 3 of them would be Jewish, and Jerusalem would be an international zone. As is well known, the Arab nations surrounding the future state of Israel refused to accept this UN plan, and they attacked. And this resulted in the very bloody War of Independence. Amazingly, the state of Israel was not only able to maintain itself, to not have all the Jews pushed into the sea, but they actually even consolidated their territory somewhat. Gaza, however, was left under Egyptian control. The Arab population of the Gaza Strip expanded tremendously as tens of thousands of Arabs fled the conflict and made their way into Gaza. So it expanded to about 88,000. And then after the armistice, it actually grew to 360,000, which is characteristic of the Gaza Strip. It is a phenomenally overpopulated piece of land. There are 8 refugees camps set up in Gaza for these 1948-49 refugees, and they largely remain there to this day. The area is plagued by huge unemployment. Gazans were not allowed to work even in Egypt until 1952, and the unemployment rate was hovering around 50% at that time. Terrorist attacks from Gaza into Israel prompted Israel to briefly conquer the period in November of 1956, and then to retreat in 1957 once diplomatic arrangements were made. Unquestionably, however, the most significant date in the history of Gaza and its relations to land Israel is June of 1967, when the remarkable 6-day war occurred. In 1967, Israel was preparing for a massive attack by the Arab armies that surrounded it, particularly Egypt and Syria. They launched a preemptive strike, largely using superior air power. They were able to expand the borders of the state of Israel dramatically, encompassing the entire Sinai Peninsula, the region that had been controlled by Jordan called the West Bank, and the Golan Heights to the north. The Gaza Strip, of course, was also now part of the region that the state of Israel was responsible for. However, and this is really crucial, the state of Israel had to determine what it was going to do with these territories. Some territories were annexed, meaning they were made part of Israel permanently. That includes East Jerusalem, for obvious reasons, because that is the historical capital of the Jewish people, and the Golan Heights in the north, which had a significant military advantage because it overlooks Damascus and it also overlooks the Galilee from the other side. So controlling that was considered very significant. But the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip were not annexed, and they were rather occupied. And there was a lot of mixed thoughts in Israel about what to do about these territories. A large body of public opinion felt that now that Israel had really demonstrated that it was here to stay, then the Arabs would then come to the negotiating table and they would be able to exchange land for peace. Surprisingly, that did not happen until 1978, when President Anwar Sadat of Egypt made a very heroic gesture and essentially traveled to Israel, met with Menachem Begin, the prime minister, and together with the work of President Jimmy Carter, they hammered out the Camp David Accords in 1978. As part of the Camp David Accords, this is very important for our purposes, the entire Sinai Peninsula was given back to Egypt. So Israel controlled it from 67 to 78 and then gave it back in exchange for a peace with Egypt, which has basically held. There have been some moments of tension, including in our own times, but nevertheless, it's basically a peace that is held. But the thing is, Egypt did not want to take the Gaza Strip. By this point, in the late 1970s, Palestinian national sensibilities had grown significantly. They were associated with a lot of terrorist activities around the world, in airports, the Munich Olympics, and so on. And the Egyptians simply didn't want to have anything to deal with it. And so Israel was kind of left holding the bag, forced to maintain this piece of territory with a very hostile population, with very poor employment, and with very poor economic trends. Things looked a little better for the possibility of a two-state solution with the Oslo Accord in 1994 and 95, when the Palestinian Authority was established, which theoretically gave Palestinians a degree of self-rule within both the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. However, that has failed to take sufficient hold for reasons which are brought down the scope of this narrative. Ultimately, however, by 2005, the Israelis have realized that maintaining the Gaza Strip was militarily simply too costly, and that with the demographic imbalance, because the Gazans have very large families, and there's an inverted age pyramid with a very, very young population there, and with continued unemployment, you could simply be untenable. And although there have been some very successful Jewish enterprises and settlements established within Gaza, in a period of tremendous national turmoil, Ariel Sharon ordered a disengagement or essentially a retreat from Gaza, and all of those Israeli settlements were removed. And what that meant was, from 2005, Gaza was technically independent. It was not part of Israel, and they could run their internal affairs however they liked. We will get to the blockade shortly. But the Gazans turned around in September and January. They had their elections, and they pushed out Fatah, which is the somewhat more mainstream Palestinian movement that is associated more now with the West Bank. And they elected Hamas, a organization recognized as a terrorist organization by most Western nations, including the United States. Hamas has been in power ever since. So now Israel had a very, very difficult kind of situation. They had literally a terrorist state on their borders, a state that was dedicated to the destruction of Israel's very existence. And Israel had to figure out how they were going to have these very, very hostile neighbors. The blockade was intended to make sure that the Gazans under Hamas could not import weapons, and then later so they could not import secondary materials that could be made into weapons. That has proved to be not very successful because Hamas has taken much of the foreign aid that is poured into Gaza, humanitarian aid in many cases, and has diverted it to building more and more rockets. In fact, rockets are the primary way in which Gaza interacted with Israel. That and the use of warplanes. After 1967, there was actually a period of some prosperity for Gaza, as in an attempt to develop some kind of normalcy, some kind of relationship with this population, Israel allowed Gazans to work in the country, and they issued thousands upon thousands of work permits. In 1971, 32.7% of Gazans worked in Israel, and the unemployment rate was almost zero. By 1979, the number of Gazans working in Israel had risen to 42.4%. By 1996, it was at 46.1%. With a steady increase of economic interrelationship between Israel and Gaza, the Gazans were largely working in menial labor and construction and things like that, but nevertheless, there was at least funds flowing into the region. In 1987, however, things exploded with the first Intifada, which was kind of a Palestinian expression of disgust at the lack of progress that they had made towards statehood. And Israel, responding to many of these violent demonstrations, began cutting down on the work permits. By 1993, the percentage of Gazans working in Israel had been reduced to 26.5%, basically half what it was in 1986. But suicide attacks increased, and in 1994, 1995, horrific bus bombings, things like that, orchestrated from Gaza, meant that the number of Gazans who are allowed to work in Israel is reduced to 3.3%. Now, this is the part that I think is especially significant to what we're doing today. According to what I think is some quite insightful reporting by Reuters, Israel is apparently caught off guard because they were lulled into a sense of security, thinking that, hey, things were getting better. It looked like the Gazans were beginning to realize that, working for a living and building your home is much better than trying to destroy it with barbarism and with war. And in fact, the number of work permits that were given to Gazans was going to be increased. And so Israel seems to have let its guard down, thinking that maybe we're slowly, like we are with many countries in the region, maybe we're finally getting to a normal kind of relationship. But that, in fact, was not the case because Hamas was still in control. Hamas, throughout this period, has been launching rockets, particularly at cities in the south like Sderot, and with newer technologies beginning to reach further north like Tel Aviv and even Jerusalem. And although the Israelis countered with the development of their remarkable device, the Iron Dome, which is the equivalent of hitting a moving bullet with another bullet, that essentially blunted the impact of much of the rocket fire, but then the Gazans, the Hamas, began to use the strategy of kidnapping. In particular, Gilad Shalit was kidnapped in 2006, was held for 5 years, and because of the Israelis' vaunted opinion that no soldier should ever be left behind, they actually negotiated a controversial deal of releasing 1,027 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom had been jailed for violent terrorist crimes, in order to get back Gilad Shalit. And that's basically where we are today. Hamas has clearly learned that the Israelis are sensitive to kidnapping, that Israelis value their population, and that they want to get their people back. And all I can see from a historical perspective is that Hamas worships death and wants to increase the suffering of their population. Rather than pursuing the route of working towards prosperity, it seems that all of their energy is going into more and more bombs, more and more violence.
Fred Claus Jr. We know have lots of fun. Happy birthday to you, Santa. Hope you go to the park with yourself.
Hello, fellow students and tuition. Let me begin this video with
you guys have the
first
same
of all,
exact birthday.
in accordance with
And it's Fred Claus Jr. Yeah, Fred and his dad. Well, Fred Claus is Santa's son. Yes.
Historical phenomenon that happens.
Is that canon? Yeah, that's canon. That's Santa canon. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking about Jesus was born on that day first, but no, his son.
Yeah, he's the ultimate son. Jesus is the ultimate boy. We're all trying to be Jesus to our God.
Yeah, we're all trying to be Jesus to our Godfather. That's so true. Rain says that too sometimes. Where'd y'all hear that from?
Unitarians saying.
What I intend to do in this short video is first of all
I saw some
discuss what it
just
is we mean by the term Zionism, what exactly is that as an historical phenomenon.
I watched it last night. I was watching it last night. It was just too, it was like it was trying to be too weird or something. I don't know. I didn't really like it. And the other guy in it who I love, Malkovich.
That hide the term anti-Zionism. But are basically just
so that little guy.
I have discussed this in other videos. Much more detail.
Yeah, he was kind of crazy in it right off the bat. The one guy, he's like all serious, and that guy's almost just like a clown or something.
More of that.
That's Chris Evans' brother, right?
Now,
dude, it's Liam Hemsworth.
Oh,
as we have feared.
Wait, is it? I mean, oh, yeah, it's Liam Hemsworth. Yeah, I love Liam Hemsworth.
That's Thor, right? Thor's brother.
Yes, man, he was. Dude, this guy, Liam Hemsworth. They were an item for years. They just were. What happened there? What happened there?
Probably her voice.
Yeah. You know, she sound like I'm Miley Cyrus.
She's beautiful.
Apparently tried to get it done.
Hey guys, That's what I sing the song for is racquetball, is because you know how I feel about Nashville and Tennessee is Nashville, Miley Cyrus. Whoa.
Rhetoric is
Was